What would you do if you ever got tired of your work? Jiak chose to depart early from that place of confinement, his home planet. After death he awoke in a lifeless, unfamiliar body. The new planet, which had seemed peaceful, concealed countless deadly dangers deep within. Even more daunting was the fact that the magic powers that once made him shine had completely vanished. Undaunted, Jiak embarks on a journey to reclaim his arcane powers, to face the challenges and overcome the darkness that surrounds him. Will he truly be able to regain his strength, conceal his identity, and live here forever? Reporters swarmed Jiak, pleading for a statement. Did you really clear an A-rank gate all by yourself? There are rumors that you subdued an S-rank hunter. In the recent dungeon destruction incident, it's rumored you manipulated and concealed your awakened rank for a long time. Flashes of light continuously lit up his face, but he maintained a cold expression. It wasn't that Jiak possessed the abilities these people imagined. It was merely a stroke of luck coupled with a bit of trickery that had brought him to his current position. Jiak looked at them and thought, in conclusion, I'm just trash. I don't even know what these reporters are asking about. He opened his mouth to answer. If I had a plan, would it all be like this? What would happen if Jiak was revealed to be an F rank? First, the S ranks who were branded as having been subdued by him would blow his head off. The top-tier hunters who entered the gate with Jiak and became enemies wouldn't leave him alone. Jiak might even be cursed. This is truly a disaster. Citizens watched the news filled with great curiosity. Let's hear his answer. What I will do in the future is, the interview appeared vividly on the screen. Jiak was firm. I will not disclose it. The media outlets became even more agitated. They shouted, so, are you admitting that you manipulated your awakened rank? Do you have anything to say to the association? Their clamor echoed in his mind. Hunter, microphones constantly pressed closer to Jiak. Please answer. Meanwhile, he could only bow his head and remain silent. His hands hung limply, lost in thought. In any case, everything was ruined. It didn't matter what tomorrow's newspaper articles said. But if he continued to let people misunderstand like this, it would be no different from dragging down the profession of a hunter itself. At the shouting, Jiok's hands clenched tightly. Hunter Kim Jiak, he said, almost scolding. I told you I have nothing to say, you beasts, the reporters, bewildered, shot back. What did you just say, Hunter Kim Jiak? Please clarify what you mean, beasts? So are you truly an S rank? They continuously shouted, trying to find out. Please answer without getting angry, whether he was revealed to be a powerful being hiding his strength or an incompetent one. Jiak had lived on this rotten planet for a long time. He was appalled. Where had everything gone wrong? To trace the origin of it all, it was Jiok's resignation. There was one thing he needed to make clear. In fact, Jiak was not an inhabitant of this planet. On a planet with a highly advanced magical civilization, his role as the strongest wizard was extremely important. But one day, Jiak had a thought. I have to quit this dreadful job. This job was considered public service, so he worked himself to death without receiving a penny, and had to work 640 days a year without a single day off. Moreover, as technology advanced, eating and sleeping were no longer necessary, and overtime became a natural part of life. He asked himself when the last time he had left work on time was. So what should I do? The problem is, how can I quit in the first place? Due to Jiok's important role, quitting his job was truly difficult. They had set up restrictions to prevent high-ranking individuals from abandoning their duties. For example, if he used teleportation magic, Jiok would receive an electric shock to his brain, and even if he managed to leave his workplace, there was nowhere to hide since the entire planet was in the hands of the ruler. Jiok wondered, what if I got rid of my boss? But that was impossible. He had resolved not to harm anyone on this planet. That scope even included Jiok himself, so it was very difficult for him to simply disappear. While pondering how to resign, an idea struck him. He thought, wait, they can restrict bodies with magic but not souls, can they? There's no soul-binding magic technology yet. Does that mean a soul can freely escape? The thought flashed through Jiok's mind and he rejoiced. That's it, exactly 10 years after that idea. After countless trials and errors, he finally completed the unique soul manipulation magic. By separating his soul, Jiok could settle on a distant planet where no one could follow him. Filled with joy, he used the magic he had just created. It works, I succeeded. I'm truly a genius. I can finally escape this dreadful place. You fools, try managing this planet without me. Jiok's soul headed towards Earth with the thought, I finally retired. In other words, this was his first ever body possession and reincarnation in his life. Slowly, light appeared before his blurry vision. Jiok opened his eyes and found himself in a different space. A sunlit hand slowly moved. He raised his hand and countless large question marks arose in his mind. Jiok, bewildered, asked, what is this? It was like a long lump of protein moving. Fortunately, it hasn't been long since this body's soul departed, so it should work. Reincarnation is nothing to me. Ah, damn it, he complained. Even the language change is natural. This body seemed fine, but why was that all? According to the plan, he should have inherited memories. Even if this body had parents, they wouldn't notice that the soul had changed. But why couldn't he remember anything? Memories were fragmented, like scattered pieces. Jiok clutched his head, depressed. What is this? Suddenly my stomach hurts so much? He quickly got angry and shouted, damn it, did something go wrong again? Suddenly his body gradually grew listless and lost strength, and his eyes slowly closed. His body's energy was depleted and his vision blurred from fatigue. Finally, as he closed his eyes and drifted into a state of rest, Jiok screamed, damn it, this body is starving to death. He had set a few conditions before activating his magic. The first rule was to reincarnate into the creature with the most magical power on the planet. If the condition was met, the creature would naturally possess high intelligence as well. However, he unexpectedly overlooked one thing. He forgot about the body's condition. Jiak exclaimed, "I thought even a single-celled organism would be fine, but this is too much." His head felt like it was splitting. It was as if someone was pouring acid into his stomach. After reincarnation, he couldn't use magic. He needed more time to adapt to this planet's magic, and to stop the pain he first had to put something in his stomach. Suddenly, light poured in from outside the window, waking him up. His consciousness soon brightened. On Jiok's old planet, nearly all the light was water, a dark blue abyss where light barely reached. He looked at the new world, but the place Jiok arrived at was completely different, he concluded. His eyes widened at the mysterious things unfolding before him. Jiok felt curious about everything: warm light, dry air. His feet were on the ground and the earth beneath them was solid. Now is not the time to look at the sky. First I need to find something to eat. Jiok walked down the street complaining, "But no matter how much I search, I'm just getting annoyed. Why is there still nothing to eat? What the hell? What's going on with this planet?" "Undoubtedly, my lord. This body was starving to death and everything was turning gray." Jiok pursed his lips in pain. "I'm going to starve to death too." Suddenly his eyes lit up and he looked down at the ground. Jiok saw a cockroach. "A bug, but it's too small. No, now is not the time to be picky." He quickly grabbed it and brought it to his mouth. "Let's eat." Suddenly Jiok stopped. Seeing a figure dart past, he stared at the boy with his mouth open, curious. "One of my kind. A child, not a young man, surely. But what is that kid putting in his mouth?" Jiok threw away the cockroach. "It's definitely food and it looks delicious. Should I take it?" He was in a dilemma. Inside the narrow alley there were parked cars. He inadvertently followed the boy from earlier for food, and just then the child sensed something strange and stopped walking without turning around. He just glanced sideways, his face pale with fright at Jiok's terrifying appearance. It was a suspicious sight to anyone. The child quickly ran away in fear. He chased after him, saying, "Hey, wait!" Jiok, bewildered, looked around. Soon he saw a single flower. It looked like a plant and inedible, but it was better than stealing someone else's food. Then a loud noise stopped Jiok in his tracks, and his eyes, full of irritation, darted downwards. As he took a step, he thought, "Is that the child's scream? I need to check why that child is screaming." The child from earlier continued to tremble and scream. Before the child's eyes was a terrifying, gigantic bird. The bird's eyes were sharp and smoke continuously billowed from its mouth. The bird monster quickly lunged, threatening the child. As it opened its mouth wide, saliva splattered everywhere. The monster bit the child's bag with its long beak and lifted it. The child, terrified, quickly pulled his arm out of the bag and fell to the ground, injuring himself. The monster's footsteps didn't stop, continuing to approach. The child quickly dodged, and the bird monster then bit a car. It didn't stop, continuing to pursue the child. The child screamed, "Help me!" Jiok watched from afar. A bird, but it's as big as a house. To just be walking down the street and encounter something like this. What the hell kind of planet is this? It's truly a terrible planet. He thought, wait, this actually isn't bad. This body has survival memories. I can eat that bird. Finally, I've found some wild game worth eating. As a great wizard, I can deal with that thing with just a cough. Once I adapt to the magic here, conquering this world will be no problem at all. Jiok broke away from his train of thought, feeling a curious new sensation. He saw a stream of blue magical power flowing around the monster. The streak of light brushed past Jiok's feet. He was surprised, enveloped by the new surge of arcane energy. The magical power is too strong. This sensation swept through every cell of his body. Yes, this is definitely Earth's magic. Jiok's eyes froze for a moment, but he couldn't take it all in. It's too much? Jiok compared it. If other planets were just a bucket, this place is the swimming pool I imagined. How can such a goldmine exist? I've won the lottery. With this much magic, there's nothing I can't do. As the child from earlier ran over, pleading, "Mister, help me." Jiok's face darkened. "No, don't call me mister." He irritably tapped his head. "Why is this brat asking this alien for help? What if I were some other guy instead of a great wizard?" Jiok said. "All right, I'll help you on one condition. Hand over what you have in your hand." The child was surprised. "Huh?" The moment the child hesitated, the bird monster was right behind him. The child cried and agreed. "I'll give it to you, please save me." He quickly stepped forward, turning his back to the predator and shielding the child. Jiok looked up at the monster with an indifferent expression, then opened his mouth and demanded, "Now retreat. As the leader of the 1st Mage Division responsible for protecting the planet, I can strip that thing to its bones with a single move." However, Jiok tried to command, but nothing happened, and his eyes froze, unable to comprehend what was going on. Jiok scratched his head and said, "What is this? Am I nervous because of the new environment?" He laughed. "Just my luck." Then a blood-red beam of light shot out. Jiok changed his stance and said, "Should I try explosion magic?" He used another technique. "No, then what about water magic that summons darkness? Same with curses." Jiok was bewildered. "Why aren't curses working?" His hands began to tremble. "What on earth is this?" Jiok became anxious. "My magic isn't working." It chased Jiok wildly, as if consumed by hunger. Trembling with fear, he ran, pleading, "Help me." Not long after leaving the alley, Jiok blocked a car. The driver slammed on the brakes, his face contorted with fury. Other cars were also obstructed. He ran desperately, not caring where he was. The angry driver, disregarding the bird behind, stuck his head out and shouted, "What the hell, are you crazy? Do you want to die?" Realizing he was causing an obstruction, Jiok had no choice but to devise a plan. "If that thing sees me, it'll chase me. I need to run in a different direction." It stomped its foot hard, shattering the cement pavement. The beginner killer overcame anything that stood in its way, its only target being Jiak. It flew like an arrow over the road, sending all cars, big and small, flying into the air. Jiak was utterly confused by this sight. I've run all the way to the main road. So why is it still only chasing me? I'm too weak because I haven't eaten anything, Jiak panted, drenched in sweat, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion. He didn't want to destroy the city any further, so he leapt sideways. This won't do, I need to change direction. The beginner killer continued to destroy public property to achieve its desired goal. Using a car as a springboard, it leapt high, spread its wings, and soared into the blue clouds with astonishing speed. Jiak grew increasingly appalled, a series of astonishing events unfolding before him. That giant is flying. At one moment it swooped down, revealing sharp iron talons and long curved teeth. Jiak thought his life was about to end once again. At this rate I'll be eaten. Suddenly, a small orb of suppressed arcane power near his waist caused a pain that felt like it was piercing his brain. Jiak, without understanding what was happening, hastily judged, is there a defect in this body? 1 second later, this was no longer an issue. The bird was almost upon him. In the most critical moment, Jiak once again stumbled and face planted on the ground, missing a good chance to escape. Without time to think, he quickly got up, but it was already too late. Just then, a mysterious force appeared, pushing the giant bird against a wall, saving Jiok's life. Due to the immense physical force, the bird flew backward, destroying dozens of large and small houses. After a huge spin and breaking through all obstacles, the bird finally crashed headfirst onto the cold ground. On this side, Jiak had merely buried his head in his hands, eyes tightly shut in fear from beginning to end. As the sound gradually faded, he finally opened his eyes slightly and saw clearly. As brilliant red feathers silently fell from the sky, Jiak let out an exclamation of awe. Jiak approached the bird's head, hesitating in his mind. What was that? What happened? He walked over shattered stone fragments, asking and answering himself. Did it really just crash into the wall on its own? Jiak stared at it for a moment before coming to an absurd conclusion. Does this bird have no brain to crash into a wall from a dangerous angle and die? I'd like to ask Earth scholars, how can such a foolish creature exist? Lost in eccentric thoughts, hunger brought him back to reality. Now isn't the time for that. This is a bird I can eat, right? As he drifted into a happy dream, thinking that since it was an animal from this planet, its amino acid structure would be safe to eat. A sound from behind caught Jiok's attention. What happened to him? One stood blankly, as if looking at a strange creature she had never seen before. Her face was frozen, unable to even close her mouth. Minutes earlier, the child had been calling out to people and urging them on. Quickly, quickly, the child ran in fear. An uncle got caught instead of me. One followed the urgency and rushed forward. There's no time to waste. Upon arrival, one immediately asked, "Is this the last point?" The police officer immediately replied. Yes, concerned for their safety, she commanded. Everyone stay here. She analyzed the species of monster. The beginner killer is a giant bird monster that thrives in the sandy desert region gate. Initially, it was an E-rank monster that could be subdued with ordinary earth weapons, but at some point its rank suddenly increased to C rank, and it charges at missile-like speeds. Hunters below C rank would be eliminated before they even saw it. We must hurry before casualties occur. While one trembled in fear, Jiok's appearance stopped her. Wait, there's a person. Her face was as rigid as when she first appeared. The sight she was witnessing was beyond imagination. His face was like a demon glaring after having taken down its prey. One's face openly changed at this unexpected turn. My goodness, did that person do it alone? The police officer, seeing her standing blankly, called out loudly with concern. What's wrong, Hunter Sonwoo? She turned her head and softly called out, Officer. The child, as if trying to reassure her, urgently exclaimed, Uncle, I called the police. The police officer stepped forward instead and offered his thanks. Oh my, you've worked hard. We rushed over after receiving the report about the monster. Fortunately, you were nearby. Jiok narrowed his eyes and rummaged through his brain, clueless. Hunter, wait, what was that? I can't remember. The police officer joyfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you for catching it. One was still confused from afar. He caught it that quickly. Did this person just stumble upon the monster by chance? One reconsidered and felt it was somewhat reasonable. The beginner killer's habitat is a sand-covered gate where people's feet sink deeply. Therefore, it's an easier species to catch outside the gate than inside. In solid external terrain, it can be killed without intervention if the angle is adjusted well. However, this is only possible if one can track its movements with sensitive vision. Looking closely, it was killed in a proper manner. In that case, this person is at least C rank. While she analyzed the situation, Jiok called out to the child, Wait, kid. You haven't forgotten the promise between us, have you? The child looked up at him with a bewildered expression. Suppressing his sadness, the child handed Jiok a water bottle. Jiok put the water bottle to his mouth and slurped to soothe his hungry stomach. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes lit up with the words, Heaven. This is really delicious. I had evolved my body for years so I didn't need to eat, but there are such delicious tangerines on Earth. One gave him a strange look, seeing the child's tearful face as he enjoyed the food. He stole that child's food? The child looked disappointed, regretting his tangerine. Without further thought, she approached and greeted him. Hello, I'm Sonwoo Won from the Hunter Association. You handled the monster without getting hurt. Jiok, without even wiping his hands, shook hers and replied, Yes. One didn't pay much attention. Wiping her hands, she asked, I haven't seen you around here. Are you a free hunter, perhaps? Could you show me your hunter card? I need to report this to the association. Jiak was preoccupied with eating the tangerine and didn't react at all. Furthermore, he was thinking to himself, hunter card, what's that? I need to lie for now. After thinking, Jiak scratched his head and beads of worried sweat ran down his cheeks. I'm sorry, but I didn't bring my hunter card. One sighed and didn't press him. Alright, then I'll look you up in the association's hunter registry. What's your name? He almost froze at the question he didn't know the answer to. Jiak. Damn it, I don't know this body's name. Seeing him blank for every question, she hesitated whether to arrest him or not. One shouted as if asking him to explain himself, but Jiak ignored everything. At least you must be registered as a hunter, right? What about the awakening test? You're not saying you used awakened abilities on the main street without even registering, are you? At her shout, Jiak snapped out of his daze in fear. That's illegal, you know. Jiak had a blank expression. Since he wasn't human to begin with, it was a bit difficult for him to speak. I don't know what they're talking about. He offered a solution to this situation himself, but can I be fooled like this? Thinking that, Jiak immediately came up with a rational explanation. Of course I'm registered, but I left my hunter card at home. If you wait here, I'll bring it right away. Saying that, he hastily left that hellish place. His entire body was drenched in sweat from fear, and he secretly vowed never to come this way again. Upon arriving home, Jiak rummaged around, searching everywhere. Let's see. After a long search, he finally found what he was looking for. Here it is, Jiak murmured to himself, looking at the resident registration card. Kim Gi Ryo, is this my new name? But there's no hunter card anywhere. Then this body isn't even registered as a hunter? Jiok's gaze, full of confusion, fell upon an ashtray and a pack of cigarettes. My goodness, why are there so many problems? He looked at the cigarette pack, trying to recall what had happened. Suddenly, Jiak realized a very important issue. I remember. Cigarettes? Jiak understood the problem he was facing. The owner of this body smoked a lot. He clenched the cigarette pack in anger. Damn it, this guy is a nicotine addict. Smoking can be fatal for wizards. Wizards cast spells by combining the magic flowing within their bodies with external natural magic. Now a question, which organ is used to combine internal and external magic? That organ is the respiratory system, especially the lungs. Reasoning that far, Jiak was exasperated. That's why I couldn't cast magic. What on earth made him ruin his lungs? It's unimaginable in Onpuri, where most of the population uses magic. I thought they were just primitive people, but there are even people this crazy. Jiak sighed to catch his breath and calmed himself. Calm down, what's done is done. What should I do now? It's my fault for being blinded by the amount of magic and not noticing this defective body. He walked step by step towards the mirror, thinking of a solution. I have to fix it somehow. After all, I escaped from that place, and I can't give up because of such a minor thing. I will live the rest of my life on this new land, and I will definitely live happily. Very quickly, another misfortune struck, shaking this peaceful life. A security guard scolded Jiak, tilting his head. Hey, why are you acting like this, you wise man? Meanwhile, there was a commotion here, but he didn't care and replied, I'm sorry. Did Jiak perhaps underestimate life on other planets too much? Hours after arriving on Earth, Jiok's body was so weak that anyone who saw him would be terrified. A personal investigation was conducted for 10 minutes, and he clutched his stomach, his face pale, drooling like a lifeless corpse. Jiak was extremely hungry. His inner cry seemed to reach the heavens. There's so much to investigate about Earth. I need to solve this malnutrition first. Just as he was exhausted, the god of wind brought Jiak a gift. Wait, what's this smell? He stood before pork and rice soup, a paradise only Jiak could see. Minutes later, steaming hot pork and rice soup was served. Pork and rice soup? Jiak almost shed tears of emotion looking at the soup, blaming himself for putting himself through such hardship when he didn't know there was such delicious food nearby. The first spoonful quickly went into his mouth. Now it was time to taste. Immediately, the flavor reached his brain and a flash of happiness crossed his eyes. After one spoonful, Jiak began to eat like crazy. It was as if he feared someone would snatch his share. It's so delicious. Even though it's hot, it's delicious. Damn it, my mouth can't stop, but my hands keep moving. It was fine up to that point. A moment later, he was somewhere else being scolded for dining and dashing. It's not like there's a war in the country for a young man to eat like this and run off. Jiak suddenly waved his hands, denying it. The police officer recognized him. I really forgot, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the hunter from before? After a brief scolding, he let Jiak go. Don't do it again. This time, I'll let you off with a warning. Jiak bowed his head, overwhelmed with joy. I will definitely pay back the restaurant. Can I go now? He pulled something from his jacket and stopped Jiak. Oh, wait a minute. Before you go, take this. Our investigation shows you're an unregistered hunter. You must have awakened recently. Stop by the Awakening Assessment Center. Don't worry, the test fee is free. Make sure to visit. I'm truly envious. Jiak left, holding the paper full of questions. What is this awakening they're talking about? Is this something all Earthlings are supposed to know? He continued. Should I stop by? It's not that far. A moment later, Jiak stood in front of a building identical to the one in the photo he was holding. It seemed to be a very large center. He couldn't take his eyes off this gigantic building, focusing intently. An assessment center? Jiok's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had never seen anything like it before. Faint and dark memories were resurfacing. Had Kim Jiak been here before? On the white paper, the grade F was written, one of the lowest ranks in that world. It was at this moment that Jiak realized the problem. I remember. Kim Jiak was an F rank awakened. Just as the recollections flooded in, a familiar voice caught his attention. "Hello, we meet again." Jiak naturally turned his head and greeted her. "Hello," Won asked curiously. "What brings you to the association? Since you're here, could you give me your hunter license, I mean?" Suddenly his mouth hurt itself for no reason. "Hunter license, I'll bring it right away." "Oh dear, I think I already lied about bringing it before. Fortunately, I remember a little so I can answer." Thinking that, Jiak adopted an apologetic attitude about the matter. "I was too flustered then, but truthfully I don't have a hunter license." Won crossed her arms and understood the full implication. "No wonder you didn't come back," Jiak added a remark to defend himself. "But I am a registered awakened. It's just that the results were so disappointing that I didn't get a card," Won exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Jiak tried to look as cool as possible and said, "I'm F rank." As soon as she heard that, her face completely changed. "You're F rank, then how did you catch the beginner killer?" Jiak honestly admitted it was just luck. Jiak re-explained the moment. That stupid bird suddenly slammed its head into a wall. That reason, both absurd and convincing, left Won speechless for a moment. One couldn't help but admit that it wasn't unheard of for beginner killers to die accidentally from not adapting to the environment. But the person she had seen then had worn a relaxed expression, as if he had killed hundreds of C-rank monsters with no fear whatsoever. Why is he trying to hide his power? Most awakened who hide their rank are dangerous individuals involved in illegal activities. A great concern grew in Won's mind. Could this person be? Without dwelling on further absurd thoughts, she just gave a wry smile and moved on. "All right, you were lucky. Beginner killers are known to be very unintelligent." Seeing Won's expression change so skillfully, Jiak immediately copied it. "That's right, Earth people use very subtle facial expressions to convey emotions. I need to learn how to express myself to become more friendly. Should I try it?" His facial muscles trembled at the word right. That profound smile would make anyone who saw it shiver. "I was really lucky." That lovely smile sounded like a thunderbolt to her ears, and Won's suspicion grew even stronger. What was that expression? He's very suspicious. "I need to leave here first." Without further beating around the bush, she put her hand in her pocket. "On second thought, I have something for you." "What's your name, by the way?" He provided the essential information. "I'm Kim Jiak." She handed him a yellow piece of paper. "Here you go, Mr. Jiak." It was exactly a 50,000 won bill. Thousands of questions popped into his head. "They give you money when you greet them? What kind of universe has such a wonderful custom?" He couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" Won explained everything. "I had to dispose of the beginner killer's carcass you left, and that's your share." The only thought that came to Jiok's mind was pork and rice soup. The soup he had before was 8,000 won a bowl. Could this thin piece of paper buy him 6 bowls of soup? That bird must be expensive. Are its feathers valuable? Won shook her head and continued her explanation. "The beginner killer's body is very soft, so it has no value whatsoever. However, by a stroke of luck there was a C-rank magic stone inside its body, and that magic stone is worth about 2 million won. Jiak was startled, realizing his miscalculation. 2 million won? But why is my share only 50,000 won? Won didn't want to say it, but if he needed her to, she would gladly explain. "It's because of the damage you caused while catching the monster. My superiors reprimanded me. Road repair costs, pedestrian bridge repair costs. You've done a great job," Won said as if pouring cold water on Jiak. "Everything is under my name. If the others hadn't run away, we could have legally hunted it." Her words seemed to pierce Jiok's weak heart. "I'm sorry." Won seemed to move her lips indifferently, but in the end she turned and left without a word. "It's all right, have a good afternoon." Jiak watched her retreating figure for a long time. The money in his hand crinkled for no reason. 2 million won on his home planet. That bird was no different from a bug crawling on the street. 2 million won for catching that bird. That was enough money to buy 75 bowls of soup with rice included. To survive, Jiak needed money, and he had come to Earth to enjoy a happy life, to enjoy an ideal life. Jiak needed more money. A clear sense of happiness showed on his face. Jiak clutched the money in his hand, unable to conceal his joy. "I have to become a hunter." Honestly, before lunch today, Jiok's future was uncertain. The owner of this body was so poor that he was about to spend all his money on a single bowl of soup, but now it was different. He knew that hunters could earn money. If so, Jiak would make a living by hunting with magic. Even though he couldn't use magic now, he needed a suitable number of monsters. As he was looking for a way, someone shouted, "Hey, a gate just opened over there." Jiok's eyes sparkled as he looked where the person was pointing. A gate? Passers-by also gathered out of curiosity. "It's my first time seeing a real gate." "No way, it's that big." Below, 2 guards stood watch to prevent non-hunters from passing. The gate was filled with terrifying monster forms. Gates, the hunting grounds for hunters, are categorized by mana density, and the higher the rank, the higher the danger of the monsters inside. Strange mana density. They said monsters live here. I need to analyze this. However, it was difficult to enter the gate with so many people. The moment Jiak hesitated about what to do, a flow of mana appeared. "Is there another gate nearby?" He followed the trail, moving away from the crowd. "What is this?" "This gate is quietly nestled deep in a serene forest. It's right here." A moment later, Jiak put his hand on a tree trunk to steady himself. He wiped away sweat and complained as he crossed the boundary. "Another gate. Why is it so steep? Earth people have really strange tastes in decoration." He headed straight for the forbidden gate. Why does it have to be decorated with grass? A few minutes later, the team assigned to the mission actually arrived. Yoon-sung reported before crossing the gate. "Hello, Administrator, we've just arrived." The administrator on the other end of the phone asked for confirmation. Yoon-sung, are there no civilians nearby?" Yoon-sung reported from behind the boundary, relieved. "It's fine, the separation line has already been installed." The administrator sighed and complained. "These mutants are truly bothersome. I don't know how many times their ranks have jumped this month." Yoon-sung assured the administrator to gain his trust. "Don't worry, we'll start investigating right away." After reporting, he hung up the phone and prepared to carry out his mission. Perfectly equipped with protective gear, Yoon-sung said to his colleagues, "Let's go." One of the four shouted, "It smells a cave in midsummer." Yoon-sung looked at the meter and said, "The mana density of this dungeon is measured at D rank." The bespectacled man in the team idly scratched his neck. "It's always like that, like a rule. Every time there's a problem with a gate, the rank jumps up by 2 levels. He looked around worriedly in an indifferent voice. "Let's finish this quickly and go for a drink," Yoon-sung suggested, concerned. "Should we slow down a bit? I think we're going too fast." He turned back and scoffed. "How, why?" Yoon-sung looked around anxiously. "Because we've walked for quite a while, but there's no trace of any monsters." He patted Yoon-sung's head a few times, reassuring him. Yoon-sung rubbed his head, unable to understand, and even got scolded. "Damn it, you're still young, why are you so timid? We have a rank hunter on Yoon-sung on our team." As soon as he said that, reality hit him hard. "What are you worried about?" Jiak touched his chin, deep in thought. "It seems I've come in quite deep. Did I enter the wrong gate? Why aren't there any monsters yet?" Then he sensed a flow of mana energy. In the dark space, a blue aura enveloped Jiak. His blue eyes sharply observed this mana flow. Jiak slowly walked following the flow. Although faint and rough, it was full of vitality. He followed the trail, wondering if it was human. He found the flow originated from the gate and was confused. Did someone else enter the gate? Then he felt thumping footsteps approaching and hastily hid behind a rock. "What is it? What's going on over there?" He tilted his head, watching every movement. "What's that?" It was the body of a giant golem, its brightly glowing eyes truly disgusting. Fresh blood was dripping from the huge rock. It was as if an intense battle had just taken place. Beneath the golem's massive body, 3 people were carefully observing. In the quiet space, the golem's flashing purple eyes struck fear into the others. Yoon-sung's once handsome face was now bleeding from deep scratches. He looked at the limp body on the ground, collapsed from excessive bleeding. Sungmin's eyes widened in horror. "My goodness, did they go to see the king of hell in one blow?" Kangren was equally shocked. "No way," Yoon-sung shouted. "Don't panic. Snap out of it. If we make a mistake, all of us will." Just then, a colleague's warning voice was heard. "Yoon-sung, behind you." His sharp eyebrows furrowed and he cautiously glanced around. Yoon-sung quickly generated a massive mana shield to protect himself from the golem's powerful destructive attack and directly confronted the shield. Just then, a powerful force flew in fiercely from somewhere, striking him in the abdomen. Yoon's eyes widened in fear, seeing the situation unfolding before him. That shield, Yoon-sung is using all his strength to resist the golem's terrible power. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light fiercely shot down, enveloping his entire body. Ropes made of mana were controlling its massive body. The golem's eyes were slowly losing sensation, and its body seemed about to fall backward. In the confined space, he and the shield were suspended in the air, and a powerful force struck Yoon-sung's iron armor, splitting the ground terrifyingly. At this moment, Jiok's face peeked out from behind a massive rock. Yoon was checking every corner of the golem's body. Just then, his eyes widened as if he had discovered something horrifying. Sungmin scoffed, as expected of Yoon-sung. "Even if he's a defensive class, a rank is a rank." Kangren also added, "To be able to fight against that giant," he said in a cold voice. "Let's recover the commoner's body and return." Just then, the golem's eyes shone from behind, making a chilling sound. "HMPH," Yoon-sung's eyebrows furrowed as if danger was approaching. He used all his inner strength and resolutely turned around. Who would have known that the golem moved quickly and tightly gripped Yoon-sung's entire body, making him tremble. It brutally crushed Yoon-sung against a rock with its massive hand. Due to the difference in inner strength, blood continuously spurted from Yoon-sung's mouth. It wildly shook him in the air, making Yoon-sung dizzy, then threw him forcefully. Sungmin grimaced and shouted in horror. Yoon-sung. Just then, Sungmin attacked the massive body. Surprisingly, that powerful force made his body lose balance. Sungmin's flashing purple eyes emitted light, sensing the approaching mana. He resolutely drew a long, sharp sword. In the wide space, his small body was fighting with a sword under the massive body. Sungmin used the friction with the ground to leap high and engage in battle. In the thick smoke, his determined face wielded a resolute blade. Suddenly, he was surprised to see his sword break in half, and cold sweat ran down his back. The golem lightly threw his body into the air behind Kangren. An intense battle was raging. Sungmin fell heavily to the ground, and at this moment only Kangren's flashing red cloak stood tall while he lay on the ground writhing in pain. The chilling atmosphere she felt was approaching step by step, and the massive body, 10 times larger than a human, was aiming directly at her. Kangren glanced behind her and felt her body tremble with fear. The golem's clenched fist was slowly descending upon her. In the confined space, her body seemed to have no choice but to submit, and it knocked her down. But at this moment, a light energy appeared at tremendous speed, and Yoon-sung used all his strength to hold up his shield, confronting the golem's fist. However, his body seemed unable to endure any longer, and blood continuously flowed from his scalp, making his body tremble. She bit her lip in fear and then heard a warning. "Use binding magic right now. If we can't stop that thing, we won't get out of here alive." He screamed in pain. "The entire team will be annihilated." His eyes now yearned only for survival. "What are you waiting for, sister? Quickly!" Yunsung, his face drenched in sweat, quickly glanced over. As he waited, he heard the sound of her scraping the ground and she was running away. Yunsung was distraught. "What, sister, where are you going?" Kangren gritted her teeth and ran, his painful screams ignoring her conscience. "Are you abandoning us, sister?" Yunsung's sorrowful wails continued to echo. "What about Qianonman? No, don't." Sweat continuously poured down his pale face. "Please don't abandon me." Cracks were appearing in the shield. He opened his mouth. "Don't run away." Just then, the golem's fist fiercely struck the ground, shaking heaven and earth. Yunsung's entire body was painfully crushed. Fresh blood continuously splattered into the air. In the vast cave, only his body now lay lonely and cold. What he felt after being betrayed was not anger but emptiness. He had gained a rank awakened abilities due to a dungeon break phenomenon, received invitations from all sorts of large guilds, formed a team with good connections, and accumulated achievements in conquering gates. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but in the end it ended like this, with his body lying on the cold ground. It was truly miserable. Just then a small stone flew towards the giant golem's body. It detected the stone and quickly scanned its surroundings. In the cold space, Jiok said indifferently, "I really can't watch this anymore. Is this the true nature of Earthlings? Thanks to that, I've finished my analysis. Seeing it up close it's clear, but it's too primitive." "Well, that's fine. Nice to meet you here, Golem." A golem, a creature made of mud that uses mana as an energy core, performs countless roles on Onpuri, from everyday tasks like physical labor, chores and construction to combat. Onpuri was in fact a country built by the hands of golems. Jiok was deep in thought. My field was also war technology. Golems, Jiok continued to think. The reason there are no monsters around is because this giant is guarding the place. It seems this gate belongs to someone. He faced the massive golem. "Anyway, since I've provoked the guard, I won't be able to leave easily." Jiok slowly took his hand out of his pocket. "It looks like I'll have to fight, even though I can't use magic." There was another way. A giant arm shot out like lightning, trying to grab Jiok. He dodged perfectly. As the fist struck, dirt and rocks shattered, scattering everywhere. The giant monster didn't give up, continuously attacking Jiok. He dodged that attack once again. This made the golem even angrier. It continued to attack. It attacked him wildly, but Jiok nimbly evaded. He witnessed the terrifying power of the creature, sweating coldly and feeling tense. His face had already changed color. He had boasted confidently, "But why wasn't everything going according to the script?" Due to its massive size and clumsiness, he was able to dodge the golem's attacks. But in the end, Jiok was getting increasingly tired. He lamented inwardly, "This old body is too incompetent." He was startled and looked to his left. The golem was already there. If he had been even a second late, he would have died. The golem pulled its arm back, preparing its next attack, and then put even stronger force into it. Jiok dodged the attack. The monster didn't give up, continuously focusing its strength on him. It delivered a powerful blow, sending Jiok flying 3 meters away. Jiok was sent tumbling backward for quite a while. Even as he sat on the ground, the attacks continued. Not a single moment of rest was allowed. Seeing the golem's arm stuck in the pit, Jiok rejoiced. "Good. An opportunity has arrived." He rose, preparing to counterattack. The method to neutralize the golem was very simple. The foreign jewel on the golem's arm was not merely decoration, but a magic energy detection device. Jiok quickly ran towards the golem, needing only to input an emergency stop command into this sensor. For security reasons, only the golem's owner and creator knew the emergency stop command. Jiok did not miss the opportunity and cast his magic, but this crude and simple form of golem could recognize encrypted commands all too easily. Jiok's entire body emitted a brilliant blue light. Then the golem's eyes gradually turned red and flickered before it finally collapsed, causing no small impact. He immediately climbed onto its massive body. Of course, since Jiok had only activated the emergency stop command, the golem had not completely ceased functioning. To put it in a fully deactivated state, he had to remove the core located in the middle of its back. He walked cautiously and approached the golem's core. "This core." Jiok stared at the golem's core. "I need to remove it." He placed his hand on the core protection plate and gently lifted it. Performing this task with bare hands was not the best option, but there were no other choices. As the protection plate was removed, a strange flash appeared. Jiok carefully peered inside the golem's core, and within it was a massive spherical energy mass. He concentrated as much as possible to remove the core. Jiok severed almost all connections. Finally, he decisively pulled the energy sphere from the golem's body. Now that the core was completely removed from its body, the monster truly ceased to function. Jiok held the sphere in his hand like a precious trophy. "This is too easy." At this moment, Yunsung nearby was also covered in wounds, as if he had been attacked by the golem. Yunsung's hands lay limply on the ground, and his body continued to tremble. At the doorstep of death, he remembered his mother's words. "Yunsung, I know you want to be a hunter, but do you know how dangerous this job is?" Back then, Yunsung answered without a care. "Don't worry, Mom. Even though I look like this, I'm an A- rank awakened." But his mother was anxious. "But Mom isn't wrong, is she? I respect your wishes, but what if something happens?" Before his mother could finish, he interrupted her. "Mom," Yunsung approached, took his mother's hand and comforted her. He said, "Now I'm a hunter recognized by people, so you don't need to worry. I'll show you my successful career as a hunter, Mom." Yunsung's mother looked at him and said, "I'll trust you this time." Immediately after, he waved his hand bidding his mother farewell. "Mom, I'm leaving." but Yoon-sung's mother was still worried. Yoon-sung, his mother gently urged, no matter what you do, you must be careful. Yoon-sung awoke from his dream and slowly opened his hazy eyes. He supported himself with his hands, trying to stand up with all his might. His body kept trembling, but Yoon-sung struggled to get himself up. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had unexpectedly seen something. Before Yoon-sung's eyes, Jiak was standing majestically on top of the golem. What is this sight? What happened? He couldn't help but stare at Jiak in confusion. Did that person take down that golem with bare hands? No, more importantly, how did he get in here? There were clearly guards checking entrance. Yoon-sung suddenly thought, could that person be a hunter? Jiak threw the golem's core onto the ground and walked step by step towards Yoon-sung. Yoon saw this and thought, that person is coming this way. He was extremely nervous and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, Yoon-sung no longer had any strength. I still can't move my body. He quietly looked up, surprised. Since when was Jiak in front of me? He suddenly called out to Yoon-sung, startling him. Hey, Jiak extended his hand, signaling his willingness to help. Do you need help? As the sunlight shone on the tall buildings, an angry voice was heard. These damn reporters, do they want to make headlines like this? Yoon-sung calmly replied. But the newspaper didn't say anything wrong, Jongwa shouted. Yoon-sung, why did I have to come later? Jongwa explained. I know another hunter took down the monster, and that it wasn't you, but you don't even know that person's name. If that person is stronger than you, why aren't they famous? But look, nobody knows that person. This person probably isn't even registered as a hunter. Fortunately, the reporter only focused on the A-rank monster. Besides, if things keep going like this, Yoon-sung suddenly stood up and shouted, Director, he softly said, it's all because of you, Yoon-sung. This will only leave a stain on your career. No matter how A-rank a hunter you are, if you expose your weakness, you'll immediately become a target for others. You know that, right? Why aren't you saying that you took down the golem? He clenched his fist and sighed sadly, saying, I'm sorry. I thought I had to be honest. That's the least courtesy to that hunter. He didn't seem like someone who would do anything illegal. Jongwa asked again. Are you really sure? Yoon-sung said. If he had ill intentions, he wouldn't have left me alive. He's a good person and I truly want to repay his kindness. Jongwa heard that and said nothing more. All right if you say so. He softly said, I should go now. He replied, yes. Yoon-sung walked out like that. Jongwa sat in a corner, lost in thought. He muttered, there's a hunter who easily killed a golem that even On Yoon-sung's team couldn't handle. Is there truly such a strong and honest hunter? Jongwa said, unable to comprehend. I'd like to meet him once. In a small room, Jiak sat on a rug, laughing with joy as if he had discovered something new. He thought in surprise, Earthlings are truly amazing. I accidentally unlocked a phone last night and it's been like this all night. Jiak wondered, what is this? Even non-privileged classes can freely access information. Is this heaven? Thanks to this, he was able to gather a lot of information. First, the gate he entered was not private property. Second, each gate had different entry restrictions because Korea thoroughly managed awakened individuals. Gate entry had to be approved in advance. The approving body was the Hunter Association, or Hanhyopi for short. Third, Ha Yoon-sung was not a thief who intended to steal items from inside the gate. Jiak said sarcastically, this man an A- rank? He carefully observed the phone's information and said, now I think I need to get a hunter license first. In the training ground, Gina said, this is theoretical safety training conducted within the gate. Equipment will be distributed soon, so please wait a moment. Jiak yawned, bored. In the end, it's just telling us not to act recklessly in front of monsters, right? The training instructor approached and said, now I'll distribute them, please take one. He was extremely flustered. Jiak asked in surprise, what is this? There was a murmur from those around him. What, he doesn't know this? Amazing, one person gently asked. Did he choose that? Everyone around whispered, where has he been living until now? In the mountains. From another planet? He thought with concern. Have they figured out I'm an alien? He explained. This is a basic analyzer. It uses magic mirror technology, and I'll explain how to use it now. Magic mirror. Gina said happily, all right, everyone has received an analyzer, right? Then please photograph this monster with the lens. A glittering butterfly flew around. He thought to himself, what? Take a picture of that. As the device identified the animal's image, an information window appeared. Poisonous butterfly F rank. Jiak thought for a moment. Earthlings use tools to confirm the identity of enemies? Taehoon said happily. All analyzers not only confirm monsters, but also have an item search function. He asked again. Item, he continued. It will help you find useful resources, so look around. When Jiak aimed the device at himself, a notification appeared. No data found. He suddenly thought, doesn't it work on humans? As the device identified the image of a red bush, the information displayed hot fruit, a type of fruit characterized by red flesh composed of various different fibers. Jiak thought in surprise. So this is the item identification function. Then it'll recognize this too. The device identified the image of a clump of dirt. When the information window displayed no data found, he was extremely surprised. Jiak murmured, what? You said it could differentiate useful things. He suddenly thought, wait, does it only recognize things with mana? Distinguishing valuable things from those without mana is convenient, but it's also an inaccurate method. Because there are useful things without mana, this clump of dirt is exactly that example. Jiak closed his eyes and thought deeply. Outwardly it's just ordinary dirt, he said to himself. Absorption magic, a rare magic that can absorb mana. Jiak thought, it seems no one here knows about absorption magic, but it's strange, if this world had developed magic research quite a bit, they couldn't have failed to notice absorption magic. He pondered deeply. Why does no one know about this? Wait. He approached and softly said, "Excuse me, I have one question." Taehoon replied, "Yes, ask away." Jiak said, "Do you know when awakened individuals first appeared in Korea?" He replied, "Yes, of course, 7 years ago. At that time, due to the dungeon shock, awakened individuals appeared simultaneously worldwide." Hearing that, Jiak was extremely flustered and puzzled. "What?" Jiak thought with a confused expression. 7 years ago? Only 7 years ago. Anpuri's magic history is over 60,000 years, alright. So I have to live with these primitives? Henry, all the tools here are electric, but they all look very strange. There's no way power technology could have developed this quickly, he thought deeply. A modern technological level contrasting with primitive magical knowledge and abnormal evolution has occurred. Truly amazing. Jiak bent down and sat, his mind still lost in thought. Anyway, he lightly scraped the dirt from earlier with his finger and picked up a small amount. Jiak thought to himself, I can use this absorption magic without anyone knowing. A hunter would allow him to earn millions if he had enough determination. But compared to the flowery words beautified by tradition, the life of a low-rank hunter was no different from hell, he thought to himself. But I have an injury on one leg and can't use magic. So before I run out of money and starve to death again, I need to find a way to earn money. Jiak looked into the bag beside him and said, Currently I've gathered a lot of mana with the absorption technique. He thought, from what I've learned, this seems to have the ability to kill some types of monsters on Earth. The problem is they only appear in C-rank gates. But I'm F-rank, so I can't enter according to regulations, and absorbing mana with the absorption technique is rather strange given my lack of knowledge about Earth, and the fact that this body I possessed is F-rank is also a problem. While Jiak was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang, startling him, and he swung his leg, knocking over the table in front of him. Oh my, you scared me. He picked up the phone and it was a website notification. Emergency disaster alert. A monster has escaped from the dungeon. A red grade gate has appeared near Mappo soon. B-rank monster warning. Please confirm the monster's movement path and evacuate quickly. After reading the notification, he asked himself, what does this mean? He looked at his phone and said, evacuate. And Jiak, while changing his clothes, wondered, what does evacuate mean? He put on a suit and hastily went outside to assess the situation. Let's see. As he stepped onto the street, people were running in all directions, screaming. A monster escaped from the dungeon, one person in the crowd said. Wow, is that a B-rank monster? It's huge. Those words made Jiak focus his attention on the monster in front. The monster looked like a dinosaur standing on a tower with a long extended tongue. People pushed and shoved to see what the monster looked like. Suddenly, a reporter named Jin Ho ran and bumped into Jiak. Excuse me, I need to pass. The collision sent him sprawling to the ground. The man looked at him with a scornful expression. Just a slight push and he stumbles. Is there really such a weak person? Those people are blocking the way and making so much noise. When Jiak looked at him with cold eyes, the man spoke again. What's with that attitude? Do you want a punch? Jiak didn't understand what the man was saying. He said to himself, what is this old man doing? I was just watching. The man holding a camera laughed and said, you've got guts, buddy. You know I'm a hunter, we're not in the same league. I wouldn't get close to a monster hoping for awakened abilities like you. I'm just here to gather data for my job. Jiak calmly got up and replied, same here. I'm a hunter and I came for the same reason as you. The man said, oh really? What rank are you? He answered bluntly, F rank. Hearing that, the man spat and laughed. The man holding his camera said, truly unbelievable. As he watched the man laugh, he thought to himself, hey, that guy just laughed, didn't he? That guy just laughed at me, didn't he? At this moment he was still wondering if the man had mocked him. Suddenly the Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth and began to roar loudly at the helicopters circling above. After approaching the target, the soldiers inside the helicopter aimed their guns and continuously showered the monster with bullets. Sparks flew as the bullets struck its scales. Immediately after, the monster swung its tail, striking the helicopter. One helicopter crashed to the ground with a loud roar, exploding and burning. Meanwhile, another helicopter carrying several hunters, including Yoon-sung, was ordered to support the hunters approaching the target. At this moment, the monster crawled down and slammed its head into a glass window, scattering the terrified people inside. The monster opened its mouth, tightly wrapping its long tongue around two innocent citizens and pulling them out of the tower. The two citizens continued to scream in terror as they were held captive and dragged away by the monster. The monster's eyes were bloodshot, and its deeply set red pupils seemed to pierce through human fear. Hunter Hansu rushed out and severed the monster's tongue with his sword. The monster roared in pain. The two citizens were rescued. Yoon-sung witnessed the monster approaching the citizens. He judged it too dangerous and shouted loudly, the monster is charging at the citizens. Hunter Seo-eun, who was on the team, immediately aimed her bow and gathered magic onto her arrow, pointing it at the monster. She fired 2 flaming arrows at the monster's tail. The powerful arrows, cutting through the wind, instantly severed the monster's tail from its body. The monster, in excruciating pain, stopped its attack and quickly leaped downwards to escape. As the monster crawled down, it bared its fangs and growled, its eyes bloodshot. Yoon-sung activated his lightning skill and charged towards the monster. The impact caused the monster to curl up like a shrimp and fall to the ground. He unleashed an attack skill. A blue energy light combined with a resolute gaze utilized the force of falling from a height, and he continuously held his shield forward, striking the monster's body one more time. His face showed intense concentration and fierce fighting spirit. The monster screamed in agony as it was hit by his powerful attack. The monster's neck was broken by him and the monster died. Yunsung stood before his achievement, letting out a long breath. The surrounding people shouted, "They got it, they really got it. Hunters are amazing," Jinho said. "Look, they're coming this way. Can I ask them to take a picture?" Jiak paused deep in thought as he watched the approaching hunter team. "Through recent investigations I've learned one thing. In this world, our rank hunters are elite members belonging to the top 3 of Awakened. They are powerful forces who make significant contributions to the city's safety, and they are idols in the hearts of many. Perhaps this is why people compete to see A-rank hunters." He was pushed and bumped by the people around him. Those next to him eagerly said, "It's Hunter Ha-Yunsung, Hunter Ha-Yunsung, I've only seen him on TV." Yunsung approached Jiak, stood before him and said, "Hello." He surprisingly took Jiok's hand. Yunsung happily said, "You're my benefactor, aren't you? I can't believe I'm seeing you here. If it weren't for you back then I might not have made it. You probably don't remember me, but you're the one who helped me in the gate. You stopped that golem all by yourself. You were really cool back then." Jiak replied, "I remember. The man who scorned him earlier. No wonder he looked familiar." Jinho, hearing their conversation, looked back at the man. His face turned ashen and he broke into a cold sweat. Yunsung noticed this and asked Jiak, "Did you come with this person?" Yun looked at the man and said, "I saw you glaring at this person earlier." Jiak thought to himself, "I probably did glare at him." As the two stared at the man, his face turned pale and he stammered in fear. Then Yunsung averted his gaze and said with a smile, "Anyway, since we've met, let me introduce myself. I'm Ha-Yunsung. If it's alright, could you tell me your name?" Jiak replied, "Kim Ji Ryo." He happily answered, "So you're Mr. Kim Ji Ryo." Jiak held up his card and continued to ask, "So do you have time now?" He scratched his head and said with a smile, "There's something I want to talk about." Jiak looked surprised and asked in a low voice, "You really want to repay me?" Yunsung scratched his head and cautiously replied, "I think Mr. Jiak will dislike it, but there really isn't any other way. I've always felt uncomfortable since you disappeared. You saved my life after all." Jiak rubbed his chin deep in thought. Back then he was just running away from the police, so it's not strange at all for an A-rank hunter to want to repay him. Jiak continued, "Actually there is." Upon hearing that, Yunsung's face lit up with excitement and his voice involuntarily grew louder. "Really? Just tell me." The phone displayed a specific location on the map. Jiak held up his phone and calmly said, "Could you come with me to the gate for a moment?" The sky here was very gloomy and the forest had lost its vitality and withered. Jiak turned to Yunsung and asked, "What's wrong? You've looked unwell since earlier." He hesitated and denied, "It's nothing." As Jiak walked ahead, Yunsung urged, "Really? Then let's pick up the pace." He politely replied, "Yes, no matter how I think about it, I can't believe it." Yunsung marveled inwardly, how could such a great hunter like Jiak? "A few minutes ago it was an honor to raid the gate with you. Are you collecting materials?" Jiak quickly denied. "No, I'm going to hunt monsters." He was very surprised. "Really? Then I can learn from you." Jiak sighed. "Someone seems to be misunderstanding, so I need to clarify a few things." Yunsung was puzzled and unconsciously replied, "Yes." Jiak calmly held a hunter card in his hand and said, "I'm an F-rank hunter, so you can just think of me as a porter." Back in reality, Yunsung was still questioning. He thought to himself, "F-rank really? Is the measurement device broken?" Yunsung nodded, reassuring himself. "That's right, he heard about it before. There were rumors that high and mid-level Awakened were often forcibly mobilized for dungeon break incidents, so they deliberately hid their Awakened rank to avoid association control." Yun thought that and wondered, "Then is Mr. Kim Ji Ryo hiding his true Awakened rank?" Jiak, with a calm face, looked down and said, "Found them." Below were one-eyed monsters, and Jiak marveled, "Just like on the internet." Yun also looked down and exclaimed in surprise, "Hi, it's a flame spear." Jiak suspiciously asked again, "Flame spear, what kind of name is that?" He explained, "Back then there were analyzer and translation issues in Korea. That monster was first discovered in Ohio. Because that bat was engulfed in fire, it was called Firebat on PCs, but due to a translation error it became Flame spear." Jiak was surprised by Yunsung's knowledge. "Really? You know a lot." The two silently looked down together. They began to fly up, the surroundings engulfed in red flames. The two stood in the center and the flame spears circled around them. Jiak quickly put his hand in his pocket and he watched with curious eyes. Yunsung asked curiously, "Hung Nim, I've always wondered what's in that pocket." Jiak looked into the distance and replied indifferently, That." They growled ferociously and quickly swooped down. Jiak waved his hand, throwing brown powder towards the flame spears. The brown powder hit their wings. The flame spears screamed in pain, engulfed in flames. Because they were caught off guard, they were hit by the black powder and all of them caught fire. The flame spears growled uncomfortably, flying erratically. Jiak calmly said, "This is what it's used for in situations like this." Jiak looked at them and said, "Quite effective, isn't it?" He hesitated and asked, "I'm sorry to ask this during a hunt," but Jiak threw the powder and replied, "It's alright, keep talking, I'm listening." Yunsung was curious, "Why do you keep using items? You can easily catch C-rank monsters with your bare hands." Jiak felt utterly helpless. Did he read his hunter license with his butt? He's truly stupid. He's a top-tier hunter, so he probably doesn't know how low-rank Awakened fight. Well, there's no need to show weakness. Jiak then asked, "Yun, have you ever thought about this awakening? The ability to lift a 1-ton truck, the ability to fill an area with water. These are truly convenient abilities, but we don't gain them through effort." Jiak lowered his voice, looking at the brown powder in his hand. "They are just gained by chance. What comes easily also goes easily. I find this ability very uncomfortable, so I don't rely on my awakened abilities. though he said this outwardly. Inwardly Jiok was still afraid. It sounds absurd, but he'll probably believe it, right? Yoon-sung, hearing that, was so surprised that he was speechless, and tears welled up. Your words are so true. Why didn't I think of that? What comes easily, goes easily. Why did I think this ability would last forever? He marveled at the reasoning. That's rational, Yoon-sung continued excitedly. Furthermore, looking at the current gate trends, mutations are increasing day by day. Perhaps we're preparing for a future where we can no longer use skills in dungeons. I thought I only took the easy way without practice, but Mr. Jiok truly has such foresight. Yoon-sung covered his mouth, his face changing color. Wait, he said, high-level awakened can generally sense everything intuitively. Standing next to an S-rank hunter gives me goosebumps, but I don't feel anything from Mr. Jiok. It's like you're a fly. Jiok's body stiffened and helplessness showed on his face. What did he call Onpuri, the strongest wizard? A fly. Yoon-sung's eyes sparkled. If you're training to control your abilities, can you also control mana? I've never seen anyone who can control mana. Jiok closed his eyes tightly and endured. He's just a primitive, then the awakened rank must be similar to mana density. Well, that's roughly correct even if I say that. Even after leaving that place, he continued to chatter. Hung Nim, if you go to a dungeon again, can you call me? Jiok was curious. Why, you've already repaid your debt. Yoon-sung scratched his head and replied, Actually, I've learned a lot by accompanying you, Hung Nim. My team was disbanded because of that incident and I haven't been awakened for even half a year. I lack experience, so acting alone is very dangerous, but if I form a team, you know. Jiok was lost in thought. He's probably still hurt by his teammates' betrayal. After a long consideration, Jiok agreed. I'd be the same if it were me, Jiok said. If you want my help, there's no reason to refuse, but I can't promise I'll save you if you're in danger. You always have to protect yourself. I'm not capable enough to protect you. If we fight, I'll definitely lose. I'm very weak, and regarding the Golem incident, your answer was a bit. The problem was that you were too hasty. Yoon-sung's eyes sparkled, and he marveled inwardly. Mr. Kim Ji-I Ryo is truly humble. Do you think I'll get hurt if I'm careless? But Hung Nim, how old are you? Jiok asked back curiously. You want to know my age, he replied with adoration. Yes, Yoon also said. Currently I'm 22 and I'm in my graduating year as I got a second chance. Jiok slightly turned his head, searching his memories. Wait, how old did Kim Jiok say he was? Yoon-sung suddenly remembered. That's right, I almost forgot. Let's exchange numbers. Jiok quickly took out his resident registration card and showed it. He was surprised to see it. 24 years old. Yoon-sung's mouth dropped open in surprise. Only 2 years apart. Jiok averted his gaze. So I'm 24. Yoon-sung hastily corrected himself. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that you seem so calm and mature. Hung Nim. Jiok looked at the university students walking by. I have no memories of my college days. Looking at his phone, Jiok sadly said, My contacts are empty. What kind of life did I live? Jiok, standing alone, felt truly lonely and desolate. Jiok turned his face, his memories confused, the atmosphere gloomy and cold. The next news report. The phenomenon of mutated gates is increasing worldwide. The Hunter Association has not yet found the cause. Even high-ranking investigators cannot pinpoint the reason for this phenomenon. Public anxiety is growing. Jang Ho fiddled with his hair, his face calm but his eyes very sharp. Yesterday he received a call from Ha Yoon-sung. Hung Nim, do you want to see something interesting tomorrow? I got priority access to a new gate. Jiok replied expressionlessly. Okay, how can I refuse when someone offers to show me something interesting? I'm really looking forward to it. In Korea, when a new gate appears, access is prohibited and an investigation team is dispatched. Once the association's investigation is complete, the gate is opened, and today is the opening day of that gate. There were rumors of strange plants in this new gate. Jiok thought that plant might be the key to restoring his magic. I just need to check out that plant and find an exit to leave. Looking at the people below, Jiok said, There are too many people here. Are all these people going inside? A passerby recognized him. It's Ha Yoon-sung, Yoon-sung quickly replied. Mostly spectators and reporters, but it seems more crowded than I expected. A supercar sped past at high speed on the road. The car's appearance caught Jiok's attention, and he turned to look out of curiosity. In the blink of an eye, the supercar whizzed past him and charged straight ahead. The car stopped and the door opened. A person with purple hair stepped out of the car and the surrounding people looked on with curiosity. Whispers spread through the crowd. It's Kong Chano. Why is Kong Chano here? Jiok, surprised, turned to Yoon-sung and asked, who is that? His face was pale. He's S-rank hunter Kong Chano. Jiok was surprised. S-rank, one of Korea's 3 S-ranks. His eyes were deep as if lost in thought. He marveled inwardly. His mana is very stable. Definitely a rare talent on Earth. He felt someone staring at him and paused. Kong Chano turned back and looked at him, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. Jiok's face was devoid of emotion. Aren't his eyes strange? Yoon-sung whispered, covering his mouth. They call them dragon eyes. I'm sure they're a rare item. Seeing Kong Chano approaching, Yoon-sung was slightly surprised. Wait, why is he coming this way? Kong Chano came up to him and asked his name. Jiok replied unpleasantly and indifferently. I'm sorry. Kong Chano repeated the question bluntly. What's your name? Jiok's face changed color and he replied in a growling voice. It's Kim Jiok. Kong Chano asked in an equally blunt tone. Hunter rank, Yoon-sung interjected from beside him. Hello, Hunter Kong Chano. This person is just someone I hired as a porter, Kong Chano said irritably with a murderous look on his face. I'm not talking to you. Yoon-sung had no choice but to hide behind Jiok. Jiok replied with a sneer. F rank. Kong Chano crossed his arms and smirked. Really? Seriously? Jiok's face remained calm, but he was slightly worried inwardly. This was because Kong Chano had detected the mana hidden within Jiok's body. Mana is simply a production organ, and the total amount of mana in the body does not decrease just because the respiratory system has been refined. A powerful mage like Kong Chano could assess a person's potential even from the weakest signal. Jiok said nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, I can show you my hunter card. Kong Chano gave a faint smile. Someone who could look an S-rank hunter straight in the eye and reply, I'm an F-rank hunter. Kong Chano's voice softened. Hunter Kim Jiok if possible. Yoon Sung immediately cut him off. Jiok Hung Nim, it's time. We just came to look around, aren't you going? We'll be late if we don't go. Yoon Sung immediately retorted, but today's plan was to explore this place. He quickly urged Jiok. Hung Nim, let's go quickly. Jiok looked back with an unreadable expression. Kong Chano was left alone among the people. Yoon Sung asked curiously, Hung Nim, do you really not know Hunter Kong Chano? Have you been living abroad? Jiok avoided his gaze and replied, I was abroad for a while. Yoon Sung immediately complained, I don't mean to badmouth him, but that Hunter doesn't have a very good reputation. Hearing that, Jiok asked in confusion, why? Yoon Sung quickly explained, he has a record of assault, so no one wants to enter a gate with an S-rank criminal. Setting aside the past, his recent actions haven't been good either. Jiok, interested in the story, asked curiously, what happened? Yoon Sung held up 3 fingers and replied, I have a cousin named Choi Jae and an A-rank hunter ranking 3rd. That kid entered a gate with Kong Chano and was attacked by him. I heard he only likes to fight powerful awakened. Jiok covered his mouth and marveled inwardly. So that's why you brought me. Were you worried that the S-rank lunatic would harass me? What a thoughtful little mammal. After a moment of fanciful thought, Jiok suggested, alright, let's go back. We'll check on that hidden plant later. Yoon Sung remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Jiok lowered his voice and said, by the way, Yoon Sung, you said Kong Chano's eyes looked like dragon eyes earlier, so can it be bought and sold like your shield? Yoon Sung rubbed his chin and said with a confident voice, yes, initially it was in the form of a small orb. He probably swallowed it during use, Jiok continued to ask. Then are there things like dragon's lungs too? Yoon Sung quickly replied, I'll check for you. After checking, Yoon Sung said, there are only transaction records and nothing currently available, but lungs are uncommon, so they might appear someday. Jiok approached, asking curiously, why are they uncommon? How much do they cost? Yoon Sung rummaged through his phone, searching. Unlike eyes or hearts, they don't enhance mana, and while livers can at least be used as medicine, lungs are completely useless. Found it. The price is cheap, about 2.6 billion won, Jiok nodded, seemingly unable to process the information. Right, 2.6. He suddenly realized something was wrong. What, 2.6 billion won? Yoon Sung, still excited, said, it's incredibly cheap. Other parts can't be bought no matter how much money you offer. Jiok felt tears welling up, thinking, I shouldn't have listened. The taxi was driving on an empty road. The wheels rolled at a steady speed in the quiet space. Jiok was scrolling through Kong Chano's information on his phone. He stared at his phone, lost in thought. The more I know about him, the more terrifying he becomes. It's crazy to let such a guy roam free. Should I avoid his eyes later? What if he wants to fight me? My life will end here. Behind the taxi Jiok was in, a familiar supercar followed. The driver deliberately rear-ended the taxi hard. The car shook and Jiok was surprised before he could even understand what happened. The taxi driver quickly swerved, but the supercar kept following. The taxi crashed hard into a nearby utility pole. Jiok had fallen off his seat. The driver, surprised, looked back and asked, Oh my, are you all right? Jiok's face was pale and he had rolled under the seat, but he politely replied, yes. The driver got out of the car and shouted at the supercar, You scoundrel, are you crazy? Can't you drive properly? Get out of the car now. The person who got out of the car said in a low voice, I'm truly sorry. It's been a while since I drove and I confused the accelerator and brake. Jiok, leaning on the taxi, was surprised. Kong Chano? He held up his phone and greeted Jiok in an eager voice. Hunter Kim Jiok F. Rank. I have a favor to ask. Could you give me your contact information? Jiok's face remained impassive. Is this guy crazy, so bad at driving that he rear-ends someone on a deserted road? And the taxi driver said cautiously in a trembling voice, Hunter Kong Chano, you caused an accident, so you need to pay for the repairs. Kong Chano immediately handed the driver money. Here, take this. Jiok stared at the money, thinking, how much is that? The driver bowed and thanked him. Thank you. Kong Chano extended his phone to Jiok and said, will you save my contact information? I've run out of cash, so I'll pay for the medical expenses later. Jiok was lost in thought. I don't understand his intentions well. Is this how traffic accidents are handled? It's just a phone number, what's the harm? After a moment's thought, Jiok gave him his number. Having obtained the contact information, Kong Chano carefully looked at his phone. He was the only son of a famous company CEO, born with a silver spoon and became a hunter. However, he had a serious record of assault and went to jail despite having a lot of money and being able to hire good lawyers. There were numerous online testimonies that he had abused other people. But there were bigger problems at hand. His parents had died a few years before monsters escaped from dungeons, and immediately after that incident he sold all the inherited shares in the company, effectively liquidating the family business. People used his unclear awakening time as an excuse. Rumors began to circulate that he committed assault for money. Jiak glanced at Kong Chano, but nothing had been proven yet. Kong Chano turned around and said, "Are you going to take care of that chicken today too? It's quite unexpected for someone like you to be doing porter work." Kong Chano leaned against the car. "I know some jobs with better pay," he smiled with a sly look in his eyes. "Interested in hearing about them?" Jiak looked at Kong Chano in front of him and thought inwardly. "Better paying jobs," he said nonchalantly. "I don't mind hearing about them." Hearing that, Kong Chano offered again, "Don't work for An Yun Sung, work for me. I'll give you 80 of the items and profits you get from the gate." This offer shook Jiak. Is he testing me with such an outrageous condition? This S-rank hunter must have noticed the potential within Kim Ji Ryo's body. Kim Ji Ryo's magic might be equal to or even greater than an S-rank. If I can properly utilize my magic, I can control this entire planet. Jiak crossed his arms and adopted an indifferent attitude. I'm not in a situation where I can enter an S-rank gate. I'm not sure if I can work with you," Kong Chano exclaimed in surprise. "What S-rank? They wouldn't put a hunter like you in such a high-level gate." Jiak looked at him with puzzled eyes. "Didn't you approach me after checking my awakening potential?" Kong Chano replied, flustered. "Awakening potential? What? You're F-rank, aren't you? My offer is to personally train you. In other words, I'm proposing to be your sponsor." Jiak scratched his neck awkwardly upon hearing that. "Ah, I see, I misunderstood and spoke a bit strangely." His face quickly turned red and he felt embarrassed. Kong Chano looked at him, smiling. "Can I take that as an acceptance?" Jiak raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, what exactly do you see in me to make such an offer?" Hearing that, he gave a sly smile. Kong Chano looked at Jiak with admiration. "Ha!" Jiak was disheartened, thinking inwardly, "Damn it, Yun Sung, I really miss you right now." In a building on the street, a surprised voice burst out. "A traffic accident." Jiak calmly explained the situation to Yun Sung. "Well, I told him I was in a hurry because I had an appointment with you, but on second thought, that scoundrel probably caused the accident on purpose." Yun Sung immediately agreed. "That's right, he only deals with powerful hunters. Thanks to you, Hung Nim, I think I've gotten out of trouble. Even an A- rank like me can be a target." Jiak put a candy in his mouth. "Really?" Yun Sung's eyes sparkled. "If a hunter like you is next to me, I won't stand out. If Kong Chano does that, Hung Nim will definitely." Jiak was still deep in thought. What should I do? Should I call the police? But what would I say? He imagined the conversation with the police. An S-rank hunter told me he'd keep me safe and give me items. Jiak shook his head in discouragement. "No, forget it. Yeah, they won't care." Suddenly, Yun Sung asked him, "Oh right, Gi Ryo Hung Nim, did you see the news this morning? Last year, Korea ranked second in the excellent gate management evaluation. Although abnormal mutations are still severe, civilian casualties have noticeably decreased. The news said humanity would soon subdue the disaster of gates." Jiak looked at him with admiration. "This guy really has a talent for choosing topics. The concept of gates also makes me curious." It was like a miniature model of his own experience. One day in 2017, a mysterious phenomenon appeared simultaneously worldwide. Gates, monsters, and awakened. The principle of magic was to draw magical power from the planet's core. But unlike Anpuri, Earth had many rocky terrains, making it difficult to significantly increase the amount of magical power. However, the gate phenomenon that appeared 7 years ago acted like a well, drawing up mana. As a result, some people exposed to mana became awakened. However, the understanding of gates was still very limited. Earthlings did not delve deep to draw mana and frightening creatures swarmed within. But these creatures were extremely hostile to humanity. It was neither Anpuri's technology nor Earth's technology. What exactly was it? I don't know well. Yun Sung struggled to call Jiok's name. "Hung Nim, Hung Nim, Hung Nim, are you unwell?" he heard as if suddenly jolted awake. I'm sorry, I was momentarily lost in thought." Hearing that, Yun Sung asked curiously, "What were you thinking about?" Jiok glanced at Yun Sung. "I was imagining what kind of person created the gates. I think the current situation in Korea is a bit unsatisfactory." Hearing that, Yun Sung became even more puzzled. "Why?" he calmly explained again. "Whatever the purpose, the monsters inside the gates want to kill us. The items inside are like cheese on a mousetrap, but if a small mouse learns how to just eat the cheese and run away, wouldn't they be very annoyed?" Yun Sung said, as if realizing something. "Now that you mention it, Hung Nim, that's really true." Suddenly, Jiok stopped as if frozen. "What is this? Energy is boiling up from beneath my feet like lava." He calmly glanced down. Yun Sung asked in bewilderment, "Hung Nim, is something wrong?" Jiok suddenly realized the problem. "Damn it, it's mana," he shouted in panic. "On Yun Sung." Yun Sung was also confused. "What is it, Hung Nim?" Jiok, swept away by the wave of mana, continued to curse. "Damn it." Yun Sung also thought inwardly. "I got sucked in." A moment later, Jiok opened his eyes dazedly and looked around in surprise. He was standing in the middle of a deserted, narrow passage. He observed the terrain inwardly. "Where is this? Inside a gate? Nothing could be worse than encountering a monster in such a dead end. I need to move. With a body that can't cast magic, how can I get out of this situation?" Suddenly, something caught Jiok's eye. He looked at the stone statue in front of him in confusion and said, "This is a head, a slab with something written on it." Suddenly, a sound made him even more alert. Jiak immediately stood up and saw a shadow approaching him. Another person also approached him from the opposite direction. Kong Chano looked at him in surprise and wondered, Kim Ji Ryo? Jiak was equally surprised. Kong Chano, who is this person? What exactly is this situation? Kong Chano smiled and greeted the newcomer, Zhang Hawang. I heard you were in Singapore, he replied indifferently. I just returned today. Jiak was even more bewildered by the sight. They usually aren't that close. He awkwardly asked the other two, startling them. Do you two know each other? Kong Chano asked back in surprise. Kim Ji Ryo, I have to ask you, you don't know Zhang Hawang? Jiak thought in discouragement. I've only been on Earth for 2 weeks, how would I know? Kong Chano looked at his expression, turned to Zhang Hawang and sneered. See, he really doesn't recognize you, you'll have to work harder. At first he knew that fool. Jiak judged inwardly, sweating. Exactly who is he? Kong Chano quickly introduced Zhang Hawang as Korea's #1 ranked hunter. Jiak was surprised to hear that and fell into deep thought. Damn, he's even more impressive than I thought. His voice still echoed in Jiok's ears. People know him as a national hero, but since you don't, let's move on. Zhang Hawang, this is Kim Ji Ryo. The F-rank hunter awkwardly opened his mouth. Hello, Zhang Hawang immediately replied. Yes, Mr. Kim Ji Ryo, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jiak heard that and assessed him inwardly. Why does he keep staring at me? Zhang Hawang pressed his wristband and said that formal introductions could wait. Were both of them suddenly pulled into this place? Jiak stared at his wristband. Is that an analyzer? I didn't know they had such cool designs. Zhang Hawang's voice echoed. This is definitely inside a gate right now. The analyzer screen appeared. Unknown gate, no gate information, he muttered. The rank is S. This is serious. Jiak heard that and wondered. What's S rank again? Damn it, what is this? Kong Chano irritably raised his phone. We came in unprepared. If we don't get out quickly, it'll be troublesome. Zhang Hawang said, looking at the stone slab in front of them. Something is written on the slab. The symbol of true faith shall be the key. Is it a hint for the gate? It seems the only way we can go is through that gate. He quickly placed his hand on the gate and pushed with all his might. Kong Chano said calmly. It's not moving. Zhang Hawang suggested to him. Hunter Kong Chano, could you give me a hand? He heard that and dumbfoundedly asked again. Me? He glanced at Kong Chano, sweating. I can't open it with my strength. He heard that and waved his hand. No choice then. He quickly approached to help Zhang Hawang. He glanced at Kong Chano, signaling, and Kong Chano immediately met his gaze. Zhang Hawang quickly cast magic on the door. The two struggled to open the door together. Kong Chano stared at the door in front of him. Just then he unhesitatingly unleashed a mana attack on the door. Jiak stared at them. Among those who wield mana, S-rank hunters are the most special. They are a select few endowed with exceptional talent, possessing bizarre abilities. But these two couldn't even open a single door. Kong Chano gasped, panting. It seems we can't open it with physical force. Jiak indifferently turned around. Then it seems there's nothing else to try besides this. He heard that and approached Jiak, lost in thought. He stared at the lion statue with its mouth open, wondering, but isn't that mouth big enough for an arm? When Kong Chano said that, Zhang Hawang remained silent. Jiok's face also grew serious. This is absurd, but if we can't open the door, we'll be trapped here. We came here unprepared and we'll run out of food at this rate. Jiak was surprised to see Zhang Hawang approach the statue. He quietly placed his hand into the lion statue's mouth. The other two silently watched the closed door. Finally, a loud noise echoed as the door opened. It opened. Jiak turned to Zhang Hawang. Mr. Zhang Hawang, is something wrong? 2 streams of blood continuously flowed from his arm. He honestly held up his hand. All my blood dried up. Jiak heard that and exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? Zhang Hawang quickly repeated. I was so surprised. I tried to pull my hand out, but it wouldn't move no matter what. At that moment I thought of cutting off my shoulder. Kong Chano acted as if he hadn't heard and turned away, saying, Really? Anyway, the door's open. Let's go in. Jiok's face grew darker and he looked at the door. This feels ominous. Is it really all right? The three slowly entered through the door. Kong Chano frowned irritably at the sight before him. Damn it again. Another lion statue. Zhang Hawang patted his shoulder and walked forward towards the lion statue. No time to stand around. We need to get out of here quickly. Saying that, he put his hand into the lion's mouth. After finishing, he grabbed his arm and continued walking indifferently. Let's go. A moment later, the group stopped again. Kong Chano looked at the lion statue in front of him and said incredulously. Again? Jiak assessed them, sweating. Put a hand in the lion statue's mouth and the door opens. Is that really all there is to it? Zhang Hawang looked at Kong Chano and suggested, Hunter Kong Chano, would you open the next door? He dumbfoundedly asked again. What? Why me? He heard that and calmly explained. The amount of blood absorbed has changed. The first one was fine, but the second one made me a bit dizzy. In dungeons like this, the requirements keep increasing, so we need to take turns. Kong Chano stared at him. You've done well so far. Why don't you just finish it? Zhang Hawang looked at him with dangerous eyes. Are you being uncooperative? Kong Chano replied with a contemptuous smile. Don't you know my hunter rank? He heard that and irritably suggested bluntly. It doesn't matter. I'll say it again. Hunter Kong Chano, please cooperate. Kong Chano placed both hands on his hips and glared at Zhang Hawang. What if I refuse? Jiak watched the two argue, sweating. These guys are going to fight soon, aren't they? He extended his hand to stop them. Zhang Hawang's explanation continued to echo. If we keep opening this gate when it's my turn, I'll eventually bleed to death, won't I? Kong Chano still argued without backing down. At least I have the right to choose my turn so no one feels deceived, don't you think so? Besides, there's another hunter right there, why don't you ask him? Jiak heard that and was startled aghast. He he calculated inwardly. Damn it, now he's mentioned me, the survival rate of subgates is about 60, and while there might not be monsters here, it doesn't mean it's safe. A maze where you can keep going by offering blood. A blood-absorbing hole just big enough for a person's arm. In other words, the solution to this dungeon is one person's sacrifice. Are we screwed? Zhang Haowang looked at Kong Chano with a sneer. With 2 S-rank hunters here, are you seriously suggesting an F-rank handle this? Really? Suddenly he paused as if he had heard something. All 3 focused their attention on the sound. A monster slowly approached them, a terrifying wolf growling and baring its sharp claws. Jiak rubbed his eyes, saying incredulously, "What is this? Shouldn't there be nothing here?" The wolf growled, baring its huge teeth. It rushed madly at Jiak without hesitation. He raised his arm, preparing to block. Just then, Zhang Haowang also quickly unleashed mana, attacking the giant wolf. He decisively killed the wolf that was about to pounce on Jiak with terrifying force. The light of his power still illuminated the entire vast space. Jiak looked at Zhang Haowang, speechless. This is absurd. Flames in the air, is this primitive wizard magic? Then his ability is. Kong Chano stood in a corner, sighing and muttering. He can fight even after having his blood sucked. Suddenly, Jiak was surprised to see behind Kong Chano. Another giant wolf was rushing towards him. Jiok's eyes widened in horror at the sight. He saw the wolf baring its teeth at Kong Chano and hastily shouted, "Kong Chano, behind you!" He quickly glanced behind him, and the giant wolf's form immediately entered Kong Chano's eyes. He unhesitatingly killed the monster immediately, and Jiok admired his power. He's crazy. Is Kong Chano's awakened ability physical reinforcement? Kong Chano clenched his fist and said, "Weaker than I thought. It's probably a C-rank monster." Zhang Haowang coldly retorted, "It's too early to be complacent. Look over there." Other wolves are breaking through the walls and appearing one by one. Sharp claws appeared before them, and numerous wolves bearing their pointed teeth attacked the 3. They rushed fiercely without hesitation or stopping. The giant wolves, fully prepared, stomped on the ground. The 3 of them were completely surrounded. They stared at their movements without taking their eyes off them. Zhang Haowang sighed as he looked at the pack of wolves. They're not high-level monsters, but this many is really troublesome. I'll take the rear. Hunter Kong Chano. Kong Chano heard that and replied with a sneer, "Mind your own business." The monster pack began to charge towards them. Zhang Haowang also prepared for battle. He stared at them, ready to attack. Kong Chano resolutely raised his hand, preparing to face the giant wolf pack. Zhang Haowang continuously unleashed successive attacks. The wolves became increasingly fierce and uncontrollable. Kong Chano's eyes grew dangerous, and he glanced at them. He immediately launched a powerful mana attack in retaliation. His attack killed a considerable number of wolves, and the wolves went even more berserk. Seeing their comrades die, Zhang Haowang faced them calmly and unyieldingly, continuously launching mana attacks to kill the monsters. Jiok still couldn't hide his surprise. Witnessing the brutality of this battle, he admired their strength inwardly. Amazing, 2 S-ranks are this strong. Zhang Haowang muttered inwardly as he killed monsters. There are more than I thought. I've lost too much blood and my stamina's depleted. I can't hold out like this. He stared directly at the eerie lion statue with its mouth open. Suddenly he paused as if realizing something. Zhang Haowang muttered while a monster attacked from behind. "I see." He quickly stomped his foot hard. He unleashed an intense mana attack on the giant wolf, killing it instantly. He seemed to realize something after that attack. Is that how it is? Jiok was covered in sweat, watching the fierce battle of the other 2. Horrible. S-rank hunters can do this much. They kill monsters in an instant. Even if I regain my magic, it'll be hard to conquer all of Earth. Suddenly, Zhang Haowang's warning voice echoed. "Kong Chano, Him Gi Rio, look there." The lion statue's eyes are glowing. It seems this gate activates monster waves if blood is offered for a certain period of time. A giant wolf slowly appeared again, breaking through the wall. Jiok was startled, aghast at the sight. Zhang Haowang was still deep in thought. Then, Jiok's scream echoed in his ears. "Zhang Haowang!" He turned around as if suddenly startled awake. He immediately launched a mana attack at the monster. Zhang Haowang's sword successfully severed the monster's neck. He looked at the fallen monster and said, "Now." Kong Chano also spoke his mind. "Is there a time limit?" Numerous giant wolves once again fiercely charged at them. Jiok seemed frozen by the fierce attack. Zhang Haowang saw that and shouted, "Warning Kim Gi Rio." Kong Chano steadfastly looked at the lion statue in the distance. He unhesitatingly ran towards it as fast as lightning. Zhang Haowang fiercely eliminated the pack of monsters, and Kong Chano gritted his teeth and put his hand into the lion statue's mouth. The lion statue's 2 eyes immediately glowed red as soon as he put his hand in. Kong Chano stared at the lion statue. The monsters around them also disappeared in an instant, and the door in front of the 3 slowly opened. Jiok was too surprised to speak. "What?" "He cooperated faster than I thought." Kong Chano turned around and asked the other 2. "Whose turn is next?" Zhang Haowang suggested. "Let's take turns. I'm not sure one person can handle it alone." Jiok, who was behind them, quietly realized. This is why he's called a national hero. When he found out I was F-rank, he immediately excluded me from the list and protected me when monsters appeared. Thanks to him, everyone could move forward and I didn't have to shed a drop of blood, but I feel a little guilty. The 3 continued their journey. Zhang Haowang gasped as he walked. He was sweating profusely and almost completely exhausted. Jiok hastily asked him, "Mr. Zhang Haowang, are you all right?" He replied in a tired voice, "I'm fine. These gates are usually small, so the exit shouldn't be far." Jiok stared at him, thinking inwardly, his face is getting paler and paler. Fortunately, it'll be Kong Chano's turn to open the door, Kong Chano said without even looking back. Mr. Zhang Haowang stopped for a moment. Zhang Haowang dumbfoundedly asked again. Why? He said suspiciously. I just realized there's no guarantee the exit is behind this door. Plus, everyone's starting to get tense. We've probably missed a clue. Let's go back and check the previous rooms. Zhang Haowang heard his analysis and retorted angrily, You're trying to stall, aren't you? When we attacked the X-rank door earlier, the standard procedure was to follow the conditions. You know that well too, or are you planning to attack me during the chaos of the monster's attack? Like the Choi Jae-in incident. I'm not going to drag this out. Open the door. Kong Chano smiled and reassured him. All right, I'll open it. Don't be so tense. Did I ever say I wouldn't help with strategy? And you seem to be misunderstanding. What happened to Choi Jae-in was an accident. I'm not some lunatic who attacks comrades for no reason. I understand you don't trust me because of my record. But Zhang Haowang, you seem to be doubting me too much right now. That's why you keep making hasty decisions. Don't you want to get out as quickly as possible? Then I'll open the door for you. But think very seriously about what I'm saying. Even if it's your turn, I suggest we go back and check first. Jiak discreetly assessed him. He's speaking more rationally than I thought. So the rumors were just rumors? Suddenly, Kong Chano painfully withdrew his hand from the statue. Zhang Haowang asked him, Are you all right? Kong Chano smiled and calmly replied, Don't worry, I brought a recovery potion. If I drink that, I can probably open the door a few more times. Hearing that, Zhang Haowang suggested, Push it in a little deeper. If we don't find the exit in the next room, we'll have to find another way. Jiak caught a glimpse of Kong Chano taking out a glass bottle. At this rate, I'll need Kong Chano's help. Suddenly, Jiak froze upon seeing Kong Chano's actions. Without hesitation, Kong Chano raised the large bottle and brought it down directly on the back of Zhang Haowang's head. The glass bottle shattered and Zhang Haowang fell unconscious. He sat down, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Jiak also froze upon seeing Kong Chano's actions. Kong Chano looked at the fallen Zhang Haowang, rested his chin on his hand and thought deeply. It even works on S ranks. Jiok's face turned pale as he thought inwardly, A recovery potion, this idiot. He quickly questioned Kong Chano. Kong Chano, what are you doing? Kong Chano turned back and glanced at Kim Ji Rio. Kim Ji Rio, have you ever heard of a gate in northern Europe called the Iron Maiden? It's almost identical to this dungeon. To escape, one hunter must be sacrificed. Jiak couldn't believe his ears. So he intends to sacrifice Zhang Haowang? Kong Chano continued his analysis. Furthermore, according to the current statistics for X-rank dungeons, the survival rate is only 60. It's the same for any rank of hunter. It's not a high enough chance to risk your life, is it? We just want to get a chance. Jiak fell into deep thought upon hearing that. Logically speaking, it's entirely rational. If this dungeon truly demands a human life, a sacrifice is needed. Kong Chano or Zhang Haowang would be the best, but I'm not in a position to choose. So following the S-rank hunter's plan would be best. However, with two S-rank hunters present, it's not right to demand a sacrifice from an F-rank hunter. Suddenly, Jiak shouted as Kong Chano tried to put Zhang Haowang's hand into the lion statue's mouth. Wait, I'll open the door. Put Zhang Haowang down. Kong Chano glanced at him with a sneer. Are you finally coming to your senses? You should have stayed put when someone else was down. I guaranteed you'd survive. Jiak sweated, lost in thought. This doesn't seem like a situation for negotiation. How do I save Zhang Haowang now? Kong Chano began to calculate. Judging by the lion statue's blood-absorbing ability, this trial will soon end. A moment later, the door slowly opened with a dazzling light. The three walked towards the door, bewildered. They saw a goddess statue placed in the middle of the room. Kong Chano said suspiciously, Is it the exit? Jiok's eyes also widened in surprise. Is it really over? Is this all? Kong Chano still couldn't believe it. He exclaimed in surprise, No, but the Iron Maiden appeared here. This dungeon is over. The stone goddess statue holding a glowing orb in her hand shone even brighter. Kong Chano scoffed, chiding himself. I must have been out of my mind. We clearly need a living sacrifice. That's why I chose Zhang Haowang. If he wakes up and complains, I'll definitely be in trouble. Jiak nonchalantly interrupted him. There's a reward inside the fountain. He picked up the golden bracelet in the goddess statue's hand. He stared at it, wondering. Is this a magic tool? Jiak turned to Kong Chano and suggested. When Mr. Zhang Haowang wakes up, you might want to apologize with this. Kong Chano said, Causing trouble with a top-tier hunter isn't something that can be easily dismissed. The association won't let this slide. Wouldn't it be easier to just sacrifice him? But we're still inside the gate, so should I kill him? Jiak exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. What did you say? Kong Chano's smile grew increasingly sinister. Once the gate closes, the body will disappear. The only remaining problem is witnesses. There's no reason for me to keep the fact that I killed Zhang Haowang a secret. Jiak was startled upon hearing that and questioned him. So you intend to kill me too? Kong Chano laughed derisively. Hey, don't say that. Why would I kill you? Instead, I have a favor to ask. He quickly placed a hand on Jiok's shoulder. With a sinister look in his eyes, Kong Chano proposed to Jiak. Could you say that you took down Zhang Haowang? In the desolate atmosphere, Kong Chano stood over the dragon after taking it down. This was thanks to Dragon Eyes, a rare item obtained from the A-rank monster Green Dragon. Those eyes had a mysterious green hue. Dragon Eyes possess numerous functions, and their effects are immediate upon wearing them. Vision becomes clear, distant objects can be identified, and magic is enhanced. The blue mana flow within the body is also vividly revealed, but that wasn't all. He could even assess another person's awakened rank with his eyes, he continued to think. With those eyes he didn't need to squint to see better. Up until then, but Kong Chano's face wore an inexplicable expression. Did I see wrong? He intently assessed the mana flow around Jiak. This is a strange kind of magic I've never seen before. The total mana amount isn't large, but this person probably possesses the ability that hunters worldwide yearn for. Immediately after, he approached Kim Gi Ryo and asked his name. Jiak also answered out of habit, Kim Gi Ryo. Kong Chano continued to seek rank information, but Jiak still answered honestly, I'm F rank. Upon hearing that, Kong Chano's dragon eyes became even more complex. He's lying right in front of me. Jiak exuded a calm yet suspicious aura. An F rank looking me straight in the eye like this, to ordinary people or low-level awakened, high-level awakened appear like massive monsters. Kong Chano had long been out of touch with such interactions. F-rank hunter Kim Gi Ryo was no ordinary person. To satisfy a small curiosity, Kong Chano subtly provoked Kim Gi Ryo. The first thing he did was rear-end his car, but despite the sudden traffic accident, he then probed the opponent with a luxurious offer worth hundreds of millions of won. As a result, Kong Chano gained only one thing. Kim Gi Ryo was completely unfazed. He was so different from what Kong Chano had imagined. Is he ignoring an S-rank hunter like me? Kong Chano, who had always been the center of attention, actually liked Kim Gi Ryo's unique qualities, so it was clear that Kim Gi Ryo's recent attitude didn't bother him. That's why he finally had the courage to make him an offer now. Could you testify that you took down Zhang Haowang? Kong Chano continued to persuade his opponent. Even if Zhang Haowang remembers this situation, it will be difficult to prove. The testimonies of the intruders will be prioritized in court. He held him tightly, emphasizing each word. You just have to say one thing. Jiok's gaze slowly drifted to his hand. That there was an argument during the intrusion and you had to calm Zhang Haowang down. When he finished speaking, Jiok asked, what if I refuse? Kong Chano immediately let go and laughed. Then I can't be the only one to suffer, can I? His dragon eyes suddenly shone. In fact, I can deal with Zhang Haowang myself. Facing him, Jiok remained utterly silent. Kim Gi Ryo, I wonder what ability you're hiding. And he added a deduction. If you're really hiding something, you'll react to this absurd threat. However, Jiok's decision startled him. All right, Jiok nonchalantly rediscussed the plan, so I just need to spread the rumor that I took down Zhang Haowang? Kong Chano replied in disbelief and surprise. And what, is that all? He immediately scrutinized the opponent's facial expression. There was no trace of fear on his face. In other words, he didn't agree out of fear. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something. Could it be to avoid conflict? Kong Chano quickly moved to a new hypothesis. Thinking about it again, he himself said he couldn't enter an S-rank gate recently. That means he could enter one before. This train of thought made him wary. So is Kim Gi Ryo really a high-level awakened? If he intended to lower his magic rank to the level of a bug, Kong Chano thought inwardly, he must have carefully concealed himself so even I couldn't guess what kind of awakened he was, and he crossed his arms. Outwardly, his demeanor remained very ordinary. Is there a need to lower his hunter rank to F rank? I'd like to investigate further, but for now, that's enough. A very thorough way of thinking. He quickly turned and left. Now let's get out of this damn dungeon, that's enough for now. As he left, Kim Gi Ryo inwardly cursed nervously, damn it. And he happily headed towards the exit with Zhang Haowang. We escaped, thank goodness, and they quickly returned to the shining blue sky. We're out, however, awaiting Jiok were countless reporters. The hunters have finally emerged from the third exit. He was confused. Why are there so many people? Before Jiok could even understand, reporters swarmed in like a storm. Cameras on, go that way. Congratulations on surviving. Could you tell us what kind of gate it was? What rank were the monsters? Were there any survivors? Suddenly, a reporter thrust a microphone at Jiok. How many hunters did you raid the dungeon with? The man's question startled him. The gate? Only then did Jiok look at the surrounding exits. No, do all the exits converge here? However, the reporters immediately froze at what happened next. Kong Chano and Zhang Haowang appeared next. Hunter Kong Chano, Zhang Haowang is here too. Two S-rank hunters. Reporter Sonin's voice became increasingly filled with surprise, but, as expected, the crowd poured out questions. Why is Zhang Haowang unconscious? Yoon quickly approached him. Hunter Kong Chano, I have a question. He looked at her and asked, are you from the association? He nodded and replied, yes. And she got straight to the point. I have many questions, but there seems to be one priority. Why is Hunter Zhang Haowang unconscious? Upon hearing that, he averted his gaze. This you mean, Yoon said curiously. Don't tell me he fell for a dungeon's trick. However, Kong Chano immediately retorted, no, there was a slight disagreement in choosing a sacrifice. With his next words, he pointed at Jiok. So that guy took down Zhang Haowang. Over here, he sighed inwardly. He's lying as soon as we're out of the dungeon. However, that story startled her. What? Please clarify what you mean. How could Korea's top figure be taken down by a hunter I've never even met before? Jiok inwardly agreed with her. Fortunately, at least the association staff can think. Now Yoon demanded of him again, don't lie anymore, Hunter Kong Chano. Tell us the truth. Kong Chano's face grew several times colder in the face of the public's mounting anger. Didn't you do that to Zhang Haowang? Suddenly, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a sinister smile. Hey, Kong Chano sent Jiak a softly warning look. Don't just stand there and listen. Why aren't you saying anything? Realizing the unavoidable situation, Jiak let out a deep sigh, no choice, and he preemptively began to speak to draw the crowd's attention. Well, as you can see, Jiak calmly declared before them, I am the one who took down Hunter Zhang Haowang. As that statement was confirmed, Yoon froze for a moment in disbelief. Other reporters gaped in astonishment or turned pale. In that atmosphere, only Kong Chano secretly wore a satisfied smile. Jiak also quickly continued, but I had no intention of harming him. I merely incapacitated him for a moment to facilitate the attack. When he wakes up, I will apologize to him personally. Yoon was still flustered and hesitant. That's impossible, unless he's an S-rank hunter, Kong Chano said inwardly. I told you no. Suddenly his words were cut short by pain and his forehead was drenched in sweat. Kong Chano's condition startled her extremely. Hunter Kong Chano. He exhaled wearily and questioned her. Didn't you see? Yoon hastily bowed her head, seemingly remorseful. Do I look like someone who could do something like that to Zhang Haowang? Jiak, who was nearby, was carefully observing them. Kong Chano also lost a lot of blood inside. I didn't think it was that serious. So did he do it on purpose? The gloomy atmosphere was once again broken by Sonin's voice. Wait, and the screen and questions turned to Jiak. Did he really do that to Zhang Haowang? Hunter, did you really take down Zhang Haowang? Did you take down an S-rank hunter? Numerous microphones were now thrust into his face and he waited for an answer. Jiok's lips moved very slowly before he gave his answer. With an expressionless face, he unhesitatingly admitted that he was responsible. Yes, I did it. A few more days passed and now the newspaper article about the incident was crumpled in someone's hand. Zhang Haowang had already woken up, but he was in an extremely foul mood after seeing the news. Yoon Sung said, Hung Nim, I saw the article this morning before it was deleted. Did you really take down Zhang Haowang? Jiak asked in return. Ah, that, he thought to himself. So he wants to meet me today after all. So Jiak calmly replied. Well, you could say that. Yoon Sung was very surprised and cautiously asked. But Hung Nim, you were trapped in a subgate, right? Were you hurt? He replied cheerfully. Of course not, thanks to you pushing me to the side. Before he could finish speaking, Jiok's phone rang and it kept ringing. He said, Hold on, I have a call. Jiak answered the phone. Hello, he thought to himself. Who is this? The voice on the other end asked. Is this Hunter Kim Ji Rio? This is Zhang Haowang. Upon hearing the introduction, Jiak was very surprised and pleased. He replied, Ah yes, Yoon Sung, I'll go ahead and eat first. Jiak thought that he had left his phone number with the association because he wanted to apologize in person. How should I apologize? Should I send a video of me bowing? The voice on the other end said. I have some questions about yesterday's events. The man on the phone in the room said, Were you the one who knocked me unconscious in the gate? Jiak suddenly fell into thought. Something's wrong here. The voice on the other end continued. Actually, I suddenly lost consciousness then, so I don't remember anything. I suspected Hunter Kong Chano, but I wasn't sure. Jiak suddenly realized. According to him, Zhang Haowang remembers being hit from behind. A problem is what he saw when he turned around. Zhang Haowang asked curiously. Could you explain what happened then? He thought worriedly. I'm screwed. This S-rank is suspicious. Plus, strange news keeps coming out. Should I tell him honestly that Kong Chano threatened me? But why would Zhang Haowang believe me? Jiak realized. Upon investigating this matter, it turned out that Zhang Haowang was called a national hero because of the number of gates he had destroyed. He thought to himself. In other words, he's a workaholic who is only focused on destroying gates. Would such a person care about protecting an F-rank like me? It's even uncertain if he can fight Kong Chano. Jiak opened his mouth. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Haowang, I knocked you unconscious. Zhang Haowang was very surprised. He continued. I did it because you were too exhausted. When you were unconscious, I was thinking of sacrificing myself. As a token of my sincere apology, I have something for you. It's an item I received after clearing the dungeon. He asked, Are you making fun of me? Jiak replied. Pardon? Zhang Haowang said. This was a problem we could have solved through dialogue. He thought again. Did he think that small item would solve everything? What you did was truly despicable. You knocked me out in the gate, so your intentions were clear. You wanted me to be the sacrifice so you could escape safely. Come to think of it, Hunter Kong Chano knew you. Were the two of you in cahoots from the beginning? Jiak replied, You've misunderstood. Zhang Haowang stood up weakly and said, And you, are you really an F-rank hunter? He clutched his phone, looking very sad. Jiak said, There were some circumstances, he replied bluntly. Enough, it's a waste of time to say more. Zhang Haowang warned. From now on I'll be watching you, he replied. No, Jiak still desperately pleaded. Mr. Zhang Haowang, just a moment. Zhang Haowang sighed and said, I took a bit of a long call. I apologize. Mian replied, It's all right. This is the information you needed. Breaking news. S-rank hunter Zhang Haowang returns from unconsciousness. She continued. The association handled it immediately. So all the articles have been deleted. Many people are saying he was knocked out by another hunter. Is the national hero, the top hunter, a joke? Zhang Haowang's skill is no joke. Mian quickly stopped him. You don't have to read all the comments, Zhang Haowang said in a low voice. Even if the articles are gone, the public already knows. Now the whole world will know that S-rank hunters aren't invincible. They're feeling anxious. She said, I think Hunter Kong Chano is behind all of this. As you said, I investigated that hunter, and he really is an F-rank hunter. He replied, I thought so too, but something's strange. If that hunter really is F-rank, Kong Chano wouldn't have left him alive. Why would Kong Chano threaten or collude with an F-rank hunter to take the blame? There's no need, he could just kill him, Zhang Haowang thought. More importantly, Kim Ji Rio's eyes were looking at me as if I were a falling object. It wasn't the gaze one would direct at a human. That cold, indifferent gaze. I haven't felt such discomfort since I awakened, he muttered. His rank is definitely forged. Contact the association immediately. Mian said, flustered. No, Zhang Haowang said. I'm going to request a re-evaluation of Kim Ji Rio's awakened rank. Skills are the superpowers of awakened individuals. Everyone gains at least one skill when they awaken, but the magic on this planet still has many limitations. Wizards can only use the type of magic they gained when they awakened. For example, no matter how much Zhang Haowang tries, he can't learn ice magic. If you want to use other types of magic, there's only one way. You have to pay a huge price to get a magic tool called a skill stone, but I'm different. I'm a reincarnated soul who knows all about magic, so theoretically, if I just meet the right conditions, I can use any skill on this earth. Jiak proudly thought he was a genius. The problem is that I can't show off this talent right now. Furthermore, that recent incident attracted the attention of S-rank hunters and others. So I kept researching and finally found a way to enhance magic weapons. My body is weakened, so my magical power doesn't flow completely, but I can breathe, so I can control a little internal magical power and use it to activate enhanced magic weapons. But what are the materials for this magic weapon? He suddenly thought. The Korean magic tower, they possess that wing. A voice was heard. Yoon came out and asked, didn't you come yesterday? You're here again today. You need an appointment to enter, don't block the door. Jiak replied. I have an appointment today, he scoffed. An appointment? That's ridiculous. An F-rank like you, he thought to himself. Even F-ranks are people. Yoon sneered. He just got kicked out and you have an appointment again. Stop lying and leave, Jiak thought to himself. This is truly ridiculous. I can't stand it. Suddenly an unexpected voice was heard. Hung Nim, Jiak and Yoon turned around in surprise. Yoon Sung ran over and said, I'm sorry I'm late. The company suddenly called me. They said it would be over quickly. Jiak replied, it's all right, I asked you to. You've already repaid your debt, but I didn't know who else to ask, so I had no choice but to rely on you. He said, what are you talking about? I have plenty of time, Yoon said in surprise. Hunter Yoon Sung, I've been watching you. Hunter on Yoon Sung. I heard you were the first to discover the recent dungeon break incident. I'm truly a fan. Yoon Sung gave an awkward laugh. He asked, why are you here? He replied, I reported to the association in advance. I have something to discuss with the representative of the magic tower. Yoon said, oh really? I don't know if the chairman will be here today. Yoon Sung replied, he told me to come. He said, then come in. Your friend can come in too. After a long conversation, everyone went inside the building. Yoon said, I apologize to your friend, but due to company policy, S-rank hunters are not allowed inside for security reasons. Jiak thought to himself, he's being friendly in front of an A-rank hunter. Footsteps entered one by one, he thought to himself. This is the Korean magic tower. Jiak was well aware that it was one of the largest associations managing numerous hunters. They mainly earned money through hunter activities. Today we're meeting with the representative here, Yoon Sung said. I'm On Yoon Sung, an A-rank hunter from the Nell Sisters Association. I sent a letter yesterday afternoon. The receptionist said, you're here. The representative's office is on the top floor. The elevator is over there. You just need to press 60, Jiak said to himself. Are we going alone? No one is guiding us? He walked calmly and said, let's just go. The elevator bell rang, indicating it was going down to the 60th floor. He stopped, surprised, and said, 60th floor? Yoon Sung was also surprised. Jiak frowned with a dissatisfied face and called out, Yoon Sung ah? A woman sitting on a sofa caught his eye. Jiak said, something's wrong, I clearly pressed 60. So why did it stop on the second floor? Is the elevator broken? Yoon Sung replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier, but I think we're being tested. Jiak repeated, unable to understand. Tested? Yoon Sung glanced at him slightly and said in a low voice, there's a rumor that the owner and chairman of this building has a peculiar hobby. There are only 3 S-rank hunters in Korea, so it's very difficult to get an appointment with her. People here think that if a guest comes, they will definitely meet, but when they arrive at the company, they trap visitors in a labyrinth they've created. Jiak looked at the building and asked, this is a labyrinth, isn't it? Yes, the entire building is a labyrinth. You'll have to find your own way to the top floor. Jiak looked at it, analyzing with sharp eyes. So this is like, I'll only meet those who pass my test. Or should I take the stairs? He walked to the door, grabbed the doorknob and opened the door. As the door opened, a faint light streamed in, and he and Yoon Sung stopped, slightly surprised. They looked at the scene before them. They had just come down from the second floor but had already jumped to the underground parking lot. I heard that if you open one door it connects to a random location, so you'll keep getting lost. He looked around with a calm expression and said, let's go back to the second floor. Yoon Sung, who was next to him, replied in a low voice. The two went back to the stairs and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Jiak asked in a low, calm voice, how many people have passed this test? Yoon Sung replied, I don't know, I haven't heard any news, so maybe no one has passed. Jiok's voice was full of suspicion. That can't be, how can no one have passed? The staff here should know the answer. Is there a clue or something? Yoon Sung, who was coming up from behind, said, only some of the management would know. How can we solve such a complex labyrinth ourselves? Surely they're not asking us to waste expensive items to solve this labyrinth. Jiak narrowed his eyes and said, "That's probably it. We really wanted this meeting but to play such a trick for just that reason. Honestly, this person has truly incomprehensible hobbies. But this labyrinth is really well designed." Suddenly, a blue light flashed across the dark space of the labyrinth, so close that I wanted to meet the magician who created it. He wondered, "It's a labyrinth made of magic. It seems to be the work of someone with the same origin as me." Yunsung followed behind, saying with a worried expression, "Hung Nim, what should we do? Should we split up to find a way? We'll just be wasting time like this." Jiak continued walking, looked back, and reassured him, "Don't worry, Yunsung, ah." He touched the elevator and thought for a long time. "Even though my body is useless now, there's one thing I can do." He closed his eyes and touched the elevator amid Yunsung's bewildered expression. Jiak murmured, "These primitives haven't even found a solution for such a simple magical structure." He opened his eyes, felt the magical energy around him, and said, "Found it. The way to the top floor." Yunsung, who was next to him, opened his eyes wide and asked, mouth agape, "Really, how do you know so well, Hung Nim?" Jiak turned back and said, "Yunsung, now let me ask you one thing. If you want the inside of an elevator to be empty, would you send the elevator to another floor?" Yunsung asked back in surprise, "The inside of an elevator is empty?" He turned back to Yunsung and continued to ask, "The elevator structure is a vertical shaft, right? So the elevator moves vertically, right?" Yunsung replied, "Yes, that's right." Jiak's voice echoed, "All right, wait a minute." Yunsung stood blankly, looking confused. His finger pressed the elevator button, and he said, "The first thing to do is press the elevator door open button. Next, go inside and press the button for a higher floor. Then quickly get out of the elevator before the door closes." Standing in front of the elevator door, he waved his hand, commanding, "Yunsung, step back." Yunsung still didn't understand the situation, but he followed his words, saying yes. He took a stance, stepping his left foot back, creating movement and sound. As his foot strongly kicked the door in front of him, Yunsung asked in surprise, "Hung Nim, what are you going to do?" That powerful kick broke the door. Yunsung, who was behind him, stumbled back in surprise. His face was cold and firm, showing no change in expression. As the door broke, a large empty space inside was revealed. Yunsung shouted in surprise, "Why are you doing this so suddenly?" Jiok's voice was firm. "Let's go." Yunsung calmed down. Yunsung stammered, "Where to?" He looked at the broken door and replied, "This floor is connected to the upper floor through that door." Jiok jumped into the empty space below without hesitation. His body floated in the air and his voice echoed, "So jump." Yunsung looked down from above and shouted, Hung Nim, Jiok Hung Nim." He threw himself into the magic-filled air and landed on the floor of another door. Yunsung followed, staggering, and said, I've jumped into more dangerous pits than this in dungeons, but why does this feel so scary?" His gaze turned toward the source of the sound. A voice suddenly came from a chair in the room. "You two have succeeded in reaching this far." The chair turned, revealing a beautiful woman with a smile. "And you are the strongest people among those who have participated in solving my labyrinth. I never expected you two to find the emergency exit." "Truly impressive." The woman stood up and slammed the table. "But this is just the beginning. From now on your opponent is me, Esther of the Magic Tower," she said calmly and loudly. "Now everyone please sit." As the hunters heard her name, Yunsung began to tremble. Jiok calmly entered slowly with the two of them. She looked at Jiok and smiled, asking Yunsung, "Could you introduce the person next to you? From my observation, this person seems to have excellent analytical abilities, as your ordinary analytical skills wouldn't have been able to solve my labyrinth. I set the difficulty high, but he solved it easily." Jiok thought, "Is she the one who created the labyrinth? As the rumors say, her personality is truly unique." He looked at Esther and said in a low voice, "I will introduce myself. I am Kim Jiok." Esther, sitting opposite him, smiled. "I like capable people. Mr. Kim Jiok, I hope you two can be good friends as you both possess rare abilities." Yunsung looked back at Jiok, but Jiok was also questioning himself. "Rare abilities? What does that mean?" Esther added an explanation. "Awakened individuals with analytical abilities are very rare, so you could say you're quite special too." Yunsung turned around and said in a small voice, Lady Esther is a hunter with a curse attribute, and there are very few of them worldwide." He was curious about the curse attribute. He remembered reading information about this company. Esther, an awakened with a curse attribute, hunts monsters by using debuffs such as weakening and slowing. This world was only in the early stages of a mana explosion, so people who used complex magic were quite rare. I think most awakened on Earth will be like Hong and Kong, people who enhance their combat abilities with simple magic like fire magic. Awakened with magic shields or healing abilities like Yunsung are much rarer. Awakened with abilities like analysis, curses, and mind manipulation would be extremely rare. He said, "I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. I was a bit shocked by the information I just heard." Esther then said mockingly, "You must have been very busy lately and haven't kept up with the news. I appear on many TV programs, but with such impressive analytical abilities you must have received many job requests, haven't you? Anyway, enough small talk, Mr. Ha Yunsung. You said you wanted to discuss business about one of the Magic Tower's gates, right?" Yunsung was startled and said, "Oh yes." Yun looked at Jiok. "But actually it's not me, it's Jiok Hung Nim," Jiok said calmly in a low voice. "I want to enter the gate. Mr. Yunsung just made the appointment for me. Since I'm a low-rank awakened, I definitely wouldn't be able to enter." When Esther asked for his rank, he handed her his occupational card. Esther was surprised. OF rank, that's common for awakened with analytical abilities. Your rank is actually lower compared to them. Jiak put on a confident expression. So what I'm saying is, what's so strange about solving your labyrinth? Esther said seriously. Then why do you want to enter the gate? If you're thinking of gathering resources, I can't help you. The resources those plants produce aren't even enough for me, Jiak quickly replied. I will never go near those plants, Esther asked. So you're not after the fruits? Even so, it's difficult for me to let you into the gate. Are you disappointed? Esther's voice echoed. Or what? Awakened Jiak came from another guild. Since you came with Mr. An Yun-sung, can I assume you're from the Neo Sisters Guild? Moreover, maintaining a gate exclusively costs an enormous amount of money. I don't want to use the sweat and blood of our guild members to help other guild members. If you really want to enter, send your guild's representative to me, Jiak thought angrily. She's asking me to send someone with equal authority, not a subordinate, Esther said challengingly. Honestly, I'm a serious person and I don't like games, so make sure my words are conveyed properly. If you want to enter, you just need to pay enough money. The thought, a low-level dungeon, almost D rank, what valuable resources are there that she can be so boastful about, echoed in Jiok's mind. She probably doesn't know half of the useful resources in that dungeon, he said triumphantly. Hunter Esther, I apologize, but I don't belong to any guild. Esther was surprised to hear that. What? Yoon rushed out and shouted. Oh, that's right, Jiak Hung Nim doesn't even have a team, let alone a guild. He has a hunter system, Jiak calmly continued. And earlier you called me an analysis expert, but I've never done such work. The only person I know in this field is Mr. An Yun-sung. Yun-sung was startled and touched. Helping me doesn't benefit any guild. This is simply my personal request. Esther across from him froze and couldn't react. He briefly wondered, should I talk about that problem too? After a moment he said, I never intended to enter for free. Before he could finish, Esther cut him off. Wait, so currently, Esther's eerie, wicked smile spread. Heh. She stood up, leaning her hands on the table, and laughed wickedly. Even the opponent said in fear, What's wrong with this woman? Esther smiled askew, revealing sharp eyes. A purple magical aura enveloped her, emitting a dangerous and strange charm. Jiak was awkward and confused. Why is she suddenly licking her lips? I haven't even mentioned anything that would make her salivate yet. Esther, with an arrogant look, leaned forward triumphantly. She shouted loudly, Why didn't you say that from the beginning, Mr. Kim Ji Ryo? Jiak replied with a helpless, displeased expression. Yes, Esther suggested. Come to the magic tower. I'll hire you immediately. If you agree, you can get permission to enter the gate. It's simple. I'll give you the entire gate, he thought to himself. Really, is she being serious? Yun-sung said. Large guilds have an enormous amount of magic stones and weapons. Appraisal ability is very popular. Jiak suddenly thought, that's right, these people can't even confirm the purity of magic stones with their eyes. To avoid being cheated in magic stone transactions, one had to hire an appraiser. Esther held up 5 fingers and said she would give a 500 million won bonus if he signed. He said discontentedly, What are you talking about? She wondered, is it too little? Did the Neo Sisters Guild make a better offer? They even hired An Yun-sung. Why do you keep trying to steal our people? Yun-sung calmed him down. Jiak thought to himself, 500 million won, how many bowls of pork and rice soup can I buy with that? Esther explained, the Korean Magic Tower already has many excellent appraisers, so the workload won't be that heavy. He asked curiously, do you really want to hire me as an appraiser? At 500 million. She was excited and delighted, enthusiastically welcoming him and saying, of course. Jiak was also surprised. Jiak thought, to be able to earn such a huge amount of money just by sitting and classifying items. Then I won't have to do dangerous hunter work. I should agree, Esther continued. And you only have to work 4 days a week, he said in surprise. What? She said that in the appraisal department he only needed to work 4 days a week with a flexible schedule. Jiak suddenly realized something. Wait, work? A small hand pressed a button in front of a switch. I thought I reincarnated to retire, but now I have to sign an employment contract myself? Over time, morning meetings with bosses, customer complaints. He and the bear were stressed. He denied, no way. I have to refuse the job. Esther handed him a piece of paper and asked, do you need a little more motivation? Yun-sung also said in surprise. That much? She continued to tempt him. If you change your mind, you're always welcome. Jiak said sadly, I'm sorry, I'll pretend I didn't hear that offer. Esther was flustered and wondered, what? So how much exactly do you want? He said. It's not about money. To be precise, I have no intention of joining any guild. Disappointment at not being able to recruit such talent was evident in her eyes. Esther replied softly, is that so? If that's what you think, then fine. But are you sure? Since you've rejected my offer, you'll have to pay the entrance fee to the gate yourself. I don't know if you can earn that much money. Jiak firmly opened his mouth. I want to negotiate. I know a very interesting material. If you mix it with concrete or metal and use it as the exterior material for buildings, you can create a certain level of resistance. Even if monsters attack, the building won't collapse and will hold up. It absorbs mana. Jiak walked cautiously step by step across the floor and continued speaking. Maintaining the barrier around the entire magic tower must be quite expensive, right? With this alone I can pay the entrance fee. Esther said, that sounds effective. Of course, assuming what you're saying actually exists, Jiak said challengingly. Then feel free to test it. I'm the only one who knows its location, but I'll share it with you. He suddenly thought, that's what I used to defeat the fire lizard last time. Did that sand really have the ability to absorb mana? Now I'm a little hesitant to reveal it, because people are always digging around the gates. They'll eventually find it. Maybe I can sell it for a higher price before it becomes profitable. Esther wondered, is this really that effective? Are you really willing to divulge such important information to gain access to the gate? You won't trade this material with other places, will you? Jiak suddenly thought. She's been arrogant all this time and now she's talking as if the gate is nothing, he said. I promise I will never leak this to anyone else, she wondered. Then isn't that disadvantageous for you? Jiak replied. Yes, but I don't need any changes. I'll just think of it as helping someone with the same rare attribute. In the afternoon of a splendid sunset, golden sunlight shone through the building's glass windows. As the sunlight passed through the windows and illuminated the office, a voice was heard. Esther SSI. Something bad happened. Esther smiled faintly but still hesitated as if thinking, nothing bad, I just teased the guests a little. Hajan asked in surprise. Really? You said you wouldn't curse guests again, didn't you? What did you do to them? You promised you wouldn't do it again. Esther said nonchalantly. So what? It's fun. I didn't do anything serious. The most serious thing was that they tripped over the corner of the cabinet. She asked, what is it this time? She said nonchalantly. I made them sneeze for 30 seconds. Hajan sighed in relief and replied, that's too trivial, too insignificant, but the people who just came didn't sneeze, right? Esther said. Yes. She put down the cup in her hand and murmured softly, exactly. She suddenly realized calmly that when she had just activated her ability they should have sneezed uncontrollably. Jiok's deep eyes appeared clearly in her mind. Esther murmured, but suddenly, she said in a fluster, that man was staring at me. A dignified appearance. Jiok's killing intent was still clearly visible. Esther said that she must have looked very scary, and that man must have known everything from the beginning. An awakened who can block my curse, which can even affect S ranks. Where did that monster come from? A voice was heard. Esther SSI, Mian urgently reported. The appraisal result for that material just now is that it can indeed absorb mana, she asked again. Really? The fact that he's willing to give this to others means he wants to make a good impression on you, right? Esther thought. Scary, she said. Bring me Hunter Kim Gi Ryo's file. Hajan replied. Yes, understood. Esther said. I need to know what kind of person he is. At the same time, on his way home, Jiak continued to vomit. Yunsung asked Han-hyung. Hung Nim, are you alright? Jiak reminded himself. I'll never drink coffee again, he muttered. I thought it was only served to special guests, so I just swallowed it. And then Jiak realized that strange drink. What is this, he thought. It smells like industrial adhesive from Anne Perry. She said this was only given to precious guests. How dare she make me drink this? Esther's image still lingered in his mind. Jiak suddenly remembered. Besides, I even made eye contact with her. Esther asked, didn't you like the coffee? Jiak reluctantly replied. It wasn't bad, but his heart was I couldn't spit it out. I was afraid of looking like an alien. Let's check again. Currently, Kim Gi Ryo's body is controlled by me. The magic of alien creatures is different. Therefore, no one, unless they are a stronger wizard than me, can use hypnosis to control this body. Not even an E-rank hunter's spell would be effective. Jiak suddenly remembered. That was a close call. Yunsung asked. Gi Ryo Hung Nim, you said what you gave Esther earlier was something only you knew about, right? I've never heard of such a substance. Sand that can instantly put out the fire of fire bats and reinforce buildings. He clicked his tongue and said. I only discovered it recently. Yunsung continued. Hung Nim, do you know how valuable that is? But why did you give it to Esther instead of submitting it to the association? Do you have a problem with the Hunter Association? Jiak replied calmly. No, not at all. Yunsung asked again. Really? He said seriously. I just wanted to make a good impression on Hunter Esther. Yunsung suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What? Jiak said surprised. Ah me. Yunsung arbitrarily assumed that Hunter Esther was Jiok's ideal type. He immediately denied it. No, I don't have any feelings for that woman either. Yunsung hesitated and said, understood. But Jiak still found it difficult to comprehend. Yunsung wondered, then what do you hope to gain from that gate? Hung Nim? The next day, sunlight poured down and a cool morning breeze swept through the city. Jiak woke up feeling languid. Oh, my body aches so much. Let's see, have those all dried up? Yesterday, Jiak had entered the gate he had contracted with Yunsung. The two were attacked by a swarm of monsters. He fought fiercely. Thanks to a rank hunter Yunsung, the hunt proceeded very smoothly. Jiak was able to easily obtain the beast wings in the shape of fairies, an important material for creating mana amplifiers. Jiak was satisfied. I wasn't sure if I could really get them, but it's all thanks to Yunsung. Good, everything is going according to plan. Having obtained the most difficult material, the rest were much easier. He was one step closer to regaining his old powers. Once Jiak could use magic again, the era of Homo sapiens would end. He opened the refrigerator. Now it's time to replenish my daily nutrients. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting Jiok's work. He wondered, who is it? A friend or family of Kim Gi Ryo? A voice came from outside. Please come out. Jiak had no choice but to open the door. Ah, not similar. If it were that person's acquaintance it would be really troublesome. A woman said, hello Mr. Kim Gi Ryo. I'm from the Hunter Association. May I bother you for a moment? Jiak thought irritably. Ms. Sonwoo, I was just about to eat lunch. He replied. What is it? One said. Please step outside for a moment. I apologize for coming without notice, but according to regulations such matters must be handled without prior notification. As she spoke, she glanced into the room. All right, I'll explain the reason for my visit clearly. We've received a report of suspected illegal awakened registration. As a result of our investigation, it has been determined that there's a possibility of fraud in your awakened rank declaration. Jiak was surprised. What are you talking about? One explained. We need to re-evaluate your abilities. So please come to the Hunter Association immediately. Jiak asked for confirmation. Immediately. One replied. Yes, she spoke in a threatening tone, hinting at the two burly bodyguards who accompanied her. Unless you want to be forcibly escorted. Jiak looked at the two and worried. It seems I won't be having lunch today. The car carrying him was driving on the road. Sonwoo-won, the stern-faced woman with long straight hair, explained the reason for her current appearance before Kim Ji-Ryo. I need to go back a few weeks. She glanced suspiciously at Jiak. Kim Ji-Ryo. One recalled as she looked at the current Jiak. Back then he had said with a cold face, My rank is F, she exclaimed in surprise. You're F rank, and how did you take down that monster? He replied calmly. It was just luck. That stupid bird crashed into a wall on its own. Kim Ji-Ryo's answer was completely different from what an F-rank hunter would say. This made one start to suspect rank manipulation from that moment on. After checking Jiok's records, her suspicion grew even stronger. She was suspicious. Is he really F-rank? Wait, he only entered a gate once? Is that his entire career? With a single F-rank gate entry, he took down a C-rank monster by himself in broad daylight. How, if there's such a rank manipulator, it would be really dangerous. Who knows what they might do among weaker hunters? But Yoon-won had no authority to investigate further, so she merely submitted a suspicious report about Hunter Kim Ji-Ryo. Normally that would have been the end of it, but a few days later one was surprised by unexpected news. What is this? She exclaimed, looking at the news about Hong. This is truly insane. Everything changed when Hong, who returned unconscious from the dungeon, personally submitted a report about Kim Ji-Ryo. One seriously assessed the situation. I'm just a civil servant, but if even a hero like Hong is suspicious, this is serious. Kim Ji-Ryo wouldn't hide his true rank. I expected him to resist or flee when I gave him the re-evaluation notice. Unexpectedly, he was cooperative. She glanced into Jiok's house, recalling. His house used to be so small and old. Not even a D-rank lives so frugally. Is he just saving money, or does he have hidden assets somewhere? While one was deep in thought, Jiok's voice interrupted her. Excuse me, but how much is the re-evaluation fee? I really don't have any money, she replied. The test fee is about 480,000 won, but since this is a re-evaluation due to an investigation, it's free. However, this only applies if your rank doesn't change. If fraudulent activity is detected, you'll be fined and charged the test fee. Jiok suddenly felt afraid. Am I in danger then? He listened to one's words and glanced around, assessing. It was a large room, and several people were testing their abilities at the counter. Jiok was displeased with the test equipment they were using. Such a setup is really unreasonable. It can't accurately measure the strength of someone with respiratory problems. He was relieved. I probably don't need to worry about anything, especially since Kim Ji-Ryo smoked so much that his lungs are ruined. What can that pathetic equipment detect? One pulled Jiok out of his thoughts. Mr. Kim Ji-Ryo, please come this way. The most modern equipment will be used for this re-evaluation. He was surprised. The most modern equipment, she continued to explain. The old method was less accurate for people with lung diseases. You received a re-evaluation notice last year, didn't you? Jiok was shocked to learn this. Earthlings were already aware of this problem and even improved it. He said sarcastically, Mr. Kim Ji-Ryo, you've already had countless opportunities to voluntarily adjust your rank. He hastily looked for a way out. Wait a minute, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Two bodyguards approached and firmly grabbed Jiok's arm. She declared, Then let's start right now. You've seen the news about false reporting, haven't you? He was placed on the measuring device without any resistance. Oh dear, no. One announced the results so Jiok wouldn't have to wait too long. The results are in, if the results are significantly different enough to change your rank. Mr. Kim Ji-Ryo will be considered a rank manipulator. You've seen on the news what happens if you're convicted of false reporting, haven't you? He was confused. I don't know anything. I only reported information before. Jiok's worry reached its peak. Who knew they would have such advanced machines? Is my immense mana quantity hidden by lung problems about to be revealed? I need to explain from the beginning. Actually, I'm an alien and I've possessed Kim Ji-Ryo's body. But that body smoked too much, so the lungs are more important. He suddenly remembered the 480,000 won test fee and paused for a moment. One began to read the results. Awakened value 14 F rank. No fraudulent activity detected. Jiok was confused by the results. What? No fraudulent activity, she continued. Your value has increased by about 2 compared to last year's results, but this much increase is not a problem, so you don't need to worry, he thought, puzzled. So it increased? Jiok asked curiously. Can this value continue to increase in the future? She replied. No, it usually stops after increasing to this extent. Innate awakened values don't change naturally. He heard that and was disheartened. So this body really only has F-rank mana? The reason I failed at magic was because the fuel tank was empty from the start, not because my lungs were broken. Jiak suddenly remembered an important detail, but back then I walked the same path and the golem didn't see me. It only attacked An Yunsung's team. No matter how much I called, it didn't pay any attention at all, Jiak realized. Could it be that it didn't even recognize me as an intruder? That cruel truth dawned on him, and Jiok's heart grew heavy. One called out to Kim Ji-ryo, concerned. His spirits dropped sharply and his eyes stared blankly into space. Now I have to accept this. My reincarnation magic has completely failed and now I'll have to live as the weakest wizard on this planet. The day was almost over. Twilight sun cast its rays, painting a corner of the sky red. Jiak walked home thinking, well, just because I'm a great wizard doesn't mean I don't fail. Maybe it's lucky to realize this early. Anyway, all doubts have been cleared. Until then, Won continued to walk silently beside him. She asked worriedly, do you need to go to the hospital? Sometimes tests on lower-ranked awakened can cause side effects. If you're still dizzy, Jiak hastily reassured her. Thank you for your concern, but I'm really fine. But Won was still uneasy. But you looked unwell after the test. Jiok's eyes welled up with emotion. I can't believe an earthling is worried about me. He began to speak. Excuse me, Ms. Sonwoo, she replied. Yes, Jiak asked curiously. How did you know I would be home today? It's the middle of a weekday. Won replied cheerfully. Ah, that's my awakened ability. I'm a tracker. He didn't understand and asked again. A tracker, she explained in detail. Simply put, it's a tracking ability. You can find more detailed information on PC Wiki. I can track the real-time location of objects or people. I use this ability most often to track criminals. Before Won could finish speaking, Jiak stopped her. Wait a minute, Ms. Sonwoo. He stopped her, seeing a long black object lying at her feet. Won cautiously asked, this is... She looked at the weasel, dead from being hit by a car, and said, it's just a weasel. It probably got into a traffic accident. Jiak was now sitting next to the weasel, looking at it with a sad expression. She continued, this kind of thing happens quite often around here. Then he grabbed the weasel's ear and lifted it. Won was surprised to see that and exclaimed, Hunter Kim Ji-ryo, he said. What a waste of such a precious thing. At this moment he was holding the weasel in his arms, feeling sorry for it. She thought to herself, precious, does he mean it's a pity? Then she said to him, it seems to have been dead for a while. Touching it might be unhygienic. But Jiak stubbornly said, if it's dirty I'll just wash it. Then he stood up and said in a cold voice, then Sonwoo Won, I'll be going in now. She quickly replied, ah yes. Jiak pointed the way for her. If you go down this alley you'll be home. We're almost there. Won replied blankly, ah please go carefully. Seeing the weasel in his arms, she thought to herself, is he going to bury it? In Anpuri, materials for making golems are broadly divided into two types. One is weapon golems made of black stone and metal, and the other is organic golems using animal carcasses. In short, Kim Jiak had simply found a good experimental sample. At this moment, a creature suddenly moved on his way home and clung to Jiok's shoulder. He thought to himself, I'm really lucky. Biological samples are lying around on the streets of Earth like this. Once I complete the mana enhancer, I'll immediately experiment with magic here. Currently, Kim Won was still standing behind. Seeing this, she was also slightly surprised. Watching Jiok's retreating figure, she murmured, he was a warmer person than I thought. But to the Earthlings who didn't know this story, Kim Jiok's actions left a strong impression. At this moment, night deepened in his apartment, and Jiok was spreading out his experimental tools. He exclaimed, what? Why is the compatibility so low? Is it because of my lungs? Without proper tools, trying to increase the concentration just makes my lungs hurt more. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Even if my mana is F rank, magic should at least activate. He picked up the phone and answered. Hello? He was already annoyed. Who the hell is calling at this hour? It was already 10 p.m. He recalled adding detection ability to Kim Ji-ryo's profile because of an article he read online earlier. At the time, he had posted a question asking what to do after the awakening test, and someone replied, once you get your hunter rank, go to the association and test your abilities. Specifying your abilities in your profile will make it easier to find work later. Jiok realized that this information was also publicly available. Thanks to that, ever since he added the detection ability, scout offers from reconnaissance teams kept coming in, which was truly annoying. Jiok sat on his bed and sighed. It's killing me to even refuse. Just then another notification arrived. He helplessly picked up his phone. What now? Jiok checked the notification and said, the sweetest in the world, meet me at the convenience store now. He wondered, baffled. Jiok immediately left the house. Night had fallen and the streets were empty. There was no one coming or going. As he walked, he complained, I'm dead tired. But since this precious thing was supposedly waiting for him, he couldn't just pass it by. As Jiok walked, he suddenly noticed a car parked in front of him. He approached, baffled, and said, what is it? Why is there a car parked here? The mysterious people inside the car sat silently, saying nothing. Just then, they quickly opened the door and revealed themselves. Jiok exclaimed in surprise, Didi? A man brushed up behind Jiok and suddenly ambushed him. He quickly wrapped one arm around Jiok, tightly gripping his neck and head, immobilizing him, and Jiok's face turned pale with fear. No, Jiok's consciousness was fading now, and his eyes blinked, unable to see properly. The only thing he could see was the figure of a huge man, but not his face. My head hurts too much. Jiok unconsciously thought, I could endure a magic attack, but a physical attack is impossible. Wait, how long have I been unconscious? His arms were tightly bound behind his back. Where am I? His eyes were tightly covered with cloth. Jiak felt utterly helpless. This planet is truly terrifying. Who would do such a horrible thing? Just then a man's voice suddenly spoke. Is that the F-rank guy standing over there? He listened intently. They continued. Yes, we caught him while he was loitering nearby, Jiak thought. Were they targeting me? Does Kim Ji-Ryo have a grudge? There were 2 men there, and they continued their conversation. Fortunately, we finished within the deadline, but is he really F-rank? Even though we suddenly ordered him to attack a D-rank target. He couldn't even move. Check if anything's broken. If there's a crack, fix it right away. Hey, I'm not an amateur. Just then a man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A boss, you've arrived? Yes, it's me, Jiak thought to himself. Who else is coming? A man quickly approached the guest and ordered his subordinates. Everyone greet him. This is our VIP guest. They all bowed in unison, greeting. Welcome, sir. A man continued. Our VIP guest will personally inspect the merchandise, so quickly prepare. The 2 men immediately obeyed the order. Understood. Jiak was surprised to hear that. Merchandise? The VIP guest they welcomed was named Kong Chano. Just then he laughed in a chilling voice, saying, Wait. Kong Chano looked at Jiak, who was tightly bound to a chair, and said, The kid who's tied up has woken up. Jiak could clearly feel someone approaching him now, and he thought to himself, what did he say? How did he know? He approached Jiak and untied the piece of cloth covering his eyes. Kong Chano tossed the cloth into the air and said, Long time no see, Hunter Kim Ji-Ryo. Jiak was very surprised to see him. Kong Chano Hung Nim, why are you here? He replied. You seem to have been dragged in suddenly and don't understand what's happening at all, so I'll explain a bit. There's a rumor going around in the industry these days. Word is there's a hunter with exceptional detection abilities who can navigate the Magic Tower's labyrinth. But the problem is that the awakened rank of that guy with the detection ability is F rank. To possess such advanced abilities unbefitting his status. He's an easy target for crime, Jiak exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. So what are you going to do with me? Kong Chano laughed and replied, Of course I'm going to sell you. There are many people in this world who want to hide the true power of their equipment. And you know they need a personal appraiser for that, right? The cost of contracting with an appraiser is never cheap. He asked again, Isn't it cheaper if you break the law? He replied, It's incomparable, especially the maintenance costs. At this moment, Jiak thought to himself. So am I caught by an organization that deals in fake awakened? Kong Chano continued. Especially people below D rank have very weak mental fortitude, making them easy to exploit. The subordinates standing in the corner talked among themselves. We know from working here that if you turn awakened like that into slaves, you can live comfortably without worrying about betrayal. Jiak thought, so that's what VIP meant. Just then, as Kong Chano was about to leave, he called out, Kong Chano Hung Nim, could you help me for a moment? He replied. Why would I? I'm just a guest here. I just stopped by for other business. Well then, farewell, Hunter Kim Ji-Ryo. He thought helplessly to himself. Damn it. A moment later a voice spoke. New merchandise has arrived. Take that F rank up to the next floor. 2 subordinates approached Jiak and replied in unison. Yes, he raised his eyes and looked at them. His eyes were full of worry and fear, and he thought to himself, I shouldn't have reincarnated in a place like this. Then they took him to another room, opened the door and pushed him inside. This room was very dark. The 2 subordinates were wearing helmets. They talked to each other again. Hey, they didn't cover his eyes, did they? So what, he'll pass out anyway. After that, the 2 subordinates quickly closed the door. He subtly took notice and observed quietly. Jiak got up again and leaned against the wall. He thought to himself, being moved here doesn't seem to mean I'm being sold right away, does it? Why are they leaving me alone here? Just then he suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. Wait, there's something on the shelf in the corner. Is that what's spreading this scent? Jiak thought to himself. It smells like sweet flowers. He now saw the object across the room. Is that a magic tool? Jiak analyzed inwardly. It seems to be a sleep-inducing tool. Judging by the strength of this scent, it could put even a B rank awakened to sleep. Of course it would have no effect on a great wizard like me. Just then he pulled at his shoelaces trying to untie them. But now was not the time to worry about such things. He had to escape from here quickly. He bit down hard on the untied shoelace. He firmly held the other end of the shoelace with his foot and placed the end he was biting right next to the ropes binding his hands. Jiak thought to himself, please. He tried to move the rope quickly to create friction. Finally sparks flew and smoke began to rise. Jiak kept muttering to himself, break it with thermal friction. After struggling for a long time, the rope binding his hands finally broke. He was slightly surprised. I succeeded. Jiak said to himself, even if I'm immune to brainwashing, being sold in this situation, completely unable to use magic, is very dangerous. First I need to report this, but where's my phone? It's gone. Of course kidnappers wouldn't leave the victim's belongings behind. So what can I use to escape now? Jiak stood up and his eyes fell upon the magic tool that was continuously emitting fragrance. He reached out, grabbed the chain and held the fragrant magic tool in his hand. Jiak thought to himself, in the end this is the only way. Just then the 2 subordinates who had let their guard down suddenly turned around and looked with surprised eyes. The scent of the magic tool from the room where Jiak was confined was now so strong that they covered their noses and mouths, exclaiming, What is that? He immediately threw the magic tool hard at one of the men's faces. The other man saw this and became extremely enraged. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? This scent is so strong I can smell it even with my nose covered. In the end, the other man collapsed, losing consciousness. Now only Jiak stood there, still holding the magic tool in his hand. He lifted it and said, "Quite effective." Suddenly, he inadvertently kicked a subordinate's phone and thought to himself, "I need to move quickly before anyone discovers me and comes here." Jiak bent down, picked up his phone and said to himself, "Did these guys drop it? Lucky." After that, he dialed 112 on the keypad. He thought to himself, if ordinary people on Earth were in such a dangerous situation, they would definitely call someone. Just then he quickly made the call and put the phone to his ear. From the other end a voice said, "Yes, this is the police. How can I help you?" He stood up and said, "I've been robbed." But the police seemed not to hear his voice and asked again, "Pardon? Hello, please repeat, I can't hear you well." Jiak repeated, "I said I've been robbed." But from the other end the voice said, "Hello," again. He looked at the phone helplessly and thought to himself, "What is this? Can't they hear? Is this phone broken?" After that, he went into the messaging app and sent a text. "My name is Kim Gi Rio and I've been kidnapped." He thought a little helplessly. "Should I send a text message instead? Will that be okay?" 112 received. Troop deployment may take time in case of emergency. Please contact 112 again. Jiak asked again, "How long will it take to get here?" But he only received the same automated response as before. Hope was now gone. Jiak thought helplessly to himself, "What is this robotic reply? Did they read my message? Was the report really received?" He was too anxious. "No, I have to find another way to ensure my safety." After that, he sent a text message to Yunsung asking for help. After sending the message, he stood up, put the phone in his pocket, and felt a slight sense of relief. "All right, a report is complete." Then, holding the magic tool in his hand, Jiak thought to himself, "Should I start my escape plan?" At the same time, two burly subordinates were going to check the situation, and one man noticed something strange and said, "Ah, hey, what is this?" In front of them, the strong scent of the magic tool was now wafting. It was slowly spreading towards them. They looked at it, very confused. "I can faintly see something over there." Jiak approached them. One man exclaimed in extreme surprise, "Who is that?" He saw Jiak in front of him continuously throwing the magic tool at a high speed, and the subordinate standing next to him foolishly said, "Was there someone among us with dyed hair?" Just then, Jiak lifted the magic tool and threw it with all his might at one of the men. It was so sudden that he couldn't react and the magic tool landed squarely on his face. The other man saw it and was extremely flustered. He exclaimed, "Wait, you're not that fake awakened we just kidnapped, are you?" As soon as he recognized him, he immediately charged towards him, holding the magic tool in his hand. The subordinate, panic-stricken, spurted blood from his nose and fell to the ground, unable to move. Jiak said, "Truly useless fools," he thought to himself. "To get out of here, I need to find an exit first. I don't know the structure of this building and all the windows are blocked." Just then he suddenly sensed something and exclaimed, "Ha!" Jiak turned around. Before his eyes was a spatial gate emitting a lot of spiritual energy. He thought to himself, "The power is so strong that even with this weak F-rank body I can sense it. A portal, no doubt. There's a portal right outside this building. The portals hunters search for are mostly in mountains or wide open spaces. If I use this as a reference, I should be able to get out." Just then, a group of people was approaching from behind Jiak. A voice spoke, "Wait, what is this? The F-rank thug who was confined has escaped." He quickly dashed down the stairs, thinking of a way as he went. "First, I need to go downstairs." But the moment he set foot on the stairs, Jiok's knee suddenly buckled and hurt. He was surprised and worried, thinking to himself, "Damn it, my leg already hurts and I haven't even run yet." Just then, a man behind him spotted him and exclaimed, "There he is!" Very quickly, they ran up shouting, "What? How did a mere F-rank escape? Catch him immediately!" But when they saw Jiak holding the magic tool in his hand, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, he's holding that!" and quickly warned the others, "Everyone hold your breath." Jiok's face turned cold. "It's no use holding your breath now." After that, he continuously threw the magic tool rapidly, making the scent spread even more intensely. They now tried to cover their noses and mouths, but it was no use. They kept coughing violently, exclaiming, "I can't breathe." Jiak threw the magic tool again. However, one of the subordinates quickly grabbed the magic tool. Holding it in his hand, he was furious. "This F-rank bastard!" The subordinate immediately rushed at Jiak, swiftly grabbing his neck with one hand and slamming him hard against the wall. At this moment, Jiok's entire body trembled with fear. He spoke again, "Though I shouldn't lay a hand on you, a product we're selling, today's your unlucky day." Before he could finish speaking, Jiak firmly gripped the subordinate's arm and forcefully kneed him hard in the jaw, causing him immense pain. Immediately after, the man fell backward. Too exhausted and drained of strength, he collapsed onto the floor. Now the other subordinates remaining here had all inhaled the magic tool's scent and collapsed. Jiak panted, complaining, "I'm exhausted to death." At this moment, he looked at the magic tool, picked it up and was surprised. What? My mana is depleting so quickly. Damn it, it's hard enough fighting while running, and now I'm being watched too." Jiak looked back. Suddenly, he found a spatial door emitting a lot of mana there, and he thought to himself, "From now on it won't be easy. Is it an exit?" "Definitely. I can feel the gate's vibrations beyond the door." At this moment, Jiak stood up, steadying himself with a hand on the wall and painstakingly walked towards it. Seeing the door, he thought inwardly, "It makes me think of the typical structure of Earth's buildings. A door that big must lead outside." He approached and placed both hands on the door. This door wasn't even locked. Just then, a subordinate suddenly shouted, "Team leader, the awakened has escaped from the upper floor." At this moment, when Jiak opened the door, to his surprise, the boss and Kong Chano were inside talking to each other. As soon as they saw him, they were all extremely surprised. The two subordinates standing behind them turned pale. The team leader said, very flustered, "What? Why is he here?" How in the world did you manage these guys? How did you let him escape? He thought to himself. The situation isn't good. Then the subordinates unanimously said, "We're sorry." Jiak looked at Kong Chano, seeing him smile at him. He thought inwardly, the gate is inside the building and Kong Chano is here too. I'm screwed. If Kong Chano had been outside the gate I could have sensed his mana and escaped. Currently a subordinate stepped forward and shouted at him, "Hey you F-rank bastard, what did you do with the guys upstairs?" Another subordinate exclaimed in surprise. "No way did that guy take down so many people by himself, you bastard. Said this guy was F-rank, didn't you? Was that a fake report meant to deceive us?" Jiak thought inwardly. "Ah right, these guys don't know I manipulated the upstairs guards with the scent. If I could have lured Kong Chano away I could have escaped. I wish this guy wasn't here." At this moment the team leader lowered his hat, seeming to have lost face. He sighed and said to Kong Chano, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kong Chano. This happened right after we completed an important deal. I know it's presumptuous to ask, but could you lend us a hand?" He asked back. "Help?" The team leader quickly replied. "I'm asking you to capture that hunter. The chairman herself will be coming to evaluate him. Our staff alone are enough to subdue him, but wouldn't it be more certain and faster if an S-rank hunter stepped in personally?" Hearing that, Jiak thought inwardly, "That presumptuous guy is giving orders to a VIP. What is he thinking?" Hearing that, Kong Chano happily agreed quickly. "Of course I'll help. We're in the same boat after all." The team leader was slightly excited to hear that. "Haha, your insight is truly exceptional." Seeing that, he was startled and felt helpless. "Is that even possible?" The team leader spoke to him again. "By the way, Mr. Kong Chano, you also needed sensor equipment, right? I'll give you an unprecedented discount this time." Then Kong Chano spoke to Jiak again. "Did you hear that, Kim Jiak? You're helping me get a good deal. If you let me catch you, that guy will probably respect me quite a bit. There's no chance of escaping from here now." He thought helplessly to himself, "What should I do? When are the police coming? Will they even come? Did Yunsung see my message?" Kong Chano continued to whisper in Jiok's ear. "How are you going to escape now? There's no way out behind you and you've already used up all your strength. Even if I let you go, you won't have the energy to run." He thought inwardly. "Does he think I don't want to run? I don't know what to do right now, and too much explanation will just be a waste of breath." At this moment Jiak spoke again. "Hey Hunter Kong Chano, have you ever seen me run away before?" When Jiak asked that, Kong Chano was slightly surprised. His face hardened, Jiok's eyes sharpened, and he continued, "No, perhaps you." To then hearing those words, Kong Chano recalled the past. At that time he had met and talked with Jiak, returning to the present. He now replied coldly, "No." Hearing that, Jiok's face turned as cold as ice. He continued, "Not once." Just then Kong Chano approached Jiak and asked, "You mean you're not planning to run away this time, so shall we fight here?" "Ah no. I don't think there's a need to fight here." As he said that, he quickly raised both hands and replied, "I surrender." Kong Chano was surprised, thinking inwardly, "Surrender," he continued. "You took down all the guards and made it this far and now you're saying that?" Hearing that, Jiak felt wronged. He thought inwardly, "No, I didn't hit anyone. Does everyone think I'm like them?" Kong Chano said again. "Do you think I'd believe that word surrender?" He glared at him, thinking inwardly, "I admit it. If it were me, I wouldn't have believed the words of someone who ran away from me." Suddenly a stream of mana flashed past Jiok's eyes. So what is he going to do now? He quickly looked to his side, thinking inwardly, "What was that just now?" Just then a person walked out from beyond the spatial door. That person shouted, "Boss!" He was a burly foreign man. Seeing him emerge from that door, Jiak thought inwardly, "Is this teleportation? No, is it a magic passage rather than a gate? Spatial teleportation technology?" At this moment the team leader quickly approached him and said, "It's exactly 12 o'clock. Punctuality is indeed your characteristic." The foreign man replied happily, "Koreans are skilled at keeping promises." Seeing that, Kong Chano also quickly approached them and added, Is this the transporter?" The team leader quickly replied, "He is a very rare wizard who possesses spatial teleportation technology capable of transporting humans." Hearing that, Kong Chano was surprised. "My goodness, to see him in person." The team leader began the introduction. "This is S-rank hunter Kong Chano, you know him well, right?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, isn't he the top hunter in the industry?" Jiak suddenly sensed a sound. Seeing them, he thought inwardly, "What if I escape now?" Behind Kong Chano's back a large beam of mana now appeared. The foreign man said, "Hunter Kong Chano, it's a pleasure to meet you." He was secretly activating his power. Before the foreign man could finish speaking, Kong Chano swiftly launched an attack at his head. Immediately after, the foreign man was powerfully sent flying backward, hitting his head against the wall. Witnessing that sight, Jiak was extremely surprised and couldn't understand. The team leader saw that and exclaimed loudly in a panic, What is this, Hunter Kong Chano?" At this moment the foreign man was already dead, embedded in the wall. Kong Chano turned back and looked at the team leader with sharp eyes, and he continued to shout, "What in the world is going on?" He replied calmly, "I've already spent a lot of money and time dealing with this useless guy. Those with spatial teleportation technology escape immediately if you're even a little careless. It's very difficult to get an opportunity. Initially I wasn't interested in you guys smuggling or illegally occupying gates, but a guy with spatial teleportation technology." Hearing their conversation, Jiak was extremely flustered, thinking inwardly, "What is this situation right now?" Just then, Kong Chano's eyes flashed. Activating his mana, he approached the team leader and opened his mouth. "I'm really interested in that guy." Seeing that, the team leader was extremely afraid. Two subordinates quickly stepped in front of the team leader to block him. Kong Chano continued, taking a guy with spatial teleportation technology from my territory is an entirely different matter. Immediately, he teleported behind one of the subordinates, and that subordinate's face turned pale as he shouted, "Team leader, quickly get inside the gate." In an instant, Kong Chano struck the man with one blow. The subordinate was sent flying far behind Jiak. Seeing that, he thought inwardly, indeed that guy cannot be defeated. It wasn't by chance that he reached S rank. Initially, the Hunter Association's ranks ranged from A to F. But at some point, hunters with extraordinary powers began to appear more and more, and the latest unofficial rank to appear was S rank, possessing immeasurable power. The other remaining subordinate was also attacked and fell hard onto the floor in front of Jiok's eyes. He still watched silently. He thought inwardly, he truly is a creature at the top of Earth's food chain. Currently, only the team leader remained alive here. He leaned against the wall, his face showing extreme anxiety and fear, and his entire body trembled continuously. In a stammering voice, "Please save me, I beg you." Kong Chano approached him, his face darkened, and he opened his mouth. "You're asking me for a favor in this situation." His eyes were full of contempt, and he continued, "To spare your life." The team leader's face turned pale at Kong Chano's murderous appearance. Immediately, he ended the team leader's life with one blow. As a loud scream echoed, Jiak could only helplessly turn his head away. Sweating, he thought inwardly, as expected, I shouldn't have gotten involved with Kong Chano. Suddenly, at this moment, a police car siren blared, startling and flustering both Jiak and Kong Chano. 5 police cars were parked outside the building. The two exclaimed in surprise, "Police?" Kong Chano quickly turned back and asked him anxiously, "Did you call the police?" Jiak thought inwardly, "That's right." After that, he replied to him, "Ah yes, why are you so surprised?" At this moment, Kong Chano froze, slightly flustered, and then he opened his mouth. "Let me tell you in advance, I'm not in cahoots with this organization. I was just trying to stop those guys from selling Korean awakened individuals abroad." Jiak quickly interrupted. "That's the police's job." Kong Chano scoffed. "If you knew how slow the police are, you wouldn't say that. Initially, I thought it would take days to find this place, but it took too long. It's unavoidable since most civil servant awakened have switched to hunter jobs, leading to a severe manpower shortage, but this time they were faster than I expected. Anyway, thanks for your help, Hunter Kim Jiak." At this moment, he patted his shoulder with one hand and continued, "I have many questions, but it's too late now, so I won't ask any more." Hearing that, Jiak exclaimed in surprise, Thanks." He thought inwardly, "Wait, if that guy just leaves, it'll be troublesome for me to stay here." After thinking, he quickly shouted loudly, "Kong Chano, wait, Kong Chano, hey you bastard." However, he still quickly left this place. Jiak exclaimed helplessly, "Damn it, if that damn S-rank hunter just disappears in a situation like this, won't the next situation be even worse? What else is there?" Just then, many police officers quickly entered this room. One person quickly rushed at Jiak. The others pointed their guns at him and shouted, "Hands up, police." They quickly grabbed him by the neck and firmly held his hands, threatening, "From now on, using your awakened abilities will be punished as a serious crime." "What did you do with the kidnapped victims?" Jiak explained helplessly. "I'm the one who reported it." But the police ignored his words and ordered, "Don't move. From now on, you are arrested for violating the Special Act on Awakened Crimes." He thought helplessly inwardly, "I can't believe it. How shameless. How could they do this to an innocent alien?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait, that's one." She ran up panting and asked, "Mr. Kim Jiak, why are you handcuffed?" He turned back and quickly replied, "I don't know either." The police officer holding him asked, "Do you know this person?" One quickly replied, "Yes, this is the person who reported the awakened kidnapping incident." Hearing that, the police quickly unlocked the handcuffs with a key and said, "Ah, I see. My apologies." Jiak thought helplessly inwardly, "I told you, just listen to me." After that, he turned to her and asked, "By the way, Ms. Sonwoo-won, why did you come so quickly?" She showed him a text message image on her phone and replied, "Ah, I received a message from Hunter On Yoon-sung." She said she received this from Hunter Kim Jiak. He looked at the text message and thought inwardly, "Fortunately, Yoon-sung received my message in time." At that moment, a police officer was checking the information of the people lying on the floor. One continued, "Hunter Yoon-sung is currently handling a monster that escaped from a dungeon break near City Hall. I heard he received this message during his mission. After that, I used my tracking ability to come here." A police officer shouted loudly, "Team leader!" The officer quickly approached the team leader, handed him their ID cards and said, "I've checked the information of the people scattered around here. Most of them are involved with illegal human trafficking organizations." The team leader was very surprised to hear that and exclaimed, "What did you say?" One also couldn't hide her surprise. The police officer continued, "These are the organizations that recently kidnapped awakened individuals and sold them overseas. This seems to be their gathering point." She thought to herself, "I've heard of them. They're a very sophisticated organization, difficult even for investigative agencies to track." The team leader said, "This place seems to have once been the boss's base, but now it looks abandoned. In fact, this organization seemed to have already disbanded." He quickly approached Jiak and asked, "Surely you didn't cause all this havoc here, did you?" Jiak quickly replied, "It wasn't me, it was that crazy Kong Chano." the police officer asked again. Then the people lying on the first floor, surely that wasn't your doing? Jiak hesitated and replied. "Ah no, that was my doing," but the police officer cut him off. Could the person who reported this explain more clearly? Jiak sighed and helplessly thought to himself, no choice. Then he replied, "Actually, I was just defending myself." Hearing that, one was surprised again. She put her hand on her chin and thought to herself, come to think of it, Kim Jiak wasn't tied up at all, and he was even found in the boss's room. Plus he was the one who reported it. At that moment, a police officer held out a magic tool to Jiak and asked, "Then is this item yours, Hunter? We found it in the hallway." One silently observed the room and the spatial door in the middle of it. She analyzed inwardly, come to think of it, he's barely injured. He was almost sold overseas, yet he's so calm. Kim Jiak, was he really kidnapped? Or was all this? At that very moment, one stared at Jiak holding the magic tool in his hand, doubting that it was Jiok's intention. In a peaceful corner of a street bathed in bright morning sunlight, Jiak muttered in a room, "It wasn't intentional." In front of him sat a low wooden table and a dark brown object. Jiak said, "In the end I got a free magic tool like this. Isn't that a profit?" He thought to himself, if even the police don't know its use and even mistook its owner, this must be a rare item. I like that it can be continuously recharged and used. Someone ran away leaving me to suffer alone, but I can only laugh it off. Jiak wondered, can this only be used on humans? It probably won't be effective on animals or monsters. Suddenly, a bubbling sound came from a boiling kettle, and he turned around in the end. Jiak walked over and turned off the stove. He said softly, "Success, the color is perfect." Jiak thought for a moment. To create something like this with ordinary ingredients on such a remote planet, I really am a genius grand wizard, a magic enhancer. Drinking this allows one to surpass the minimum mana threshold required to cast magic, enabling temporary use of magic. In short, it acts like the ignition switch of a lighter. It provides initial energy. He put down the cup and muttered, "Good, no breathing problems." The effect of this potion lasts for 5 minutes, enough time to complete one spell. Jiak slightly raised his hand and a blue light flashed. He said, "Alright, then let's cast the first spell on Earth. Recover right kneecap and damaged leg muscles." Jiak held the blue flame in his hand forward and cleared his throat. "Fix physical state, stop aging." He lightly stomped his foot and muttered, "Is it done?" Jiak rejoiced, thinking, "Good, it doesn't hurt anymore." He said, "But it's too early to celebrate, because the journey ahead would be like a long marathon." Jiak thought for a moment. "I need to check it myself to be sure. Kim Ji Ryo's mana is terrible. Just a little low-grade magic depletes his mana, and this body has poor lung function, so I can't use magic enhancers often. No, don't rush too much. Anyway, success is success. I should think as positively as possible and prepare today's food first." There was a knock, and Jiak walked over and asked, "Who is it?" He casually walked, thinking for a moment. Could it be Sonwoo Won again? Jiak fully opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside. "Student," Jinchul said, "Fire Department. I was just about to call you at home." He was lost in thought. Is this person the owner of this house? This body still remembers the relationship. Jiak replied awkwardly, "Hello sir, I'm sorry for showing up suddenly." "Student, this month is tough again, isn't it?" he asked in a fluster. "Yes, it's tough," Jinchul continued. "You still haven't sent the rent. It's been several months now. I can't wait any longer either. Plus, this house's mailbox was full, so I brought it. You haven't paid the utility fees either, have you?" he stammered, flustered and confused. That, Jiok's face turned pale as he sank into thought. "How many months has this been?" Jinchul said softly. "Student, if you keep doing this, I'll keep getting calls. You need to pay quickly. I'll wait until the end of this month." Apologized and asked, "How much is the rent exactly?" He replied, "It's 450,000 won per month. It's been 3 months overdue, so that's 1,350,000 won. Hearing that, Jiak exclaimed in surprise. "What? 1,350,000 won?" Jinchul said. "If you can't pay by the end of this month, please vacate the room." "I'm asking you," he replied. "Understood." Jiak turned around, firmly gripping the lock, and heavily closed the door, thinking, "I'm screwed. If I can't pay 1,350,000 won, will I be kicked out of this house?" Kim Ji Ryo's current balance was 3,350 won. He said, "If the deadline is the end of this month, that means only 14 days left." Jiak thought for a moment. "If I add the bills, I need to prepare 2 million won along with the rent." Jiak muttered, "Isn't there anywhere to earn money, or did I forget about money I had hidden away?" A small ray of hope suddenly flickered in his mind. Jiak quickly ran to his phone and said loudly, "That's right, I still had that." He suddenly remembered, "I really didn't want to use this method, but I have to go get my hidden money back." A ringing sound indicated a call connecting, and he said, "Hello, is this Kong Chano's number?" At the same time, a voice suddenly echoed from a skyscraper. "Reward, Chano, that car accident last time, you didn't answer when I called, and now you're saying there are some after effects?" he asked softly with a cunning smile. "So how much do you need?" Jiak was surprised and hesitated slightly, stammering at Kong Chano's question. That's 300. He asked in surprise, "What? I can't hear you." Jiak suddenly thought, "I need 2 million, but come to think of it, from the Zhang Hawang incident to the recent human trafficking organization incident. You owe me, so it wouldn't be excessive to ask for more, right?" Kong Chano replied. "If you don't say it, I'm hanging up." He shouted loudly, "Wait, hold on. 300 is 3 million won, okay?" he asked again in surprise. Does he mean it's okay or not okay? Hearing that, Kong Chano operated his phone, thinking inwardly, truly amusing. A transfer message arrived for Jiak. He said, "Sent." Jiak was immensely surprised. He thought for a moment. Such a large sum of money so easily, but after paying all the rent and overdue bills there's not much left. In the end this wasn't just a matter of earning living expenses. Isn't there any other way to earn money? What can a weak alien wizard like me do? Suddenly a call came, and Jiak was surprised to recognize it as An Yunsung. He was lost in thought. Come to think of it, I was too flustered to even say thank you. Did he call first because he was worried? Thinking that, Jiak was about to answer the phone but then suddenly thought, wait, does an A-rank hunter earn hundreds of millions of won for just one gate raid? Just then, in a small restaurant, Jiak said, thanks to you contacting Sonwoo Won that day I was saved. Yunsung, as a thank you I want to treat you to a meal. Yunsung replied, I just need you to buy me a cup of coffee. Hung Nim. He softly agreed. Okay, I understand. He said, I'll enjoy it. He thought unpleasantly. I'd rather eat a meal. The smell of coffee makes me sick, the restaurant staff asked. May I take your order? Jiak replied. I'll have menu item B here, vanilla latte. Yunsung said, I'll have an iced Americano. He said, but please leave out the coffee, anything that smells of coffee. The staff was very surprised and bewildered, saying, yes, understood, I'll do my best. Jiak suddenly thought, what, did they figure out I'm an alien? Yunsung started speaking, anyway I was so surprised, I was really shocked to hear you were kidnapped. I'm truly sorry, I should have gone myself. Jiak softly replied, I heard you were dealing with a dungeon break incident at the time, weren't you? He said honestly, the situation was so bad. So I had no choice but to ask Hunter Sonwoo Won. He said, it's alright, you also worked hard late into the night. Jiak thought with sharp eyes, first I need to compliment him to soften the atmosphere. He said, by the way Yunsung, are you still only dealing with dungeon breaks these days? Yun asked in surprise. Yes, Jiak asked seriously. Not counting when you came with me, how long has it been since you last entered a gate? Hearing that, he broke into a cold sweat and stammered. That his gaze was piercing as if devouring. As expected it was true, Jiak continued to press. Are you still afraid to enter gates? Yun was very flustered and stammered. Actually yes. Going back is still a bit too difficult for me. He thought for a moment. Just as I expected, the image that came to his mind, suddenly encountering a powerful monster, being betrayed by trusted teammates and feeling the fear of death approaching. How could a college student barely over 20 overcome that shock? It must have been an immense psychological blow, Jiak said. But Yunsung, no matter what, you can't keep following an F-rank hunter like me. You need to prepare to form your own team again, or work as a solo hunter. You know what I mean, right? Yunsung still replied with a regretful frowning face. Yes, he suddenly thought, but he looks dejected. Is he thinking I'm trying to abandon him? I'm not stupid. Why would I abandon you? Jiak began to speak. So I've thought about it carefully. Yunsung, if you're okay with it, I'd like to train you personally. What do you think? He replied in great surprise at the offer. Really? He said that he could guide him on how to use skills and mana control to some extent. Yunsung said happily. Really? That's really the best for me. Jiak quietly put down his cup, relieved as if he had achieved his goal. He suddenly thought, to fall for it so easily, truly refreshing. Jiak continued. Then speaking of which, let's head to a suitable gate right now. A scene unfolded and mysterious golden clouds filled the sky. He suddenly thought, good, everything is going according to plan. This is a cafe near the Denton Maximus gate. This gate is unpopular because the magic stone drop rate is extremely low. In other words, it's a perfect place for training. Jiak softly said, this place should be fine. Let's see, you said your awakened attribute is defense type, right? First, show me your main skill. Yunsung obediently replied. Yes, understood. I'm nervous demonstrating it in front of Hung Nim. He suddenly frowned, becoming extraordinarily serious, and concentrated all his power to create a sturdy defensive barrier. The barrier landed on the ground with a loud impact. With a brilliant flash of light, the defensive barrier is an active skill that generates a mana shield in front of the user. The greater the mana consumption, the larger the barrier. Yun finished the demonstration and asked happily, how was it? Jiak, still thinking calmly, said, first let me ask you one thing. He pointed with his finger and solemnly asked, why can it only block in front? Yunsung replied, why can it only block in front? That's just how the skill is. It's worked like this since I first awakened. Realizing this, Jiak said, I see, he muttered, this is incredibly frustrating. Feeling like he was watching a chimpanzee trying to use a knife for the first time, he fell deep into thought, wondering where and how to begin teaching. Jiak gently said, Yunsung, that skill shouldn't just protect the front, it needs to encompass all directions. Yunsung asked in surprise, not a flat shield in front but a glass dome shape around my whole body? Yunsung asked, surprised. A glass dome shape? He once again concentrated intensely, trying to create the dome-shaped shield he'd described, but Yunsung blurted out, Hung Nim, I can increase its size, but its shape doesn't change at all. Jiak thought, damn it, this is incredibly frustrating. He approached Yunsung and said in an encouraging voice, try again. Imagine your chest as the center of this skill and emit mana spherically like a bead, Yunsung replied. So like this round? He sighed and said, I don't think I'm doing it right. Jiak patted his shoulder and said, stop pretending you're not in pain and concentrate, he said seriously. Don't lose the image in your mind. Yunsung, with his original resolute gaze, replied forcefully, yes. Jiak strictly instructed him to straighten his back and breathe, and he immediately complied. No, I didn't mean to emit mana like that. Yunsung said, I'm sorry. Jiak sighed. It was not an easy process for both An Yunsung and me. However, after 20 minutes of intense Spartan-style training, Jiak breathed a sigh of relief and happily said, I saw the results, Yunsung exclaimed excitedly. I did it, Hung Nim, is this right? But I can't move an inch. Unexpectedly, the dome-shaped shield suddenly shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. He could only laugh it off, saying it just broke. Jiak calmly said, "It's all right, keep trying and it'll get better," he suddenly thought. Once he succeeds, skillful practice, he'll soon be able to create a shield without blind spots. Yunsung said, "Thank you for your help, Hung Nim. I never imagined there was such a way to use my skill," Jiak said. Skills ultimately depend on your mindset. In fact, mana is greatly influenced by the user's mind, therefore those who are slightly boastful or arrogant have a higher chance of becoming excellent mages. Yunsung called out earnestly, "Jiak Hung Nim," when he asked. "Yes," Yunsung asked seriously. "What's the next training?" Jiak nodded. He looked with affectionate eyes and said, "This time, let's practice in a real combat situation." "That's right. Skills only improve with frequent practical training against monsters." As soon as Yunsung saw the sentinel, he frowned and seriously set about eliminating it. He used all his strength to create a dome-shaped shield blocking the sentinel's attack. The force was immense, and Yunsung had to resist using the strength of his legs. With a resolute gaze intending to counterattack, he stretched his hand straight forward. Yunsung attacked the sentinel's torso with his shield, but it seemed unsuccessful. He frowned, retracted his counterattack, and as if realizing something, the sentinel raised its axe and attacked the dome-shaped shield very fiercely. A loud clash of axe and shield echoed throughout the space. Yunsung glanced at it, seemingly finding a new opportunity for a counterattack. Yunsung, with his back to the axe, stood firmly on the ground. He stepped 1 foot back, preparing to kick for his next counterattack. Yunsung extended his hand straight, generating immense power. An intense battle ensued, and he charged forward with extreme speed. The battle reached its climax, and he launched a powerful attack. After this battle, Jiak praised him from outside. "Excellent, well done. As expected of an A- rank, the difference in power is overwhelming," he said in a relaxed manner. Now, slowly, Jiak looked at the scattered diamonds and muttered, "I should start too." He clearly remembered someone saying that magic stones and gems embedded in foreheads could be exchanged for money. Jiak said, "Safety first, understand, Yunsung? Watch your front carefully and attack." He thought that he should quickly pick up the items an A- rank dropped. Taking advantage of Yunsung practicing his skill, he would secretly collect all the items Yunsung dropped. Jiak thought that there was no need for him to hunt monsters directly. He could live comfortably for a month just by doing this. This was better than asking Yunsung to earn money or hunt monsters directly. "If I were to disturb an A- rank, my life would be over. I need to take as much as possible without Yunsung noticing." He asked Yunsung, "How about it? Have you got the hang of it now?" Jiak squinted, displeased that Yunsung's attitude was different from what he expected. Jiak was flustered, thinking, his reaction is a bit slow. Strange, no way, did he notice me stealing his things? A rank hunter, Yunsung had never felt fear in his entire life. Even in his school days, he never had a respectable mentor like other teenagers. He never truly admired the achievements of sports stars constantly praised on TV. He merely thought, there are indeed such talented people in the world, lucky them. That was the extent of his fleeting emotions. But today, Yunsung finally understood the true meaning of the word awe. Yunsung's mind was filled with incomprehensible questions. This is impossible. How can he deduce the hidden usage of a skill just by watching a single demonstration? Moreover, his teaching method was as natural as breathing. I've never heard of a skill that can identify problems in other skills. And Kim Gi Ryo Hung Nim isn't even an analysis type awakened. I saw with my own eyes that he is a hunter with clear combat abilities. The detection skill must have been learned from a commercially available item, but a detection skill obtained in such a way cannot be this special. So just how skilled is he to be able to give such advice? As expected, he was no ordinary person. Jiak asked in a gentle voice, Yunsung, what's wrong? He approached and asked in a stern voice, do you understand it now for sure? Yunsung hesitated to answer. Hung Nim, well, he seemed to have difficulty saying something and thought, this is truly embarrassing. How pathetic would it look if I couldn't properly use an enhanced skill in front of such a capable person? Yunsung said, I tried my best, but it's still not working well. I apologize, Hung Nim, for taking your valuable time to teach me. I will practice perfectly as soon as possible. Hung Nim, Jiak, neither angry nor disappointed, still called him calmly and affectionately. Yunsung, don't rush. If it doesn't work today, we can continue next time. You're not returning to hunter activities right away anyway, so what's the rush? He replied. But Hung Nim, you'll help me again tomorrow, won't you? The day after tomorrow or any day, it's fine. I'm an F-rank hunter, I have plenty of time. Yunsung, overjoyed, unconsciously called him Oppa. He thought, Hung Nim has passed on valuable experience and helped someone like me who had lost confidence. He even lied so easily just to not burden me. I felt this from the first time we met. But Hung Nim is truly a respectable person, a rare individual. I want to repay this kindness in any way possible. Yunsung immediately asked, Hung Nim, what can I do for you? Jiak, flustered and confused, didn't know how to answer and asked, Huh? He continued to ask, is there anything you need from me? He stammered, Aye, what do I need from you? No, nothing, absolutely nothing. Yunsung suddenly thought, as expected, Hung Nim would answer like this. Hung Nim is a selfless person. How foolish my question must have been for Hung Nim to even stammer his reply. Hung Nim is not someone easily tempted by material things, unlike the pragmatists of modern society. I thought I could repay him once I became an A-rank hunter, but I can't even properly thank him for the enhanced skill, Yoon-sung said. Understood, Hung-nim. As you said, I'll stop here today and not overdo it. He happily bid farewell. Then I'll be going first, Yoon-sung thought to himself. From now on I need to seriously train with Hung-nim to gain strength, and someday I must be able to help Hung-nim. Jiak still stood blankly, seemingly not understanding what was happening, saying nothing. He thought, does he really expect nothing from me? Could that be his subtle way of admonishing me? He glanced at Yoon-sung with a sneering, displeased look, and then, seeing the scattered diamonds, suddenly thought, perhaps an A-rank hunter considers this like a 10-1 coin. If this continues, a C-rank or B-rank gate would be worth looking forward to. The items I picked up today alone could cover a month's rent. A ray of light emanated from behind Jiak. The space was eerily quiet. One appeared with a grumpy expression, holding something in her hand. Jiak paused and asked, is that person? And she immediately said, hello, Hunter Yoon-sung. You're a bit late, aren't you? This is only a D-rank gate. Today I came to deliver a message to Hunter Yoon-sung. One approached closer and said, Hunter Kim Gi Ryo, you're an F-rank hunter, right? Why are you here? She asked in a displeased and stern voice. Hunter Kim Gi Ryo, you underwent re-evaluation due to suspicion of rank manipulation, didn't you? One frowned and said, but after barely clearing the suspicion, seeing you enter an illegal gate is disappointing. You've been caught entering a gate that doesn't match your rank. Jiak suddenly thought, damn it, this problem again. Yoon-sung began to speak. Hunter Sonwoo-won, actually Hung-nim, she interrupted him. I entered as a porter. I'm working according to the contract, one retorted. Just rummaging through bags is work? Are you calling that an excuse now? Hunter Yoon-sung, it's the same for you. If you continue to recklessly enter illegal gates like this, you'll face serious problems, he said. That's true, but Jiak immediately said, wait a minute, an illegal gate? The association regulations don't have any restrictions on porters entering gates, do they? She replied. But that's a betrayal of true porters. This regulation isn't for clever people like you to exploit. Why don't you understand that such an attitude will only draw more suspicion from others? F-rank hunters usually strictly adhere to regulations due to the danger to their lives, but this attitude of ignoring rank restrictions inevitably raises suspicion. Please cooperate with the association. He reluctantly accepted. Yes, understood. Jiak suddenly thought, for now I have no choice but to say this. I momentarily forgot because they treated me too easily. But this awakened is B-rank. Even a B-rank is a monster that can rip lions apart with their bare hands in nature. There's no need to create more problems. One said, Hunter Yoon-sung, please follow me for a moment. I have something to tell you regarding the change of district after the dungeon break incident. Yoon-sung immediately agreed. Yes, Jiak thought to himself, even an A-rank hunter like Yoon-sung can't resist. If this is the case, I won't be able to earn money this way in the future. He reluctantly thought, I have no other choice. I already expected this situation, so I've prepared plan B. One still kept her gaze fixed on Jiak with a very displeased and suspicious expression. The next day, a new item notification appeared on his phone screen and a voice said, Jiak thought, these days every morning when I wake up, I've gotten used to collecting information about hunters. The analysis for this item seems to be complete. Twin Guardian? They said there was no information for a long time. This bracelet finally appeared in an X-rank dungeon for the first time. Jiak suddenly hoped that Jong Ha-won might contact him again, so he had kept it. Should I give up now? He exclaimed in surprise. Really, I've been keeping this precious weapon until now, and today is finally the day to use it. Alright, let's go now. Today's experiment will be a bit dangerous. Immediately after, Jiak walked step by step across the green lawn. He asked, very bewildered and surprised, where is this? Then Jiak stared ahead as if something was strange. It was a black hole surrounded by blue light. He immediately said, found it. The gate with the lowest risk, an F-rank gate. Gates are divided into two types, blue gates and red gates. This is a blue gate type where boss monsters do not appear. Small monsters continuously appear in a wide area, and once a sufficient number of them are defeated, the gate automatically closes. Jiak said, this gate is ideal for training because it can be freely entered, so I came here to hunt today. Sonwoo-won's warning had blocked my attractive means of making money. The sun shone in the cloud-filled blue sky, and Jiak squinted in the dazzling sunlight. He stood in the middle of a beautiful blue meadow stretching endlessly. Not far from Jiak, a herd of mountain goats were grazing, their bleats sounding like broken violins. He held a bottle of strange blue liquid in his hand. It was truly a magnificent sound. As Jiak opened the bottle, a fantastic smoke billowed out. Though they appeared docile, these were in fact dangerous monsters, among the most powerful of F-rank. He drank all the liquid in the bottle at once. It was quite expensive. Jiak felt a change within his body. Good, mana is surging. Powerful energy erupted from his body. Jiok's mana fiercely erupted. This level of aggression could not be ignored. The mountain goats looked at him in surprise. Jiak said, oh, you finally noticed me, but it's too late. Mountain goats, my spellcasting speed is... He created a large and powerful fireball, faster than anyone. Jiak said confidently. Turn to ash, you monster. The fireball flew straight towards one of the mountain goats. The fireball, burning in the air, suddenly lost its power and quickly vanished into thin air. It only left a small scorch mark on the mountain goat's forehead. It was a small wound, but it angered the mountain goat sufficiently. The fierce monster took a deep breath to gather momentum. It rushed at him like an arrow. The goat's face was filled with rage, its eyes bloodshot and its teeth clenched. Jiak opened his mouth wide and shouted in great surprise. He desperately fled. I knew it. I expected this. With F-rank mana this was bound to happen. Jiak ran for a long time, then looked back to see if he had shaken off the monster. But he had severely underestimated this mountain goat's stamina. He was surprised. What is this? Why is it so fast? Due to the monster's persistence, Jiak couldn't escape. Damn it, he desperately ran towards the gate. Just a little further. Jiak ran exhausted and despairing. Could that mountain goat still be fiercely chasing him? It growled, opening its mouth wide. Just as it seemed about to bite Jiak, he successfully passed through the gate. Was I going to die here? Jiak stopped, panting after his race. He thought with relief, I'm safe. Fortunately, it didn't chase me out of the gate. Kim Ji-Ryo's magical state is much worse than I thought. Moreover, his stamina was terrible. To be like this after running just a little. Suddenly a voice came from behind Jiak. Ha Hung Nim, isn't that you? How long has it been? Jiak scratched his head, wondering. Who is that? He asked cautiously. Who are you? The other person replied. Long time no see. Are you still working as a hunter? Don't you remember me? When we took the hunter certification exam and entered a gate for the first time, I was the team leader then, Zhang Jiak. He struggled to recall Kim Ji-Ryo's acquaintances in his mind. I have a faint memory. If he knew Kim Ji-Ryo before, I shouldn't speak carelessly, he continued cheerfully. That's right, aren't you Mr. Sunghoon? Park Sunghoon, Jiak corrected. Almost right. I'm Kim Ji-Ryo, Dion recalled. Oh, that's right, Ji-Ryo Hung Nim. Do you remember when we ran from that monster back then? It was an F-rank monster and you stumbled and begged for your life while running. Jiak was annoyed. This earthling talks too much. He asked, but why are you at this gate? You're not hunting alone, are you? He replied vaguely. Ah yes, just for a quick hunt. Dion sighed. You're doing it again. You promised me last time you wouldn't use honorifics with me. Jiak was surprised, thinking, damn it, did I promise that? Jiak mumbled. I'm sorry, I've been a bit forgetful lately. Alright, I won't use honorifics. Dion, he replied cheerfully. Yes, he calculated his plan in his mind. It's quite annoying, but I can't leave right now. My soul transfer failed, leaving gaps in my memory, and this earthling might be a piece to fill those gaps. Dion suggested, anyway, since we met here, let's go together today. Jiak was surprised. A team today, he explained. Actually going alone is a bit tough, and we happen to be short one person on our team. Dion turned around and pointed with his finger. See that team over there? Not far from where the two stood there were 3 men. He continued, those are the people I work with. The one with the axe is the D-ranked team leader. Jiak looked at him, thinking inwardly, indeed he looks like the strongest on the team. Dion said to Jiak, what do you think? If you agree, we can enter the gate right away. He flatly refused. I'm sorry. I've used up all my mana, so hunting right now would be difficult. Jiak thought inwardly. Actually, I already used up all my mana recovery potions today. He still smiled brightly and said, is that so? That's all right. Actually, we don't need to add more people to hunt. Jiak was surprised. What? JH replied. Actually, the person who cancelled today was the porter. The team members were worried about how to carry the bags. Mr. Kim, Jiak, if you could temporarily help as a porter today, that would be great. I'll pay generously. Jiok's eyes sparkled. Jiak was surprised, thinking, generous pay. He deeply considered this offer. If it's just carrying luggage, it would be worthwhile to see how an ordinary hunter team operates. A monster with sharp horns was charging towards the group of people as if to swallow them all into its massive mouth. The monster's harsh breathing vibrated the ground and let out an ear-splitting whistle. Jiak raised a magic block into the air and warned. It's a trap, Manhwa replied loudly. Now aim for critical hits. Everyone be careful, don't engage directly. Just then, the monster fiercely gnashed its teeth, seeking prey. Jiak warned everyone, wait. A terrible sound was heard as the monster gathered strength, lifted its massive body high, and fiercely charged towards them with terrifying speed. He observed dozens of breaking magic blocks. Now, the team members behind also firmly took defensive positions. At this moment, dust billowed across the ground and tangled tree roots appeared. The fiercely charging monster was strangled by the tree roots and cried out terribly. It desperately struggled to break free from these tough roots. Suddenly an ear-splitting sound came from the ground. Dust scattered in all directions. After a tough struggle with the unruly roots, it became exhausted and finally fell. The hunter sliced open the monster's belly directly with a sharp axe. Over here, Jiak was nibbling on popcorn, wearing clown glasses. The monster's breathing grew weaker and weaker, its eyes turning white, filled with fear. Seeing the monster fall, the team members rushed over excitedly. All right, success, good job everyone. Jiak stroked his chin, pondering the situation that had just unfolded. This team has really good teamwork. They lure monsters to the front lines, focusing the target, and the mage behind them binds them to finish with a critical blow. It's simple but very stable. It's like watching prehistoric hunters hunting mammoths. With this level of skill, they can handle almost all weak F-rank monsters. Just then, Mono's calm voice was heard. All right, let's close the gate now. He approached Jiak, smiled, and began to speak. Thanks Hung Nim, you really saved us. Who knew I'd have to deal with everything myself after that irresponsible guy messed it all up? Anyway, you really impressed me, Hung Nim. If you hadn't calmed things down it would have been a complete mess. Honestly, I'm more grateful to you than to Hong's acquaintance. I'm truly pleased. He stared expressionlessly at the wad of cash in his hand. What is this? What's that lump? Manhwa smiled and held out some banknotes to him. Here, take this. Jiak was surprised. This seems like too much just for a porter's role. He quickly said, Hong Nim, you helped us a lot, so you should at least take this much. At Manhwa's words, Jiak was pleased, thinking, this is great. Suddenly he spoke. Mr. Kim Jiak, are you free tomorrow? He asked curiously. Tomorrow? He replied. Actually, we have one more F-rank gate to clear, but we don't have a porter. It's a bother to find new people. It would be great if Mr. Kim Jiak could help us. Jiok's eyes caught sight of the gold-plated bracelet shining on Manhwa's wrist. He asked directly, what do you think? How about it? The blue sky was filled with bright restaurants and sounds. Hey, is that for sure? Dion spoke. I told you, didn't I? Yes, it's an item from a high-grade gate and its selling price can increase by up to 400. Manhwa was surprised. What are you saying? Is that certain? He sighed and grumbled. Information about the ring was just released yesterday, wasn't it? Copies must have already appeared, Manhwa scoffed. I don't know what else can be exploited besides that ring. That guy looks poor, Dion spoke. Anyway, even with just that ring he could live comfortably for a while. In the world of hunters there are always such people. They give up fighting dangerous and fierce monsters and instead target easier prey like predators seeking weak and easy meals. These people are usually novice hunters. They are unfamiliar with gates and overly focused on defensive gear. They live by preying on easier targets like frogs catching smaller prey than themselves. In this business they call them hunting frogs. And what's worse is JH asked, filled with curiosity, the location is that gate, right? There are no CCTVs there. Manhwa enjoyed his food with a satisfied expression and spoke. JH, you've worked with that hunter team before, haven't you? Is there anything to watch out for? He quickly reported, anything to watch out for. That guy is the weakest hunter I know. He has a bad leg, so he can't even run properly. Their actions weren't limited to just stealing valuable items. JH continued, while gaining so much profit, I heard he ran away from an F-rank gate last year. He replied in a low voice, indeed, tomorrow's work seems like it will be very easy. In many cases, their actions also led to murder for pleasure. The sky changed with the warm sunlight of a new day. Jiak was engrossed in something on his phone. He looked around for a moment and said, no one's here. I guess I came too early. Actually, he had been thinking about this matter since yesterday. Every time he saw JH it felt like he wanted to say something but didn't. Just then an ear-splitting voice interrupted his train of thought. Manhwa approached, leading his subordinates, and spoke. You're already here, Jiak replied. Ah yes, but the pay is the same as yesterday, right? He quickly replied. Of course. He looked at Jiak with an awkward smile. We just received a new mission. It's a gate in a small cave nearby, so let's go now. Jiak felt intrigued, thinking, a new mission, that's quite a nice feeling. In the lava zone, monster wings lay scattered coldly. Together they entered a new territory called the Hero's Secret Realm. Jiak asked curiously, JH, you said this F-rank gate has 2 bosses, right? He replied. Ah yes, that's right. He still had doubts in his mind, generally. If a boss dies, the gate usually disappears, but if there's a living person inside, the gate doesn't close. I want to deeply research this type of gate too, but for now I need to focus on the mission. If I can earn this much just by working as a porter, there's no need to take advantage of An Yunsung's favor. Jiak looked at them and spoke. Ah everyone, this path seems like the one we just passed. They were surprised. What did you say? He raised his arm, pointed forward and explained. Look over there, the monster's corpse from earlier is still there. It seems we've taken a wrong turn. Does anyone here know the way? At Jiok's question the two exchanged sly glances. With veins bulging in his hand he held a wine bottle. Jiok looked around. No one's here, so without me noticing, Manhwa seized the opportunity and raised the wine bottle. Manhwa slammed the wine bottle down hard on the back of his head without hesitation and glass fragments scattered everywhere. Jiak crouched and trembled, clutching his bloodied head. Manhwa said, feigning concern, don't worry too much, Kim Jiak. You'll be fine after a little rest. He continued to clutch the wound on his bleeding head, thinking, why would a hunter attack another hunter? Manhwa held a wine glass and scoffed, my earthlings even play pranks like this group assault. Dion looked with contempt and said, amazing, he's holding up much better than I thought. JH said sarcastically, I told you, one hit from me finishes even an F-rank monster in 5 seconds. With a bloodied face, Jiak cried out in pain. What are these guys up to? Do they think they can take me down with such petty magic? How perfect is my stun magic resistance? I'm not unconscious right now because I'm tough. This smell is really disgusting. Zhang whispered to Manhwa. Hung Nim, I think 5 seconds have passed. Hearing that, Jiak was startled. Something's wrong. He was hanging from the hot lava floor. If this repulsive smell started to feel strange, it was a wise choice to run away. They shouted in panic. Hey, what? He escaped? Catch him. Jiak was desperately fleeing from this disgusting place. Manhwa saw Jiak running and immediately pointed at him, shouting, he's running away, catch him now. The other team member was slow to react, only saying, I thought that guy couldn't run anymore. Jiak ran without stopping, thinking, I need to ditch this heavy backpack to run faster. I have to get out of this damn place. But just then a long vine whizzed and flew towards him. It wrapped tightly around Jiok's leg. He lost his balance, stumbled and fell. The question, what are these vines, popped into his head. Kim Jae-hoon held him with magic and exclaimed, amazing, you who were limping and weak last year are running so fast now. Jiok pleaded, hanging upside down from the vine. This isn't the time to worry about that, is it? Please let me go. Manhwa looked at Jiok, unable to hide his surprise. What is this guy? Why isn't he unconscious no matter how much I hit him? His team member also replied, I don't know, I searched his whole body but there's only that common bracelet. Manhwa ordered Jehun. Put him down and watch him. We don't know what else he'll do. Jehun immediately let him go forcefully and Jiak screamed in pain. He clutched his head and grumbled with a tired face. Good grief. Before Jiak could fully recover, he heard Manhwa's command. Manhwa warned him, pointing a sharp scythe at him. If you try to run away again, I'll pull out all your teeth and finish you off. Understand? He complied obediently. Ah, I understand. You could have said that more gently. Jiok's face changed and his voice became serious. At least tell me why you're doing this to me. He raised his head and looked up at them. His face was very focused. They looked back at him, but instead of him, they looked at the golden bracelet on his arm. Jiak also looked at the bracelet on his arm. He seemed to realize something and extended his hand to the right. Their gaze immediately darted to the right. When he extended his hand to the left, they also hurriedly followed. At this moment, Jiak pointed to his bracelet and asked, "Don't tell me it's because of this bracelet?" Raising both hands, he thought seriously. They were planning to knock me out after all. According to Peaky Wiki, this bracelet's function is to withstand damage twice. There are no restrictions on the attack method, so it can withstand 2 attacks even from an S-rank monster. Jiak gripped his bracelet tightly, full of caution. A simple self-defense item put me in such a dangerous situation. If I just give them this bracelet, everything will be over. But these guys were planning to kill me and close the gate to erase all traces. Mono's face hardened and he finally spoke. Kim Ji Rio, hand over that bracelet right now, then I might spare your life. Jiak hurriedly shouted. Don't come any closer. Surrounded by them, he warned loudly. Back off before I use up both protection effects. Do you think I'll just hand it over because you think I'm crazy? Manhwa hesitated. Jiak planned inwardly. At least this bracelet will guarantee my life to some extent. Just a slight touch will activate the defense effect. And once the protection counts are depleted, this bracelet will just be an ordinary ornament. But at this rate, this standoff will go on endlessly. At this moment, Jiak asked, Kim Jehun, can't you spare me? Jehun looked at him in surprise. What did you say? Jiak continued. If you spare me, I'll pretend today's events never happened. I wasn't seriously hurt, so how could I sue you all? Jehun scoffed. You talk a good game. Do you think we don't know you'll spread word of our actions everywhere once we're out of here? Jiak was disappointed. Did I get caught? Hearing that, Manhwa gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard! He rushed forward and kicked Jiak hard, sending him stumbling backward before he could react. He grabbed Jiak by the collar and shouted, Are you playing games? You're an F-rank. Why are you being so calculating about your equipment? Your probing attitude is really annoying me. He swung his fist as he spoke. Manhwa's fist rained down incessantly, and his voice echoed, Go on, test the defense function. Jiok's face was already covered in blood. Manhwa still didn't stop punching, his face filled with hatred. Quickly test the bracelet's defense function, you damn bastard. The team members also watched Jiak getting beaten with contempt. Once that item's protection counts are used up, it's your funeral. As Manhwa was about to throw another punch, Jiak hurriedly spoke. Wait, please stop. He continued with difficulty. I'll hand over the item. I'll give it to you, so please stop. Manhwa smiled with satisfaction. You should have realized that earlier, shouldn't you? Jiok's hands couldn't help but tremble. He thought inwardly, is this the reality of an F-rank, to be subjected to violence and mockery? It's truly miserable to be powerless. He touched the bracelet. If I can't overcome this, everything will be over. His body was covered in wounds and his eyes stared blankly into space. Perhaps my life will be the same. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance. Manhwa turned his head to look. What? Who dares to enter here without permission? He turned his head further. His face was slightly surprised and tense at the same time. Jiak also painfully raised his head. No way, why is someone here? Yoon-sung approached with a flustered face. Jiak hurriedly called out, Yoon-sung, save me. The time rewound to 30 minutes earlier. Jiak was staring intently at his phone. It was a text message from Yoon-sung. His attitude was very enthusiastic. It's a relief. Even if I'm worthless, he still treats me and helps me like before. He thought inwardly. A grand wizard like me was just a key to open high-level gates for him. After the illegal gate entry incident was exposed last time, I thought he wouldn't come looking for me anymore. He's spending his precious time correcting my skills. Could he be my destined benefactor? Yoon-sung thought and smiled. He looked at the water bottle in his hand. When we meet again, I should give him this first. 20 minutes later, Jiak still hadn't arrived. Yoon-sung was waiting, bored. He lowered his head to check his watch. His face was full of worry. He seems a bit late. It's been quite a while since he entered. He definitely said he was going to an F-rank gate, didn't he? It shouldn't take this long. His face changed. A premonition of ill omen flashed through his mind. No way. He jumped to his feet, clenching his fists. He thought inwardly. An abnormal mutation? What if the gate abnormally increased its rank? He hurried to run. In his mind, no, that doesn't happen often. There's no way. He entered the forest and saw the space-time gate. He made up his mind. Still, I can't be sure, so I need to check. He passed through that gate and arrived in a new land. Seeing that, Yoon-sung reassured himself. Don't worry too much. It's just an F-rank gate. The monsters all seem to be taken care of. He walked looking around for Jiak. Suddenly his face changed. This sound, he immediately ran towards the source of the sound. In his mind he still called out, Jiak Hung Nim. Yunsung ran. A shield was summoned to his hand and his face was full of surprise. He ran so fast that sweat beaded on his forehead. The people who were hitting Jiak turned their heads to look. What? Who dares to enter here without permission? Jahun was the first to speak. Why is Yunsung here? Jiak raised his head and pleaded. Yunsung, help me, these guys are robbers, they're trying to kill me to take my item. Yun was surprised. Am I hallucinating? Why is Jiak Hung Nim, who is always overwhelming and calm, in such a state? He reassured himself. No, this is a problem I need to think about later. What's more important than my current confusion is Hung Nim. He glared at them with a murderous face and growled. You guys are thugs, aren't you? Professional hunters who prey on weak hunters. He approached, emitting killing intent. The other guy was terrified by the sight. Damn it! Immediately they all shouted, run away! But it was too late. Yunsung immediately ran up and grabbed one guy's head. He threw that guy straight forward. I can't believe there are such thugs even in these low ranks. Yunsung turned to look in another direction again. There's no need for complex tactics to deal with these guys. Seeing this terrifying sight, they immediately got scared and started running away. Yunsung chased them at high speed. If there's anything I need to be careful of, it's only one thing. He threw a punch at the back of the closest guy. And that's controlling my strength. Immediately after, that guy was slammed face down into the ground by Yunsung. Next, Yunsung looked in another direction. A shield appeared on his arm, immediately blocking the guy next to him. The other guy's face collided with the shield and finally his hand reached forward with cold eyes. Yunsung directly grabbed the running guy by the collar. He threw that guy to the ground and that guy's face turned purple with pain. Yunsung stepped on that guy's shoulder with his foot. He looked down and thought, but these guys are too weak anyway. Are they D rank or just F rank? Hung Nim was still overwhelmed by these guys. Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Jiak approached with a wounded face and said, Thank you, you saved me. Seeing him in this state, Yunsung called out worriedly, Hung Nim, are you alright? He replied with a bloody smile. Yeah, I'm fine, you just came a little too late. So you came in to check, didn't you? I'm sorry, it must have been hard for you to enter the gate alone, and I made it difficult for you again. Hearing that, Yunsung was surprised and touched. At this moment he recalled the earlier events. Looking back, how many times have I entered alone? Usually I would have been scared just hearing the sounds inside the gate, but I didn't care about anything because I was worried that Hung Nim might be in danger outside the gate. Thinking this far, he was surprised. No way, Yunsung looked at Jiak and asked himself, was all of this Hung Nim's plan? After that the two talked to each other. Jiak said, Let's get out of the gate first. He looked around and continued, As soon as we get out, I'm going to report all of this. Yunsung heard that and replied, Yes. Looking around, Yunsung thought, Why didn't I notice earlier? As he walked, Yunsung realized many things. Looking back, even though Hung Nim was attacked by other hunters, he wasn't agitated at all. It was as if everything was going according to plan. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Am I overthinking this? Hung Nim has no reason to do something like this. Jiak suddenly called Yunsung. He continued, If I were a high-level awakened, I would definitely team up with you. Hearing that, he was surprised and turned around. Jiak continued, It's good to be strong, but what's more admirable is the courage to step forward to save others. Hunters like you are truly rare. You are a truly wonderful awakened, I hope you know that too. Hearing these words, something surged within Yunsung's heart. He was immediately touched. Tears welled up in his eyes. Jiok's words struck him deeply. If I were a high-level awakened, I would definitely team up with you. Yunsung recalled the past. Looking back, the reason I couldn't form a new team and continued to stagnate was because of that failure that day. As a defense-type awakened, I couldn't protect my teammates and I couldn't get along with new hunters. But in the current situation, he personally saved Jiak. They were all beaten unconscious and now they had to save an acquaintance in danger. Yunsung smiled and looked at Jiak. Could it be that Jiak Hung Nim intentionally recreated the same situation as back then to help me have a successful experience? Thinking this far, he began to visualize Jiok's image in his mind. That's right, all of this was Hung Nim's plan, from calling me to this gate in the first place, to taking down the weak awakened. He looked at Jiok's wounded face. Even those wounds were self-inflicted for the sake of the act. I can't believe there's someone willing to do all this for another person. So Yunsung opened his mouth. Hung Nim, can I ask you one thing? Why do you always care so much about me? Jiak heard that and looked at him asking. Care about you, Miha, he continued. Yes, Hung Nim taught me many things and helped me train. Jiak calmly looked up and said, Well, you're a good kid, that's enough. Hearing that, Yunsung smiled, moved. After that, they headed for the door. He thought inwardly, as expected, he's my Hung Nim. After coming out, Jiak looked at Yunsung and said, finally out, Yunsung, could you relay my report for me? He immediately replied, Oh yes. And Jiak didn't forget to add, Sorry, let's do training another time. I'm going home. Hearing that, Yunsung was startled. What, you're not going to the hospital, you're going home? Should I call a healer I know? He casually waved his hand and said, No, it's too much trouble, I'll take care of it myself. I'm leaving first. Hearing that, Yunsung shouted, No, Hung Nim. But watching Jiok's retreating back, Yunsung worried, How can an F rank heal himself? The medicine must be incredibly expensive. Is he perhaps no longer trying to pretend to be an ordinary F rank to me? However, behind that cool demeanor, Jiok was clutching his body, his face pale. My ribs hurt so much. A few days later, inside a building, Jiok groaned, touching his wounds. Jiok checked his injuries in the mirror. How many ribs did I break? I'm finally back to normal. It's truly been the worst week. He put on his clothes, reminiscing. I almost got sold to human traffickers, and almost died at the hands of robbers for an item. And today I have to attend an association meeting, Jiak sighed. I wish it had all just ended at once. Why do I have to listen to him again, he complained. It's really annoying. Of course, complaining changed nothing. Jiak picked up the item on the table. What do I do with this now? Should I cover it with my sleeve? He later found out this item was worth hundreds of millions of won at auction. It prevents 2 instances of damage, but it's nowhere near enough to buy dragon lungs. He ended up putting it in his pocket. Still, I can't just sell it easily. I need to keep it well hidden from now on, he thought as he climbed the stairs. I wonder when and how I, someone who can't use magic, will need this item. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, Jiok's face hardened. In front of him was a dazzling red luxury car. What crazy person parked their car here in broad daylight? Just then, the car window rolled down, and as soon as he looked inside, he was startled. The person inside the car was Kong Chano. He scoffed, looking at Jiok. As soon as Jiok saw Kong Chano, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, what a lunatic. If I had known, I would have walked past without even looking. Jiok unpleasantly averted his gaze, pretending not to see him. Kong Chano scoffed. He's avoiding my gaze as if he knows everything. He chuckled and asked, Hunter Kim Jiok, where are you going? Jiok said without looking at him. I have some business at the Hunter Association, but I took too long in the shower, so I'm running late. I have to go. Well then, have a good Monday. At that moment, Kong Chano approached with a malicious smile. Jiok reluctantly got into the car. He unpleasantly thought inwardly before Kong Chano could even speak smoothly. I'm absolutely not doing this because I want to. As an alien and an intellectual, I'm simply agreeing to a proposal to resolve issues through dialogue. He looked at the smiling Kong Chano, puzzled. But why did this person come all the way to my house? The more he thought, the more confused he became. If it's a secret related to Zhang Ha-Wang, I've kept it very well so far. And regarding the previous kidnapping incident, I don't think I did anything wrong, except for the parts related to Kong Chano. I haven't done anything so wrong that he would come to me personally. Suddenly, Kong Chano stepped on the accelerator and said, I heard the news. You were attacked by those frog guys, weren't you? Jiok was puzzled. Frog? Kong Chano continued. The ones who make a living by preying on other hunters like themselves. Hearing that, Jiok was puzzled. Is he talking about the bracelet robbery? But how did he know about that and come here? He honestly replied, yes, that's right. Kong Chano continued, I came to check if you were hurt. You weren't seriously injured, were you? Jiok also replied, no, it wasn't serious. As soon as he heard that, he felt something was wrong and turned around to ask, wait, what did you come to check? Kong Chano smiled and said, I came to check if Hunter Kim Jiok was seriously injured in that incident. It was a dangerous accident, wasn't it? And in front of Jiok's bewildered face he finished speaking, getting beaten up in a dungeon, then kidnapped. You really don't seem to have a peaceful day. At this rate, I'm starting to suspect you enjoy dangerous situations. And as if he suddenly remembered something, Kong Chano said, by the way, I prepared a surprise gift for you. Open the storage compartment. Jiok was puzzled. Storage compartment, what's that? Kong Chano kept reminding him. There's a storage compartment under your knee. Pull it to open. Jiok lowered his head to look down. Is this it? As soon as he opened the drawer, a vial of potion came out. Kong Chano said, this is a recovery potion. You probably don't need it much now, but I already prepared it, so just take it. Jiok held the vial and thought, is this Earth's recovery potion? Did he give this to me because he heard I was hurt in the robbery? Such things were quite common in his hometown too. If someone got hurt, their friends would buy them recovery potions. Back then, his friends bought him a whole box of potions. Drink this and get well soon, then get back to work. It felt like giving fever reducers to someone with a cold. Jiok turned to Kong Chano and said, thank you, I'll use it well. Inwardly, he thought, it's only polite to accept such a small gift. Kong Chano smiled slightly upon hearing that. He's not even surprised by this? Jiok was puzzled. No, actually, I'm really surprised that someone like you is suddenly acting so kind, but it's dangerous, so I won't drink it. As the car continued to drive, Jiok calculated inwardly, I'll take it and research it. Who knows, there might be something strange mixed in. A moment later, Kong Chano said, we've arrived, get out. Jiok was puzzled upon hearing that. At this moment, they stood in front of a massive building. Kong Chano smiled slightly and said, aren't you getting out? You said you had business at the Hunter Association, didn't you? Jiok was startled upon hearing that and immediately asked Kong Chano, I didn't expect you to bring me here. I thought you had personal business with me. Kong Chano replied, I told you yesterday. I only came to check on your condition today. Well then, take care of your health and don't throw your life away doing something stupid. Thank you. Hearing that, Jiok also unbuckled his seatbelt and said quietly, thank you. And suddenly Jiok said, hey Kong Chano. Hearing that, he replied, Jiok looked into the car, puzzled. Why are you so interested in me? He thought inwardly, didn't he say he'd kill me if I didn't confess earlier? At this moment, Kong Chano grinned, showing his teeth, and said, I'm quite interested in nurturing talented Korean hunters, he said with an intriguing laugh. You belong to the category with potential, so if it's not absolutely necessary, I don't want to harm Hunter Kim Jiok. Do you understand what I mean? Jiok was still suspicious upon hearing that. Is he telling me to keep the Zhang Ha-Wang incident a secret? Kong Chano continued, looking at Jiok. If you understand, then go. You said you were late because you took a long shower. See you next time. After that, he immediately drove away. Jiok followed him with his eyes, thinking inwardly, nurturing talent. Jiok's mind was filled with suspicion, interested in nurturing Korean hunters even to the point of destroying an awakened kidnapping organization. And as soon as he hears that a talented person is hurt, he rushes over and even offers medicine. After thinking for a long time, he immediately labeled that person a true patriot, and he turned and went inside. I want to believe that too, but he then considered another dark aspect. An awakened who is willing to kill even his comrades is absolutely not such an upright person, so he continued to enter the Hunter Association building. But more than anything, what he was most curious about, Jiok thought, looking at the vial in his hand, why is Kong Chano interested in a low-level hunter like me? He closed his eyes and thought deeply, and the answer to this incomprehensible question would someday appear at an unexpected moment. Suddenly he was startled and opened his eyes wide. Jiok began to panic. No way, he immediately opened an article, Shocking Crimes Targeting Awakened. Is the cause of these murders awakening itself? He wondered. Could it be because of this? Jiok began to deduce. The ambition to develop abilities. According to the description on the Earthling's magic ability classification website, this ability is to kill strong opponents and steal their skills. Jiok marveled at this skill. Who on earth gave such a cool skill such a bizarre name? Am I overreacting by thinking of Kong Chano after reading this article? After thinking this far, Jiok thought seriously. From this point on, I need to rethink Kong Chano's actions. First, Kong Chano offered to help Jiok with his hunter activities. Second, he reacted very sensitively to the news of famous domestic awakened being sold overseas. Third, he advised Jiok not to die. Combining all of this, Jiok thought of another terrifying image. That guy wants to kill me. After thinking this far, Jiok was terrified. Oh wait, damn it, I shouldn't have caught the S-rank guy's eye from the beginning. Anyway, now I only have one choice left. Jiok clenched his fists and said inwardly, I have to do something about this pathetic F-rank body immediately. Whether it's transferring my soul to another body or curing this disease. A few hours later in Jiok's house, he was still lost in thought. But I'm in a situation where I need to research. No matter how much I make up my mind and try to change, I won't get the desired results immediately. Jiok lay on the floor. Around him were scattered blue, red, and purple paints. He asked himself blankly, now that I think about it again, I reincarnated to retire, so why do I still have to work after reincarnating? As he was asking himself, his phone suddenly rang. Jiok quickly picked up his phone, realizing it was an unfamiliar number. He immediately answered, hello, but the other party said nothing. He immediately sat up and asked himself, why did you call and say nothing? Hello, who is this? The other party immediately replied, it's me, Hunter Jiok. He replied, one then said, I apologize, but could you meet me tomorrow? And the time changed to the next morning. A voice echoed in the bustling city. I apologize for contacting you suddenly. The two were sitting together on the stairs, she said thoughtfully, but I thought this was something we should discuss in person. Hearing that, Jiok thought inwardly, I see, no need to apologize. Still, calls from the association are usually a bother, but since I'm afraid of this S-rank hunter, I'll listen for now. She looked at Jiok and said, we need Hunter Kim Jiok's analytical abilities. She then asked, could you help us with this for about 2 weeks? Hearing that, Jiok asked, what item are you trying to appraise? One explained, no, I'm currently working with the police on a case. The criminals in that case left traces in the gate, but we can't decipher them. So the investigation has reached an impasse, she continued. We've called in all the national experts, but we haven't gotten any results. Large-scale cases are usually monopolized by foreign companies or large guilds. The experts remaining in Korea are not significantly different in skill. Jiok asked directly, so you're asking me to investigate that gate? She replied, yes, I thought Hunter Kim Jiok would be different. You even passed the Magic Tower's labyrinth. Besides, among the experts I know, only Hunter Kim Jiok doesn't belong to any organization. Jiok thought inwardly, indeed, experts working for private companies aren't easy. After saying this much, Won apologized again. I'm truly sorry, but due to budget issues, we can't offer a high reward. It's almost like volunteering. Hearing that, Jiok asked, what volunteering? She stammered. I know, it's an unreasonable request, but please, could you help us? I've also helped a hunter once before. No, Jiok continued to observe Won in silence. She turned her head and said, I apologize. That was rude. Please forget what I just said. Hearing that, Jiok was puzzled. She continued, it's only natural to save kidnapped people. It wasn't appropriate to bring that up here. Won lowered her voice and said, if the reward is insufficient, I'll pay you more from my own pocket. Please investigate this case with us. Jiok sighed. I should be a little more shameless at times like this. He looked at her and asked himself, besides, wasn't this woman's job a Hunter Association employee? She seems to help the police sometimes with her tracking ability, but why is she so enthusiastic about this investigation? So Jiok voiced his curiosity. Do you get an additional reward if you catch the culprit? She replied. I don't gain anything personally, she said empathetically. Still, I have to do my best. After all, someone's life is at stake in every case. Seeing that, Jiok couldn't help but be surprised. Such a pure and good alien. Is it because she's been working under irresponsible and immoral superiors all this time? Suddenly he realized that she wasn't bad, but it was still that job. Suddenly Jiok opened his mouth. Ms. Won, just said you were willing to ask for my help, even if it meant spending money on me, right? One quickly replied, "Ah yes," he immediately said coldly. "Spend that money right now," she asked in surprise. How much?" Next, a delicious bowl of ramen appeared. Jiak picked up the noodles and ate them. After finishing, he thought to himself, "This ramen is tastier than I expected. It's the best." One sitting opposite him watched him eat with a puzzled expression. "What is he doing right now?" She was flustered. She thought it would take an immense amount of effort to persuade him. But the first thing he said was, One recalled their conversation then. "If you buy me one lunch every day for the next 2 weeks, I'll participate in the gate investigation on that condition." She also replied, "Is that all?" So, watching Jiak eat, she was conflicted. "I was so flustered that I ended up taking him to a restaurant I knew. Is it really just one bowl of ramen?" After finishing, Jiak praised it. "This is really delicious," she thought silently to herself. "He's even eating it with more relish." One couldn't help but think, "I can't believe such an awakened exists." Most awakened with detection abilities go crazy after earning huge amounts of money. They fall into despicable luxury and vanity, but this person lives in a small room. She began to suspect and recalled, no, perhaps he was simply accustomed to living frugally from the beginning. One was still flustered. She remembered why he hadn't escaped during the kidnapping incident and was found in the human trafficking boss's room, and why he had secretly infiltrated a higher-grade gate. Her questions about him still piled up. Next, she also heard that after information about his detection ability was released, he received numerous scout offers. One thought as she ate, yet he ignored them all. Why did he accept my conditions? Is it simply in return for the kidnapping incident? That's absurd. That kidnapping incident was a problem Hunter Jiak had to solve anyway. I was just used as a tool to catch criminals, and he helped me. That's nonsense, even if we had to cooperate for a short time in an urgent situation. I must never let my guard down. He picked up a piece of sujebi. Suddenly Jiak said, "Anyway, work is work, but eating alone feels a bit wasteful." So he spoke up. "Ms. One, let's talk business now." She tilted her head. Jiak asked, "Where is the gate we need to investigate from now on?" She paused and replied, "A terror attack." He was surprised to hear that. "A terror attack in Korea?" She nodded without saying a word. One continued, "But their method is a bit unusual. It's not a terror attack with bombs or explosives." He was puzzled. "Then how?" she replied. "With monsters," she began to explain. "Recently someone has been intentionally causing dungeon breaks. Dungeon breaks seem to be very dangerous and chaotic. A dungeon break refers to the phenomenon where mysterious creatures from beyond the gate pour out onto the streets. This name is related to the nature of gates. Gates are originally passages connecting to another dimension called a dungeon. There's a time bomb-like rule, usually 7 to 10 days or 3 to 5 days for larger ones. If a dungeon is not cleared and is left unattended until then, the gate, its entrance, is destroyed. When it explodes like a supernova, the dungeon disappears. All monsters simultaneously pour into the city. That's why this phenomenon is called a dungeon break. Humanity's main motivation for developing multiplayer dungeon exploration also stemmed from this phenomenon. After listening for a long time, Jiak opened the door and said, "And yet someone is intentionally causing such a disaster." He immediately asked, "How is that possible?" One replied, "We don't know. We need to investigate it from now on." The blonde man spoke again, "But you said the gate disappears when a dungeon break occurs, right? Then what's left to investigate?" She replied, "The gate hasn't disappeared yet." One said softly, "That's why I said the culprits left traces. Some time ago, a fire attribute monster appeared in the outskirts. It was a large-scale dungeon break, but the dungeon where the monster appeared hasn't disappeared yet." He was flustered and worried to hear that. A few days later, Jiak stood in front of the gate, looking inside with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out, "Mr. Jiak." Two people from the opposite side walked over. One asked, "You're here early?" Jiak replied, "I took a taxi." He looked at the person next to one and asked, "This person?" He immediately replied. One replied, "This is the person who will enter the gate with Hunter Jiak." That person also bowed in greeting. He asked again, "Then you?" She replied, "I'll wait outside the gate. I'm not suited for fighting. I'm not a defense-specialized awakened." She looked inside the gate and continued, "This gate is only a grade 8 gate, but the gate suppression team has already dealt with the boss, so there should be nothing inside. There's no danger, so feel free to investigate." Jiak looked at the gate and thought, "This gate seems strange." So the two of them entered the gate. This place was filled with the bright light of lava. He wiped his sweat and thought, "It's been an hour since I started investigating inside the gate. At this extreme temperature there should at least be water. Could I get even a sip?" Jiak wiped his sweat and looked around. There was nothing inside but stones, no monsters, no survivors. Why on earth hasn't the gate collapsed yet? He looked around and said, "Shall we go back? I think we've checked everything." Jiak replied, "All right, let's go back." They headed for the gate. But this time wasn't wasted. Thanks to it, we discovered something interesting. After coming out, one looked back at them. Both of them were drenched in sweat. She said, "You're back." One hurried over and asked, "Did you find anything?" Jiak replied, "First, please give me some water." Immediately after, he emptied the water bottle in one gulp like a person in the desert. One continued to ask, "Was there anything unusual inside?" Jiak had now regained his strength and said, "First, the bad news is that it seems very difficult to catch the culprit." Hearing that, one was surprised and worried. "What? Why is that?" he continued. "There were no clues to identify the culprit. There were no traces of intervention inside the dungeon either." He pointed in that direction and said, "But we did find one strange thing. That gate was like a forcefully opened passage." Hearing that, she thought, If this is a forcefully opened passage, Jiak continued. In other words, this was a fake exit. It's too long to explain in detail, so I'll just get to the point. They all looked at the gate. Jiak said, the terrorists knew how to create a passage to the dungeon, and naturally they would also know how to close existing passages. In other words, this gate has been replaced. Hearing that, one worried about why the culprit did that. Was it necessary to do that to cause a dungeon break? Jiak looked up and replied, not necessarily. Looking at him, Jiak thought to himself, according to the gate analysis, there are several ways to intentionally cause a dungeon break, but he continued, the number of passages has nothing to do with dungeon breaks. Taking another sip of water, he continued, Ms. 1, this isn't the first time such a strange incident has occurred, is it? She replied, ah, that's right. She recalled and began, there have already been 3 cases this year alone. Originally, those dungeons still had time left. Hearing that, Jiak couldn't understand, but they suddenly exploded. He immediately spoke. There have been a total of 3 suspicious incidents. Previously, they left no clues, but this time they intentionally left an empty gate to attract attention. One asked worriedly, could this incident and the previous ones be the work of the same culprit? Jiak took another sip of water and said, currently there's no way to confirm. If there was more information, I could have tried a few more investigation methods. After finishing, Jiak closed the water bottle and thought to himself, it's entirely physical reality, so there are countless inconveniences. He turned his head and said to her, oh Ms. 1, don't go into this gate again. She was puzzled to hear that. Jiak continued, I told you, this fake exit is unstable. This gate will disappear in less than a day. She was worried to hear that. But this is the only way. But it's going to disappear. I think we need to find new clues before that. Hearing that, Jiak was also worried and surprised. Time changed to that evening. In Jiok's building where the moon was high, contrary to one's wishes, that gate disappeared before the investigation could even progress. Thus the only clue to track the culprit also vanished. He silently looked at the phone in his hand. Since that day, the terror incidents also suddenly stopped, and after that he rarely contacted one. Jiak scrolled through the bulletin board and thought, anyway, the gate to investigate is gone and there's not much related news. But suddenly he saw another notification. People are talking a lot about this incident these days. News echoed, the 7th victim of the serial disappearance case in the Huizhangbu district has appeared. It's only been 4 days since the police formed a special investigation team and began searching for the missing persons. Jiak asked himself, surely someone is really kidnapping them? There were many people interested in this incident in the comments, but all the missing persons were ordinary people, not awakened. Why are they targeting ordinary people without mana? Just then, a call suddenly came. It was one. They hadn't been in touch for a long time. Jiak quickly picked up the phone, asking himself, is it a clue about the terrorists who caused the dungeon break? He quickly answered the phone. Hello, this is Jiak. He froze when he heard her words. Jiak couldn't understand. Come to Huizhangbu district right now? At this moment the moonlight was high above the mountain and the space was quiet. After that a group of people walked in the forest saying, anyway, since we've been called here, what promise do we have to keep again? Jiak walked following one and said, if it's about finding missing persons, isn't Ms. One's ability enough? I don't know how I can help. It just feels like you're misusing manpower. She walked and said, anyway, I tried to find the missing persons before that. I activated my ability. One had already quickly activated her ability at this moment and said, but the location is a bit strange. I couldn't find traces of the 2 people I was looking for earlier, but my ability finally worked properly for the last person. She stopped and said, the location is indicated as underground. He was surprised to hear that. What did you say? One continued. The missing person is detected at an abnormal depth, as if buried. He heard that and said, so one of the missing persons is buried underground? One replied, this isn't just a simple burial case. My ability can locate targets even when they're dead, but I couldn't find the targets in the previous 2 cases. There must have been intervention from the culprit. The current missing person seems to be the main target, but I have a feeling it's a trap set by the culprit. Jiak heard that, thought deeply, and spoke. Ah, she continued, that's why I called Mr. Kim Ji Ryo. Jiak thought to himself, crossing his arms. Surely she didn't call me to detect a trap. One turned around and said, ah, actually this place isn't absolutely necessary for a detection ability user, but anyway, with one more professional hunter, the search will be safer. He immediately asked, Hunter, this is practically a gold mine. She was surprised to hear that. Jiak immediately walked forward. She looked at his retreating figure and asked, what did you just say? He replied, nothing. Jiak thought to himself. Anyway, arguing with him is useless. Jiak walked and continued, anyway, I understand the situation, so let's keep searching. She was silent to hear that. Next they began searching in the forest. Footsteps echoed on the ground. Just then she suddenly called everyone. Jiak stopped and looked back. One's eyes shone blue and she said, it's right here. All of them froze. She stood in the middle of empty ground and said, the missing person is underground, right beneath where we're standing. No movement is detected. Hearing that, the people behind hesitated and said, could it be a clue we need to find? At this moment, before people were all gathered and talking, it might be closer than we thought. They didn't notice at all that someone was hiding behind them. Immediately after, one called other people and began to set up a perimeter. The person who heard the story came over and said, in other words, the missing person is underground here. She replied, yes, team leader. The team leader heard that and said, all right. He He immediately gave instructions, dig up the ground and check. Immediately after, the team leader began to assign tasks. Team 1, continue searching the surroundings. Understood. 1 turned to Jiak and said, Hunter Jiak, search the surroundings with me. He immediately replied, we've already found the missing person's location, haven't we? He said seriously, but we said the culprit intentionally lured them here, didn't we? There might be explosive traps or dangerous things nearby. He looked down at her and thought to himself, I still don't see any signs of a giant trap. Jiak also replied, all right. He looked at them again and said, but weren't you in charge here? She replied, my job is done. I've used up my detection ability uses today. 1 said with a slightly sad expression, after tracking 3 times I'm just an empty shell. The apprehension of the culprit and the rescue of the victims will now be handled by Team 2. All awakened individuals are with Team 2. Hearing that, he mumbled internally, what does empty shell mean? 1 turned back to him and said, by the way, have you found any dangerous items recently? He immediately replied, no, I haven't found anything unusual. At least in this area there's no trace of mana being used. Hearing her words, 1 chuckled awkwardly and said, haha, well, in that case it's fine. Suddenly she glanced behind them, stopped, and sensing something said, wait a minute, Hunter Jiak. After a brief pause she pointed in one direction and asked, do you see that over there? Jiak followed her gaze and asked, what? She pointed to a tree and said, over there, it looks like someone is standing next to that tree. Jiak followed the direction she was pointing and wondered to himself, what on earth did that woman see? I lived underwater in my previous life, so my eyesight isn't that bad. He immediately scanned the surroundings with mana. As he used his mana, she asked again from beside him, doesn't it look like someone standing there? Jiak looked in that direction and replied, there's an awakened person there. She was startled to hear that. An awakened person, are you sure? Jiak looked in that direction and replied, yes, I'm sure. He thought to himself, his mana is very weak, but I can definitely sense it. 1 quickly turned around and said worriedly, all right, anyway, the situation is uncertain, so please stay put, Hung Nim. I'll call Team 2. Jiak then looked towards the tree trunk and the person behind it moved slightly behind the tree 1 mentioned. He thought he caught a glimpse of the man's face. A hiker. Jiak looked at him and wondered, who is that? Is he connected to the case? He's definitely an awakened. His mana level is about E rank. But what is Jiak holding? The opponent seemed enraged, gritting his teeth on their side. 1 immediately called the team leader, pointing forward and saying, team leader over there? At that moment, something like spiritual energy seemed to erupt from the guy's mouth. Lightning magic. Immediately after, the guy activated his power with great force. Jiak suddenly sensed his surging power and startled glared at him. He was shocked. Wait, that guy, he turned worriedly. And at that moment the guy's hand was powerfully gathering mana. Is his target 1 who was running towards them, heard Jiak shouting, Hunter 1, Jiak reached out a hand warning, quickly retreat, run away. However, at that moment the guy also immediately began to use his mana and something started drawing a circle at the feet of the 4 people. Jiak simultaneously rushed forward. They stood dazed within the circle looking around. Immediately after, a vortex appeared where they stood and continued to spin. 1 barely stood upright, resisting the flow of mana. Jiak immediately rushed forward and said, don't panic 1. Hearing his words, she asked as if unable to understand. Why? He thought to himself. Because they're about to fall. Immediately after, a deep pit appeared beneath their feet. Their group instantly fell into the deep pit and thus all of them were sucked into the deep pit, their faces filled with worry and fear. All except Jiak. Afterward a loud splash echoed and they landed in a pool of water. They immediately scrambled out of the water. On the other side 1 kept flailing and shouting, help me. Another subordinate looked at her worriedly. Hunter 1 on this side, Jiak still calmly lay on the water floating naturally. He sighed thinking to himself, ouch, that hurt. I almost scratched my back. He looked up at the black hole above them. Where is this place now? This strange landscape. At this moment they were on different ground. Around them was a clear pool of water. He still lay on the water asking himself, was I dragged back into a dungeon? His current method of movement was similar to that of the aquatic alien species from his past life. At that moment a voice was heard. Hunter 1, Jiak looked that way, and the young man pulled 1 out continuing to call her worriedly. Hunter 1, snap out of it. She immediately coughed and seeing that he sighed in relief and said, thank goodness. Then he turned back to Jiak and asked, Team Leader Kong, what happened? Are you saying we've somehow entered the gate? Jiak emerged from the water and replied, I think so. He looked up and the gate was closed. Jiak recalled the collapsed dungeon gate. Could it be because of that terrorist? Jiak looked up and thought, now I can finally see the full picture of the Weijiangbu district incident clearly. Given the situation, there were 3 people pulled inside, 1D rank police officer and himself. The team leader hadn't entered. Jiak tried to move to look around. I've been detected. His mind was in turmoil. First, I need to understand the situation. Suddenly, 2 people approached. Hey, are you awakened? The 2 of them were startled and looked that way. The police officer shouted, my goodness, were you the missing high school students? The 2 boys and girls immediately teared up upon seeing them, rushed over and said, yes, we're alive. The boy immediately hugged the police officer and cried tearfully saying, officer, please get us out of here. The other girl also said from the side, everyone, you've come to rescue us, right? He quickly said, calm down. Then he took out his phone and continued, we need to assess the situation first. The 2 children began to shout. Many people were brought here at first. There were 6 of us, but they all died. Now only we are left. Hearing that, the police officer was startled and scared. At this moment he realized they were in a B-rank Istanbul winter gate. He was flustered by the gate's rank. A B-rank gate? Jiak looked that way and thought quite high. On this side, one continued to think. Anyway, if it's B-rank, it's fortunate that we have an awakened of corresponding rank on our side. Jiak immediately spoke. Anyway, the number of monsters isn't that high. A single B-rank hunter could aim to clear this place. The police officer heard that and said, "Ah, is that so?" Jiak looked back at one and said, "First try hunting. Maybe a new exit will appear." She was still silently trembling on this side. Jiak looked down at her again. "One, what's wrong?" As he was flustered, she opened her mouth. "I want to get out." She continued, losing her composure and terrified. "I want to get out of here. I can't stay here anymore." Quickly, one's face grew darker and darker as if she had seen something truly horrific. "Please, please, let me out of here." Going back to one's childhood, her early life was very ordinary. She woke up in the morning, went to school, and after school helped out at her parents' tea house. Her mother looked at one and said, "Oh, my daughter, Mom is fine, so go play with your friends." Her parents didn't want their child to do strenuous farm work. She smiled brightly and said, "But I find picking tea leaves more fun." One loved the green tea leaf hills, and whenever she had the chance she followed her parents to work. At this moment the wind blew her hat off, and one day, just like any other, a red color appeared, and in the moment her peaceful life was shattered. A terrifying monster appeared. In the blink of an eye a dungeon gate appeared and a monster burst out of it, appearing before one's eyes. Both mothers trembled blankly upon seeing the monster. The people here looked up at the monster, unable to move. Immediately after, the monster rushed forward, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Her mother's worried voice echoed. "One." Immediately after, a hand grabbed the girl's clothes and her mother threw her backward. Immediately after, the monster bit one's mother directly. The girl stood blankly at the horrific sight before her eyes. "Mom?" Her mother's blood continuously flowed onto the ground, and all those moments still vividly came back to her. Just then, one's father rushed over worriedly. "No!" Her father charged straight at the monster. The monster was flying away, biting her mother. Just then, the girl's father grabbed the monster's claws. One looked at the scene before her eyes and cried out worriedly, "Ah!" And so the monster flew towards the collapsed dungeon gate, dragging the girl's father along with it. 7 years ago, on the day the dungeon break occurred worldwide, she lost both her parents before her eyes. One continued to cover her face, terrified. On that very day, her life shattered into pieces. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body. One screamed in pain as mana surged. That was the day she awakened and became a B-rank hunter. At this moment, she hugged herself, terrified and pale, continuously trembling. Jiak placed a hand on her back and called out, "One." He continued to speak, "Can you hear me?" However, she couldn't hear his words at all. Jiak looked at her and worried. "This is serious." She's in full panic. "The only person who can confront the monsters here has gate phobia. Why didn't I know this? After the dungeon shock 7 years ago, countless people died." The other 3 people watched blankly, worried. Jiak looked at one's terrified face and thought, if there are people who overcome such tragedies, there are naturally also those who break down. He admonished himself, "Calm down. If I can't calm this B-rank hunter, we'll all die." Jiak continued to persuade her. "One, take a deep breath." At this moment, she slightly raised her head and looked at him. Jiak thought to himself, "Honestly, this is like staking half my life." Jiak continued, "I'm going to count to 3, so calm down. If she resists, his arm bone will break immediately." If one perceived this action as a threat, he began to count 1. He was still terrified internally. "I'm scared to death. I don't want to see Jiak torn to pieces and killed." He continued to count 2, and then finally he counted 3. A sigh escaped her lips. At this moment, Jiak stood up and asked, "How is it? Are you calm now?" One sighed. Jiak stood up and still with an expressionless face said, "If you're calm, listen to me carefully from now on. This is a B-rank gate. That police officer is D-rank. Only F-rank. The only person who can actually defeat the monsters here is you." She immediately hugged herself and said, I can't." Jiak began to press her again. "Why can't you? You fought well outside like a killer," she shouted. "That's because they were only C rank. I've never fought a monster of my own rank." One's face was terrified. "Can Jiak help me?" He continued. "Calm down, One. I'm just a low rank." She still didn't believe him and continued, "Are you still saying that even in this situation?" She shouted, "Why are you forcing me? Please help me." Honestly, does she still think I'm hiding my rank? You re-evaluated me yourself. Why can't you believe me? She shouted. "And as you know, I'm a seer, so I can't use anything other than that ability. What do you expect me to do?" Jiak continued. "Can you really not do it? If one doesn't step up, everyone here will die." She covered her face with trembling hands and said, "I can't. I'll die too in the end." Jiak was silent. She screamed frantically, "I said I can't." At this moment, Jiak placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Snap out of it." One's face was now covered in tears. Jiak looked directly into her eyes and asked, "You weren't awakened as a seer, were you?" He continued to shake One. "Snap out of it, One. You weren't awakened as that. I knew from the beginning, but because you tried to hide it, I didn't say anything. Your real awakened ability is wind attribute, do you hear me? Because you are the strongest hunter in your rank," she said blankly. "Jiak, how did you know that? But I didn't lie. I don't know how you know my awakened ability, but I can't use that skill. My ability doesn't activate." As she spoke so sincerely, Jiak was at a loss for words. One continued, "The monster that killed my parents. It was a wind-manipulating monster. Whenever I try to use that skill, the image of that moment comes back and I can't activate the skill. Do you understand? I truly cannot use my ability," Jiak thought, vexed. She can't use magic at all due to a psychological problem. That never happened in my hometown. It's truly a characteristic of a beginner mage. Someone who has just realized their abilities. He shook her and called out, "Hey Songwoo-won, there's nothing wrong with your body from what I can see. In other words, you can use your awakened ability anytime you want, if only you desire it. If you can regain your skill, the monsters inside this gate will be no problem for you." Jiak held out his palm to her and said in a warm voice, "Trust me." She looked up at Jiak with suspicious eyes. "Can I do it? Why does this person keep saying that? Besides, he himself isn't an ordinary F-rank hunter. Why should I just stand by and watch in this situation?" Suddenly both of them quickly turned towards the source of the sound. His eyes widened and he asked in a fluster, What is that?" Jiak firmly and coldly ordered his colleague, "Move aside." A deep purple bugo with long pointed horns and sharp teeth appeared in the midst of a background of red blood. Sweat continuously streamed down Jiok's cheeks in fear. "Damn it," he hastily turned around and loudly said, run away now. Oh, this is driving me crazy. Those of us who survive can only run away. Even if you can fly, hurry and escape." Jiak suddenly looked around and realized. "But why is it ignoring that person standing still and chasing me?" He desperately fled from the monster's pursuit. While running frantically, he suddenly tripped over a small rock under his feet. Jiak fell to the ground with a thud, his sharp eyes quickly scanning his surroundings with tension. The bugo was flying in from not far away. He thought, "I'm screwed." He shouted with all his might, "Hunter 1, save me." Her face was drenched in sweat from fear. The bugo's long powerful tail pierced Jiok's shoulder and blood continuously flowed from the deep wound. One's eyes widened in surprise as if caught in the terrifying horror that had just unfolded. Blood streamed from his nose and his face was pale. She was startled by something tremendous she had just discovered. "Hunter Kim Gi Ryo." She slowly began to speak, trying to abandon Jiak. "Hunter Kim Gi Ryo." He barely breathed. What exactly is happening? Could it be that he wasn't faking his rank all this time? No way was he really F rank. What should I do? What should I do? If this continues, that monster will take Hunter Kim Gi Ryo and fly away. And then one day it will cruelly kill him somewhere, just like back then. Countless confusing memories continuously flooded one's mind. Seeing the bugo with its eerie sharp fangs forming a wicked smile, she shouted with a flustered face, "No!" She quickly activated her powerful awakened ability. The glowing orb in her hand emitted a powerful aura, and she yelled in a furious voice, "Stop it right now!" The powerful aura flew straight towards Jiak and the bugo. The monster's face was directly hit and became horribly distorted and in pain. The destructive aura successfully shattered the monster's body. At this moment, her eyes widened in shock as if something astonishing had just happened before her. Jiak was floating in the air within a stream of mana. She hurriedly rushed towards him, raising both arms to catch Jiok's firm body. One successfully supported the center of gravity of his body. Her face was drenched in sweat and she was panting. She quickly caught Jiok's body, which was about to fall. "Mr. Kim Gi Ryo, are you all right? Oh, what should I do? Don't I have a recovery potion?" "No potion?" Then his faint voice was heard. "1. You used your skill." Her face froze for about 3 seconds. Jiak, covered in blood, looked at her. "I told you I could do it." Jiak spoke from the warm sunlight casting over their backs. "Thanks to you I'm alive." So moved, tears welled up in her eyes. "I never thought I could save someone." At this moment a flustered voice was heard. "Hunter, are you alright?" She replied, "Officer, do you have a first aid kit?" Park Sijun replied, "No, I don't," he said in a faint voice. "Ah hey." He was immediately stopped by Park Sijun. Don't move carelessly." He quickly supported him. Jiak spoke, "I'm fine, but first everyone please step aside a bit. I need to take off my clothes to check the wound and use a recovery potion." She asked curiously, "You have a recovery potion? Will you be alright on your own?" Jiak turned to Park Sijun and said, "Yes, just a moment. In the meantime, please gather the missing people in one place. The monster might still be around, so please be quiet." One was slightly curious. "There's a hole in his body, but why is he so calm, or has he lost feeling because of too much pain?" In the sticky space they were all gathered in one place. One continued to comfort them. "Don't cry, kids," one student said, crying. His voice trembled more and more with fear. "I want to go home." At the same time, Jiak was trembling behind a rock. "Damn it, I almost started my third life," he gasped first. "This tail." His hand tightly gripped the tail embedded in his shoulder. The sound of blood drops continuously falling to the ground was eerily audible. He quickly pulled out the tail. With trembling hands he picked up the potion bottle. "Fortunately, I had already made the mana enhancer." Jiak tilted his head back and drank the potion, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Then he quickly used mana to heal the hole in his shoulder. His recovery process was painful on this side. One continued to scan her surroundings worriedly. "But is Kim Gi Ryo really okay? The wound looked quite serious after all. If he were to suffer an unfortunate incident because of me, who brought him to this dangerous dungeon." Suddenly his warm voice was heard. "The treatment is finished," Park Sijun asked. "Appraiser, are you okay now?" He replied, "Yes." One's eyes widened in shock. Such a big wound disappeared in an instant. If it's a recovery potion that effective, it must cost hundreds of millions of won. An F-rank hunter carries around such a powerful recovery potion? Jiak slowly approached her and began to speak. 1, she replied. Yes, he spoke. Then let's attack the gate now. The basic principle of a gate is that an exit appears when you defeat the boss. First, we need to defeat the boss here. Since I've already used a skill once, let's go to the boss room before that sensation disappears. She wondered if it would go smoothly. Jiak saw her uneasy heart and comforted her, saying, Don't worry. His sharp eyes and warm voice resonated. I'll help as much as I can. The scene changed, and a powerful aura was attacking monsters, and his voice was heard. You're doing well. That ability is your weapon. Don't let that ability control you. You must control that ability. Just then his voice echoed loudly. 1. He quickly pointed his finger upwards, reminding her. A glowing blue aura enveloped her, and she leapt instantly. 1. With a powerful movement unleashed energy cutting the monster's body, and sweat continuously streamed down her cheeks. Jiak encouraged. Well done. See, you can do it. Park Sijun also chimed in. Good work. So can we go outside now? Can we go home? Jiak spoke. Let's rest here for a bit. Park Sijun was bewildered. How the boss monster is right in front of us. He urged that it was best to be prepared in advance as much as possible. 1 thought glumly, what should I do? Honestly, I have no experience in attacking gates. I'm just an office worker who handles paperwork. So I have to experience all of this like this. I have to defeat a boss monster of the same rank. She felt uneasy. It's really scary. Can I really do it? At the same time, 1 had no idea that Jiak was watching all her emotional states. 1's whole body was dark and a terrible feeling still lingered. Can I really see this through to the end? The scene changed and they were resting on the cave floor. Jiak approached her with his hands in his pockets. In the end, it's not working. Still, it's not your fault. If someone needs to take responsibility, it's my fault for trying to force you to stand up even though you're experiencing psychological trauma. I'm sorry about earlier. Anyway, this is a matter of survival and I was too worried. Everything is the fault of the terrorists who threw us in here. It's not your fault, 1. But the situation is like this now, so let's try one more time. If you can overcome this, you'll be able to survive in any gate. Anyway, this is quite a difficult task. Let's prepare ourselves and move forward. Before he could finish speaking, she stood up and replied, I've rested enough. Her resolute face looked straight at him. Let's go, let's defeat the boss. Footsteps echoed quietly, careful not to make a sound. Suddenly, Jiak raised his arm and began to speak. Wait, look over there. The front is quite wide. It looks about 4 to 5 meters high. It could be dangerous, so from here on, only 1 and I will go in. Everyone else stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them confidently walked into the massive gate. As soon as the door opened, a biting chill and a frozen floor were felt. Horrible fangs were disgustingly exposed. In the frozen ice space, the monster was searching for strange mana in its surroundings. He whispered, I can't clearly find its weakness. It's best to use skills to suppress it with all our might. She replied, Understood. 1 used glowing energy, thinking to herself that she had to finish it in one go. The flow of mana swirled, enveloping the frozen space. At this moment, the monster seemed to sense the mana attacking, but it showed no fear at all, instead smoothly dodging the attack and rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Her eyes widened in shock. It dodged. Jiak saw they were in danger and shouted loudly, 1 move aside. The beast opened its massive mouth and was preparing to gather and unleash energy. It quickly unleashed a terrible cold. 1 seized the opportunity and used mana, and so the powerful stream of mana violently collided with the beast's cold. However, the beast roared fiercely. It opened its massive mouth as if to swallow her. Her face turned pale with fear and sweat continuously streamed down in this frozen space. 1 quickly turned and escaped from the beast's mouth. In her haste, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. She quickly stood up and with all her might approached the monster and fired a powerful stream of mana at its face. Jiak observed from afar, feeling uneasy. 1 looks very exhausted. Her body's mana is probably almost depleted. Even if I help, it won't be easy to defeat a boss of the same rank. Moreover, this was her first time using her ability. He saw the monster's fragments falling to the ground. Fortunately, the monster seemed likely to fall before Hunter 1. Jiak was uneasy. 1 looks clearly exhausted. I can see her body weakening and the mana in her body almost depleted. No matter how much I help, it won't be easy to defeat a boss of the same rank. Moreover, this was her first time using her ability. He saw the monster's fragments falling to the ground. Fortunately, the monster seemed likely to fall before Hunter 1. With chilling cold and mana, 1 was fighting fiercely. 1 was unleashing powerful streams of mana with all her might. Just then, she suddenly sensed the monster's roar approaching. 1 quickly used energy to envelop herself in the cold, and then resolutely shot mana high up, aiming towards the direction the monster was rushing from. The mana smoothly cut off the beast's massive foot, and it roared violently in pain, red blood splashing everywhere. At this moment, the monster suddenly regenerated and regrew its long, sticky tail. It attacked her with its tail, but it missed its mark and slammed directly into the ground. At this moment, the mana in her body was gradually depleting. 1 desperately stood firm on the ground, sweat continuously streaming down her face, and she was panting. No, it's continuously consuming mana. I think I'm under a curse that depletes energy. No matter how hard she tried to unleash the aura protecting herself or to suppress it, it was very difficult. She could clearly feel the mana in her body completely depleting. This is the limit. 1 resolutely unleashed the remaining aura. I have to finish this. At this moment, she unleashed a mana vortex at incredible speed. Immediately, the aura flew straight towards the monster's distorted face. The powerful aura sent the monster flying, causing it to lose its balance. In this quiet space, the monster's screams echoed ear-splittingly. However, the monster quickly returned to its original state and chased her like crazy. One was desperately gathering strength with her meager mana. Please. The mana she resolutely unleashed flew in a straight line, cutting off pieces of the monster's flesh one by one. At this moment, the monster was extremely enraged and rushed madly at one. Sweat continuously streamed down her face, and she clenched her teeth in tension. Enough! A powerful stream of mana continuously surged towards the monster's massive body. Her face was filled with determination and hatred. Go to hell, however, at this moment, only white remained before her eyes. The hand unleashing mana gradually lost its strength. She stared blankly. The mana surrounding her was now only terrifyingly cold. He was startled to see the monster's massive mouth approaching. At that moment, Jiak quickly accelerated and rushed towards her. He created a shield with golden mana and resisted the monster's attack. Jiak subdued the monster and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Concentrate." She was flustered and grabbed his hand. "But my mana," he instructed. "Gather all your remaining mana." Was she hesitating again? "Snap out of it, one," he roared. "Do you want to see everyone die before your eyes?" One's eyes welled up with tears, and she felt all the danger approaching. Life and death were so transient. Memories of the past resurfaced. In a vast desert space, someone was also desperately fighting a monster. That evil monster bit one's most precious person in its mouth. At that time, she helplessly covered her face and cried sadly. One's tears flowed uncontrollably, as if she hated herself to the point of madness. She just stood there, watching one person after another die. As she recalled the moments she had spent happily talking and enjoying with her friends, all of this seemed to give her the motivation to move forward from the depths of her heart. One quickly released her remaining mana into the air. The powerful energy tore the monster's entire body apart, blood splattered everywhere, and its vicious head was also ripped to shreds, a truly gruesome sight. Her ragged breathing turned into an exhausted, labored pant. At this moment, one bravely looked up. "Good, I did it." She stared blankly, eyes wide. But what was that just now? Jiak was lost in thought, wondering if there was anything worth collecting. She was slightly puzzled. How could he block a B-rank monster's attack? Kim Ji-Ryo wasn't wearing any special equipment, nor was he using any skills. He spoke. "Well done," one replied. "Yes?" The atmosphere between them was quiet for a moment when Jiak spoke. "The boss is defeated." At this moment, Park Sejun and his companions rushed over. "Hunter, you're amazing, truly impressive. Everyone worked hard." "Thank you so much." Ji-Young pointed in the distance with his finger and said in a gentle voice. "Look!" Everyone rejoiced and shouted loudly. The gate is open. It's an exit. We're alive. We can go home." He turned to one and said, "Let's go back now." She replied, "Yes." One thought as she looked at Jiok's retreating back. "No way, if my hypothesis is correct." She was certain. "Yes, there's no doubt. It's because of the difference in mana density, an overwhelming disparity. That means this person can withstand a B-rank monster's attack without batting an eye. It means he possesses immense mana." Jiok turned his head and asked blankly, "What are you doing there? Let's go out quickly." One looked at him for a moment, then gathered all her courage and spoke. You're truly insane, aren't you?" At her words he paused. Jiok quickly hid his mana and opened his mouth. A foggy landscape with many police cars and people gathered appeared before them. The front was a hazy forest. He quickly took off the protective badge from his arm and sighed in relief. Jiok thought, "Fortunately, I still had this bracelet. It was the Twin Guardian. I could only use it twice, so I wanted to save it if possible. If I had been hit squarely by that attack earlier, I would have died instantly. If the bracelet is discovered, robbers might come looking for me again. I need to hide it well." Just then, Wun's booming voice echoed. "Hey, Hunter Kim Ji-Ryo." He replied. "Yes." Jiok felt something was off about the atmosphere. Why is this person so angry since earlier? Wun quickly walked towards Jiok with an angry demeanor. Wun thought, I really want to grab him by the collar and drag him away. A hunter whom even the boss couldn't properly touch. He faked being hurt to make me overcome my psychological trauma and activate my skill. I can somewhat guess why you did it, but I won't thank you for that. Are you really crazy? He just looked at her without saying anything. She continued. Why on earth do you have to go to such lengths? Jiok replied. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be grateful. Why do you think Ms. Sonwoo Won should thank me? His warm voice echoed. Ms. Sonwoo Won, you saved us. Thanks to you we all survived. His flamboyant face took the opportunity to wink at her. Thank you very much. Won stared blankly at Jiok's actions. Just then a voice suddenly came. Hunter Sonwoo. She quickly turned around. Ji-young greeted her with a bright smile. Hello, I almost forgot to greet you, Hunter. Thank you very much, her mother also said. You're the savior of our daughter's life. Thank you so much. You've practically saved our entire family. Won curled the corners of her lips and waved her hand. No, it's nothing. I just did what I had to do. At this moment the corners of her eyes drooped slightly, and she worried inwardly. All this time inside the gate I only thought about myself. It's my first time clearing a gate and my first time receiving such thanks. Kim Ji-Ryo, why did you go to such lengths for me? What benefit does he gain from doing that? Won glanced at Jiok in a fluster. On the contrary, he's thanking me. She saw Jiok staring blankly at the forest and wondered, what on earth is he thinking? At the same time, Jiok slowly and weakly stood up. His eyes still showed clear anxiety. Can I go now? There were some twists and turns, but the culprit has been safely apprehended and the missing persons rescued, so my job is done now. Let's leave the rest to the police. Anyway, the 2 weeks I promised with Sonwoo-won also end tomorrow. Just now I only smiled slightly to thank him for saving my life. Did I express my emotions properly? I'm really curious about how the people of this planet express their emotions. At this moment, Won also detected someone staring at her from behind and quickly turned her head. So the atmosphere between the two of them was awkward as they faced each other in the warm air. Whoever taught Jiok how to smile? Jiok's smile at this moment gave off a truly eerie feeling. Again. My God, Jiok's smile made even her heart tremble with fear, and she kept sweating before resolutely turning and leaving. Jiok just stood there blankly, not understanding anything. How, what, why does she look so shocked? Is my face that weird? I even practiced a poker face and a cold expression at home. Someday I'll be able to express emotions perfectly and deceive humanity. And then one saw his sturdy back walking into the warm sunlight. A few days later the warm sunlight shone on the thatched roof, giving the cafe a cozy atmosphere. She was elegantly enjoying coffee in a neat suit. Just then a voice suddenly broke her tranquility. Hunter Sonwoo. Yoon-sung approached awkwardly and greeted her. Hello, the weather is really nice today, she replied politely. Hello Hunter on Yoon-sung. Is an iced Americano alright? He replied. Yes thank you. Yoon-sung said, but why did you call me? We usually don't meet on weekends. She casually spoke. I just had a few questions to ask. One slowly opened her mouth. Hunter on Yoon-sung, are you close with Hunter Kim Jiok? My goodness, at her question he spat out his coffee. One said awkwardly, I haven't said anything yet. What's with this suspicious reaction? He replied. No, I was just surprised to suddenly hear Jiok Hung Nim's name. She held her coffee cup and spoke. I already knew that the two of you were very close. Yoon-sung asked curiously, is it because of that kidnapping incident? She replied. No, actually, I didn't pay much attention then. But seeing two people, an A- rank and an F rank coming out of a gate together made me think something was strange, so I'm asking Hunter on Yoon-sung, how long have you known Hunter Kim Ji-rio? Yoon-sung awkwardly replied, why are you suddenly curious about that? Is it something related to the association? Won thought his defensive reaction is quite strong. No, this has nothing to do with the association, so you don't need to worry. To be honest, I suspect Kim Ji-rio might be a criminal. He froze blankly. What are you talking about? She said. If Hunter on Yoon-sung is harmed and gets into trouble by a bad fake awakened, I'll help you. Yoon-sung reacted violently. That's absurd. Jiok Hung Nim is a criminal? That's impossible. That Hung Nim. One interrupted him. You said he hid his awakened rank. At her words Yoon-sung froze, sweating and nervous. One slowly opened her mouth. Falsely reporting one's rank is a serious criminal act. In this industry, even raising one rank changes your annual salary by units. But reporting your rank as lower, I truly can't understand it. If he's not doing it for other benefits, isn't it very abnormal? He spoke. That's true, One continued. The association also knows that Hunter on Yoon-sung is an honest and diligent person. I thought it was strange that someone like you was friends with that F rank. I think Hunter Kim Jiok might have a reason for falsely registering his rank. Or he might be so strong that even an A- rank would be afraid. I'm worried that you might be exploited by him. He himself felt that she was asking him because she knew something. Then Jiok Hung Nim has already revealed his true awakened rank. One crossed her arms and stared directly at his reaction. Now that I think about it, the two of them were involved in the Silver Mist Zone gate incident. He covered his head and touched his ear, flustered. Alright, he must have been forced to reveal his true power to protect everyone. If his disguise as a fake F rank was exposed because of that, what can I do? Suddenly, One spoke. I'll tell you in advance, I don't intend to immediately arrest you or Kim Ji-rio. I just want to confirm the facts, he thought to himself. Alright, it's better to clear up the misunderstanding about Hung Nim here. That might help Jiok Hung Nim more. Yoon-sung bravely opened his mouth. Then I'll tell you about Hung Nim. First he had to state the condition. Can you keep all of this absolutely confidential? She smiled politely. Of course, I promise. His face was slightly tense. Gathering all his courage he opened his mouth. I met Hung Nim one day. Do you know that our team was annihilated in an abnormal gate last time? She replied. I know. It was quite a big accident, Yoon said firmly. The company told us not to talk about this, but actually I came back alive thanks to him. As soon as he finished speaking, One froze blankly. Suddenly he jumped up and slammed the table hard. I still vividly remember that moment. At that time our team was almost completely wiped out, but suddenly Jiok Hung Nim appeared from somewhere, praising him passionately. Yoon-sung suddenly stopped speaking and the atmosphere between them became slightly awkward. He said, Are you still curious about Hung Nim's awakened rank being F rank? There must be a reason, can't you just let it go? One asked curiously. What reason? Yoon replied, I haven't asked him directly, but he's probably similar to Hong. You still remember the interview incident, right? Countless ordinary people fainted due to his S-rank magic ability. It's not as extreme, but Hung Nim seems to be intentionally suppressing his power to avoid affecting others around him. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that Sonwoo-won is absolutely not involved in any crime. If he hid his rank with bad intentions, he would have been interested in murder or dirty money. But he's not that kind of person, One asked curiously. Then he really has no ambition? He quickly replied, What ambition? Hung Nim usually just eats rice and soup. One stared directly into his worried eyes. He's been protecting that person too much since earlier. Even though they haven't known each other for long, why does he speak so highly of Kim Ji-Ryo? The two haven't known each other for that long. At this moment he remained silent, lost in thought. After thinking for a few seconds, Yoon-sung said honestly, I received a lot of help from Hung Nim. Hung Nim was worried that I would continue to live in my past failure, so one day, Hung Nim helped me regain my confidence. Hung Nim sacrificed himself without hesitation. One was slightly surprised. Sacrifice, he continued. That's right, because of me, Hung Nim deliberately got hurt by those useless guys. How can I suspect such a person? One said. I don't know, I still can't trust him. Hunter Kim Yoon-sung has been saying nothing but good things about Kim Ji-Ryo since earlier. What if he has another side you don't know about? Yoon retorted violently. Another side of Hung Nim that I don't know about? He replied that there were signs of Hunter Kim Ji-ok attacking other hunters in the dungeon. Moreover, he meanly ambushed him from behind. Wait a minute, Hunter Son-woo-won. You're talking about the White Zone incident, right? Mr. Jong Ha-wong's case. As far as I know, he only attacked another hunter once. One was silent, seeing his truthful reaction. She slowly opened her mouth. That's true, Kong Chano didn't instigate it, he replied. Wait, don't misunderstand. I know the whole story. He didn't fight Mr. Jong Ha-wong after he came out of the labyrinth. We had a meal together, and he told me the story. At that time, Jiok said to Mr. Jong Ha-wong, it's true that I knocked you out. I'm really sorry. An Yoon-sung relayed Jiok's words exactly. I only stopped you because I thought you were overworking yourself. While you were unconscious, I was going to be the scapegoat. He stood firm to speak clearly to Won. That's what he said. In other words, he had no choice but to act that way to save Mr. Jong Ha-wong, she asked. He had no choice, you mean he knocked someone else unconscious? Yoon-sung's eyes sparkled and he quickly replied, yes, that's right, he was going to be the scapegoat instead of Ha-wong. Most people try to push the blame onto each other, but he didn't do that. He even said he was sorry. Isn't that amazing? She thought, wait a minute, this doesn't seem to be the most important issue right now. An F-rank hunter subdued a Korean S-rank hunter. He must have forged his rank. But no matter how advanced the measuring equipment, I can't prove it, so there's nothing I can do anyway. I've heard the whole story and the explanation is completely convincing, he replied happily. Really? She opened her mouth. Yes, I don't think there's a need to view Mr. Kim Ji-ok as a potential criminal, Yoon replied. Right? Won smiled and thought inwardly. Honestly, I just wasn't sure. Because to me he didn't seem like a bad person. It's a bit late to say it now though. As an association member, I don't think it's bad that Hunter Kim Ji-ok is hiding his abilities. It's actually fortunate that he's concealing his power. Yoon-sung asked. Fortunate, she explained. If Hunter Kim Ji-ok's true rank were revealed, the guilds wouldn't stay still. He nodded. Ah, that's right. The current balance between guilds is very unstable. Currently, 3 guilds maintain a balance in Korea. Nell's sister, which boasts an overwhelming number of members based on the capital of a large corporation. The Korean Magic Tower, where powerful awakened individuals gather under the strong leadership of S-rank Hunter Esther, and the Hunter Association, an organization with a small number of high-ranking agents but deep political ties, controlling awakened individuals. One thought that the only reason the association could still have a voice among those forces was because all S-rank hunters acted individually. But what if a 4th S-rank hunter appeared now? And what if that hunter joined another hunter's faction? The unstable balance being maintained would immediately tip to one side. At that point, the association could completely lose its ability to control other forces. Then the current peace would completely collapse. One opened her mouth. So it's best for Mr. Kim Ji-ok to continue pretending to be F-rank and maintain a neutral position. That's just the association's perspective. They need to control the situation after all. Yoon-sung's lips curled into a smile. He seemed satisfied with this answer. He slowly opened his mouth. If that's the case, don't worry, it seems Ji-ok has no intention of joining any guild. He wasn't very interested in the Magic Tower's offer last time either. She was surprised. Really? He refused the offer from the top guild? That's quite surprising. Well, no guild would actively recruit someone perceived as F-rank anyway. So can we rest assured for now? The scene changed, and a sweet voice echoed in the spacious lobby of the Korean Magic Tower. Thank you for making time today, Byung continued. I am Kwak Byung-ji, the hunter recruitment manager at the Korean Magic Tower. Ji-ok stared blankly at the warm coffee aroma on the table and replied casually. Ah yes, he seemed a bit flustered, his complexion not good. Are you alright? He replied. Are these Magic Tower people out of their minds because they're short on coffee? I just finished some recent tasks. Byung hesitated and opened his mouth. Then you must be tired. Without beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. As you might have guessed, this is a recruitment offer and the amount is… He cut him off. Wait, recruitment? At Ji-ok's cold voice. He stiffened and couldn't say a word. Ji-ok opened his mouth as if angry. You mean you want me to work for your company now? That story again? Are you bringing that up again? Time reverted to a few days ago. Byung of the Korean Magic Tower said blankly, Wait, director. He was surprised. Recruit an F-rank hunter, me personally, he said grumpily. His awakened stats are only 14, he's garbage among garbage. Why him, someone below average? Esther rested her chin on her hand and sighed. If I told you to bring him, just bring him, she continued. You're always complaining about a lack of analytical talent, Byung retorted. But we have to meet at least the minimum standards, director. You know the average standards for the analysis team. We don't accept anyone below C rank. He held the documents and said, with awakened stats like this he'd run out of mana after 2 or 3 skills, and what's with this outrageous contract fee? He still spoke with displeasure. I know, he's not an ordinary appraiser, but to negotiate we need some information. She closed her eyes and stroked her chin. Esther's words were significant. There are some awakened who are reluctant to reveal their abilities. Even a tiny piece of information can become a fatal weakness, he suspected. Is that related to this incident? She confirmed. Of course. I think it's highly likely Kim Jiok is such a person. She slowly lowered her hand. You don't need to know the details. Just know that he's not an ordinary F rank. Digging deeper will only lead to trouble. Esther slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I've temporarily drawn up the contract, so if you need more money, you can ask for as much as you want. Her eyes were filled with determination. I'll even gladly write a blank check. Byung was flustered. What, you mean that Hunter is worth that much? She crossed her arms. Value? I don't know that yet. All I know right now is that he doesn't even have money for food, he shouted. What? He continued. You mean, Director, you still don't know his true worth for sure, and yet you're trying to recruit an S-rank Hunter? This is too reckless. It's nothing short of a gamble. Esther closed her eyes. Annoying. Listening to Byung's persuasion, she fell into thought. Value? Anyway, he passed through the labyrinth I designed in the shortest time, and without any equipment or special items. Moreover, he easily overcame my S-rank curse. Whatever his true identity, he's not an ordinary person. If I can bring him to my side, many things will become possible. Even if he's a villain, understanding his true nature before anyone else isn't a loss. When the flashback ended, Esther glared at him. Are you still standing there? She ordered. Stop dilly-dallying and contact Hunter Kim Jiok. He resigned himself. Understood. So you're not going to explain it clearly to me in the end. He turned around and thought, going this far for an F-rank Hunter is too much. Or is this a false registration and his real rank is different? Byung held up the bulletin board. Well, it doesn't matter. My job is just to spy after all, and spying is usually resolved with money. He looked at the information. Kim Jiok was a hunter. Back to the present. Jiok was now glaring at Byung as if angry. You mean you want me to work for your company now? He trembled with fear and swallowed. He chose his words carefully. We are well aware that Hunter Kim once refused a scout offer, he explained. So we were planning to give up for the time being, but we weren't sure, so we contacted you again. Byung carefully took his hand out of his jacket pocket. The previous offer was too sudden, so the conditions might not have been satisfactory. He confidently placed the contract on the table. So I've brought a revised contract, he spoke professionally. Of course, further negotiations are entirely possible. Jiok rubbed his chin. Indeed, he looked at the contract and thought, this amount is excessive even for an F rank, he decided. But this is far from enough. I'm a person who accepted reincarnation to gain freedom. I have to work in a company again? Absolutely no. After thinking it over, he raised his head. No, I refuse. Byung was startled. He stammered in surprise. Refuse so emphatically? Wait, Hunter Kim, he asked worriedly. Have you perhaps already signed with another guild? Jiok averted his gaze. That's not the reason, he refused. I simply have no intention of joining any guild. Byung tried to persuade him. But if you continue your hunter work, you'll need a guild soon. Could you reconsider? He was firm. I said no. His hands were clenched. I see. The day has come when I'd cling to an F rank like this. The director didn't just send me away. He was afraid of his intimidation. I thought I was used to the pressure from S-rank hunters thanks to the director, but it's never easy. Byung opened his mouth. It seems we misjudged. He scratched his head. It's clear he's not someone who'd easily yield even with a blank check. He gave a wry smile. His eyes were still piercing Jiok's face. Byung was surprised. No reaction to a blank check at all. Seeing him openly express displeasure like this, does it mean he can't be swayed by money? But in fact his mind was very uneasy. He sighed. Someone like that can't be merely F rank. There's no other way. He put the contract back into his jacket pocket. I understand that an official contract is burdensome. He bowed his head again and put the documents into his bag. Please disregard the offer I just made, Jiok asked. Huh? Byung opened his mouth. What I'm about to tell you now is a completely different proposal. It's not an official contract. If it's just a temporary request, could you consider it more comfortably? He handed over another contract. Recently, we recovered a piece of equipment during a gate invasion, but its performance analysis isn't going well. So we're looking for an external expert. Jiok was surprised. Only one piece of equipment? Jiok wavered slightly. Doesn't seem bad. Reviewing one piece of equipment shouldn't take too much time. He hesitated. But I've never officially taken an item appraisal request before. Will it be all right? Byung continued. This is the compensation the Korean Magic Tower has set for this request. He took the contract and read it intently, silent. He persuaded, it may not mean much to Hunter Kim, but it's a necessary part of the procedure. He cut him off without thinking. Okay, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Yes, Jiok pointed with his finger. I sign here, right? Byung offered a pen. Ah, yes, that's right. Here's the pen. He was puzzled. What is it? He pretended to be indifferent, but was he actually sorry for refusing? He was impressed. To think he had such a soft side. After signing, he raised his head. Where and at what time should I go? Time quickly shifted to 2 days later and sunlight poured over the building. As Byung entered, the surrounding noise reached his ears. The female employee there saw him and greeted him. Team leader, you're out. He replied. Ah yes, she reported. Hunter Kim Jiok is waiting in front of analysis room 2. Byung was startled. He's already here? He immediately turned and walked. Understood. Although the scout failed, starting with a small request and moving forward step by step isn't bad. His footsteps quickened. If he directly experiences the industry's best equipment and treatment here today, he'll definitely change his mind upon arriving at the room. He saw Jiak and opened his mouth. Hunter Kim, Jiak, please come in. Byung opened the door with a card. The equipment to be appraised was stored inside. As the door opened, blue light poured onto the two of them, and inside were countless glass display cases. Byung introduced, "This is analysis room 2. He walked and said, "The item we've requested appraisal for this time was recovered from an A- rank gate. We currently assess this item's grade as unique." Jiak thought, "Unique grade, that's the 3rd grade out of a total of 5 in the item classification system set by the Hunter Association. If my memory serves, grades are determined by comprehensively evaluating equipment's durability and stats." Byung stopped in front of an item. "This is it." Jiak squinted. It was clearly no ordinary object. A black sword emitting black smoke lay inside a black glass display case. Byung introduced its temporary name as the Cursed Sword. Jiak glanced at it suspiciously. "A curse?" His face turned pale. "There's a reason behind that name. As I told you, this is a trophy our company's attack team obtained after defeating an A-rank monster. After the monster disappeared, the sword it held was stuck in the ground. Unique grade items are rare weapons after all." So everyone was very excited. One person slowly reached out both hands to pull out the sword. As his hand grasped the hilt, black smoke billowed out, and his scream echoed. A moment later he fell to his knees with all his strength. His face looked completely drained of life, but we later learned that this was a mana-absorbing weapon, Byung thought. From the first A-rank hunter who touched this sword to now, more than 10 people have fallen victim to this cursed sword, he continued. However, the absorption rate is so abnormal that it's very difficult to analyze accurately. Saying that, he pressed the button to open the glass door. "I thought there might be some hidden conditions, but currently we can only speculate," he replied. "Is that so?" He glanced at Jiak. "This won't be easy for you either, Hunter." Jiak slowly stepped forward. He reassured him. "Don't worry, even if you fail, there won't be any punishment." As soon as Byung finished speaking, Jiak immediately grabbed the sword's hilt. He picked up the sword as if holding a toy. It's lighter than I thought." Byung's mouth dropped open and his eyes darted between the sword and Jiok's hand. He broke into a cold sweat and said, "Hunter, you shouldn't touch it so carelessly," Jiak calmly said. "Ah, surely you don't mean I shouldn't touch it directly and should appraise it from a distance?" Byung was startled. He had explained in detail how dangerous it was, yet he immediately grabbed the sword. But he looked at Jiak and thought, "Why is he fine? Even our guild's most skilled hunters couldn't withstand it," and fainted. He looked at Jiak in awe. "Is he enduring that immense mana consumption?" Byung's face turned pale. "Just what kind of person did the director bring to the guild?" Jiak observed for a moment, then turned around. "Honestly, from my observation," Jiak looked at Byung's face suspiciously. "What is it? Is he perhaps angry because I just argued with him?" He lightly touched the sword's tip. "But this is just a simple magic tool. This type simply absorbs mana from the user's body to gain power, much like controlling a dragon with magic." Light flashed from the sword's gem. However, this sword has a safety mechanism set to automatically stop absorption when the mana in the body reaches the minimum level required for survival. It will automatically stop absorbing. The higher a hunter's rank, the more mana they possess, so the absorption will cause more sudden and intense pain. He quietly wiped away a tear. "An F rank's mana seems barely enough to sustain life. That's probably why I wasn't affected by this sword's curse. No wonder the magic tower couldn't appraise it. There were no C ranks or lower here. Seriously, why am I crying?" Byung approached worriedly. "Hunter, are you really alright?" Jiak reassured him. "Yes, I'm fine." Jiak lifted the sword and Byung gasped in fear. "Anyway, the appraisal result is quite simple. This sword is merely a type of weapon that grows stronger the more mana it absorbs," he stammered. "Then how should that sword be used?" Even an A-rank hunter immediately collapsed. Jiak calmly said, "You just have to endure." He made a sound of surprise. "Ha," Jiak continued. "You just need to be patient and ensure it doesn't absorb more mana than necessary." The two looked at each other in silence, one suspiciously, the other as if unable to understand. Jiak slowly lowered his hand and a thought crossed his mind. "Ah, surely the people here can't do that." Hearing that, Byung's body suddenly flinched. He was startled. "So Hunter, you're saying we just need to endure the pain of mana being absorbed, right?" Jiak confirmed. "That's right," he marveled. "Isn't that the kind of nonchalant remark only a genius would make?" His hand clenched. Moreover, he even added, "And the people here can't do that?" Jiok's face at this moment was like a villain pointing directly at Byung. "Is a guild hailed as a pillar of Korea only this capable?" He was slightly annoyed. "Was it not so?" Byung said defensively. "Our magic tower is a guild praised as the best in the industry." He made an excuse. This sword was originally intended for the new hunters in the reserve team." He gave a wry smile. "There are still many newcomers there, haha." Jiak replied. "In that case, it won't be easy to find an awakened capable of using this sword. The problem lies more in control than in mana quantity." He raised the sword, slicing through the air. "Among the people I know, Kong Chano would have no problem using this." Actually, he didn't know many people. Jiak reinserted the sword into the glass case, and Byung's voice stammered. "Kong Chano, you say?" Jiak replied. Byung once again expanded his thoughts. "Does he mean that only an S-rank can use this sword? If so, does that mean he himself is close to S-rank?" After a moment of thought, he marveled. "He's truly a terrifying individual." The more Byung thought, the more he feared. "It's even scarier that I can't detect any mana from him externally. What kind of trick is he using to make such a person appear ordinary? Just then, Jiak suddenly turned around, startling him. Team leader Kwok Byung. Jiak was puzzled by his reaction. What's wrong? He stammered. Oh well, that's... Suddenly the sound of a door opening drew their attention. Jiak asked, what's happening? Esther entered with outstretched arms. What's all this fuss about? Byung exclaimed. Director, she seemed pleased. What, welcoming me so enthusiastically today? She entered with her hands in her pockets. I heard you arrived, so I stopped by briefly. Did the work go well? Jiok's mood immediately soured. Yes, I just finished, he thought inwardly. Why is Esther here? Esther leaned in. Is that so? What's the result? Jiak flinched. I need to focus. Jiak tried hard to maintain his composure. One mistake now and it's over. After thinking, he scratched his neck. There was nothing particularly dangerous, she scoffed. Ah, so there are no hidden dangers? She firmly grasped the sword's hilt right in front of Byung's surprised gaze. I thought there was some great secret and hadn't dared to touch it until now. Esther swung the sword she held and said, it's heavier than I thought, he thought inwardly. As expected of an S-rank, her mana absorption resistance is good. He looked at the frightened Byung and thought, is he worried Esther might get hurt swinging the sword? Thinking that, he turned to her. Hunter Esther, could I borrow the sword for a moment? I'd like to do a final check before finishing the job, she replied happily. Yes, Esther asked Jiak. Mr. Jiak, do you like that sword? Jiak was puzzled. Pardon, she smiled. Anyway, no one in our guild urgently needs it. If you like it, it's fine for you to have it. Jiak looked at the sword in his hand and thought, honestly, this isn't a particularly covetable magic tool. For an F-rank like me, it's probably too much, and accepting a curse caster's favor casually also feels a bit uneasy. Thinking that, he refused. I think this item is a bit much for me, Esther sighed. What, are you saying your skills are still too low? Jiak looked at her with slight displeasure. Is this Earthling's unique way of being sarcastic? It would be good to smile and play it off in times like this. Sonwoo Won's reaction last time wasn't good, so I need to be careful. But he didn't know she thought he was very strong. As Jiak remained silent, she made a hum sound. Jiak slowly took a step forward. Understood, I understand. She faced him and said, then Hunter Kim. Suddenly, a bell interrupted her and Jiak pulled out his phone. A red notification appeared. An emergency message? Esther also noticed her phone ringing. She answered the call. Yes, it's me, yes. After hearing the content on the other end, she made an awe sound. Esther looked up and a cold aura emanated from her. An A-rank red gate has opened. Esther walked and said, anyway, this world never lets me rest. Jiak was puzzled. It's an A- rank gate, so why did they contact you directly? She replied. Because 2 gates appeared simultaneously. Jiok's eyes suddenly narrowed. 2 A-rank gates at the same time. He stared intently at his phone and indeed there were 2 warning messages. Her voice echoed, hey Mr. Jiak, I'm sorry. Esther smiled brightly. I was just about to ask you out for coffee today, but something came up, Jiak said impassively. It's alright, really it's fine. She turned to Byung. Oh right, called 2 people from the analysis team. There are many gates so there will be many spoils. He obeyed the order. Ah yes, at this moment Jiak spoke. Ah wait a minute, he suggested. If it's not too much trouble, could I come along too? If you take me I can help with classifying the magic stones. She was puzzled. Mr. Jiak, it's fine, but what will you do on site? Jiak stated his reason. I want to see you fight with my own eyes. I've been very curious about your S-rank curse ability for a long time. He violently shook his head inwardly. I haven't seen any curse magic on Earth yet. I should record a suitable person on this occasion, he wondered. Esther, with such abundant mana, your abilities must be outstanding, right? Esther said nothing, and Byung's face turned pale with fear. He stammered, if Hunter says so, but she cut him off. Do it. She extended her hand with a cunning look. Let's take our car. Jiak nodded and thanked her. His heart was filled with pride. I definitely scored points just now as expected. Praise is most effective for curse types. He put his hand on his hip looking satisfied. I need to maintain such a harmonious relationship with that terrifying S-rank curse caster in the future. She stood silently saying nothing. Esther glanced. Kim Jiak, does that bastard dare to try to deceive me like this? The 3 of them headed for the car. What, he wants to know my S-rank curse ability. Last time he nullified my skill right in front of my eyes and now he dares to say such a thing? She got into the car and slammed the door shut, startling the driver. With the ability to not even be able to dislocate his own joints. He dares to watch me fight? She crossed her arms and commanded. The association has blocked the road, so drive as fast as you can, the driver stammered. First, please put on your seatbelt, Ms. Esther. Esther said arrogantly. If there's an accident, I'll die, not the newcomers, right? Byung put down his bag and thought, to treat an S-rank like this, he must have immense confidence in his own abilities. It's like 2 dragons appearing openly. The car sped off like an arrow. But Esther is suspicious. Why is he provoking me like this all of a sudden? Could it be? She recalled his impassive face. If I fall for this cheap provocation and use curse magic again, I won't go easy on him this time. She found it interesting. Is that a warning? Thinking that, she couldn't help but smile. Esther looked at Jiak and evaluated. Mr. Kim Jiak, despite his appearance, he seems quite capable in a fight. The scene shifted to the gate, wind whistled and a dazzling light poured from a corner of the sky. People were evacuating. The road is controlled. Change direction. Turn back. You must not proceed any further. Esther's feet touched the ground. We've arrived, Director. The size is quite immense. She leaned against the car, looking up at the sky and marveled. 2 red gates stand tall in the sky, she asked. Have all citizens been evacuated? Her subordinate reported. Yes. Hearing the answer, she rubbed her hands together. Good. Esther confidently walked out and the power of the curse gathered in her hands. Let's go. At this moment, Jiak also got out of the car. He made an O sound in surprise. Is this a red gate? Unlike blue gates, which are prone to accidents the longer they're left, I heard red gates spew out monsters in just a few minutes and disappear without a trace. Looking at the glowing red door, he wondered, but what's that sound? He guessed that the sound was from the monsters coming from beyond the gate. Esther commanded, all right, focus. If you want to leave early, sit quietly in the corner. Your team's work starts now. Everyone replied with vigorous voices. Yes, Jiak watched them run and wondered, what is it? Aren't they too far apart? If they're like this, no one will be able to help Esther. Byung's mouth dropped open and his face turned pale. Hunter Kim Jiak. He led Jiak to another spot. From now on, absolutely do not go near the director's vicinity. You can leave now, Jiak replied. Ah yes, Jiak looked up. It seems everyone has absolute faith in Esther's abilities. He looked at Esther's retreating back and thought, will she really be all right alone? Suddenly a monster's hand appeared from inside the gate. She scoffed. Thousands of monsters flew in all directions, creating a terrifying scene with their screeching as they flew. She still stood motionless, doing nothing. They clung to the building, and a headless monster appeared holding a stone pillar. It swung the stone pillar down to the ground with all its might. A nearby building was violently struck and shattered, and the monsters beneath it quickly crawled out. White feet emerged one step at a time from within, and a skull-like monster walked out with red droplets forming around its body. It gathered the droplets on its fingers, and a black aura appeared around it. The droplets it fired exploded the building like bombs. Jiak was appalled by the sight, thinking, what a mess. He wondered in astonishment, is she planning to handle all of this by herself? Esther touched her chin and said, let's see, I'm left-handed. Then I'll start with the left. Saying so, she clenched her fist and advanced towards them. She forcefully extended her hand. Powerful curse magic erupted. The curse magic enveloped her body. It flew towards the monsters and latched onto them. She confidently approached one step at a time. Esther was surrounded by a dense aura of curse magic. The aura of curse magic transformed into chains and coiled around the monsters' necks. It seeped into the monsters' bodies, making them writhe in agony. Then they exploded and died. She walked with dignity. Monsters' corpses fell to the ground like birds without wings. Jiok's mouth fell open in surprise. What is this? She stepped forcefully over the corpses, and he was instantly astonished by her resolute back. Such a person actually exists? She wiped the blood from her face. Curse magic is a form of extremely powerful suggestion, capable of inducing strong hallucinations in the brain, causing even healthy individuals to instantly fall ill or feel pain without physical impact. Jiak was bewildered. Therefore, for curse magic to take effect, extremely strong mental concentration is required. Yet she was using that power with such ease, he thought. This is a curse magic that binds all living beings within its range. But why did the staff run so far away? Even a casual brush could be incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound echoed, drawing the attention of both. Even more monsters poured out from inside the gate. She exclaimed excitedly, ending it like this wouldn't be fun. A headless monster swung the stone pillar it held with all its might. Blood flowed from her hand. Blood droplets fell. Esther chuckled triumphantly. The blood droplets continued to fall. The blood droplets fell to the ground. A powerful aura slowly spread. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed forward. Purple smoke erupted strongly, halting its movements. The curse magic immediately took effect. It couldn't withstand it and fell to its knees. It writhed in agony from the curse magic, trembling all over. At this moment she glanced to her right, and crimson flames flew towards Esther. She smiled confidently and raised her hand. Flames erupted where she had stood. The monster that launched the attack stood still in the distance. Suddenly cracks began to appear on its neck. Its neck and those of the surrounding monsters were all severed. Esther shook her hand. Ah, what is this sticky stuff? Her face turned slightly pale. Is this blood? What is this? Who is this guy? Suddenly, something caught Esther's attention and she looked up. The monsters still charged at her in hordes. She quickly regained her composure. As Esther snapped her fingers, countless curse runes surged skyward from around her. The monsters within the area of effect immediately halted. Esther looked at the blood on her hand and marveled. Ha, still coming closer. What should I do with these guys? Her voice was cold. It would have been better if all these bastards died in agony. As the curse magic activated, the monsters toweled in pain. Ear-splitting screams echoed as Esther swung her hand. All the monsters' heads shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Blood droplets flowed onto the ground like spring water. Jiok's face turned pale with terror. This is the true power of an S rank. Kong Chano and Zhang Hawang from before, were they not using their full power except to protect themselves? His mouth fell open in surprise. 2 gigantic feet burst out from inside the gate and 2 more appeared from the other gate. A bull's head with glowing red eyes burst forth. It looked down steadfastly, its red eyes gleaming. Esther put her hand on her hip and calmly said, Ah, is this the boss of this gate? She scoffed. There was a reason after all. It couldn't come out earlier. Its foot stepped onto her curse circle. It immediately halted, and its body trembled. Jiak looked up, his mouth automatically falling open. A moment later it lost its vitality and fell to the ground. He wondered in astonishment, wasn't that guy supposed to be an incredibly strong enemy? Esther put her hand on her hip and said triumphantly, What? That was anticlimactic. Suddenly, a black shadow fell over the spot where she stood. She uttered ha, and another boss walked out from within. His face turned pale. What? Another one? Ah, and it's not a living creature. She stared without a word, and of course curses couldn't be cast on non-living objects. He evaluated the monster. Esther's curse won't work on that scrap metal boss at all. Jiak was puzzled. What on earth is she planning to do? The monster immediately slammed its tentacles down with force and she quickly dodged. Esther retreated a few steps and dust scattered everywhere. The boss's foot quickly rushed towards her. A thud echoed. She leaped out of the dust. She vigorously spun her body 360 degrees. She struck the boss's leg joint with a powerful tornado kick. It immediately halted, its entire body stiffening. Esther landed on its leg and ran. She quickly charged towards the boss's head. A flash of light gleamed, and numerous tentacles rushed towards Esther. She swiftly dodged left and right, avoiding all tentacles. At this moment she powerfully leaped into the sky. Red light gleamed in its eyes and slowly faded, and an explosion echoed from its eye area. It was the force of Esther's kick. She confidently turned her body, and the boss's head tilted slightly from her power. It then fell heavily to the ground, and she also landed. Everyone was excited. As expected of Director Esther, thanks to her, 2 A-rank monsters were dealt with in an instant. Jiak secretly shed a tear. If magic doesn't work, she fights with strength, as expected. S-ranks have excellent physical abilities too. I'm so envious. Esther stretched, smiled, and descended as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, screams drew his attention. "Hey, that man over there, what is he doing?" The security guards there immediately approached and told him to move aside, but the man continued to point and rant. He said, "My car is over there." Then someone grabbed him firmly and said, "Can't you see people entering the gate here? It's dangerous, so leave quickly." He replied angrily, "No, are awakened allowed to treat ordinary people so roughly?" He arrogantly said, "I was just trying to move my car. If anything happens to my car, will you compensate me? Besides, most of the monsters seem to have been caught, so what's the danger?" Jiak felt helpless. This isn't good. The curse magic has spread out of control." The body of a person lay on the ground. As an unawakened person was exposed even slightly to S-rank magic, screams echoed, drawing Esther's attention. "I told you to move aside. That awakened person can't stop that man, so don't do that," she thought. "An ordinary person." She swung her hand and commanded, "Magic Tower, immediately cease skill usage and strengthen perimeter security." Everyone loudly shouted in response, "Yes." Hearing that, Jiak felt even more helpless. What? Cease skill usage in this situation? Before he could finish his thought, the monster's eyes opened wide. Seeing those eyes, he was startled and his face turned pale. Jiak shouted, "Esther, look out!" She slowly looked up. The boss's foot powerfully stomped on the spot where she stood. As its foot stomped heavily, dust exploded. She quickly leapt backward to dodge the attack and spun around, putting power into her right foot. She delivered a rainbow kick to the boss's leg joint. Its leg bent at a 45-degree angle and its massive body lost balance and fell. She seized the opportunity and ran towards that leg. Clenching her fist, she struck its leg hard once more. As pain struck its brain, it howled in agony. The boss became enraged. Tentacles from its back lashed out. The tentacles rapidly attacked Esther in succession. She moved, dodging left and right with difficulty. The boss's mouth moved. Black droplets flowed and it powerfully fired a purplish-black orb. Esther covered her nose with her hand and looked up, assessing the situation. The black orb fell heavily to the ground, scattering in all directions, and the ground rapidly liquefied, turning purplish. Her body suddenly halted. She squinted and said, "What is this slime?" She couldn't move. A slicing sound echoed, and Esther looked up to see sharp tentacles rushing towards her. From behind, someone shouted, "Director, civilian evacuation is complete and the entire surrounding area is secured." Hearing that, a smile spread across her lips. "Oh really?" Esther immediately snapped her fingers. A click echoed and curse magic erupted. "Then there's no need to hesitate any longer." The boss's entire body was engulfed by her magic. A strong wind blew and Jiak was appalled. If an S-rank hunter could properly use their magic power, this wouldn't even be called a war in the first place. It's literally one-sided oppression. Purplish droplets erupted on its tentacles. It seeped into its body and toxic blood scattered everywhere and ear-splitting screams echoed. The boss suffered excruciating pain from the curse magic. He thought, when an S-rank hunter uses their full power, how many monsters in the world could withstand it? All of the boss's leg joints were severed and its body collapsed. Everyone shouted, "Got it." As expected of our director, 2 A-rank gates opened, yet there were no casualties at all. "Isn't this a record-breaking incident?" Byung rushed to Jiak. "Hunter, you must have been very surprised, right? All danger is over now." He turned around. "Ah yes," but then he spoke. "That over there needs to be dealt with, it seems." His eyes quickly tensed. He shouted, "Director, the ground around Esther is melting." She slowly sank. Someone turned their gaze to Byung. "What should we do?" "There's a lifeline in the trunk," however. He just casually replied, Yeah, Jiak calculated. With Director Esther's abilities, she should be able to escape on her own. But if we lower a rope, the poison might spread further. So is she intentionally not moving? He looked at the puddle of poison on the ground. Poison created by an A-rank monster. It's very powerful. Even inhaling the airborne toxic gas is dangerous. Byung's mouth fell open. That was the toxic substance widely reported in the media 3 years ago. No one would be unaware of its danger. He felt helpless. Therefore everyone can only protect themselves. He looked at her hand. Director Esther is an S-rank hunter, and she has detoxification equipment, so she must have judged it correct to wait until the scene cleanup team arrives. Suddenly Jiak turned to Byung at this moment. "Excuse me, could I borrow that for a moment?" He replied, bewildered. "Huh?" he wondered. He said there was a lifeline in the trunk, but he hasn't even taken it out yet. Is he thinking of helping the director? He confirmed, "Yes, she needs to be pulled out as quickly as possible." Hearing that, Byung's entire body stiffened and he stood there. A moment later he handed over the lifeline. He said to Jiak, "Here." It was about 15 meters long. He took the lifeline. "Thank you." He walked, and someone approached Byung and asked, "Wasn't that person just an external appraiser?" He wondered, is he really going into that toxic swamp? Byung stared at him. Don't worry, just watch quietly. It seems he's calculated everything. He gripped the rope tightly and walked towards Esther. In his mind he helplessly sighed, everyone is too much. His gaze slowly shifted backward. Looking coldly at the unmoving people, Jiak was slightly surprised. Surely no one is moving because they dislike their superior, he sighed. Of course it's not like I don't understand. There were more than a few times in my hometown when I wanted to punch a damn superior in the face. As he walked, he thought, anyway, this person ended up like this, trying to save civilians. Jiak reassured Esther. Hunter, Esther, please wait a moment. She was surprised that he appeared there. What? Why are you helping me? You were so arrogant when you scoffed at my ability earlier, weren't you? He tied the rope to a pillar. HMPH, your detoxification ability is quite excellent too. Jiak threw the rope. But it's too late to pretend to be nice now. The rope fell next to her head, he shouted. Grab that and climb up. She was bewildered. Ha, Esther was surprised. Is he really planning to pull me up like that? She leaned her body and grabbed the rope. He thought she can clearly pull herself up with her own strength. But why, he wondered. Surely she can't move her hands. Esther waved her hand and said, oh no, I'm coming now. She marveled. What? Why is he so cold and strange while saving someone? She formed numerous hypotheses. Because I'm an S-rank hunter, people have only flattered me for gain. Perhaps he's become this way from seeing too many people do good deeds for profit. But in reality, Jiak merely watched, having no strength to pull her up. She felt a slight interest. It's quite a refreshing feeling, actually. She thought differently. He's not that insincere, is he? A moment later, Esther was able to stand up. She slowly walked out of the water, brushing off the poisonous mud still clinging to her body. Suddenly, Jiak said, wait a minute. She turned her head in surprise. His hand was gripping a handful of Esther's hair. He moved her hair aside as the mud had almost flowed into her ear. Esther looked at his hand. Her expression seemed to say he's genuinely kind when he wants to be. But at that moment, Jiak only realized when he looked at his own hand. Oh, he had just realized this was poison. That fact hit him like a lightning bolt. This is poison? Jiak stared in terror at his hand, which was being eaten away by the poison. This is poison. My mind analyzed this poison as barely within a resistible range. No, if you were in a poison swamp, you should have told me. I almost died. Esther took his hand. Anyway, thank you. She let out a long breath. She thought it would be impolite to say nothing after receiving help. No matter how awkward at that moment, he developed a slightly better impression of her. This person was an S-rank hunter and also the guild leader of a guild. Yet she plunged into such a dangerous situation. Thinking that, he opened his mouth. You've been through a lot. At this moment, two people in hazmat suits rushed over. Director, we've brought towels. Jiak turned his head. Oh, give me one too. He wiped his hand and said, now that I think about it, if that unawakened person hadn't interfered earlier, today's work would have ended cleanly. What a pity. She wiped her head and replied, indeed. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Esther asked, if a civilian were suddenly caught in a battle like today, what do you think you would have done? Without waiting for Jiok's answer, she immediately continued. Seeing you speak so calmly, Mr. Kim Jiok, I imagine you would have said that since the person came in on their own, you would have left them alone. Esther wiped her hand, thinking inwardly, I've been quite honest so far. But if I formally nod in agreement at this moment, there will be nothing more to say. The conversation will immediately break off. Jiak thought for a long time before opening his mouth. If I may share, I've also experienced a similar situation. While I was activating a skill, a civilian suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, he recalled. I hastily cancelled the magic cast, but the backlash caused chaos around me. So, no, my arm was torn off and I was just a little flustered. Esther's mouth fell open. What happened to your arm? He didn't answer and continued speaking. Still, I think our method was correct, even though it's a bit annoying right now. Jiok's words flustered her, because nothing is more precious than life, truly. I was truly relieved when you protected the unawakened person earlier, Ms. Esther. He looked at his hand and said, people like you are the ones who truly belong on the front lines. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and his face turned a little pale. Jiok immediately turned and left. Oh, but Hunter, Esther, I apologize, but something urgent just came to mind, so I think I need to leave first today. Esther asked blankly, what? Before she could even react, he dashed off. I'm truly sorry. See you next time, she shouted. What? Wait, Hunter Kim Jiok, what's going on? She still couldn't understand what had happened. Does he have an upset stomach? Esther recalled Jiok's words. Still, I think my method was correct. The corner of her mouth suddenly lifted slightly. Kim Jiok might be a better hunter than I thought, but at this moment Jiok was staring in terror at his hand, which was contaminated by the poison. My hand, I can't completely resist this poison. The scene changed and a rather magnificent place appeared, a voice echoed. At first I thought that guy had a temper like Kong Chano, the rude and prickly type. Dune was puzzled. Who? Esther pointed with her finger. Kim Jiok, of course. She heard that and couldn't say anything. Ah yes, that's right. The one who resists curses, she continued to speak. I don't usually believe in physiognomy, but his gaze was so cold that I initially had a prejudice, but after talking to him, he wasn't as bad as I thought. Seun was surprised. Really? Esther's hand was tightly gripping and pulling a chain. Yes, he was more polite than I expected, though there was still blood on the chain. High-ranking awakened individuals are all prickly, but behind her was a trembling person's body. Hunter Kim Jiok, surprisingly, also knows how to be polite. She looked back, her expression betraying unconcealed interest, and said, anyway, it turned out well, didn't it? She stared intently at the two people lying behind her. If they weren't villains, why would I, the Holy Maiden of Justice, have stepped in personally? The two walked past the door, and Esther sighed. This job is truly troublesome too. She turned around and put both hands in her pockets. Video evidence has to be filmed outside manually. She took out her phone and turned on the camera. When will a body cam that can be used inside a gate be developed? Esther tightly gripped the chain and used the power of her curse magic. All right, let's finish this. She slowly counted. 1, 2. Soon also stepped back 3 paces. She smiled. 2 screamed in agony simultaneously. After the 2 died, she said excitedly, "Okay, it's done." Esther released the chain. "Oh right. Do you know what Hunter Kim Jiak said earlier today? He said people like me should be at the top." She was pleased. "It's exactly as I thought, and he's even strong and doesn't flatter S-rank hunters." Soon remained silent without a word. Esther manipulated her phone and said, "I don't know if it's strong pride or innate dignity. Anyway, I really like him. How can I get him on our side?" Soon lifted one of the corpses. "It seems you want to join hands with him, Director." Esther replied. "I want to too." She turned her head. Today's report came in. It says Hunter Kim Jiak has completely mastered the cursed sword. Soon was surprised. "Really?" Esther continued. "Doesn't he truly exceed all expectations? If such a monster joins our side, not only useless guys like Zhang Hawang and Kong Chano, but even world-class rankers will be overwhelmed by him." HMPH, Esther sighed after saying this much. But the more I think about it, the more daunting it feels." She shook her hand. "What's daunting?" Esther rested her chin on her hand and said, "Because that person has no interest in money at all. If he were a game character, I would have found a way," steadily raising his favorability. Soon admired. "As expected of a former game addict, you always use such analogies, don't you?" She retorted. "So what? I've quit gaming now, and these days I'm too busy with work to even log in." She clicked on a newly uploaded video. "Because incidents like these are constantly increasing these days." Esther continued to operate her device. "It's truly pathetic. Years after the dungeon shock, there isn't even a proper prison capable of confining high-ranking awakened individuals." Soon listened to her words silently. The truth is, a frenzied excitement appeared on her face. "I just want all those bastards who torment the weak to die. CCTV, forensic science techniques, DNA testing, etc. Thanks to the advancement of modern science, an era has arrived where crime struggles to survive. But one day a red light that captivated forensic science called a gate appeared in this world. Red glowing cracks appeared in the sky and much changed from then on. Power born with monsters from another world. Awakened beings, with power unexplainable by science and logic, pierced holes in the safety net humanity had meticulously built over years. Among these, a particularly difficult problem to solve was the crimes committed by high-ranking awakened individuals. Investigation agencies, lacking awakened personnel, constantly struggled to solve cases. Even when criminals were caught, there weren't enough institutions to punish and rehabilitate them. Ultimately, the government had no choice but to take special measures in secret. Until the system was complete, they decided to utilize S-rank hunters and a few other individuals to secretly purge extremely dangerous criminals. Esther sighed wearily. "I'm so tired I could die. To have to wrestle with these trashy serial killers since morning," she exclaimed. "If you've awakened, why not just quietly hunt monsters? Why torment innocent civilians?" At this moment, Soon opened the door and entered. "Director, have you finished the report?" She placed both hands on the table. It seems something was missing from yesterday's message." Soon approached. "You must be very tired too, Director." Esther rested her chin on her hand and said, "No matter how tired I am, I can't let the image of awakened individuals worsen any further. Otherwise, all my advertising contracts will be cut off." Seun's gaze was directed at the tablet. "Although you say that outwardly," she admired inwardly. "When it comes to this work, you're more serious than anyone. Director, your sense of justice is so strong that you have many distinctive qualities." Esther asked, "The articles about the guys we caught yesterday haven't come out yet, have they? No other new problems, right?" She operated the tablet. There was something a little strange in today's news. They're just minor criminals, so it's probably not serious enough for you to get involved personally, Director." She took the tablet. Let me see." She was slightly surprised. A person at someone's feet were walking." She was puzzled. "Last time it was an awakened crime, and again, that person walked through the crowd." The news reported based on the list of stolen items, the police believe there is a very high possibility that the culprit is an adult male awakened. Department Store A, which suffered damages, has decided to install mana detection equipment at its branches. Jiak listened while eating ramen. Small business owners are left wringing their hands having no proper countermeasures. The news reported, "We have invited an expert to the studio to discuss this case in more detail. Professor Kim, hello." "Yes, hello," the MC asked. "What do you think about this Invisible Man case?" Professor Kim answered honestly. "This criminal is extremely cautious and cunning, leaving no traces at the scene. DNA, fingerprints, and even mana residue reactions have been completely erased." The MC continued to ask. "Then what kind of technology is needed to catch an invisible man?" Professor Kim continued. "Many people are hoping for the help of analysis-type awakened individuals. But it's by no means easy. The technology requires clear identification of the analysis target, so it's not suitable for detecting those in stealth." Just as the MC was about to ask the next question, Jiak paused the video. "Does that mean hiring more appraisers would be useless?" Jiak rubbed his stomach and said, I'm full. I should have called Toto and eaten to my heart's content. At that moment a message sound rang. Yunsung's message appeared. He said he was almost there, right in front of the convenience store. Jiak was surprised. How is it this late already? He thought inwardly. I need to delete it quickly. Last night the appraisal fee for the cursed sword was deposited into his account from the Korean magic tower. To think he received 10 million won just for appraising one cheap sword as soon as he had the money. Jiak immediately decided to spend it. He also knew very well where to spend the money. Suddenly he heard someone calling. Hung Nim. From a distance Yunsung was on his knees crying, how dare I make Hung Nim wait? How pathetic. No, I came early. After comforting him, Jiak said, alright, let's go. It's not far, is it? Yes, no, it's right in front. Jiak looked at the destination. Ah, that building, yes. It's a truly grand and magnificent building that sells hunter market items from the second basement floor to the 5th floor above ground. The two walked and talked. The auction house is across the street. I see, Jiak also thought inwardly. After getting caught up in the gate terror incident and going through all sorts of hardships, I realized that what I in F rank needed most right now was magical tools. And today Yunsung offered to take me shopping. Yunsung, who had been lost in thought, spoke up. I've never met anyone like Hung Nim who has never used the hunter market before. He asked Jiak, Hung Nim, you haven't been in Korea long, have you? So you must be adjusting to the time difference. The two entered the market. Jiak looked around and thought again. Could it be that Kim Ji-I Ryo had never been to the hunter market either? No particular memory came to mind. I don't know if this is a feeling or something else. Jiak looked at Yunsung again. Yunsung seems to be getting more and more friendly. Actually, this kind of shopping guide is quite a hassle. Yunsung pointed to the beverage corner like a 3-year-old child. Over there, Hung Nim lemonade. Wait a moment, I'll go buy it. Jiak simply nodded silently. He thought, this is truly a grateful thing for me. Jiak glanced at another spot again. After Yunsung left, he saw the escalator nearby, and Jiak began to move closer to the escalator. He focused on reading the sign in front of him. The sign announced that entry to the 2nd floor was only permitted upon presentation of a hunter card. At that moment Yunsung had also finished buying drinks. Hung Nim, here you go. Oh thanks, at this moment Jiak said. But it seems you need a hunter card from the 2nd floor up. Yes, that's right. They officially sell weapons from here. I understand the 1st floor mainly sells cheap monster byproducts. Shall we go up right away then? The two began to move to the 2nd floor. This place was quite strict. Jiak merely looked around inwardly, filled with admiration. He intently observed an item. There are so many strange things. What principle does that operate on? It makes even a magic scholar's soul tremble. He brought his face closer to the glass window. If only I had a lot of money, I would buy them all and study them. In the end, Jiak gave up. I can't buy everything, so I'll have to pick a few things I need for survival. This is an ice orb. It freezes surrounding enemies with a powerful explosion. Jiak looked at the ice orb with interest, like this for example. Jiak took a sip of cool lemonade, enjoying the view. The moment Yunsung turned and asked, the lemonade erupted from Jiak's mouth like lava. Hung Nim, did you hear that? Jiak was startled because of the price. This price is outrageous. They're selling single-use ice magic for this price, these daylight robbers. Jiak glanced at another item called Break M. It was an item that poisoned opponents when hit. Next was the Shield Breaker capsule. The capsule creates a single-use shield. That one too, and this one too. Before his eyes was the Eye of the Sun, which blinded or paralyzed opponents with powerful light and high-frequency sound. Jiak shook his head. At this rate, I won't be able to buy anything. Yunsung looked at Jiak with a puzzled expression. Hung Nim, are you just leaving? If you don't like anything, shall we go to the VIP floor? Just then, the glass door where the ice orb was displayed opened, and the voices of the two brothers echoed. The VIP floor? Yes, I have authorization to enter that area. Finally, Yunsung's voice rang out. Someone had stolen the ice orb. There were also VIP exclusive products there. The Hunter Market VIP floor was quite bustling. Jiak looked at the products and Yunsung observed Jiok's expression. Jiak sighed softly as he looked at the displayed weapons. Before his eyes was a high-grade mana recovery potion that restored magic power. Jiak wondered, is this what a VIP product is? It only restores as much magic power as consumed per bottle at this price? In the end, Jiak turned away. Earth's magic tools are truly beyond imagination. Yunsung looked at Jiak and asked, Hung Nim, you don't like the mana recovery potion either. Yunsung didn't give up and added, even guild members grit their teeth and use that. It wasn't that Jiak didn't like it, he just didn't have the money to buy it. Jiak sat down in a chair and said, let's rest here for a bit. Yes, Yunsung asked anxiously. Hung Nim, if you're hungry, just say so. I'll go buy something right away. Yunsung Jiak lay back in the chair and said, be quiet. Sit down and rest. Yunsung obediently sat down. Jiak looked at the lavish items and thought, when I first got the money I felt rich, but in the end I can't buy anything decent. Yunsung spoke again. But Hung Nim, your taste is really high. Mine, Yunsung said that Jiak only looked at the highest quality items. Moreover, his expression showed dissatisfaction. But Yunsung didn't know that what was lacking in Jiok's heart was his bank balance. Jiak only thought it inwardly and didn't say it. But the remark about having high taste wasn't wrong either. My hometown is a powerhouse of magicology, so anything that catches my eye is naturally top tier. Nevertheless, the prices of those items were still shocking. the transparent, blurry figure reappeared. The moment Jiak saw that person, he was so startled his eyes widened. He rubbed them a few times, thinking his vision was blurry. What was that just now? Why does the person look blurry? Wait a minute. Jiak realized it was an awakened person. Jiak observed his every move. What is that guy doing right now? And isn't that the item I saw earlier? Seeing him walking around with the item, it seems he didn't buy it properly. This situation sounds familiar. In the end, Jiak asked Yoon-sung, did you see the news today? What news? Hung Nim, the invisible man thief. Yoon-sung replied. I saw it on social media. They said some awakened used a strange ability. That's right, it's that guy. Jiak wondered. There are awakened people everywhere here, but no one saw him. Jiak grew more and more suspicious. Could that guy be using an invisibility technique like a product here? He decided to tell Yoon-sung. I think I just found that invisible man thief. What? Anyway, I'll catch him faster, won't I? Hearing that, Yoon-sung immediately stood up. Right? Jiak just pointed forward. Now use any technique you want in front of that display case. Jiak remembered there was quite an interesting game on Earth. What was its name? Poxmonster. Jiak continued to say, take 2 more steps and stay there. Yoon-sung was flustered. Here, countless questions popped into his head. Is this right? Use a skill here, but Hung Nim must have calculated everything right. Of course. He's Jiak Hung Nim. Yoon-sung followed Jiok's instructions and moved closer. That's enough. Stop there. At that moment, the invisible man also realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yoon-sung had already shoulder charged him. His original form. Yoon-sung also realized something was wrong. A feeling of something catching his arm, he watched in horror as the person next to him clutched their face in pain and collapsed. Jewels fell from his pocket and he clutched his stomach, trembling. People gathered and cautiously asked, who is it? Suddenly, a loud scream of thief was heard. He was lying on the floor, and hearing that, he was startled. From the other side, Jiak was still loudly calling the security guards. There's a thief here. As people came, he clicked his tongue. Truly, these people are still rushing to drag the thief away. And he still stood there thinking, not a single day passes quietly. A long time later, when everything was over, Yoon-sung was still full of admiration. Wow, Hung Nim, you're amazing. He walked along expressing his admiration. Hung Nim, you recognized the culprit with just one look, even though the police couldn't catch him for a long time. Jiak only replied to Yoon-sung's words with, oh, it's just an ordinary thing. But inwardly he honestly thought it was the fault of those who didn't recognize him. In the meantime, Yoon-sung still chattered nonstop. There are Mana detectors in this shopping mall, so how could he sneak in and not get caught? Jiak tried to explain to Yoon-sung in detail. Those are only installed at the entrance, not monitoring the entire building. He probably came in through a window or something. Yoon-sung nodded. Aha, he then asked as if something had just occurred to him. By the way, Yoon-sung, aren't you hungry? Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal today as a thank you for your help. Yoon-sung cried out in surprise. What? But Hung Nim didn't buy anything. Jiak quickly cleared up his curiosity too. I looked at everything, but there was nothing worth buying. As he spoke, he discovered something interesting and turned his head. I need to come back and check this next time. Inside the box was a crystal orb sparkling with blue light. Information appeared. Magic reflection mirror. Reflects only E-rank attacks. Reflects light attribute magic attacks back to the caster. 500,000 gold. Jiak stared intently at the magic reflection mirror, astonished. To think such an item exists here, these earthlings are truly ignorant. To sell it so cheaply without knowing its value. He immediately revoked his thought of having wasted his trip today. He instantly exclaimed decisively, I'll take this. Jiak was secretly delighted by the unexpected windfall. To think he would acquire such a precious item this way. Yoon-sung looked at Jiak before him, unable to understand. Hung Nim, you came all this way just to buy that? Yes. Jiak stared intently at the mirror and thought, with a little modification, this magic tool will possess very powerful abilities. The scene changed, and in a dark, cold warehouse, a mysterious man and a kneeling woman were watching TV together. Next news. Around 6 p.m. this evening, a thief committed a series of crimes in several shops and shopping malls. An awakened man in his 20s has been arrested. According to the police, this awakened used an invisibility ability to commit the crimes. The exact motive and whether there were accomplices have not yet been revealed. After listening to enough of the news he wanted, Bayanajin immediately pressed the mute button. He rested his chin on his hand and scoffed at the arrested thief. He was caught too quickly. I thought the tracking would end here just because he passed the Mana detector. Suha bowed her head at Taki's words. Her face was filled with fear. He continued to scoff. In the end, why was he discovered? Is An Yoon-sung that sharp-eyed? She finally opened her mouth. Oh, that's not it, Bayanajin in turn probed. Then what is it? Suha replied with a trembling voice. He was discovered by someone other than Hunter An Yoon-sung. He was slightly surprised to hear that, but still tried to maintain his composure. She pointed at the TV screen with a pale face. Over there, Suha emphasized the blonde-haired man. The TV screen showed Jiak and Yoon-sung conversing happily. She added, explaining, that person first noticed the invisibility ability and told An Yoon-sung the direction. But Bayanajin was not at all agitated. Anyway, he was detected by an awakened, right? Suddenly someone called out, Hung Nim, Taki quickly reported. I brought the items, just leave them there. He continued to command them, unpack all the boxes. We're handing them straight to the black market broker later anyway, and I'm going to inspect each one later, so if any equipment is scratched, you're dead. Taki immediately replied, yes, understood. Suha trembled with every word Bayanajin uttered. Where was I? Ah, right, about the Awakened discovering the invisibility ability. He thought deeply about something. This month alone, the organization lost 2 members to avoid capture. They changed their names dozens of times and constantly changed hideouts, but it was no use. Bayanajin recalled the mysterious woman with terrifying purple hair and eyes. Her identity wasn't exposed from the beginning, but she knew exactly who died. Esther, the president of the Korean Magic Tower. He scorned inwardly, protecting innocent citizens and preventing social chaos. In fact, she's just a murderer who only kills Awakened like herself. Bayanajin rubbed his chin and said, "That crazy woman, truly." He slowly sat up. There's no other way. Once the invisibility test failed, Bayanajin let out a sinister laugh, emitting a cold aura. We'll have no choice but to execute an S-rank assassination mission again. It turned out he was Bayanajin, the leader of an unlicensed Awakened crime organization. Bayanajin was presumed to be a rank, a hunter with a cutting ability that could cleave anything it touched. After awakening, Bayanajin lived as he pleased, doing everything he wanted. Plundering and harming others was too easy for Bayanajin. He gathered unlicensed Awakened like himself and formed an organization that committed all sorts of crimes. With the innate power granted by their Awakened abilities, they would stop at nothing. Black market item trading, forging, auxiliary equipment, plunder, and even murder. But recently, everything had started to get complicated. Bayanajin slowly approached his 2 subordinates. In some ways, an annoying S-rank hunter, Esther, had found traces of the organization. And even leaders like Bayanajin were no longer safe. He said honestly, "I really can't understand. I mean that invisible man. He said he would personally prove Neru's skill, but the result is like this." Manipulating the source of the flame, Taki didn't know what to say. It was a difficult task. Bayanajin recalled the plans he had made previously. Certainly in the previous test his identity couldn't be confirmed. "Right?" his subordinate agreed. "That's right." He intently stared at the tablet, carefully analyzing. Even though he intentionally went to a crowded place like a shopping mall, he wasn't detected. This test at the Hunter Market was truly the last chance. He had confirmed he passed the Hunter Market's mana detector. But to be caught so ridiculously, Taki added, "I really can't understand. Even S-rank hunters and mana detectors didn't discover his invisibility ability, yet someone unknown caught him." Bayanajin also nodded in agreement. "That's truly strange." He never gave up and commanded, "Investigate that blonde-haired guy from the news. Who on earth is he?" Bayanajin turned his phone screen so Taki and Suin could both see it. It might not be a special video, but looking at the camera we'll know how he hid Neru. On this side, Jiak and Yunsung also finished their meal, full. The next day, a surprised voice echoed inside the warehouse. "Wait a minute, what is this?" Bayanajin looked suspiciously at the paper in his hand. "A one-on-one confrontation with Hunter on Yunsung, and he completed the Magic Tower's Labyrinth mission. This guy is the suspect in the Jeong Hawang attack incident. But his Awakened rank is F," Taki quickly explained. "That's a typical characteristic of rank forgers. Given he has 2 inspection records over 2 years, the association must already be suspicious." He asked puzzledly, "Isn't this guy one of ours too?" Suan replied, "I don't know. I've inquired everywhere, but no one knows him." Bayanajin sighed in disappointment. "Only this much information, what there isn't even common item data." He set the paper down with a disappointed expression. "The more I investigate, the more perfectly he's hidden." But Bayanajin continued to speculate inwardly. "First, that invisible man has been well silenced with a contract item, so no information will leak from his side. Anyway, they won't know our plans." Suha, who had been observing the situation so far, also cautiously opened her mouth. "This person's name is?" He turned to her in surprise. "What's his name?" Suha hesitated, then replied, "I think I've heard that name before." "What? Where?" She trembled and grew tense, as if Bayanajin had some kind of obsession. "I don't know." He stared at her with sharp eyes. "Hey, don't stammer, say it again." Suha bravely said that it was the name of the broker who had tried to deal with human traffickers. Shortly before his arrest he had brought an appraiser, and Bayanajin was a little confused to hear that. "Ha," he raised an eyebrow. Subordinate confirmed. "Yes, he asked for the address of a person living in the factory district of my area." She continued to explain the old case. "This hunter was the last person they put away. The name is the same, isn't it? Kim Jiak." Bayanajin was very shocked to hear that name. He recalled that time. Come to think of it, he killed the organization's transporter and moved the leader's body to another area to hide it. There were rumors that Kong Chano had done it. According to the rumors, there must have been one more outsider at the scene then. Bayanajin clutched his head in anger. "Why did I only think of it now?" Suha said admiringly. "This guy was really lucky. He almost got sold if he was a little late. He must have survived thanks to Kong Chano then, right?" He was angry but couldn't deny it. Bayanajin's 2 subordinates still talked enthusiastically. "No matter how I look at it, he seems to be in the same line of work. He must have committed murder before." Suddenly he changed his tone and said, "But if you think about it, this is actually a good situation." Suan was slightly startled and disbelieving to hear that. Bayanajin turned and walked away, scoffing. "The only hunter who caught this invisible man is not yet affiliated with the Magic Tower." He immediately rushed forward. "That means I have a chance to step forward first." Before the crazy Esther could interfere, Byakugan gripped the wall tightly, stealing his resolve, so he unleashed a dazzling golden energy and confidently declared, "Where is that F-rank guy?" The sky was heavily condensed with grayish clouds that day. At Kim Ji-ok's house, water cups were stacked on the railing, and a low voice drifted out, "Stop. Please stop. How far are you going to go? You became an Archmage at 20, isn't that enough? Someone like you, who has now mastered the field of effort and can succeed with intermediate magic in your hometown, is truly a genius." Jiok ordered the rat in the sink to stand up, and the rat moved seriously according to each command. "Attention, good," he carefully recorded. 110th experiment, was corpse manipulation successful? There's still a mountain of things to verify. I need to try manipulating larger mammals. And I need to cross-check if it works stably on birds and insects too. The ultimate goal is to manipulate humans, but finding a fresh corpse won't be easy, will it? Suddenly, a new idea popped into Jiok's head. He saw the rat collapse. As expected, it's the same this time. The magic duration is too short. The deep forest space was covered in eerie darkness. Jiok put on gloves and buried the animal's corpse, the place where I buried the weasel last time. Even for experimental corpses, I have to follow Earth's burial methods. It's the ethical thing to do to bury them properly. Now I need to find a suitable sample. Or should I start with the nearby mountains? In this country, you see mountains everywhere you turn. That's truly great. If the situation hadn't been so chaotic, I would have been completely immersed in this planet's environment. Just then, an invisible hand's presence flew over. Jiok was puzzled. This feeling, I've experienced it somewhere before. Jiok was startled to see the blurry figure in front of him. What on earth is going on? His face was slightly tense, and then his skin immediately turned pale. "What are you doing right now?" Perun said excitedly. "Oh, you can really see me." Jiok was speechless. "Damn it. Should I grit my teeth and pretend not to see him?" He waved his hand, reminding himself to relax his expression. Perun's firm physique was fully revealed, and he said jokingly, "Just kidding." Jiok's face was a mixture of tension and disgust at his actions. Perun took a step closer and said, "By the way, where are you going? Are you meeting someone?" He leaned close to Jiok, probing. Kim Jiok." His slender, long eyes stared at him warily. "You even know the name Kim Jiok? Is he an old acquaintance you haven't seen in a while? I should be careful." "Damn it, I'm just going to the mountains." He opened his lips and said, "To the mountains? You're starting your health regimen early. Can I ask you one thing before you go?" Jiok was curious. "What?" Perun opened his mouth. "You're the one who first cleared the Korean Magic Tower labyrinth, right? Is that true? And that labyrinth administrator, you're close with Esther too, right?" Jiok was speechless. "Where on earth do these baseless rumors come from?" "Absolutely not," he scoffed. "Really? Then have you signed a contract with anyone now, or are you a mercenary or something?" He reluctantly replied. "No." Perun continued to mutter. "As expected, Kim Jiok isn't deeply involved with you yet, is he?" Jiok had felt for a while that his questions were a bit strange. What on earth is this person's relationship with Kim Jiok? Put an arm around Jiok's shoulder, acting friendly. "By the way, hey, you're so kind answering even a stranger's questions like that." Jiok was startled. "What's this guy? Weren't they strangers?" Perun, showing no signs of surprise in this situation, continued to mutter. "Interesting. He's like a well-trained agent. I wish my subordinates had that much nerve." His voice suddenly lowered. "Just one more question. How were you able to see through the stealth technique? Was it a skill or some kind of tool? Or something else that others don't know?" Jiok was flustered. "What excuse should I make now? I can't tell him the truth." Perun opened his mouth. "Are you not going to answer?" Jiok's slender long eyes stared straight at him as if hiding something mysterious, and Perun seemed to want to swallow all that mystery. After a moment he slumped his shoulders and opened his mouth. "All right, you don't have to tell me. Usually they spill everything with just a slight nudge, but that method doesn't seem to work on you," Jiok said annoyedly. "Then can I go now?" he replied. "No, you have to hear me out to the end." "Kim Jiok, you're surprisingly impatient. Why do you keep calling your enemy by name? How rude." Jiok's low voice echoed. "How do you know my name?" Perun scoffed and opened his mouth. "What? Is that all you're curious about? Then fairly, I'll introduce myself. I'm Perun." Jiok stared at him with slender long eyes but said nothing. His hand was extended in midair and he asked in a fluster, "What, no handshake? Don't tell me. What did you see again?" Jiok broke into a cold sweat. "My god, this guy isn't the light attribute mage I thought he was. The magic activating in his hand is probably the ability to cleave everything with light. An F-rank like Kim Jiok would be chopped into tiny pieces in 0.5 seconds. Just then, Perun's lips curled into a sinister smile. He slowly opened his mouth. "Anyway, you're someone who cleared the Magic Tower labyrinth, so it wouldn't make sense if you didn't recognize this. Hey, smile a bit. I'm not playing around and your expression is really scary. I've come today to make a small proposal." Jiok was curious. "A proposal?" Perun continued. "Actually, your ability interferes with my work. I could eliminate you, but that would be a waste. Personally, I want to recruit you. I promise to pay you double any amount you've received before. How about it?" Jiok thought. "This is a take-it-or-leave-it kind of proposal, so why choose such a secluded spot to say it? This guy, if I refuse, he really intends to send me to the afterlife." Perun asked, "You don't want to?" Jiok's gaze was always fixed on his tattooed hand. He was lost in thought. "He doesn't even seem willing to wait long for me." Jiok felt the trembling hand on his shoulder tightening more and more. He was startled inwardly. How do I get out of this situation? Byakugan put a hand on Jiok's shoulder and said, you don't want to? Jiok's voice echoed coldly. Double, are you sure? Byakugan soon laughed happily and said, oh, so you want to change jobs too? His hand began to gather mana. Don't worry, I don't play tricks with things like this. He quietly observed Byakugan, who had a hand on Jiok's shoulder, and said, wise choice. If you come over to our side, things will be very interesting. Jiok was dazed at this moment. I seem to have overcome the crisis for now. His hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Then let's go to our hideout to discuss the details. He was slightly surprised and puzzled to hear that. His face didn't look very friendly at this moment. We still don't know much about each other, do we? At this moment, Jiok's mind was in turmoil despite his calm expression. Is he crazy? Even a 5-year-old child knows not to follow a stranger. Jiok looked up at Byakugan and thought, if I follow him, more complicated problems will arise. With F-rank magic, if I get trapped somewhere, I won't be able to escape on my own. I mustn't be dragged away. So he shook off Byakugan's hand. He saw that and said, what, are you planning to refuse? To add to that, no one will help you, Byakugan added. I've erased all the cameras. The other cameras were all jammed and unusable at this moment. Jiok looked around nervously, and they all raised their heads to look at him. Byakugan spoke again. You never really intended to join us, did you? He replied. No, he heard that and said gloomily. What do you mean no? Now that you've acted like this, I only have one option. Jiok asked calmly. Are you trying to kill me? He told himself to calm down. Jiok secretly held a magic enhancer in his hand. He only had one bottle in his pocket right now, as he always carried it with him. So he quietly began pouring the magic enhancer into his hand. It's best to drink it directly, but injecting it directly into the bloodstream will also work. That Byakugan guy still smiled and continued. There's no other way, is there? No one in our organization can use brainwashing techniques. He began to roll up his sleeve. Dragging you away would be useless. He didn't notice Jiok's eyes change and mana activate. He continued to speak. Now that you're coming over to our side at this moment, Byakugan didn't notice that the wind was starting to blow from afar. As he spoke, he noticed something strange around him and looked up. The wind rustled, scattering leaves. The birds perched on the branches suddenly let out sharp cries, and both their eyes glowed, and so a flock of black crows flew across the sky and black feathers fell gloomily. Byakugan, seeing this sight, hastily said, What is it? At this moment he was immediately terrified, and turning back to Jiok he said, Jiok, what on earth are you planning? At this moment Jiok's eyes gleamed coldly in the darkness. Feathers filled the sky, seemingly accentuating his gloomy appearance. In the air the sound of birds' wings continued to echo, along with their screams. Byakugan immediately turned around and stood there blankly. He looked up and muttered, My God, what is this? Contrary to his calm and collected appearance, his mind was in a panic at this moment. This is the best Jiok can do right now. Corpse manipulation. His hand was still continuously pouring the magic enhancer. He gathered all the crow corpses from around the nearby mountain. The crows were all gathered here. Byakugan also turned pale with fear. You bastard. What on earth kind of skill are you using? Jiok still maintained a calm expression without saying anything. But this skill has one weakness. Over there, the other people pointed at him in fear in front of their eyes. A flock of crows continuously gathered in the direction Jiok was standing. Its weakness is that while it looks flashy on the surface, in reality, they're just dead birds. They have no offensive power, and because of the gloomy atmosphere, Byakugan couldn't dare to move. And the biggest problem was that while he stood there blankly, a crow suddenly charged straight at some object nearby. Red blood splattered. The bird crashed straight into the rock frame and died again. At this moment, red color splattered eerily, and it lay quietly on the ground. Byakugan, seeing that, couldn't understand. What? Why suddenly? As he stood there blankly, all the crows flying in the sky immediately rained down due to the overwhelming number. Byakugan looked around in fear. This sight was so horrific that he couldn't do anything. So Byakugan clutched his head and screamed in terror. A long time later at this moment, Jiok's enhancement effect also ended. He wept inwardly. My mana can't last long, my heart hurts so much. Jiok still maintained an expressionless face in front of the constantly falling flock of crows, thinking inwardly. My original goal was just to buy time and call for backup. He began to dial 112 on his phone. Even if I'm attacked while on the phone, I can defend myself with a metal pencil case. But just then that guy, terrified by Jiok's momentum, immediately shouted, Stop it, please forgive me. Please stop them. Jiok, who was about to dial 112, froze blankly. What on earth is this guy? The person opposite, still pale with fear, said please. At this moment he thought Jiok was a curse ability user. He looked down at the dead birds scattered on the ground, startled. Normally curses only cause temporary psychological confusion. Jiok's face flashed before his eyes. Byakugan was flustered thinking up to this point, but usually curses only cause temporary mental confusion. Recalling the situation from just now, he began to speculate. A curse that takes lives. The more he thought, the more his imagination ran wild. An animal's primal survival instinct is a very powerful defense mechanism. There could only be one person on Earth capable of doing such a thing. By this time, Byakugan was already surrounded by crow corpses, yet to be able to kill all these birds at once. Across from him, Jiok calmly held his phone and made a call. Hello, I'm at Sonwoo City Citizens Park. I'm calling to report. Across from him, Byakugan, still terrified, asked himself, what on earth is that guy? He couldn't understand Jiok's composure. To be making a phone call so calmly even in this situation. Isn't he going to counterattack? Bainajin gritted his teeth in anger. Doesn't he even care about that possibility? His hand began to gather mana. Just then, Jiak suddenly spoke in a gloomy voice. Don't move. If you do something foolish, I'll turn you into one of those birds. He glared at him. Immediately, Bainajin returned to his submissive state and said, understood. At this moment, he couldn't move anymore and kept thinking to himself, damn it, too dangerous. Across from him, Jiak was still on the phone saying, yes, detective, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. At this moment, Bainajin secretly put his hand in his pocket and pulled something out. His instincts were warning him, I need to escape from here right now. Something came out of his pocket. On his end, Jiak was still on the phone saying, so when can you arrive? Yes, it's the park on the mountainside. Suddenly, Jiak noticed Bainajin's actions. All at once, wind began to blow around and enveloped Bainajin. He glared at Jiak with wicked eyes. Jiak was also startled to see him. This was an escape item. A moment later, he disappeared from where he had just been. As he disappeared, Jiak cursed, damn it, and rubbed his neck. I let my guard down for a moment. He looked at the crow corpses scattered on the ground in silence. Finally, Jiak scratched his head and said, anyway, the danger has passed. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, come here. Jiak immediately turned around. Two men from the opposite side simultaneously rushed over with confused expressions. My goodness, what is this? Are they all dead? Jiak scoffed as if unable to understand, looking at them. A group of people, including one, arrived. She was also looking around. Jiak immediately recognized her. Hunter 1, from the opposite side, she also saw him. One immediately approached and said, Mr. Jiak. Jiak was also curious why she was here. She immediately answered, we received a report that a flock of birds seemingly from an awakened person's item appeared, so I came here. But why are you here, Mr. Jiak? She asked, frowning. Surely this incident isn't related to you two, Mr. Jiak? Jiak was flustered and didn't know how to answer. Afterward, everyone else came and cleared away the bird corpses. One awakened person used a cutting skill. At this moment, the two of them sat in chairs, drinking water and talking. One said, since it might be an unregistered awakened, let's first track them based on Mr. Jiok's important item. Jiak replied, that way we can find that item too. Then she asked again, what is the culprit's awakened rank? Jiak hesitated. What do you mean, how much? She said again, is it higher or lower than mine? Hearing that, Jiak looked at her and thought, from what I can tell, probably higher. Around Yunsung's level. Hearing that, one was surprised. She immediately expressed her curiosity. Then why are you still safe? Jiak calmly replied. That guy misunderstood something, got scared and ran away alone. She stopped looking at him and looked elsewhere, lost in thought. Just then, Jiak spoke his thoughts. Ms. 1, do I look scary? She coughed and spat out water. She tried to assess him, but as soon as she turned, Jiok's cold face was visible. A gloomy aura emanated from his entire body, and his eyes seemed to radiate killing intent. One immediately turned her head and said, hesitating, no, not exactly. She thought to herself, honestly, when he glanced sideways, it was a bit scary, like a killer's face. Then, looking at Jiak, who was still drinking water, she thought, honestly, this person's actions are scarier than his face. Jiak fidgeted. She was also a little flustered. He's already been involved in several incidents. She looked at Jiak and evaluated him. If I think about it carefully, today's incident is also suspicious. An A-rank awakened suddenly ran away without anything happening. On his end, Jiak was drinking water. One looked at her reflection in the water and thought, moreover, all the criminals involved with this person met a bad end. She frowned, looking at him. Something feels very unsettling. She looked at Jiak and asked herself, is all of this a coincidence? Time shifted to that night. Under the pouring rain, a news anchor's voice echoed from the billboard. This morning, a flock of crows suddenly appeared near Sonwoo City. Authorities are investigating the circumstances of this crow appearance. In a ruined room, Bainajin sat in front of the TV, clutching his forehead. He said, terrified, now you'll have to explain yourself properly. Bainajin glanced sideways and said, this time I really almost died. Behind him, a person wearing a raincoat appeared. It was on orders from their side after all. The person in the raincoat said, calm down, Hung Nim. This incident was beyond all our expectations. He heard that and raised his head. Beyond expectations? The person in the raincoat continued. This was the first time the stealth skill Nightwalker was detected by senses. He continued to explain. Who would have thought someone would get so lucky today for this to happen? Bainajin waved his hand and said, enough, that's enough. He immediately said he would withdraw from this incident. Understood. The person in the raincoat was surprised and said, He took out a newspaper article and continued, I just heard some new information. He pointed to Jiok's picture in the newspaper article. It's been revealed that the guy who caught the invisible man last time has a deep connection with the magic tower. The person in the raincoat said, what's the problem? He's not always sticking by Esther's side. Since the Nightwalker's ability, which can even deceive S-ranks, has been confirmed. This hunter is an extremely rare case. He heard that, was startled and frowned. At this moment, the person in the raincoat held the newspaper article and said, or how about we ask him directly? One way or another, we'll deal with this guy first. As soon as Bainajin heard that, he immediately stopped him. No, that guy is a hunter of the same lineage as Esther, he said, assuming the worst-case scenario. His rank is probably similar too. He recalled the situation yesterday when the flock of crows covered the sky and continued, I confirmed it myself yesterday. Hearing that, the organization leader in the raincoat finally said, so he's the same kind as those who faked their ranks? He continued. However, this kind of report is a bit problematic. He stepped forward and said, "You will handle the S-rank assassination. The Nichat cult will provide the necessary supplies and money." He approached Byanujan and said in a gloomy voice, "Wasn't this our contract content? The Nichat cult is a cult operating by extorting vast sums of money from its followers, maintaining close ties with criminal organizations and providing financial support. And this suspicious cult was always obsessed with only one thing." The person finally took off the raincoat and said, "S-rank assassination." A beautiful face and silver hair were revealed. "We have already provided everything necessary. If we only had the stealth technique, we could easily kill Esther." Hearing that, he swallowed hard. A moment later, Byanujan angrily jumped up and said, "You guys should have prepared proper skill stones from the beginning." He approached closer, glaring, and said, "You damn cult." The opponent still smiled and said, "Provoking me here won't change anything. If you can't kill an S-rank, there will be no more support." Hearing that, he exhaled in contempt. "This damn bitch. If it weren't for the money, I would have killed her." The woman opposite continued, "If Esther is too difficult, you can deal with another S-rank hunter. Just do it quickly anyway." Then she turned around. Byanujan heard that and asked, "Can it be just any S-rank?" She replied, "Yes, Lord Nichat is watching over you, so trust and act. You will surely pass this test." He was displeased to hear that. "Nichat," she put on her raincoat again and said, "This is your last chance. If you fail again, the cult leader will truly cut off support. You wouldn't want that, would you?" He heard that and sighed. Byanujan thought, "Of course not. How much money has this cult poured into this? How could I give up?" The woman opposite continued. "Then I have a piece of news that might help you." She smiled and said, "Currently, Zhang Hawang is returning to Sonwu City." Across from them, the mentioned person was also looking out the window. Rewinding time, a torrential downpour was falling on the city. A monster surged from the water. That year, when the dungeon shock occurred, people trembled helpless. The world truly became hell. Monsters against whom humanity's weapons were useless poured out everywhere. No matter how many weapons the country deployed, they were useless against them. Awakened individuals appeared one after another across the nation, but even then they were insufficient to restore peace. A giant monster swung its belly with tentacles. Just then, someone's shadow leapt up. A boy cut down the monster in one go. Miraculously, Korea's first S-rank appeared. A fierce battle ensued, and the overwhelming power of one person and one monster was incomparable to abilities below a rank. The man charged without hesitation, powerful mana erupting from his eyes. His achievements surpassed common sense and transcended limits. His appearance was dazzlingly beautiful. Finally, the monster was killed. With a magnificent explosion, the situation that had seemed beyond salvation instantly completely reversed, and so the rain poured relentlessly throughout the night. The sound of the torrential rain roared. The monster's corpse floated on the water. Everyone else watched the battle under umbrellas. The boy saved the metropolis of Busan, which was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the man standing on the monster's corpse looked truly magnificent. He saw their friends. That was the beginning of the legend of the national hero, Zhang Hawang. After his appearance, Korean society quickly stabilized. On top of a luxurious building, a shining car stopped. The national hero returned to Sonwu City after completing his mission. The driver, looking at the boy in the back, said, "Mr. Zhang Hawang, we have arrived." He looked out the window and replied, "Yes, good work." At this moment, the driver said, hesitating slightly, "But there are quite a lot of people gathered outside. Will you be all right?" At this moment, on both sides of the road, people resembling a fan club were waiting, holding headbands and such. It was natural to attract public attention. The driver worried, "Why does everyone know the hunter's schedule? Shall we go into the inner parking lot?" At this moment, there were also a few reporters there. Hawang calmly got out of the car and said, "I am fine." As soon as others saw the person getting out of the car, they immediately focused their attention on him. As soon as they saw Hawang, they immediately cheered, "It's Hawang Nim, look this way. Hunter Zhang Hawang is an S-rank, and has broken records multiple times by clearing gates at the fastest speed in history." The surrounding people cheered continuously. "You are the best awakened, so handsome. The #1 national vote remains unchanged." Hawang looked down at everyone and smiled kindly. In Korean society, his presence was currently absolute. Just then, a man holding a bundle of documents suddenly approached and said, "Hawang Nim, I apologize." The person quickly explained the situation. "We tried to usher you in as quietly as possible, but it seems information leaked somehow. I will escort you inside right away." Then they entered the building. At this moment, the atmosphere became a little quieter. Walking, he said cheerfully, "As expected, you're incredibly popular." He said no. Hawang turned back to him and asked, "What's been happening in Sonwu City these days?" The person immediately replied, "There have been a few minor incidents. Thanks to Ms. Esther's help, they were handled well." Hearing that, he replied, "That's a relief." Then they went to the elevator door. Suddenly, Hawang spoke. He immediately turned around and asked, "Oh, by the way, that F-ranker, what happened to him?" The person was startled to hear that. He continued, "I reported about a hunter suspected of rank manipulation. Has there been any result?" He said, flustered, Ah, the re-examination you mean, that he stammered. Finally the man replied, there's nothing wrong. At this moment the elevator door opened. Hearing that, Ha-won was surprised and asked, what did you say? He immediately asked again, is that true? On his end the person rummaged through documents and said, yes, we re-examined with the latest equipment, but no abnormalities were found. He really is F rank. Hearing that, he was surprised. At this moment they were already inside the elevator. Hong still thought, disbelieving, really F rank? Was the test result manipulated? Then he asked again, who was in charge of the re-examination? The official hesitated, then handed a document to Hong and said, ah, this person was in charge. Hong took the document and scanned its contents. The examiner was one. He recalled her. There's no way a mistake could be made in such an examination, and it's unlikely she'd manipulate the results for money. At this moment he thought to himself, it's a bit unpleasant, but let's move past it for now. It would be better to clear another dungeon at a time like this. Then Hong asked again, what about the list of dungeons where new rifts are expected to occur? The official immediately replied, I have it prepared, please turn to the next page. He was slightly puzzled. You just returned and you're already scheduling? Hong chuckled awkwardly and said, haha, that's right. At this moment Hong looked at the map and said, can we start with the closest gate? The sky at this moment was clear and beautiful. Under a bridge a shadow appeared. At this moment Hong appeared in front of a dungeon gate. He stood there and thought, Jiok is F rank. So Hong decided he needed to confirm it in person. I can't rule out the possibility that he also passed the current inspection. Thinking this, he immediately entered the dungeon gate. Once inside he had another thought. It would be better to ask the association for his address and go find him. Just then Hong suddenly bumped into someone. He quickly spoke. I'm sorry. It was a rather familiar shadow. The other person politely replied, it's fine. Hearing this voice, Hong was immediately startled. At the same time, Jiok also looked on in surprise. As if realizing something, Hong immediately spoke. It's you, he asked curiously. What are you doing here? At this moment Jiok's face was still blank. 10 minutes earlier at B-rank dungeon gate 119, Jiok looked up. The reason he entered the dungeon again was very simple. He couldn't stop his research and there was no other way. He recalled yesterday's crow incident. Now that he had confirmed he could manipulate Earth's animals, the next step was to experiment with monsters. If he could manipulate monsters, it would truly be a breakthrough. Jiok proudly imagined himself manipulating giant beasts. However, monsters were not as easily obtainable as rats or birds. Moreover, monsters were often dismembered to retrieve only their valuable parts, leaving them in pieces. Jiok walked looking around. But he had heard that the monsters in this dungeon, despite being B-rank, didn't have any particularly expensive parts. He immediately walked forward quickly. Then perhaps it's the sample I'm looking for, but the very next moment Jiok fled in terror. After all, he was F rank, and hunting on his own was impossible. So Jiok decided he would simply collect monster corpses left by previous teams. Jiok looked up and mumbled, that's my perfect plan. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard movement there. He asked puzzledly, what is this? Jiok looked around, curious. No corpses, not even traces of battle. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed, and a monster chicken appeared nearby. Jiok saw the monster and quickly hid, thinking, so this is what this place was like. He was puzzled. Is this a gate that people rarely visit? Jiok immediately sat down. That's the monster of this gate. Then he got up again and moved forward. It would be impossible to catch it directly. He had prepared a few useful tools during his last shopping trip. Jiok recalled Yoon-sung. I can't keep relying on Yoon-sung. If Yoon-sung had heard this, he would have been deeply moved. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any awakened individuals on Earth who could manipulate dead bodies, so he decided to head towards the gate. If Yoon-sung suspects my actions, I'm finished. And just then, as Jiok was about to exit the gate, Hong's shoulder and his shoulder collided. The other person said, excuse me. Jiok instinctively replied, oh, it's fine. But at the same time, he also recognized the other person immediately. Hong's identity flashed in Jiok's mind. This is Jong Hong. As soon as he saw Jiok, he asked curiously, what are you doing here? At that very moment, the other person suddenly drew his sword quickly. Hong immediately pointed the sword at Jiok. He approached Jiok and began to question him. This is a B-rank gate, right? Jiok also instinctively recoiled. His face grew serious and he spoke angrily. Didn't you say you were F rank? Jiok was also startled. Then he immediately concluded, you've definitely manipulated your rank. What on earth is the association doing? Jiok looked at the sword pointed at his neck and mumbled to himself. Damn it, Hong continued to question him. What are you doing here? Are you planning to hunt B-rank monsters? Jiok hastily explained. You've misunderstood. It was a mistake. I came in by mistake. I was just about to leave. Hearing this ridiculous reason, Hong said angrily, a mistake? I prepared for 10 minutes in front of the gate before entering. Jiok heard that and started to sweat, his face turning pale. He mumbled to himself, damn it, I'm screwed. He had dug his own grave. Jiok still calmly explained, that is, what I mean is this. Hong continued to glare at Jiok harshly. Hong won't let this slide easily. Since it's come to this, being honest will probably hurt less, so he immediately said, I'm sorry. Jiok continued, if I interfered with Hunter Jong Hong's hunt, I will leave immediately. But he said, where are you going? The two began to argue there. Jiok said, no, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just stand here? Hong questioned, what are you saying? While the two were arguing, another person, Bayanajin, had already entered the gate. He was using an invisibility technique. He continued to say hastily, "Wait, sword, Hunter Jong Hong, at least put down the sword before we talk." But he still spoke unpleasantly. "Why do you keep running away?" As soon as Bainajin reached the door, he looked on in surprise. "What? How many people am I seeing right now?" He was puzzled inwardly. "I saw Hong enter the gate alone and followed him. Why is Jiak here?" "Over there." Jiak was still blank with a sword pointed at his neck. The very next moment Bainajin hastily ran out of the gate and sat down there in terror. "I'm going crazy," he continued to bite his lip unpleasantly. "Again, why does that guy appear next to the hunter we're targeting every single time?" At this moment he suddenly thought, anyway, since that F-rank guy is here, assassinating Hong is impossible. His name isn't affected by stealth. He continued to tear at his hair. "Damn it, but I can't retreat like this again." Bainajin recalled that guy's words. "If Esther is difficult, another S-rank hunter is fine. Deal with it quickly. This is your last chance." The woman's terrifying face flashed in his mind. He covered his head in terror and gritted his teeth. "Last chance." At this moment Bainajin took out his backpack. "All right, I can't back down like this. An unranked awakened like me has limits to earning money, so I must get the money they promised." He rummaged through the items in his bag. "It's a bit unsettling, but I have no choice but to use what those villains gave me." Bainajin looked at the item in his hand. This is a destruction molecule. If installed, it can destroy a specific target. So he decided to take the item in his hand and head towards the gate. Such bombs are usually used to destroy enemy equipment. He clenched his fist and resolved. "But this is a special item they gave me to use at a crucial moment. It must be more powerful than usual, right?" So he immediately threw the bomb inside. The very next moment the bomb hit the gate, creating a crack. As he approached the gate, a black hole appeared. A vibrating explosion echoed and the gate began to shatter. He was startled and tense at the situation before his eyes. Over there, the gate began to crack and shatter. The very next moment, it began to suck in the outside air like a black hole. The very next moment the gate immediately shattered, causing a huge explosion that blew away everything around it. This was a dungeon break. The very next moment there was no longer a gate on the ground, everything had disappeared. Bainajin looked at the scene in horror. No way, did the gate really get destroyed by a bomb? Over there, Jiak suddenly turned his attention in that direction. "Huh?" He looked in the direction where the gate had been and immediately wondered. "The exit is gone," Hong said unpleasantly. "Don't joke with me." "Hunter Jiak, is this another one of your pranks?" Jiak still spoke in terror. "Could I really do that? I was just following Hong until a moment ago." Hong still looked at Jiak with wary eyes. And over here he wondered about the gate suddenly closing. Can something like this really happen? Jiak began to calculate. "I need to calm down and clear my head. For a gate to be destroyed, the number of monsters must exceed a certain threshold, or the boss must be defeated." Jiak looked at his surroundings. Everything had become quiet, but neither of the two conditions was currently met. This gate was originally a type where there was no boss, and regular monsters continuously respawned. So what on earth was causing this series of errors? Hong suddenly looked back. "Wait." At this moment the sound of monsters' footsteps continuously echoed from afar. Jiok's face grew increasingly terrified. Hong asked, "What is that sound?" A loud noise grew closer and closer and the surrounding dirt and trees began to shake continuously. Jiok also raised his head and looked up. In the distance he saw a herd of horned monsters charging. "What's that? Why are there such large monsters?" Thinking this, his face turned terrified. "They don't seem to be the monsters of this dungeon." Hong simultaneously opened the system. That is, at this moment the system displayed, "Minotaur, boss of the Labyrinth of Labyrinthos." He was surprised to see that. "Boss of the Labyrinth of Labyrinthos." He was surprised to hear that. Over there the monsters continuously charged. The very next moment he realized a terrifying truth. "All the boss monsters are pouring towards this place?" Hong looked ahead and said, "It seems a new boss has been set for this gate." Hearing this, Jiak immediately faltered. He was involuntarily terrified. Hong continued gloomily, "Because the gate was destroyed before the boss appeared, all the regular monsters here have been randomly replaced with boss-grade magic beasts." Jiak heard that and started to sweat. He couldn't understand it in detail, but it seemed like something big had happened. He rubbed his neck, worried. "Anyway, I'm stuck with an S rank, so that's a relief," he spoke. "Hunter Jong Hong, where should I take cover?" Jiak hesitated and continued, "I can't fight, so I'll only be in the way. If you tell me where, I'll hide immediately." Hong heard that and said unpleasantly, "What are you talking about? I have no intention of protecting you." Jiak heard that and was blank. "What?" Hong continued. "Mr. Kim, Jiak, handle it yourself." Hong shifted his gaze towards the monsters and continued, "Can a person called a hunter not even do that much?" Jiak heard that and was terrified. Why is that guy suddenly angry? He saw the fierce herd of monsters continuously charging. "An F rank to navigate this chaos on his own?" Jiak continued to say hastily. "Is it because of what happened last time when I suddenly attacked? If it's about that, I'm actually not the culprit," Hong immediately said. "Was it Kong Chano? I suspected as much." "I don't really care." Jiak heard that and said again, "If it's not about that, then why are you angry at me?" Hong looked at him, his eyes wide, and said, "Because your attitude is very disappointing." He turned his body and continued, "You register as F rank and freely enter and exit B rank gates, enjoying all the rights of a hunter while shirking responsibility." Jiak heard that and was blank. Jiak continued to want to say something. "Hunter Jong Hong." but he didn't listen, turned his body and said, "Hunters like you really annoy me." Jiak continued to want to explain. "No, what I mean is," but Hong continued, "even if it's an obligation, it's only for mobilization during dungeon breaks, isn't it? While you act like that, how many people?" At this moment Jiak could no longer hold back and immediately swore angrily, "Hey damn it. Please stop interrupting me. I'm really F rank and moreover I only have appraisal skills." Zhang Hong sighed with a helpless expression, and the very next moment he widened his eyes and glared ahead. Over there, the monster had already charged, and Hong activated his skill, ready to wait for the monster. He began to gather mana on his sword, and just like that the sharp blade immediately cut down the charging monsters. Jiak was blank at the situation before his eyes, and the monster immediately collapsed beside him. At this moment Zhang Hong said in a lowered voice, "All right, F-rank Hunter Kim Jiak," he said with a scoffing tone. "If your analytical skills are so outstanding, handle it yourself." Jiak was bewildered by his words. "What are you talking about?" Immediately after, Hong turned and quickly ran into the forest. Jiak felt helpless, unable to follow him. He kept crying out in his mind, "That bastard, how could he abandon an alien like that?" Only then did Jiak quietly commit this comic book to memory. "From now on I will engrave hatred into every page of your comic book." Outwardly, Jiak merely remained silent. The wind continued to blow in the air and the sound of running echoed relentlessly. He looked towards the source of the sound behind him. Jiak immediately recognized the monsters charging towards him from a distance. They must have detected the presence of the S-rank hunter who just disappeared, right? Jiak immediately turned, terrified. "Damn it, I'm screwed." So he started running forward like crazy again. The monsters relentlessly chased him. I should have grabbed Yunsung's coattails and followed him earlier. As footsteps continuously echoed, Jiak ran forward as if flying. At this moment the monsters were already at his back. Jiak screamed inwardly, "Ah, if I stop I'll die." At this point a stream of mana began to gather on one of the monster's bodies. Immediately after it dagged in the direction Jiak was running. He fell. Jiak was terrified. "Even a graze will kill me," he kept panting and running forward. "At this rate my stamina won't hold out. I need to quickly find an exit or create a new one." Then Hong suddenly appeared and immediately slashed at the monster. As soon as the flames erupted, the charging monsters were immediately incinerated and disappeared. Jiak was surprised. Hong stared blankly at the scene before his eyes. "That bastard, did he burn down the monsters and the entire forest?" Jiak backed away in fear. That destructive power is truly unrealistic. So the flames continued to burn, incinerating the monsters. Seeing the scene before him, Jiak once again wondered inwardly, even with so many, an exit still hasn't appeared. Jiak worried. "Do I have to kill all the monsters to open an exit?" Then he suddenly detected something and was startled. From behind, a monster immediately punched in the direction Jiak was standing. He immediately leapt away in fear. Jiak was terrified by this sight. "No, it's better to go back near Hong and take cover." Then he suddenly looked forward in surprise. The monster was already forming a circle with mana. Jiak stared blankly, asking himself, "What is this? Was there this kind of monster in this dungeon?" The monster immediately raised its hand. Jiak was startled by the movement. "Wait, that skill is definitely Stone Spike." Its arm was raised. Mana gradually accumulated in its hand. This was an area of effect skill. Jiak was too terrified to stand up. "If I get hit by that attack, I'll definitely die. Damn it, I probably can't dodge it." Jiak immediately sprang to his feet. "At this point there's only one way," Jiak shouted. "Hunter Hong, someone's using an area of effect skill." He heard that, and immediately turned around and asked, "What did you say?" Jiak began to calculate inwardly. If he caused it, he should resolve it himself. He immediately shouted, "Stop it!" From the other side, the monster also struck the ground. As a result, the ground shattered. Next, the soil and rocks beneath their feet soared and scattered everywhere. Hong muttered, seeing the sight, "Damn it!" He immediately used flames to dodge the monster's attack. Immediately after, the blade was sharply thwung. As Hong slashed once, flames fiercely erupted. That monster and other monsters were immediately incinerated to ashes. After a moment, only ashes flying into the air remained in that area. He then sheathed his sword and said, "Then is the cleanup done?" Just then a sound came from somewhere and Hong immediately turned to look. Hong looked in that direction, and immediately his face turned pale with fear. Jiak at this moment was lying on the ground, one side of his body burned by flames and not moving. He immediately rushed over in concern and said, "Hunter Kim Jiak." At this moment he immediately rushed over and said worriedly, "Hunter Kim Jiak, are you alright?" Jiak at this moment raised a trembling hand. At this point his arm was burned, flesh exposed, and he couldn't move it. He was terrified by the sight. "Damn it!" Hong immediately began rummaging through his bag. "Recovery potion. There must be a recovery potion somewhere." He then pounded the ground, blaming himself. "Another victim because of my skill. I should have been more careful, that my uncontrollable power could hurt others." At this moment Hong kept saying in fear, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Suddenly a coughing sound was heard, and Hong immediately turned and asked, "Kim Jiak, are you conscious?" Jiak said in a trembling voice, "I'm fine," but his expressionless face showed no emotion. Hong was aghast inwardly. Jiak stared blankly at him. This person, even with such severe burns, doesn't bat an eye. But Jiok's heart was constantly screaming in pain. It hurts so much I can't even scream." He wasn't overly concerned about this injury. "If I'm alive, a little burn is nothing." Healing it with magic is a simple matter. This was a common accident for alphas. Jiak immediately tried to get up. He thought to himself, this is my own karma. I intentionally rushed at Hong. He said in a weak voice, on the contrary, me. I apologize for suddenly rushing at you. Hong was blank and aghast at his words. He lowered his head and muttered, Why are you apologizing? Jiak then suddenly shouted and pointed in another direction. Dong Hong, he shouted in a worried voice behind him as he heard that and turned. A monster was suddenly charging. Hong was not flustered at all and immediately drew his sword, and immediately after he delivered a sharp strike towards the monster. Immediately after, the monster was slashed and fell to the ground. Flames fiercely erupted, and he was once again startled by a sound and looked from a distance. Jiak said, it seems they're gathering again. Hong was surprised by his words. He stood up and continued, let's postpone my treatment for a moment and focus on getting out of this gate first. A horde of monsters charged fiercely from a distance. He continued in a weak voice, my eyes can still be used. I'll provide as much support as possible from the side. Could you protect me for a moment? Hong was aghast and speechless at his words. He slightly bowed his head and continued, please, Hunter Hong. Immediately after, the battle resumed. Hong continuously attacked the monsters. The monster raised a massive hammer and attacked forward, but Hong didn't flinch at all and slashed the hammer with his sword. The hammer immediately shattered, and immediately after, flames erupted again. Hong slashed the monster into many pieces with a sharp sword strike. Immediately after, he sheathed his sword and walked past the monster. The burned and shattered monster immediately fell to the ground. There was no sign of fatigue on his face at all. Around him, countless monster corpses were still scattered. Suddenly a voice called out, Hong. He immediately turned to look. Jiak looked around and approached him, saying, it seems that's the last one. He pointed in another direction and continued, look, a transfer gate has appeared. At this moment a gate opened before the two of them. Jiak turned to Hong and said, this passage might disappear at any moment, so let's get out quickly. Hong then suddenly approached him. He supported Jiak with one hand and said, I'll support you. Immediately after, the two walked towards the gate together. After exiting the gate, the surrounding air became peaceful, and there was no longer the smell of monsters. Jiak immediately pushed Hong away and said, thank you for your hard work, Hunter Hong. He was aghast at the sight. Are you always like that? Jiak said, flustered. As you can see, I need to treat my wound. Hong immediately said worriedly, I'll take you to the hospital. Since you got hurt because of me, all the medical expenses. Jiak immediately cut him off. No, I'm fine. Jiak turned and walked away. I can handle such minor things myself. A bottle of magic enhancer will heal it right away. Hong still felt guilty and couldn't look at him. Before he could say anything, Jiak turned and walked away. Then I'll go first. He watched him silently. Hong was bewildered and confused inwardly. Hunter Kim Jiak, is he really a powerless person? Watching his stumbling back, Hong said, I thought he was just a hunter skilled at disguising himself. If I had known, I would have offered to protect him from the start. Hong watched him, feeling guilty inwardly. How do I deal with this unpleasant feeling? As time gradually passed, a few days later, a shout echoed in the Korean Hunter Association office. Goodness, you've really worked hard. Someone placed a cup of tea on the table and said, the gate disappeared without any warning, so you must have been very flustered. We will definitely uncover the truth of this incident, so don't worry too much. Hong, even at this moment, couldn't forget that incident and remained silent, deep in thought. The person sitting opposite looked at him, bewildered. Finally he asked again, is there another problem? Hong said. What are you talking about? He continued. You don't look well, Hong stammered somewhat gloomily. Actually, an F-rank hunter was severely injured in the dungeon because of my skill. He was surprised by his words. What? An F-rank was injured? He heard that and quickly asked, did you properly handle emergency treatment, support and medical expenses? Hong replied, that was refused. I offered to go to the hospital together, but he said he would handle it himself. He was aghast at his words. Then you just let him go? Did he not demand any compensation separately? Hong felt increasingly guilty as he spoke. No, hearing that, he hesitated gloomily. Finally he immediately continued, this is not the time to worry about such things. Focus on taking care of the victim first, Hong said, bewildered. Yes, and then immediately began searching. What was that person's name again? He searched for information, worried. Outwardly, it seems likely that person will blab about it everywhere. Hong quickly replied as if he didn't think that. I don't think that person is like that. He heard that and looked at Hong, saying, Hong, this is not just your problem. He heard that and was startled. He continued, this is an incident that can be used as an excuse to damage the honor of an S-rank hunter. Society these days is noisy with serious crimes, so this kind of news is really troublesome. His voice lowered as if in warning. If it were another hunter, fine, but if national hero Hong gets embroiled in a scandal, the public won't be able to sleep peacefully. Hearing this, Hong was also startled. That is my position. Hong listened to him continue, and bowed his head, saying, yes, we must not cause trouble. First, we will summon him to the association. We will follow procedures to ensure the conversation remains as confidential as possible. If that person keeps silent, this incident will be resolved quietly. Hong heard that and bowed his head as if he understood. At this moment, information already appeared in the system. After a while, Jiak also arrived at the office. He flipped through the documents, examining the settlement agreement. Immediately after, he opened his mouth before the two nervous faces sitting opposite him. Now, Jiak looked at them with an expressionless face and asked, "Are you kidding me?" He seemed very angry. At his words, the two people sitting opposite froze blankly. He hesitated, unable to find words to reply. "Is there perhaps any part you don't like?" Jiak looked at the agreement, still expressionless. From the other side, Hong was also tense. He continued, "Please be honest. Mr. Hong is willing to adequately compensate Mr. Jiak for the burns he sustained." He became more worried as he spoke. "Is the compensation amount perhaps insufficient?" But Jiak cut him off. "That's not the problem," Jiak continued honestly. "As a human being, one must have decency. I survived thanks to Mr. Dong Hong. How dare I demand compensation?" He raised his arm and continued. "And my burn has completely healed." He wanted to say more after hearing that. "But at least medical expenses or compensation for psychological damages." Jiak cut him off. "I don't need it." Hong was bewildered by his words and speechless. He immediately suggested another solution, saying, "Then how about something other than money?" Jiak asked, unable to understand. "Something else," Hong continued. "For example, how about an admission ticket to a rare collecting dungeon owned by our guild?" He heard that and immediately opened his mouth. "Didn't Mr. Jiak say he only entered the B-rank dungeon out of curiosity?" he continued. "Or we could send a professional escort team to safely explore high-grade gates. Or we could send a hunter team to support you in safely clearing dungeons." On this side, Jiak still looked at them expressionlessly. Inwardly, he couldn't understand. "What are these guys?" Jiak began to speculate again with a suspicious expression. "Why are they suddenly rushing to enter a dungeon? Besides, I was the one who entered the dungeon without permission and got hurt. Wasn't that my fault?" Jiak looked at Hong again and thought, "That bastard who was always as cold as ice suddenly changed his attitude. That's quite suspicious." He unconsciously recalled the things he had experienced. In his experience, earthlings were never kind without a reason. And he recalled the person he had thought was a hiker, and again the person named Sam came to mind. But for the party offering money to act so bothersome, Jiak immediately changed his expression and adopted maximum vigilance towards the humans. He began to speculate. Could Jiak be recalling another terrifying situation? Could they be planning to take him to an isolated place and murder him? As he thought this far, the small alien began to shed tears. As he thought this far, he immediately couldn't hold back, stood up abruptly and said, "Excuse me, but I'll stand up first." Hong saw this and quickly stood up, saying, "Wait, Hunter Kim Jiak." He looked at Hong and said again, "I've been saying this repeatedly since earlier." Jiak continued with an emotionless face, "I don't need money, and I don't need to enter dungeons." Hong still wanted to add something but instead said, "Then at least allow us to send protection personnel. We will ensure Hunter Kim Jiak is never injured again." His voice echoed calmly and coolly. "Mr. Jong Hong, it is perfectly normal for a person to get hurt or make mistakes in life." Hong was startled and somewhat flustered by his words. Jiak continued, looking at Hong, "Seeing you tremble so gravely over such a small matter, it truly looks quite bizarre." Hong froze blankly upon hearing that. His words felt as if they struck directly into his heart. After Jiak left, Hong spoke, "I wonder if I made some mistake that caused him to misunderstand." The official continued, looking at Hong. "Anyway, don't worry. All conversations are currently recorded." Hong still did not reply, saying nothing. The official's voice continued to echo in Hong's ears. Clever. Usually in such cases, people would continue to lie low and demand quite a lot. On this side, the official muttered to himself, "Indeed." Hong recalled Jiok's appearance at that time, but Kim Jiok refused everything, neither accepting money nor dungeons. Then what on earth made him so angry? He recalled Jiok's words from then, and those words, "Seeing you worry excessively over such a small matter, it truly looks quite bizarre." Hong closed his eyes and fell into thought. Those words kept circling in his mind. From this side, Hong looked at the official with an expression of disbelief. Hong muttered to himself, "I'm bizarre?" Elsewhere that night, streetlights were already on. Inside the restaurant, the aroma of food wafted. The sound of people's questions echoed, "Are you troubled?" Jiok was sitting opposite Yoon-sung at this moment. He immediately asked, "Yeah, I want some advice from you." Yoon-sung was puzzled. "You're asking me," Yoon-sung immediately said excitedly. "What is it?" "If there's anything I can do to help Hung Nim, I'll tell you everything I know." Jiok replied, hesitating. Then he continued in a still calm voice, "I don't know why, but it feels like I'm on the verge of being murdered by Hong right now." Yoon-sung immediately froze, then said in terror, "What, murdered?" Jiok continued, "First hear me out. It's not certain yet that I'll be murdered. I want to resolve everything amicably if possible." Over there, Yoon-sung started getting scared again. "Hung Nim is trying to kill you?" In his mind, the problem of grilled meat kept coming up alternately. "What's with grilled meat? What on earth are you talking about? What else happened? Why are we talking about this while eating meat?" Jiok still continued calmly. "I'm asking because you're a high-rank hunter, so I thought you might know something about Hong." Yoon-sung was flustered by his words. "He's suddenly asking about Jong Hong, not just any hunter," Yoon-sung replied, unable to understand. "Why Hong?" Yoon-sung looked elsewhere and fell into thought. "He's usually a very cold and blunt person. Now that I think about it, he seems to be the same kind of person as Hung Nim. He's not the type to personally quarrel with others usually." Yoon-sung had occasionally observed Hong, and he only got angry sometimes when talking about dungeon raids. At this point, Yoon-sung said in disbelief, I can't imagine Hong Hung getting angry enough to kill someone. Besides, Hung Nim isn't the type of person people would deeply resent either, he asked again. Could it be that Hung Nim is misunderstanding something? Jiak heard that and said yeah, that might be so. He flipped the meat thinking maybe I overinterpreted Hong's proposal too much. He said you might be right. Then Jiak raised his head, handed the meat he had just picked out to Yoon Sung and said, the number 1 ranked in Korea wouldn't care about someone like me, an F-rank hunter. Yoon Sung took the meat and said happily, honestly from Hunter Hong's perspective that's quite a burden. Jiak heard that and asked, unable to understand. A burden? Yoon Sung replied, it was like that during the Big Year incident last time. Yoon Sung continued, after that incident they can't help but be wary of Hung Nim too. Yoon Sung chewed his meat noisily and said, conflicts among hunters are usually like that. Unlike monsters, people can hide their abilities. If the other person already thinks that, it's very difficult to avoid conflict. Jiak understood upon hearing that. He recalled that time, thinking, come to think of it, that assassin recently targeted me. He began to recall and calculate again. At first that guy picked a fight and started the battle. Perhaps he thought he was a master and immediately ran away. I think I'm overreacting. While eating meat, Yoon Sung noticed Jiok's phone ringing at this moment. Jiok's phone received a message. Yoon Sung asked, what is it, a message? Jiok replied, yeah. Jiok looked at his phone and said, excuse me, I need to reply. Yoon Sung quietly ate his meat, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Jiok. Jiok reflexively looked at Yoon Sung, then he asked again, why curious? Yoon Sung replied, oh not really. Jiok shook his phone and said, it's just a small matter. Yoon Sung immediately followed the phone with his gaze. At this moment the message content appeared. One message asked Jiok if he had eaten, and Jiok, while eating with Yoon Sung, replied, I apologize. I am currently assisting the police with an investigation. Another message asked about Jiok's well-being and if he had eaten, and Jiok briefly replied, I just ate. And the last one was the current message. The sender asked Jiok if he wanted to have dinner together, and Jiok calmly replied that he was eating pork ribs with an acquaintance. Jiok said emotionlessly, it's just a greeting. Yoon Sung froze blankly upon hearing that, then suddenly saw something and pointed at the message with a trembling hand saying, excuse me, but the person who sent this message? Jiok replied, unable to understand, yeah? Yoon Sung hesitated and continued, her name seems to be Esther and her profile picture shows her face. Yoon Sung immediately exclaimed in surprise, no way Esther, the director of the Magic Tower? Jiok replied emotionlessly, that's right, she messages me often these days. Yoon Sung was startled by his words. What? Yoon Sung continued, flustered. Hung Nim, you're frequently exchanging greetings with Esther, the director of the Magic Tower. He did not understand its importance and continued to eat calmly. Time shifted to that night and shouts echoed in the Hunter Association office. An A-rank gate again, who on earth can carry out the mission this time? A group of people constantly moved up and down the hallway. Both Nell's sister and the Korean Magic Tower sent all their main teams. At this moment the people near Hong also approached him worriedly. Indeed, Hong looked at his phone and said, then is he the only hunter left? Elsewhere, near an A-rank gate where water bottles filled with purple liquid lay scattered on the ground, Hong, covered in blood, received a phone call and said, understood. I'll depart immediately. Then Hong, still covered in blood, got into a car and said, please drive, driver. The driver was startled by his appearance and said, what? You just dealt with one gate and you're going to another? The driver worried even as he drove. You haven't slept for over 40 hours already. At least how about going home and changing your clothes before you go? Hong still said calmly. I'm fine. Hong lowered his head and said, anyway, there'll be plenty more blood splashing around. At this moment his face coldly looked upward. The red brick building, slightly tilted by the sunset, stood between narrow alleyways. The scene shifted to a small laboratory where Jiok was conducting an experiment. As the mixtures in several glass bottles stabilized, he smiled slightly and said, good, perfect. He looked at the memo written on the paper and muttered to himself, thanks to today's experiment I've grasped pain resistance. Completely eliminating pain could cause problems, so I should only nullify it when a certain level of pain occurs. He said, now my body is almost back to its original state. Jiok suddenly recalled his painful memories of the past and said, I don't want to experience burning pain ever again. He knelt on one knee, sat on the floor and said quietly, there's no need to collect this kind of data. Suddenly a red light flashed like lightning across the room. He frowned and covered his eyes with his hand against the glare. The entire room began to shake violently, and test tubes and glass bottles on the desk collided with each other and shattered. He looked around and said with startled eyes, what is this? The ground shook. He lost his balance and leaned his hand on the wall, but he still didn't understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? Jiok looked outside and people urged each other, saying, evacuate quickly, it's very dangerous here. He muttered to himself as he rushed outside. What on earth is happening? He rushed out the door with a blank face. What the hell? The sky was dyed blood red. What is this? Are all the surrounding buildings collapsed? He looked up at the sky with a very curious expression. What is this? Monsters are flying in the sky? Could it be a dungeon break? Jiok and the residents were evacuating together. He thought as he walked, recovery potion, protective bracelet, sleeping incense, reflection mirror. What do I need when evacuating? Perhaps just taking magic tools will be enough. He took out his phone and looked for a number, but even though the screen appeared, the phone was unresponsive. A resident shouted frantically, can no one use their phones? I can't call my family. He muttered to himself, could it be because everyone is making calls? Jiak heard urgent shouts. Run fast, flying monsters terrified the people and they screamed, monsters! A monster wrapped its tail around a man in the crowd. This terrified him, and he begged for his life. Help me, get out of the way, where are the awakened? Call the awakened quickly. Jiak ran desperately. Damn it, I'm screwed, he thought even as he ran. But where am I supposed to run? People ran towards the subway station, Jiak muttered to himself. Is that it? Do Earthlings use subway stations as shelters in emergencies? 2 subway station staff desperately blocked the way. Step back, it's very dangerous to go further in. The situation was chaotic, and people said, let us in too, are you telling us to die outside? Jiak saw that and thought, but it seems impossible to get in. I'll be trampled to death by the crowd before I'm killed by a monster. Jiak decided it was better to escape alone. He began to carefully observe the surrounding terrain. Jiak analyzed the flow of mana and chose a spot where monsters couldn't detect him. Jiak was walking when he suddenly felt a flow of mana pass by and was startled. Ha! He looked in the direction the source of mana was running. This source of mana. Jiak quickly ran. If it's not an illusion, then monsters are definitely being eliminated one after another. Monster corpses lay scattered beneath the man's feet. Zhang Hong was already exhausted from fighting a tremendous number of monsters. As expected, it was him. Jiak secretly watched the S-rank hunter who appeared in the midst of overflowing monsters. He muttered to himself, I'm an expert at this kind of parasitic life. Jiak seemed to hesitate again. But, he looked at Hong and muttered to himself, why is that guy's mana so unstable? The monsters grew more numerous and approached him closer. Suddenly Hong felt dizzy. Zhang Hong thought, could it be that my mind has been affected even if I close gates again and again? The situation is worsening every day. This is clearly an artificial terror. Who on earth is doing this and for what purpose? According to the acquired information, Director Esther, the director of the Magic Tower, is currently inside a dungeon and cannot come. At this moment the monsters howled and began to charge and attack him. Hong showed an extremely firm resolve. He resolved to fight to the end, so Zhang Hong still used his skills to take them down. I have to endure. The horde of monsters was attacked and exploded, their corpses scattering everywhere. With a single blow he eliminated the monster horde. Zhang Hong gasped and resheathed his sword. Hong thought of a stamina recovery potion, but he had almost no potions left. Suddenly someone's scream for help was heard. Help me. He heard the cry, help me. He looked at the person fallen on the ground. A survivor. Hong immediately rushed over. Don't move, I'll clear the debris. He lifted the concrete wall and asked, are you all right? The man replied with difficulty, I can't move my leg, please help me up. Take my hand. Hong supported the man and helped him stand, thinking the base station must have been neutralized. If I contact guild staff with a walkie-talkie and request evacuation. At this moment the man spoke. But what about you? He asked. You're the #1 ranked hunter, Zhang Hong, aren't you? Unexpectedly, the man grabbed Hong by the neck and pressed down, and Hong also realized something. With the man's hand gripping his neck, Hong saw a time bomb installed on the man's chest. As he lifted his clothes, Hong was horrified to see the terrorist carrying out a suicide attack, and the bomb furiously exploded, terribly destroying the surrounding buildings. Jiak, who was hiding behind a wall, was also affected by the explosion. Before Jiak could even grasp the current situation, a familiar hand appeared and a scream echoed, Hunter Hong. A large explosion had just occurred. Hong lay injured in a corner. Feeling the pain, Hong groaned. He struggled to get up. He had been too complacent. Was this a terrorist attack targeting me from the beginning? Since I always act alone, it must have been easier to attack me. Were the recent dungeon breaks intentionally orchestrated to deplete my mana? Hong gripped the recovery potion tightly in his hand, but he knelt, severely injured. Hong tried his best to stay conscious. Before closing his eyes, he saw someone running towards him. Jiak ran to Hong and checked his injuries. These injuries are really severe. He rummaged through his backpack and said, fortunately I brought a healing potion. Jiak looked at him and said, you would have died if I hadn't been here, Hunter Hong. Hong opened his eyes again and heard the call. Hunter Hong. Someone's call sharply brought him back to his senses. Hunter Zhang Hong, Jiak said, pull yourself together, can you move? Hong sat up and asked, why are you here? Didn't you evacuate? Jiak replied, I was looking for a place to evacuate and coincidentally found you. Hong handed him clothes from his backpack and said, first wipe yourself with this towel and put these on. He asked if there were any other clothes. Jiak held the towel back up to his face, making Hong puzzled. Huh? He asked. You used a potion on me, didn't you? Jiak said, searching for something. Yes. Hong wiped the blood from his face, saying incredulously, what kind of potion heals such severe wounds instantly? He said he would definitely repay him. I don't know how valuable it is. Jiak said he didn't know the exact value. I received it myself, so I don't know the exact price. Now Hong's injuries were completely healed and he had changed into different clothes. From the walkie-talkie nearby, a request to respond to headquarters ITV echoed. 3 A-rank entities. Hong picked up the walkie-talkie. 3 A-rank entities to headquarters ETV. Hong replied to the other side. This is Zhang Hong. I'll be right there. Jiak was surprised. What did that madman just say? He quickly said. Wait a minute, Hunter Hong. Where are you going? You shouldn't exert yourself right now. Ha, he continued. Your lungs were torn in the explosion. It's fortunate that they were treated in time, but you need absolute rest now. If you use mana now that your lungs have just regenerated, there will be after effects. He replied without hesitation. Thank you for the advice, but there's no other way in this situation. Jiak thought, he's going to use magic in that state. How important are the lungs to a mage? Jiak still tried to dissuade him. You might suffer permanent after effects. Hong held his sword and replied firmly, I'll accept the consequences. Jiak was speechless. This stubborn fool, he said. Kim Jiak, people are dying even at this moment. If I don't act, innocent people will continue to be sacrificed, Jiak replied. So what? Hong turned back in surprise. What? Jiak said. So what? It's not your fault, Hong couldn't help but ask. Are you calling that a reason? Jiak said firmly. That's their problem. You're not the only hunter in this entire city, and you can leave it to someone else for a day, can't you? Hong took a deep breath. I'll rest immediately after this is over. Hong told him to move aside. Jiak stepped in front of him, blocking his path with his hand. He blocked the way and said, I can't move aside. He was still firm. Stop it. I appreciate your help, but if you keep this up you'll be interfering with the mission. Jiak muttered inwardly. Talking to that guy is like talking to a rock. This goes beyond heroic impulse. He must know how seriously he's injured. Is he pushing himself this hard because of the association's orders? I've seen too many talented young people caught up in such fantasies. Hong still ignored him and kept walking. I was like that too. There's no more time to argue. Jiak could only give Hunter Hong one last warning. If you keep this up your lungs will be permanently damaged and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Hong stopped for a moment upon hearing that and asked, warning? He ignored Jiok's words. Someone who claims to be F rank is warning me? Honestly, it's unpleasant to hear. What can you do with that rank? Jiok's face revealed his displeasure at his words. Anyway, I'm going. Jiak took out an iron chain from his backpack. Hong also didn't forget to say goodbye. We'll talk later. Unexpectedly, something like an iron box flew at him from behind and he paused in surprise for a moment. Hong drew his sword without hesitation. He immediately cut Jiok's weapon in two. The iron chain snapped and quickly fell to the ground. He was angry. What on earth are you doing? Suddenly, some power bound Hong's feet. He gritted his teeth, realizing. Hong was immediately bound by that mana and sank to the ground. Jiok was satisfied. Good, it worked. Originally, this item could only be used on B rank and below, but I modified it to work on S rank too, he said. I'm sorry, Hunter Hong, this is for your own good. Something seemed to catch his attention. Jiok looked at what was in Hong's hand. I've never seen this ring before. Did he prepare a resistance device after being attacked by Kong Chano? A moment later, Hong fell unconscious. Jiok thought, to be attacked by the same type of magic twice, even with such preparations, he must be truly frustrated. Jiok approached him. It seems things are going to get troublesome from now on anyway. I can't just stand by and watch a promising mage ruin his lungs. He couldn't just watch it happen. That pained look somehow resembled his past self. Jiok, who had been lost in thought for a moment, also stood up. He grumbled as he hoisted Hong onto his back. You're heavy. Hong lay docilely on his back, unconscious. Honestly, I feel like I'm taking a loss for being too kind. On a bright morning under blue clouds, a doctor hesitated in front of a bed in a hospital. HMPH. At this moment, the patient on the bed spoke with extreme anger. Kim Jiok. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and said in an enraged voice, that damn bastard. 24 hours earlier, everyone in the hospital was murmuring as if something had happened. A female nurse asked, what on earth happened? Hunter Hong is like this again, Jiok replied. Do I really have to explain just to admit him? He said lightly, he's not injured, and it wasn't an accident. I just accidentally used a sleeping potion and Hunter Hong fell asleep. All the nurses were astonished, thinking, how dare he use a sleeping potion on Korea's #1 S rank? Jiok asked. Can he rest here for a while? The people around murmured. Who is that person? Could he be dangerous? The female nurse replied. Yes. Zhang Hong woke up extremely angry and thought, what on earth is that F rank guy thinking? He asked loudly. That bastard who brought me here. What? He left, the doctor said. Yes, he already left. And all the dungeon breaks you were worried about have been resolved. You've been asleep all day. Zhang Hong asked in surprise. What? He shouted loudly in anger. Ah, Zhang Hong suddenly thought, I was asleep all day during such an emergency. How strong was the sleeping potion that bastard used to make me sleep like this? He kept muttering. HMPH, he suddenly thought again. While I was in this groggy state, how many more people must have died? His nightmare always began with being late. The day I overslept and was late for school, tragedy struck. All my friends lost their lives in a dungeon break. Since that day I've thought countless times. The image of him running and shouting was still vivid. Guys, if I had been at school then. The voice still echoed. Guys, teacher, if I had fought the monsters with my friends. Zhang Hong shouted loudly. Guys, if I had awakened then and could use S-rank power. On the ground lay a torn backpack. Notebooks and pencils were scattered. Zhang Hong still blamed himself. Could I have protected my friends? Years later I became Korea's first S-rank awakened. Life as a hunter wasn't bad, though I was confused by my unexpected position. The work wasn't difficult. Everyone thanked me, confidence and pride. I gradually thought I had gained those things, and one day as I was gradually forgetting the wounds of the past, it happened. A steak lay on the table and a voice said, delicious. Thanks to my son, Mom gets to eat something so tasty. Zhang Hong replied, Mom, eat a lot. As he was enjoying his happy time, the phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hong cautiously picked up the phone on the table, feeling uneasy. He spoke. Yes, this is Zhang Hong. From the other end of the phone, someone said, I apologize for disturbing your vacation, Hunter Hong. Signs of a dungeon break have been detected near the Hongro gate. He asked again, the gate, what grade is it? The voice on the other end replied, it's about B rank. Zhang Hong suddenly thought, B rank, I need to close it quickly. He asked, how long until the dungeon break? The voice on the other end replied, probably about a day. At that time the conditions for a dungeon break were not yet clearly understood. No one knew that density was more important than time. Zhang Hong asked, "Then I just need to close it today, right?" Zhang Hong's mother cautiously asked, "You have to go right now," he said. "It's all right, Mom. There's still time, so I'll finish eating and then go." Zhang Hong thought, "I thought it would be all right." He stood up, staring intently at the arch, and said, "Mom, I think I have to go now. I'll call you a taxi." The phone on the table rang. Zhang Hong calmly picked up the phone and spoke, "Yes, Chairman," and as if everything was getting worse, his voice also became solemn. "Now the city is in chaos and a dungeon break has occurred." Black smoke spread throughout the city. Zhang Jun trembled with a terrified face, unable to speak. "No, stay away." Dango stood before him, its eyes ferocious as if it would devour everything. With sharp teeth and fierce glowing red eyes, Dango raised its sharp claws and lunged straight at Zhang Jun. It attacked him with sharp teeth, biting him with its power. Dango lifted Zhang Jun with its large teeth. Zhang Hong rushed like lightning and powerfully extended his hand with his strength. Zhang Hong grabbed Dango's torso and slowly tore it in half with both hands. He then threw Dango's head to the ground. It couldn't move, and Zhang Hong rushed to Zhang Jun. He heard something and stopped, turning around and asking, "Ha?" Zhang Jun, unable to move due to the bite wounds from Dango, lay on the ground and faintly spoke, "Please save me." Zhang Hong saw him approach and said lightly, "Just bear with it a little longer," he said, searching. "There should be a recovery potion." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Jun seemed to pass out and no longer moved. Zhang Hong was surrounded by corpses. He said, "No, if I had arrived just a few minutes earlier I could have saved everyone. For a brief moment I delayed too complacently." A voice echoed in front of the gravestones of unfortunate people. "Oh my child is so pitiful. Countless people would never see their loved ones again. If I had gotten up as soon as I received the call then. If I had been a little more vigilant then. It's my fault." Zhang Hong woke up abruptly, breathing heavily, sweat beading on his face. He looked up at the ceiling with bright lights and thought, was it a dream? Zhang Hong was extremely confused and suddenly wondered when he had fallen asleep again. He put his hand on his heart, thinking furiously, that suffocating feeling again. Living like a dungeon hunting machine, I've rarely felt such a surge of emotion. It had been a really long time since he felt this angry. Zhang Hong suddenly got up and slammed his feet hard on the bed, he suddenly thought. It seems, he walked with heavy steps, still thinking furiously, "Kim Jiak, I must finish everything with that bastard." Right at this moment an announcement echoed from the Gangnam Gymnasium. A disaster relief shelter. Announcement from the Dungeon Disaster Relief Center. Those who have received water or lunch, please bring your ID to the distribution area. This is a repeat announcement. There were countless tents here with Korean Red Cross emblazoned on them. Jiak seemed to have just finished his meal, putting down his chopsticks and opening his mouth. He immediately leaned back and thought, they said they're providing temporary shelter for those who've lost their homes. Interesting. The landlord said reconstruction will take some time, so my magic research will have to be put on hold for a while. During this time, I'll just focus on gathering information about Earth. Jiak looked at his vibrating phone, thinking, what's wrong with this guy now? Annoyed. Then he answered the phone. "Hello," the other party spoke. "Hunter Kim Jiak, are you available to talk right now?" He quickly replied, "Yes, Hunter 1. She hastily said, "No, that's not the problem right now. What have you done this time?" Jiak was surprised to hear that. What's all this about all of a sudden?" At this moment she exclaimed. Hunter Zhang Hong, repeating his name several times. He appeared at the association this morning like a madman, demanding Hunter Kim Jiok's home address. His eyes were completely filled with madness. I even got scolded for not properly handling the re-examination issue. Hearing that, Jiok thought inwardly, I knew it. He bent down again, lifted the tent flap, and stepped outside. He thought to himself, I prepared for this when I knocked him out, but why did he go to the association to ask for my address when he knows my number? Is he really planning to come and hit me himself? After some thought, Jiok replied to one, I'll explain the details later. Anyways, Zhang Hong at the association right now? She replied, yes. Jiok's face turned cold at this moment, and he said, I'm going there now. Call ended. Jiok thought inwardly, it's better to resolve this before it gets worse. Then he sighed again, lamenting, damn it, I'm really not good at this kind of thing. How do Earthlings usually apologize? Jiok quickly searched for ways to apologize. The internet showed various methods, bowing your head, bowing at the waist, kneeling and bowing your head, and so on. A moment later, Hunter 1 was waiting for him at the back entrance of the Hunter Association. She kept looking around, her face filled with worry and anxiety. He's crazy. What on earth happened to make Zhang Hong so angry? At this moment, Zhang Hong was also standing near 1. He held a sword in his hand and had maintained that posture for some time. She felt the current situation was very tense, thinking inwardly, he said he'd handle it himself, but can he? Anyway, when is that guy coming? At this moment, Jiok finally arrived. 1 quickly recognized him as he got out of a taxi and rapidly approached them. 1 immediately ran to Jiok and said in a low voice, Mr. Kim Jiok, he exclaimed in surprise. Hunter 1, she continued, quick, explain what happened. Jiok answered without hesitation with a very calm expression. Well, I knocked out Zhang Hong yesterday. Hearing that, she froze and exclaimed, how, what did you say? He reassured 1, saying it was already done. Don't worry, I'll resolve it somehow. Seeing him calmly walk towards Hong, she felt a little worried, thinking inwardly, surely this won't turn into a bloodbath with it. Both of them have gentle personalities, so I hope they just talk calmly. As Jiok approached Hong, he immediately drew his sword and swung it at him with incredible speed. Hong's face at this moment was too surprised to be believed. 1 who was standing behind was also the same. She thought inwardly, I didn't even see Hong draw his sword. Did he dodge it? At that moment Jiak was lucky enough to duck in time, avoiding the dangerous blade. Hong spoke. I held back a little to gauge your skill, but I didn't expect you to completely dodge it. Who exactly are you? Jiak couldn't say anything at this moment and kept his head bowed. In fact, he was trembling all over because of the blade just now. His face was pale, and he was sweating cold, thinking inwardly, I almost died just now if I don't bow my head and apologize right away. Before that, Jiak had searched for apology methods online. He looked at it and told himself, yes, as soon as I see him, I have to bow my head. Otherwise I'll die. It's over. Goodbye, cruel world. At this moment, Jiak raised his head and said to him, Hunter Zhang Hong, please calm down. I truly made a mistake. I've come to apologize, Hong replied coldly. If everything could be resolved with an apology, then why does the law exist? He thought inwardly. He has a point. Then he continued. You know it wasn't intentional, don't you? I was truly concerned about your health. Hong looked disbelieving. How can I believe that? You suddenly knocked someone out, didn't you? To me, you're no different from a terrorist. Jiak was speechless to hear that. He thought inwardly, that's why I had to knock him out. Hong continued to say, tell me honestly, didn't you have another motive? At this point, thinking there was no other way, he sighed and replied, motive? I think I should be the one saying that. Why are you always in such a hurry? Hearing that, Hong's face stiffened. One was also the same. Hearing him say that, she too was surprised and froze. Jiak continued, I saw on the internet that you break dungeon gate closure records every year. That means you work non-stop in dungeons without resting. You foolishly hand over dungeon spoils to the government and leave nothing for yourself. You don't even rest when you're sick. Why are you so obsessed with hunting monsters? What difference would one day of rest make? Hearing that, Hong scoffed and replied, so honestly you mean I shouldn't exaggerate too much, because if I rest for a day Korea won't collapse, right? As he said that, Jiok's eyes turned cold and slightly helpless. Yes, Hong continued. Can you say the same thing to the families of the victims who died because I didn't respond? Jiok thought inwardly, no, this guy isn't going to listen to me. He nitpicked every single word. Hong's face darkened with anger. Let's see, Hunter Kim Jiak, how much longer you can stay so relaxed. Then he pointed at him and said loudly, do you think this will end as a simple assault case? Let me tell you, someone like you no longer deserves to be a hunter. Jiak was appalled and startled to hear that. What's he talking about now? He was in an extremely unpleasant mood right now. He thought inwardly, what does he mean? I can't be a hunter anymore. Is he planning to kill me to stop me from doing this? When he looked at Hong, he was filled with murderous intent and looked very scary. Because in the current situation, to Hong, Jiak was a cunning criminal who was audacious enough to manipulate a re-examination. He thought inwardly, I need to confine him in case he tries to escape. After some thought, Hong approached Jiak at this moment. Seeing that, he shuddered and trembled. He asked himself inwardly, why is he coming closer? Is he going to kill me here? Kill me? Really kill me? I'm going to die here. Jiak stared at Hong in terror. What should I do? He trembled all over, desperately trying to come up with a solution. At this moment a voice suddenly echoed in his head. When hunters fight, it's always like this. Someone once told Jiak, unlike monsters, humans can hide their abilities. This awakened person is hiding something. If the opponent is like this, a fight won't easily break out. At this moment, he clenched his fists and thought inwardly, yes. Then Jiak immediately completely changed his expression and began to scold loudly. Snap out of it, Hong. This remark surprised Won and Hong so much that they froze. Both of them couldn't believe what they had seen and heard with their eyes and ears. Jiak stretched out his hand, pointed directly at Hong, and scolded loudly. You're too weak. Hearing that, Won was as if struck by lightning. At this moment Jiak pointed his finger at Hong and said loudly, do you think you're special? If you were caught off guard and ambushed by an F rank, is that your skill level? Hearing that, he was speechless. Won was also the same. She stood there dumbfounded in surprise. Jiak continued, what all lives depend on you? Don't talk nonsense. Korea won't collapse just because you're gone. Even if it does, is it your fault? At this moment Jiak thought inwardly, if I want to live, this is the only way. Stronger, I have to make myself look stronger, he continued. Other people treat you like a hero, so you're probably mistaken. To my eyes, you're just an ordinary young man in his 20s. Stop pretending to be special. Hong had been unbelievably quiet until now. Then Jiak slightly lowered his head to avoid his gaze and thought inwardly, that should be enough, right? If I keep criticizing him, I might make him even angrier. His face exclaimed with joy. Now I need to use the carrot. At this moment Jiak spoke again. At this point, do you know that you also look very unstable? You're obsessed with gates and constantly overwork yourself. Honestly, I think that's the problem. You look like someone who needs treatment. At this moment Won exclaimed in surprise. How what? Why did his voice suddenly change? Jiak continued. Take a break. Being a hunter isn't a job that ends in a day or two. His words were gentle. Hong's face was more displeased than ever before. Jiak thought inwardly, is this enough? At this moment his face was sweating profusely due to the extremely tense atmosphere. At this moment Hong opened his mouth. So in the end, hearing that, Jiak was startled and thought inwardly, what? Why does he seem even angrier? Did I say too much? He said in a low voice. So in your eyes I'm just a patient. He said nothing more. Hong immediately walked away. He walked past him coldly like that. Jiak thought inwardly, why is he acting like that? At this moment Won spoke. Hunter Zhang Hong. Before she could finish her sentence, Hong spoke again. I apologize, Hunter Won. Then he walked away silently, and Jiak and Won were too surprised to keep staring at Hong's back. He thought inwardly, but I didn't get hit, so the plan worked. I can't believe acting is so effective. Earth mages are more naive than I thought. This is a huge discovery. I need to keep acting to shut Zhang Hong up. Pretending to be cool isn't actually that hard. I just need to act like I did when I was a Grand Archmage." At this moment, Wen's face clearly showed displeasure. She kept glaring at Jiak. Jiak helplessly muttered inwardly, "What's wrong this time?" Then he immediately approached her and spoke. "Ms. Wen." This startled her. Then she awkwardly smiled and replied, "If you're trying to shut me up, you don't need to." Jiak exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Wen continued. "I won't tell anyone what happened today. I promise." Hearing that, Jiak thought inwardly, "Is she showing concern? Yes, that makes sense. It wouldn't be good if rumors spread that I clashed with an S-rank hunter." He quickly replied, "And let's do that, thank you." Wen chuckled, embarrassed. "Ha. Jiak spoke again. "Then shall we go eat something now?" At this moment where Hong was, 2 young students were walking down the street when they suddenly saw him and were utterly surprised. They stared at Hong in front of them as if unable to believe it. Muttering inwardly, "It's Hunter Zhang Hong." As he walked, he replayed Jiok's words from earlier. "Do you think you're special? If you were caught off guard and ambushed by an F-rank, is that your skill level? To my eyes, you're just an ordinary young man in his 20s. Stop pretending to be special." Hong's face was now dark and absent-minded, thinking inwardly, "It's been a long time since someone treated me so coldly. Who would dare speak so harshly in front of an S-rank awakened?" He passed by, but the 2 young students still stared at him continuously from behind, admiring him. "He's so cool." The more he relentlessly pushed himself, the more Hong was called a true hero. Because the more S-ranks sacrificed themselves, the safer people felt. They always thought S-ranks were fine, and they pushed him into more gates, completely disregarding his condition. And at this moment Hong's eyes were cold and slightly tense. Then he kept thinking about Jiok's words from earlier. "Do you know that you always look very unstable? Honestly, I think that's the problem. You look like someone who needs treatment." At that moment Hong realized. The words about looking like a patient. Rest, being a hunter isn't a job that ends in a day or two. Perhaps these were the words Hong had wanted to hear the most all this time. At the same time, in a restaurant district, Jiok's voice was heard. "Excuse me, Hunter One, isn't that seaweed soup?" She replied, "That's right." He asked again, "Does it have beef in it too?" One was slightly flustered. "Probably," she thought inwardly. "This is really annoying. He seems to be hiding something." Jiak was now eating very deliciously, and as he ate he told himself, "Beef, I should have ordered seaweed soup too." One was still lost in thought. Is he the same rank as Zhang Hong? I never imagined I'd get to see Korea's #1 ranked hunter fight in person. How many more surprises is he planning to show? At this moment Jiak spoke. "By the way, Hunter One, isn't it working hours right now? I'm an office worker who values my schedule. I'm worried I might be making you waste your time." One quickly replied, "It's fine, it's lunchtime right now. And I have something to tell you." Jiak was slightly surprised. At this moment she put down her chopsticks and began to speak. "Honestly, it will be very difficult to catch the man who attacked you in the park and intentionally tried to kill you. We couldn't confirm his identity with the name Park Jun-tae you gave us. It's probably an alias. We also tracked traces of the rare item he used, but in the end we couldn't find the suspect's whereabouts." Jiak calmly scooped up his food and replied, "This isn't your fault, Ms. One. There's no need to apologize," she said again. "But I do have some good news." After that, One picked up her phone and asked Jiak, "You and Hunter Zhang Hong were recently trapped in a dungeon gate, weren't you? We found out who was behind it. We recently got a lead on a terrorist organization." Hearing that, Jiak exclaimed in surprise, "Terrorism?" Suddenly his phone rang with a message notification. It was a message from One. "Have you ever heard of the Nichat cult?" He thought inwardly. "The Nichat cult? That's a new name to me." She continued to send messages. "Those terrorists belong to a pseudo-religious group that calls themselves followers of the Nichat cult." Jiak then spoke softly. "But why are you telling me this?" One whispered in reply. "They use stealth techniques, so we need to be extremely careful." She continued to send messages. "There's a possibility that overseas items are also involved, so we're monitoring it very closely. They're scattered everywhere, making large-scale mop-up operations difficult. We also heard they were involved in other incidents recently. Someone like Mr. Kim Jiak doesn't need to worry too much. But please be careful." He quickly sent a message back. "Understood." After that, he sighed and thought to himself, "But honestly, even if she tells me all this, what does a terrorism investigation have to do with me?" 48 hours earlier, a terrorist organization launched a suicide attack on Zhang Hong, and an enraged man shouted, smashing a brick, "Damn it!" Jun-tae opened his mouth. "Hey, call that damned Lee He too." The subordinate behind him was surprised. "Huh?" he said loudly again. "That subordinate of the cult. The one who was loitering around in that cloak. He told us to contact him once Zhang Hong was killed." The subordinate was startled and replied in a flustered manner, "Yes." Jun-tae continued to curse. "I shouldn't have trusted him from the moment he used that damned fake name. That destruction molecule he gave me in case I encountered an S-rank, who knew it would destroy the gate too? What if I had used it inside the gate? Damn it, he intended to trap me in the gate with an S-rank." At this moment a subordinate said, "Boss, I've contacted him. He's on his way." Jun-tae sighed and said, "Good." His face was grim, and as he walked he thought to himself, "I can't let that bastard live. I'm going to smash those damned cultists." Jun-tae stopped and thought, but before that his face darkened again, emitting killing intent. I'm going to tear that damned Li He to shreds. A moment later he sat in a chair waiting for Li He to arrive. His two subordinates stood by feeling extremely tense and pressured. At this moment a voice echoed, Jun Tae Hung Nim. Li He had finally arrived. He smiled brightly and said, I came as soon as I received your message. Was the assassination successful? Jun Tae's face was still grim and he stood up. Li He said again, you worked hard. Finally Jong Hong too. Jun Tae, as if he could no longer restrain himself, immediately reached out and activated his power towards Li He. Li He had no time to react to the sudden attack. Blood splattered on Li He's body, and he immediately fell backward. Li He's face looked extremely confused and he exclaimed, what are you doing? Jun Tae then grabbed his shoulder fiercely and said coldly, from now on only answer my questions. That damned destruction molecule, what was your intention in giving it to me? Li He replied confused. Destruction molecule, you mean that red stone? Jun Tae grabbed his shoulder even tighter and growled, don't ask me back. Immediately, blood splattered from Li He's shoulder. He cried out in pain. After that, he stood up again, put his hand on his wound and said, intention, I was just following the cult leader's orders. Jun Tae shouted loudly again. Because of that, the gate entrance was destroyed, he continued. And yet the target is still trapped inside the gate. Hearing that, Jun Tae exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? At this moment he became displeased. I mean, I thought that would ensure the assassination's success. Hearing that, Jun Tae was extremely angry. Or I could have been trapped in the gate with an S rank and died. The mission was successful. We destroyed the gate with Jong Hong inside. Li He exclaimed in surprise. You didn't kill him directly. You just destroyed the gate and came back? Jun Tae replied unpleasantly. So what? He's trapped inside because I destroyed the entrance. Li He continued, if he defeats the boss inside the gate, another escape route will appear. At this moment Jun Tae quickly stood up and continued, really? Then that's too bad. This S-rank elimination mission failed. Hearing that, Li He exclaimed in disappointment. What? You promised you'd do it. Before he could finish his sentence after pocketing all the money, Jun Tae shouted loudly again. Do you think I wanted this? Who knew that damned F-rank guy would be with Jong Hong? You idiots, you should have gathered information properly. Immediately he cursed in anger. Damn it, those damned cultists. Li He listened to all this and seemed to freeze. Jun Tae fiercely grabbed his head and continued to accuse him. It's all your fault, you kept rushing me. Understand? Li He replied gloomily. We are not a cult. Hearing that, Jun Tae exclaimed in surprise. What? He continued. Unlike other fake religions, we worship the true God. Do you think the dungeon shock happened on its own? Lord Nichat is testing us sinners. Anyway, it's disappointing. Another failure. Jun Tae exclaimed confused. What are you talking about? Li He said again. An S-rank will have no problem even if trapped in a gate. He will kill the boss and escape. That's enough. This is your last chance. He began to speak loudly. What are you going to do? Get a grip. Don't you know whose hands your life is in? Li He replied coldly. As expected, I shouldn't have trusted atheists. Hearing that, Jun Tae flinched. Ah? His face turned extremely cold and he said calmly, idiots, you don't even realize our importance. I tried to expand my influence with money, but now it's better to use force at this moment. Jun Tae seemed to be at the peak of his anger. He reached out and prepared to activate his power, shouting again, you damned bastard. But for some unknown reason, Jun Tae's power did not activate at this moment. He thought to himself, what? Why isn't my skill working? Li He sneered. Did you just realize something's wrong? Normally you would have cut off my neck as soon as you saw me. That's faster and safer. So why did you hit somewhere else? Jun Tae angrily swung his fist and exclaimed, damn it. But suddenly his hand stopped in front of Li He in an unknown state. At this moment his hand began to tremble, and he began to feel fear. Li He said coldly, why are you torturing me instead of killing me? You know that killing me is forbidden in your subconscious. He spoke, pointing at his subordinates next to him. Ah, the subordinates were startled and terrified at the sight. All their faces turned pale and they trembled constantly. The subordinates quickly drew sharp knives to defend themselves. Suddenly, a very loud sound echoed. At this moment, Jun Tae's face was filled with surprise and the others were extremely terrified. Jun Tae exclaimed, what happened? Li He immediately eliminated all of them in an instant. And now Jun Tae was the only one left standing there. He could only watch in horror as his followers disappeared one by one. Jun Tae immediately realized and thought to himself, this is a brainwashing technique. This damned bastard is manipulating his subordinates. Suddenly, Jun Tae's eyes completely changed. He thought to himself, no, my body is moving on its own. Immediately, Jun Tae activated his power to restrain Li He's ability. He shouted loudly again, you damn son of a bitch. Li He replied coldly. I am a follower of Lord Nichat. Do you dare to harm a sacred body and expect to boast about it alive? Li He said with an evil smile, pay the price for your failure. You are all sinners. I noticed your talent, but unfortunately it seems to be God's will. I should focus on the believers rather than relying on external resources. He put on his hat again and sighed. Why does nothing ever go right? After that, he went to the table with documents. He held the paper containing Jiok's information in his hand and continued. Li He's face looked more sinister than ever before, and he muttered again, someone keeps interfering. The warm sunlight illuminated the entire lush forest, creating a warm natural landscape. The monster lay panting on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiok whispered tiredly, if I can't even properly control an F-rank monster like this, it means I can't control any low-rank monster either. But creatures like rats or birds are the limit for corpse manipulation. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have entered a B-rank gate. Why did Hong grab me by the collar back then? Jiak let out a tired sigh and reassured himself. Calm down, this isn't the only way to protect myself. And in this world there's also relying on equipment. He grabbed his knees and slowly stood up. The only problem was Jiak clutched his face in pain and cried out, I have no money, think about it. I need more. I need a new place to live too. But how do I earn money? Should I do more appraisal work for others? But I don't want to be kidnapped like last time. Jiak took out his phone from his pocket. Alright, I've decided. This feels like repaying kindness with enmity, but the laws of the universe are cruel. It's time to use On Yoon-sung. He quickly answered the phone. Hey Hung Nim, are you okay? Jiak spoke. Yeah, Yoon-sung, are you free today? The scene changed and sunlight illuminated Jiok's handsome face in a wide open space. Just then a familiar voice was heard. Hung Nim, he quickly glanced at him. He waved his hand continuously with a lively expression. I'm here, he spoke coldly. You're here, I know you're busy, but I called you, Yoon-sung replied. It's nothing. If Hung Nim calls, I'll go to the gate with you. I'll go. Jiak thought to himself, this A-rank guy won't know what I'm thinking, but On Yoon-sung needs this too. Yoon-sung, before we go to the gate I have something to tell you. The place we're entering today is an A-rank gate called Hyeongjim. The regular monsters are Golem guardians. Hearing Jiok's words, he tensed up and broke out in a cold sweat. He continued. And today I'm going to send you into the gate alone. He trembled all over. What? How can I, a novice hunter, handle a gate of my own rank alone? His voice deepened further. Besides, it's Golems. Golems are notoriously difficult among monsters of the same rank, and Hung Nim knows what happened to me with them. At this moment, Jiok's warm voice was heard. Yoon-sung, do you think your trauma will just disappear if you don't confront them? Honestly, tell me, if I put Golems in front of you right now, you won't be able to do anything. And you're a hunter, what will you do if Golems suddenly pour out of a dungeon one day? Half of the reason I'm doing this is to earn money, but it's really regrettable to see him unable to use his abilities because of his fear. Right at this moment, Jiok opened his arms and welcomed him, saying, So I'll help you. Today I'll help you overcome your Golem trauma. You overcome your trauma and I'll collect a rank monster materials. Anyone can defeat Golems if they know the method, he asked, puzzled. The method? Jiok opened his mouth. Shall we go to the gate now and catch just one, the one near the entrance, so we can escape if it doesn't work? He hesitated. If Hung Nim says so. He coldly turned and left. Alright, apply for gate entry right now. Yoon-sung searched his phone for a long time and then asked, puzzled. But Hung Nim, if it's an A-rank gate you won't be able to come with me. Jiok replied. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? He quickly lent Jiok his phone and watched as Jiok kept entering information into a website. Jiok opened his mouth. Registration complete. He was blank. Hung Nim, this is illegal. His sharp face stared directly at Yoon-sung. Is there a problem? Just do it. He replied. Yes. A registration complete notification appeared on the phone screen. Jiok spoke. Shall we go now? The surrounding space was covered in luxurious gold plating inside the golden scent gate. Yoon-sung's eyes widened as he thought, is it all real gold? He thought inwardly, what does it matter if it's real or not? Something more precious than gold awaits us. They were about to approach the gate. Jiok spoke. Wait a minute, he looked puzzled. Yes. He closed his eyes, feeling that from now on he had to follow the familiar mana inside the gate. Following that path would lead them to one place. Yoon-sung frantically ran, chasing Jiok. Just then, in the middle of the space covered in luxurious gold plating, Jiok gazed ahead with a sharp look. This is it. Golem Guardian, an autonomous earth construct powered by mana. No matter how he looked at it, it was a sensation that resonated with his home, Alpha Uri. Next to the golems were familiar traces of Alpha Uri, generally appearing inside gates. Of course, there were also new elements that I hadn't encountered before. I gradually began to grasp the identity of those who created the gates. Jiok said, this is a different method than last time. Yoon-sung looked puzzled. What did you say? He spoke. Nothing. More importantly, are you ready? He replied. Yes, I brought a few potions just in case. Jiok said in a low voice. What's that? He explained, flustered. I borrowed this. It's an item box that can store and preserve a certain amount of materials found inside gates. Jiok observed the box in his hand. An item box. I heard something like this costs as much as a good apartment. Alright, one more thing before we start. I'll provide you with advanced information, so I'll take the cores and mana stones from here. No problem, right? Yoon-sung hesitated. Cores and mana stones? Seeing his reaction, Jiok wondered if he had been too overtly greedy, but to use on Yoon-sung he needed to gain a significant advantage this time. His voice rang out, Hung Nim, you have no greed at all. Since you've shown me the method, please take what you need, Hung Nim, he said. Shall we go catch a golem now? Yoon-sung replied loudly. Yes. Jiok observed the surrounding guards. Upon closer inspection they were civilian security golems, equipped with lights on their bodies. He thought, emergency stop commands use lights. I knew something like this might happen, so I brought this. He carefully lifted an object. It was a laser pointer bought from Daeso. He looked puzzled. What's that, Hung Nim? Jiok said. Yoon-sung, do you see the round gem embedded in the golem's chest? Yoon-sung replied. Yes, he explained. I'm going to shine this light on it for 10 seconds. All you have to do is hold it back while I do it. Easy, right? Yoon-sung asked blankly. What did you say? Jiok slowly reminded him again. As I said, 10 seconds. He quickly made adjustments and took a stance ready to restrain it. He felt that On Yoon-sung would be able to hold it back, but now that I also have protective gear I can somehow hold out for 10 seconds. Just then, its photosensitive sensor seemed to activate. The gems in its eyes and chest emitted a dazzling light. It moved quickly, accompanied by the sound of cracks falling from the walls. Jiak, with a sharp gaze, firmly reminded him, "Now stand in front of that massive body and shout loudly, 'Come at me!'" It reacted to the laser's photosensitivity and charged frantically at Jiak. He counted 10 seconds. 9 seconds, Jiak shone the light directly on the monster. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, it charged more and more fiercely at both of them. Yunsung blocked the attack with a mana shield and he concentrated on counting. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, it fiercely shattered the ground beneath its feet. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, the golem prepared to unleash a punch combo. At this moment, 2 seconds, 1 second. Jiok's voice echoed amidst the swirling currents in the space. "It's over. The laser beam is still active. It's not moving now." He reminded him. "Yunsung, step back a bit," he replied. "Oh, okay." Jiok felt that he had sent a light signal that matched the golem's emergency stop code. Its head showed signs of fiercely burning. In just a few seconds, the golem fell to its knees with a deafening crash. Its massive body seemed to be completely engulfed in flames. Yunsung asked blankly. "The golem," Jiok explained, "that's its weakness. I'll explain in detail, so don't try to follow it carelessly." His eyes stared at him like car headlights. "Of course. How could I do what Hung Nim does?" he thought. "No, you probably could too." Jiok coldly reminded him. "All right, Yunsung, it's your turn now. This is the process you need to overcome your trauma." He stepped on the golem's massive hand and spoke. "From now on, catch this golem and..." He gazed at Yunsung with a sharp look and said firmly, "Smash it." The scene changed to a fighting sequence where Yunsung, wielding a sledgehammer, fiercely attacked each part of it head-on. His sharp eyes were filled with fierce determination. Yunsung leaped high and forcefully split its head in two. He slowly landed amidst the thick dust. Seeing Yunsung standing there panting, Jiok spoke. "How is it? It's not a big deal when you do it yourself, is it?" At this moment he fell into thought. Crazy, how is this possible? He can make a golem this tattered with just a gesture in 10 seconds. When Jiok called out Yunsung, he snapped out of it and replied, "Yes," he spoke. "Can you come here for a moment?" Yunsung replied, "Yes." "What's up?" Jiok said in a low voice. "I'll teach you how to extract the core. Here, put your finger in this gap and gently pry it open," he asked curiously. "Right there?" Yunsung quickly put his shield aside. Jiok said, "Press and lift." He hesitated. "Like this?" Yunsung slowly removed the outer protective layer. He exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. "Amazing," Jiok replied. "That's right, usually there's a weak sealed layer where the core is located. Finding the core this quickly and accurately, it's not something you can do with just extensive hunting experience. Of course, there are other types too. Understanding all kinds of monsters requires countless experiments and research." Yunsung looked at Jiok with awe. While other hunters were busy smashing golems, Hung Nim took the time to dissect them. "Truly amazing?" he asked blankly. "Yes," Yunsung continued to explain honestly. "Hung Nim could have defeated the golems without any tricks. Using your own skills, you intentionally sought out new tactics, didn't you? So as not to rely on his awakened abilities." Jiok had a headache. He's talking nonsense again. "But explaining is too much trouble." Yeah, you're absolutely right." Yunsung smiled, thinking, "As expected, it's just as I thought. Hung Nim is truly on a different level from hunters who rely solely on accidentally acquired power." Jiok said, "Shall we continue then? You've gained confidence, haven't you?" he replied loudly. "Of course, just leave it to me," he spoke. "I'll prepare the shield too." Yunsung hesitated. "Oh, before that, the core." At this moment, only the remnants of the golem, left as their bottle's debris, remained. The core lay quietly amidst the debris. He quickly darted like an arrow, searching. Beneath the golem's massive body, each movement was decisive and powerful. Yunsung smiled. "This is a piece of cake. If they stop, I just have to break the golems and take out the cores. It's like they're offering themselves up." Jiok sighed helplessly. "Since the operation was this successful, he must have overcome his golem trauma now, right?" Yunsung spoke. "It's just as Hung Nim said. Their movements are very simple," he replied. "See, no need to be scared unnecessarily, but don't ignore them either. The trick I taught you only works on this type." "What was its name again?" Yunsung hesitated. "Golem Guardian?" "So what you mean, Hung Nim," he replied. "Right? It only applies to them. If you encounter a type of golem you've never seen before, you need to be careful," he replied. "Yes, Hung Nim, I finally warmed up," he thought inwardly. "This guy, he's forgotten that what he's doing is illegal. Since we didn't report the private transporter, it's clearly illegal trespassing. If we get caught, we'll become criminals. No, actually, I'm confident this time. The frequency of gate appearances has recently surged. They'll definitely be severely understaffed for management. Sonwoo City will surely be busy and there's no way we'll get caught. Thanks to that, illegal trespassers like me can run wild." Yunsung, let's go. "The next door is the boss room, isn't it?" He was flustered. "Already. It seems almost all the regular monsters have been dealt with." Jiok thought contemptuously. "How can I trick this guy more to earn money?" He really had to think carefully. Just then the gate opened with a cold monocurrent. Jiok cursed. An ice path instantly formed on the ground and even Jiok's feet were frozen. Yunsung was flustered. "Hung Nim!" Jiok felt his body's energy depleting. He gritted his teeth and cursed in anger. "Damn it!" His face turned deathly pale from the cold permeating his entire body. "What is this?" The area around the gate was covered in cold energy. Suddenly an uneasy chill ran down Jiok's spine. "Who are those guys?" An hour ago, a voice echoed in front of the golden scent gate asking, "Is everyone ready?" The person next to him immediately replied, "Yes, we're ready. But it seems one hunter entered before us." I thought no team would attempt it since golems are hard to hunt," Zhang Hong said coldly. "Even better. If they clear the monsters first, we'll defeat them and claim the boss." The woman next to him also said excitedly, So we're stealing the boss, Zhang Hong said. Today, representing the Nichat cult, we have a very important mission. No matter the cost, we must obtain the dungeon's boss item, the core of infinite power. The man next to him nodded in agreement. Of course, we cannot be disloyal to the cult leader, the woman said excitedly. We must complete this mission. Zhang Hong announced, it seems I just received a revelation. An anonymous notification from a Hunter Association insider appeared on his phone. As he walked, he thought, he's clearing the Golem dungeon alone. It's unexpected, but it just makes it easier to steal the boss. The scarred man discovered something and, looking at the broken area, spoke. What is this? What just happened? The woman also said something was wrong. All three stared blankly at the debris before their eyes, and one person exclaimed in surprise, all these golems, he did it alone. Zhang Hong said, his speed is definitely abnormal. Then he immediately ran. From now on we must run. Follow me, the two people behind him simultaneously exclaimed. Understood, Zhang Hong thought as he ran. An Yun-sung entered about an hour before us. Normally he wouldn't even be halfway through by now. What trick is he using? As they drew closer. He's ahead. But why is there one more person? The three gasped at their sight. Yun-sung was in front of them. The person next to him was unknown. He thought he was an unawakened civilian. Zhang Hong thought he would defeat Jiak first. And when Yun-sung was flustered, he would attack. Since Yun-sung and Jiak were unaware of their presence, both were surprised when he attacked. Jiok's feet were immediately frozen. He rejoiced, thinking he could defeat An Yun-sung alone like this. Yun-sung saw him using tricks and spoke. What? Who are those guys? He clucked his tongue. Foolish enough to be a problem. He was surprised that Jiak was so calm. Doesn't he know what's happening? Yun-sung began to counterattack. You guys made a huge mistake. Of all the people you could have messed with, you messed with my Hung Nim. Zhang Hong was still curious about the person next to Yun-sung. Jiak was fighting the cold beneath his feet. Hong thought it's nothing, but it didn't matter. Zhang Hong will keep attacking. I'll steal the boss like this. He began to attack both of them like that. Yun-sung was also bewildered by the sight before him. The entire place was covered in thick ice, yet Zhang Hong didn't stop. Cold air continuously flowed in. He uttered a single cold sentence. Die. Hundreds of ice projectiles flew at Jiak and Yun-sung. Jiak screamed, extremely flustered. Yun-sung was also blank for a moment. Snapping out of it, he quickly blocked Zhang Hong's attack with his shield, but he couldn't hold it back in the current situation. Jiak felt something was wrong. The power difference is too great. Jiak looked at Zhang Hong. That ice mage is the only one on par with Yun-sung, but the rest are all C rank. It was truly difficult to face a hunter with such wide area skills. Yun-sung had no proper offensive skills. At this moment, Yun-sung cried out for help. Save me? Please, Jiak thought to himself. What do they expect from me? In E rank, I have my own problems. Yun-sung saw something before his eyes. Wait, is that action perhaps? Jiak kept shaking his head, shaking it frantically. Yun-sung thought Jiok's refusal had some grand meaning. He thought it meant that his Hung Nim found it difficult to control his strength when hitting people and would not intervene. Even imagined Jiok's lines, I cannot intervene. With great power comes great responsibility. At this moment, Yun-sung realized the truth. Right, you powerful awakened can kill people with just a small mistake. So Yun-sung resolved to himself, I must solve this myself no matter what. Yun-sung, as if empowered, counterattacked Zhang Hong's attack. Zhang Hong, angered that Yun-sung blocked his attack, cursed. Damn it, the ice began to melt. Damn it, the three of them watched their plan fall apart before their eyes. The woman with him immediately charged. She moved like lightning behind Yun-sung and pulled out a knife from her waist. Yun-sung had already sensed her presence. The woman quickly attacked Yun-sung with the knife without hesitation. But Yun-sung blocked her approach with his shield. With one defense from Yun-sung, she flew several meters away. Zhang Hong, seeing this, was also surprised. What? Ha, Yun-sung, you defeated all the golems and you're still fine? He added, puzzled. And why is that blonde-haired guy just watching? Is he hiding something terrifying? Boss snatching usually occurs when the opponent is exhausted. At this rate, the mission will fail. He looked back as if tacitly exchanging something. That can never happen. The man next to him put his hand into a pouch at his waist. This small detail caught Jiok's eye. How pouch? The man took out a small pouch that fit in his palm. We must retrieve the core of infinite power. He threw the small pouch at Yun-sung. Yun-sung looked bewildered at the small pouch flying towards him. As soon as the small pouch touched his face, some powder spread out. Yun-sung coughed. What is this? Jiak was also startled. What is this? Is it a paralysis item? Yun-sung pointed at the three of them and shouted, What are you guys doing? Seeing Yun-sung still behaving normally, Jiak realized it wasn't a paralysis item. Both of them were confused and didn't understand. Then what was that powder? Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred before their eyes. After the explosion, the wall in front of them began to collapse, and both Yun-sung and Jiak couldn't believe it. These crazy bastards. After the explosion, something gradually appeared. Another monster appeared before them. At this moment, Jiak vaguely guessed. Is it an enticing scent to lure monsters? A giant monster approached Yun-sung. It was an A- rank golem. Its two eyes brightly stared at Yun-sung and Jiak. Jiak was extremely surprised. I'm screwed. It was also a golem, but a new type, so it would take time to find an emergency measure. Jiak immediately shouted for Yun-sung to move aside, and Yun-sung's face still had the monster-luring scent, making it even more furious. So the golem only attacked Yun-sung. Yun-sung quickly blocked the attack with his shield. Besides the golem, Zhang Hong's group also began to attack Yun-sung. The cold air of ice began to spread towards the two of them. Yunsung's feet were already frozen solid. He cursed inwardly as he looked at the golem before him. Damn it! Zhang Hong tried to paralyze Yunsung's limbs at this moment. He gritted his teeth and used his power to freeze Yunsung. The situation was so urgent that Yunsung also broke out in a cold sweat. The golem approached him more and more. Yunsung began to form a barrier to block the golem's attack. It continuously struck his shield, so Yunsung alone had to endure dozens of punches from the golem. With human strength he couldn't block the golem and endure Zhang Hong's ice attacks at the same time. Jiak couldn't pretend not to see it either. Damn it, this won't do. I brought him here to help him overcome his trauma, but it seems I'm only making it worse. Jiak pulled out a blue potion bottle from his pocket. Holding the potion bottle in his hand, Jiak thought, I must somehow avoid the worst-case scenario. The golem had no intention of forgiving Yunsung and attacked even more powerfully. Yunsung seemed unable to hold out much longer. At this moment Yunsung noticed something, and even the golem turned its body towards the direction of the sound. A new barrier was formed. Jiak also joined to help Yunsung. Yunsung felt relieved. Finally, Hung Nim is intervening directly. Jiak cast a magic circle in the air and water began to pour down from above. It swept over both the golem and Yunsung. Finally, Yunsung escaped the golem's attack and the ice beneath his feet. At this moment Jiak called Yunsung to bring him back to his senses. The monster-luring scent has all been washed away. Now the monsters won't rush at you. Zhang Hong was angry to see his plan ruined again. That damn guy, I thought everything would be over if I took down Ha Yunsung, but this is unexpected. Is he a water attribute awakened? Since Yunsung's body no longer had the alluring scent, the golem was very confused. Zhang Hong frowned. But what rank of monster is that guy? I don't feel any mana from him. At this moment the golem changed targets as soon as it saw the other group. Zhang Hong noticed that the golem had changed its target to his group. Zhang Hong made eye contact with the golem. Damn it, usually luring just one golem was enough. The two of them had no more golems to lure. Facing the approaching golem, the man who came with Dong Hong rummaged through something again. Dong Hong leaned his body sideways and turned his feet. He threw another bag of luring incense at the two of them. This time the target was none other than Jiak. Because of this, Zhang Hong immediately questioned him. What are you doing? You know how expensive that is? But the golem was looking in this direction, but he didn't think so. Anyway, his water attribute skill will wash it away. Yunsung also frantically shouted, Hung Nim, please use your ice magic again. Yunsung urged Jiak to use magic, but Jiak didn't move. Jiok's eyes sharply stared at the golem. Jiak also didn't know that he had another bag of powder. He had used all his mana today and could no longer create water. At this moment Jiak told Yunsung to take this opportunity to get out of the ice area. Even Yunsung didn't understand why Jiak said that. Jiak finished speaking and turned his body. It was as if he was running away from the golem, thinking it was his last words. The golem, seeing him run away, immediately attacked, but Jiak quickly dodged the attack. Jiak cried out inwardly, Save me! Zhang Hong's group saw Jiak continuously running away. Why isn't it washing off, that crazy bastard? Is he really going to face the boss alone? Hearing this, Yunsung retorted, Did you just realize? You should consider yourselves lucky. You don't know how much Hung Nim has been holding back? Hung Nim is holding back because he's afraid of accidentally killing you. Dong Hong and the man's faces changed color upon hearing that, and they stopped, no longer wanting to cross the line. Jiak was still desperately running away from the golem. He thought that if he was hit even once it would be over. Fortunately, due to its size and weight, it was difficult to change direction and it was slow. At this moment, Jiak thought he should use this to somehow get out of the golem's sight. When the golem stopped chasing him, Jiak looked back. The golem was no longer chasing and began to cast magic. What is it? Did I run too much and make it angry? A purple wave began to spread towards Jiak. He noticed something from behind. Jiak saw the terrain of the gate changing. He saw a deep hole. Is this his specialty? Yunsung, what is this? Yunsung struggled to get out of the ice that had bound his feet. Dong Hong used ice magic again to quickly freeze the ground. They approached Jiak more and more. Jiak also saw the ground quickly freezing and the ground became slippery due to the cold. At this rate, Jiak couldn't escape. The cliff beneath his feet was also slowly opening up. Under all this pressure, he was completely cornered. At this moment, Jiak hesitated again. He sighed. Yunsung was also surprised by the fierce attack. Jiak decided to run towards the golem and face it directly. Despite the fierce attack, Jiak remained calm and continued to run. The golem, extremely enraged, raised both its arms high, preparing a fierce attack. Behind the golem guardian was an empty space. Jiak thought to himself, below there is empty. He ran like an arrow, thinking, if I keep going straight and fall. Because of the sharp and slippery ice shards, Jiak slipped and slid for a long time. He suddenly fell onto the ice floor and let out a painful scream. The golem guardian relentlessly launched a fierce attack. The attack flew towards Jiak. He thought, it's really big. If I had been hit by that attack, it would have really been the end. Jiak noticed something and his face was filled with extreme fear, and the massive foot came closer. He thought, I hit it. Jiak felt extreme pain from the fierce force emanating from the golem guardian's foot. He was speechless, and his face no longer showed any change in expression due to the pain. The golem guardian suddenly stopped as if something strange was about to happen. It accidentally slipped and hit something, and the golem guardian fell forward. Due to its massive size, it immediately fell to the ground. Due to its massive body and the impact, the ground cracked. As the ground cracked, the golem guardian fell into the abyss with him. Jiak sat there and watched the golem fall with the cracked pieces of earth. He was surprised and said what, not understanding what had just happened. He still doubted inwardly. What, is it really dead? In the end the monster slipped and fell while swinging an attack. I kicked the golem's foot, which was losing balance on the ice, and it fell, hitting a weakened area, causing the ground to collapse, and it fell down. I'm the cause, but it's really absurd. How could that be? Jiak, who had been silently contemplating, opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered something. A pointed light fell from above, striking the ground, and he was startled and looked back, thinking, this is. Jiak slowly approached the object and thought, unbelievable. He easily put both hands into the light and pulled something out of the light. Holding it in both hands, he suddenly realized the reward for defeating the boss. No, then did I really defeat it? Jiak suddenly realized he had forgotten something and thought, wait, where's Yoon-sung? Yoon-sung was standing in front of the ice-covered floor with a very calm expression as if nothing had happened. Jiok's face suddenly changed color and he muttered, what just happened? What on earth happened? The sharp ice floor was still there. He was still standing there, staring with very surprised eyes. Jiok was still holding the item tightly in his hand. Yoon-sung admired. Crazy. He instantly figured out the golem's weakness and made it lose its balance and defeated it. It was a truly sophisticated hunting method. He could face that monster without any skill, Zhang Hong said, unable to believe it. How can he defeat a golem with his bare hands? Jiak called Yoon-sung loudly. Come here, the door is open here. Yoon-sung immediately obediently scurried over and replied, yes, Hung Nim. Zhang Hong, seeing this, was extremely surprised and displeased. He thought, no. He pointed at the door with his hand, signaling Yoon-sung. He used his power to create an attack and said firmly, I can't let them escape. Zhang Hong thought to himself, I've been holding back my speed until now, but there's no more time. He poured all his strength into the door, thinking, I must retrieve the core no matter what. Yoon-sung, seeing this, shouted, Hung Nim, it's dangerous, hide behind me. Jiak raised his arm, patted Yoon-sung's shoulder and said in a gentle voice, it's alright, you need to be behind me. Yoon-sung thought, I didn't want to use this yet since it's not over. But in this situation there's no choice. Countless sharp ice shards flew like arrows towards Jiak and Yoon-sung screamed, Hung Nim. Jiak still stood calmly, extended his hand, and with a shining item the ice shards immediately stopped moving. Yoon-sung was extremely surprised next to him. He thought, what? Why did it suddenly stop? The sharp ice shards immediately reversed direction. Yoon-sung was extremely surprised and he thought, the direction changed. The ice shards from just now immediately flew towards Zhang Hong and the man. Each sharp ice shard slowly fell to the ground. Zhang Hong stood there, blocking the sharp fragments, but it was all useless. The man with a confused expression suddenly didn't react. Jiak and Yoon-sung calmly watched the ice shards attack. Jiak thought, this practical test seems to have been a bit early. Originally I could only use it on attacks E rank and below, so I really struggled to modify it, but it seems that because it's based on a low-grade magic tool its durability is too weak. He said, let's go, Yoon-sung. We should report those guys before they die too, Yoon-sung replied. Yes, Hung Nim, I'm really touched. You often avoided fights, but when I was in danger you showed your true strength, Jiak said. All right, my strength, he continued. Whether it's your personality or your strength, Hung Nim, you're truly, he thought to himself. I told him to report the crime to the association, not the police. Did he not listen? Jiak glanced back with an extremely contemptuous expression. Looking at Jiak and Jun Tae, he suddenly thought, those unpleasant guys, I hope they just get caught and tortured. A moment later, Jiak sat in a chair handcuffed with an utterly bewildered expression. He sat in a four-walled room lost in thought. What is this? What's going on? Jiak, equally unable to comprehend, suddenly thought, something seems to have gone wrong again. This is driving me crazy. One approached him and called out, Mr. Kim. Jiak, we meet again. Are you here for work? Jiak replied annoyedly, no. I've been arrested. A strong, solemn voice echoed, let's go. Mr. Kim. Jiak went to the room of truth, or rather the basement. Jiak lamented inwardly. Why does this always happen to me? One stood quietly in a corner, extremely surprised. At this moment they stood before the transfer gate and explained the entire course of events. The association staff, having received Jiok's group's report, immediately rushed to the scene. The captured terrorists were still frozen, being led away one by one. I thought the job was done, but then a man suddenly approached. Gate was open, so who defeated the boss? Yoon-sung blurted out immediately. Of course, Hung Nim. Jiak. He immediately turned back with an incomprehensible expression upon hearing that. Yoon-sung instantly covered his mouth. The two men next to them looked at Jiak with extremely suspicious eyes and said, Mr. Kim. Jiak is F rank and he defeated an A- rank gate boss? Jiak scratched his head and replied, ah no. That man continued, he entered the gate without reporting and disregarded the rank regulations. Just then Jiok's arms were bound, meaning he had hunted without permission. The man immediately handcuffed Jiok's arms and said, you are hereby arrested for the aforementioned charges. Jiak was instantly dumbfounded. Arrested? The man next to him continued, you are well aware of your right to remain silent with a lawyer present, aren't you? Confiscate his phone. Yoon-sung, seeing this, cried out worriedly, Hung Nim. At this moment Jiak also broke into a cold sweat and muttered, damn it. After that, he was immediately dragged to the interrogation room. While the other two charges could be overlooked, hunting without permission was extremely dangerous. At this moment Jiak was in the basement of the Hunter Association's interrogation room. He began to think incessantly to himself, if I'm not careful I'll really go to jail. Snap out of it. The man next to him spoke again. Let's be clear then. He looked at a paper and said, you were merely the transporter and all the monsters inside the gate were defeated by Hunter Yoon-sung, correct? Jiak replied, yes, that's right. The man looked up at Jiak again and said, "And forgetting to report when you entered the gate was just a mistake, wasn't it?" Jiak hastily replied, "Of course, how could an F rank like me hunt an A-rank gate boss?" At this moment the man next to him whispered something in his ear. "Sounds reasonable. Just now Hunter 1 re-evaluated his awakened ability using new equipment, and we've already received the results." Jiak secretly overheard this conversation. The man next to him reported again, "He truly is F rank." He became gloomy upon hearing that. After that, the man put down the paper and said, "All right, Mr. Kim Jiak, we will only issue a warning for temporarily entering the gate without prior notification." Jiak quietly rejoiced inwardly. He continued, "However, a record of this offense has been made, so next time it will be considered a repeat offense and won't be treated so lightly." After that, his subordinate uncuffed Jiak. Jiak replied, "I'll keep that in mind." He continuously rejoiced inwardly at his freedom. Just like that, Jiak went outside with the man. Now, all that was left was to sell the cores he had collected in his item box and get rich. Suddenly he was startled and muttered, "Wait, now that I think about it." Jiak immediately realized that in Korea people used the national exchange to buy and sell gate items. That would leave a transaction record. He walked thinking, "I'm currently suspected of hunting without permission. If I try to sell the cores now, I'll definitely get caught." Jiak immediately turned pale. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Jiak answered the phone. "Hello, Yoon-sung ah?" Yoon-sung asked worriedly. "Yes, Hung-nim, is the interrogation over?" Yoon-sung, receiving the call from his end, covered his mouth and said carefully, "I told them I defeated all the golems, but those investigators kept asking where I got the evidence documents." Upon hearing that, he thought with incomprehension. "Hunting evidence?" Jiak sighed and muttered, "There's probably no other way." He cursed inwardly. "Damn it," Jiak teared up, "I have to go get it. This is my karma for deceiving Yoon-sung." The scene shifted to the Nichat temple branch. Inside, a man turned around and asked, "What?" he said angrily. "All our followers who entered the gate were caught." This man was Elder Delta, a mid-level manager of the Nichat temple organization. Elder Delta turned back and said, "Then the item, you couldn't retrieve the item?" Upon hearing that, he sighed. "How can I face the cult leader?" The man also remained silent. Regarding the core of infinite power, it was a reward that could only be obtained from golem-type bosses. The people in the hall began to look up at the item. This was an extremely common item coveted by many large corporations, especially the Korean Magic Tower, making it extremely difficult to acquire despite its high price. The man slammed the table and said, "We can't win an auction against giants like the Korean Magic Tower, so the only way is to go and get it ourselves, but we've even lost our valuable A-rank followers." He bowed his head and said, "I'm truly sorry." Elder Delta continued to ask, "I heard that some hunters entered the gate first, so who defeated the boss and retrieved the core?" At this moment he lowered his eyes and said, "I heard that before." He recalled Jiok's appearance at that time and secretly observed him. The police came and sternly asked, "The gate is open, so who defeated the boss?" At that time he secretly observed from below, and Yoon-sung accidentally said, "Of course, Hung-nim Jiak." Recalling this name, he immediately said, "I heard that a hunter named Kim Jiak defeated the boss. Since there's no news of a new core being sold yet, the core must still be in his possession." The elder frowned upon hearing that and turned around, standing up and saying, "And we need to fill the void left by our lost A-rank hunter. Bring him here." He approached and said, "Brainwash him and retrieve the core, no matter the cost." The two men stared directly into each other's eyes. The elder warned, "You'd better not fail again." The scene shifted to the city the next day. It was night and the streets were brightly lit. One was walking on a bridge looking at her phone when she suddenly looked up and focused on what was ahead. As soon as she saw Yoon-sung, she asked, "Isn't that Mr. Yoon-sung?" He turned around in surprise. As soon as he saw one, he said, "Oh, Hunter 1, are you on your way home from work?" She replied, "Yes, but why are you here, Mr. Yoon-sung?" He scratched his head and said, "I just came from selling some golem parts at the exchange." One immediately asked again, "Golem parts from the gate yesterday?" Upon hearing that, he was startled and broke into a cold sweat, saying, "Well," she continued, "actually I have something to ask you, Mr. Yoon-sung. The person who defeated the boss yesterday was Hunter Kim Jiak, wasn't it?" Upon hearing that, his face stiffened and his expression immediately betrayed his lie. "I didn't say anything." One, seeing his expression, thought to herself, "I had a feeling and I was right." She immediately became convinced inwardly that Kim Jiak guy actually defeated an A-rank boss. She said, "Be careful, the association staff are already whispering about this." He tensed up upon hearing that. She continued, "Although he only received a light disciplinary action this time, the Hunter Association has started watching Mr. Kim Jiak closely." One looked at her phone and smiled. "No matter how exceptional he is, it's not good if he keeps entering high-grade gates like this. I need to tell him directly." Yoon-sung tense saw her looking at her phone and asked, "Who are you suddenly calling?" One replied, "The transporter." However, the phone made a long ringing sound. "Call disconnected. Please leave a message later." Yoon-sung was dumbfounded. "He's not answering." She looked at her phone and thought he hung up. On his end, he secretly prayed with worry. "Please someone save Hung-nim." One thought to herself, "He hasn't caused trouble somewhere else, has he? How can an adult make others worry so much?" Elsewhere in the disaster shelter building, Jiak was lying down eating snacks and sighing. "I worked like crazy to collect the cores, but I gave all that effort to Yoon-sung. I reaped what I sowed, but it's still a shame." Jiak continued to reach into the snack bag. But I didn't just walk away empty-handed. The ownership of the core is my reward for defeating the boss. He immediately stood up. Actually, I've already thought of a purpose for that core. Looking inside, Jiak exclaimed. It's all eaten inside. The little alien laughed with delight. With this immense magic power, I'll be able to do something that will astonish everyone. He immediately put the empty bag down next to him and looked at his phone. Only then did Jiak realize his phone battery was dead. Suddenly a sound came from outside. Jiak looked up and out, saying, "Is that the charity distribution area? Right, I should go." Jiak looked outside and thought to himself. "The kind earthlings are bringing us food again," he said. "The curry you gave us last time was delicious." However, as soon as he leaned out, red cords immediately wrapped around his body. "What is this?" In that very instant, Jiak fell to the ground. Bound in front of him were two suspicious figures with covered faces. At this moment he realized that his attackers were even covering his nose, trying to prevent a mage from breathing. Are they trying to stop my skill from activating? In that very instant, Jiok's consciousness gradually faded. Damn it, I can't breathe. In that very instant he lost consciousness. Two men bowed their heads and looked down at him. An old clock on the wall slowly ticked and a sigh echoed. Jiak opened his eyes and looked around. Blood and less than beautiful tools were on the table. By all accounts, this was kidnapping part 2. Now he was once again tied to a chair, unable to move. Damn it, at this moment a person entered from outside. "You came much earlier than expected." He closed the door and asked, "How are you feeling?" Jiak looked at this man and wondered inwardly, is this guy the kidnapper? I can tell just by looking at his face. He began to observe the other person. At least I should hear what he has to say. Jiak opened his mouth and asked, "Why was I brought here?" The man pulled something from under his clothes and said, "Who knows, it could be for enlightenment or for salvation." Jiak was dumbfounded upon hearing that. Then, pulling out a knife, he cleaned it meticulously and said, "Everything is merely the will of the 8 guardian deities known as Nichat." The little alien wondered, what kind of deities? Everything this damned guy was saying was suspiciously strange. In that very instant he was suddenly startled. "Wait, Nichat." Jiak recalled that person's message. "Have you ever heard of the Nichat cult?" The person continued. "Those terrorists belong to a pseudo-religious group that calls themselves followers of the Nichat cult." At that time, he had read the message content quite carefully. "We call those followers the Nichat cult. Those were the terrorists one told me about, and they weren't just terrorists but a cult?" The person holding the knife approached Jiak and said, "This is how the world works. Everything should return to the hands of those who know its value, especially if it's a valuable resource that only appears in special gates." Jiak hastily opened his mouth and said, "Wait, so you're telling me to hand over the core of infinite power?" He replied, "Precisely. We searched both the refugee tents and the house you lived in, but we couldn't find it." Jiak felt a little tense at this moment. He brought the knife close to Jiok's face and said, "Tell me the location of the core." That grim face approached him, threateningly asking, "You haven't sold it, have you?" Jiak tensed, looking at the knife placed over him. "The location of the core? That core is with Yunsung right now." At that time he had to shed tears of anguish when he gave the core to Yunsung. "If I say the wrong thing, Yunsung will get dragged into this too. Should I tell him or not?" The man still smiled and continued, "That's right, of course you won't give it up easily." "Then I'll help you a bit." Jiak was dumbfounded. In that very instant blood splattered and he froze. At this moment Jiok's hand was pierced by the man's knife and pinned to the chair. Inside, the little alien screamed in pain. "This guy is really dangerous." At this moment some of Jiok's blood was also on the man's face. Jiak, still with an emotionless expression, said, "All right, from now on I'll do everything you ask." He continued, "So please don't use methods like this." Jiak looked down at his bleeding hand and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I adjusted my pain sensitivity beforehand. Phew, by now I should have been in agonizing pain." Jiak, still calm, continued, "So I just need to tell you the core's location, right?" The person next to him was aghast to see no trace of pain on Jiok's face. "What is this? He was stabbed with a knife and he didn't even flinch?" He was merely enduring the pain. He had never seen such a technique. He began to wrestle with himself internally. Is he enduring it purely through willpower? He immediately pulled a nearby chair and dragged it in front of Jiak. He must be an A-rank hunter or higher. He picked up the item on the table. It was a common rule that the higher a hunter's rank, the stronger their mental control ability. Across from him, Jiak stared blankly. What is this? Before his eyes was a very strange object. The orb seemed to stare at him like an eye. This was the Eye of Temptation, a rare grade item capable of brainwashing people and turning them into puppets. He continued in a low voice, "Today, no matter what, I will complete the mission assigned by the brainwashing elder." He picked up a pair of pliers and continued, "Let's see how long that expressionless face of yours can last." Jiak couldn't help but be flustered, and the clock kept ticking. About 2 hours and 15 minutes passed, and fingernails were scattered on the floor mixed with blood. Following that, another fingernail was pulled out. At this moment the man was panting, clearly uncomfortable. Why isn't this monster affected at all? At this point, Jiak was covered in wounds all over his body, but there was no trace of pain on his face. He slowly moved his feet, thinking inwardly, is this how earthlings torture? It must hurt. Jiok's face was already quite blank. "I don't feel pain, but I'm bleeding too much. It's dangerous." He opened his mouth. "I've already told you the location of the core. There's no more information to find, so why are you still wasting your energy?" Hearing that, the man said angrily, "What if I don't give a true revelation to someone like you?" Jiak listened to the man and looked at the item. The eye seemed to emit mana that captivated people. This was a brainwashing item that could easily brainwash with spiritual magic without causing physical pain. But I have brainwashing resistance, so I'll be fine. So he immediately opened his mouth. Wait a minute, Jiak asked. Isn't it time to stop? The man said blankly. What did you say? Jiak continued. You want to make me your subordinate, right? I'll join the Nichat cult. I'll do whatever you tell me to. Hearing that, the man was surprised. Why is he saying that all of a sudden? Jiak raised his head and replied with an expressionless face. Because I'm afraid I might die. At this moment, the man immediately grabbed the item and thrust the eye directly towards Jiok's face. Jiok was instantly startled blank. Why suddenly? But then the man lost his composure and punched him on the head. He shouted in a voice full of rage, Don't lie, if you truly felt your life was threatened, the eye of temptation would have worked. You've been beaten this much yet you show no sign of fear. That devil. Jiok squinted his eyes and said, I was affected, he said with an expressionless face. I'm still very scared. Hearing that, the man stepped back. What? Jiok said again as if unable to understand. No, I'm the one who got hit, so why are you backing away? Jiok muttered unpleasantly to himself. This is crazy, really, he continued. Is there no one else here? If possible, I'd like to speak directly with someone higher up. Could you call your boss? I have some information that might be helpful to the Nichat cult. Hearing that, the man scoffed and said, Just as I thought, your true colors are finally showing. You were aiming for our cult's leadership from the start, weren't you? Jiok was blank upon hearing that. The man dropped the item on the ground and continued, I don't know why someone strong enough to kill golems was brought here. Jiok immediately made an excuse. No, that's not it. At this moment, the man lost his composure, picked up a sharp object from the table and said, Shut up. Then he immediately aimed the large needle at Jiok. Just like that, the needle immediately pierced Jiok's thigh and red blood splattered. At this moment, his face grew increasingly pale. Damn it. His vision blurred before his eyes. Is this a symptom of bleeding too much? Jiok glared at his opponent. The basic principle of torture is not to kill. Why was I caught by an idiot who doesn't know how to calculate blood loss? Am I going to die here? Just then, a sound suddenly came from outside and the man looked up in surprise. Jiok also raised his head, losing consciousness, and looked up. What's that sound? Just then, an explosion echoed and a hole was blown in the opposite wall. The man was startled to see that. Suddenly, a person exuding killing intent leapt in and strongly choked the man. Jiok admired the sight. Fast. A familiar voice echoed coldly. Mr. Kim Jiok, hello, we meet again. As soon as he heard this voice, he was blank. What is this? The person who came was none other than Zhang Hong. He smiled, but hidden within it was anger. Jiok asked himself, why is this person here? It's Zhang Hong who came. Jiok was startled. Zhang Hong. He asked himself, flustered, why that name was here. Jiok thought it was still too early to ask him for help. Thinking about it again, he was still uneasy. Last time it was truly that man who first offered help. Can I help you? Jiok obediently nodded. Yes, Zhang Hong said, you're a real troublemaker. It's a good thing I came. After that, he approached and easily unbound Jiok. Jiok concluded, so S-ranks can be broken so easily after all. Zhang Hong took out a knife and complained, why are these things left scattered like this? He held out a water bottle and said, drink this. Jiok took it. Thank you. Zhang Hong joked, you look fine even after being tortured. Jiok was curious. Really, he replied. Normally you wouldn't be able to talk so calmly. By the way, do you know where the exit is? Jiok replied indifferently. Zhang Hong clenched his fist and said confidently, it seems there are no other options. We'll have to go out the way we came in. Jiok was surprised. What did you say? After that, they fought off the guards and exited the way they came in. Corpses were scattered everywhere and blood was splattered all around. The two passed by lightly, and Jiok squinted his eyes, looking. Something is definitely strange, he thought carefully. That Zhang Hong guy came straight to me as soon as he got here. How did he know I was caught here? Zhang Hong interrupted Jiok's thoughts and said, what's wrong, Kim Jiok? You've been staring at me since earlier. Jiok shook his head and mumbled an excuse. It's nothing. He turned his face away, looking bored. Jiok closed his eyes and concentrated on thinking. Since when? He came to my house alone once, but I never told him my address. Or was it even earlier when he slightly bumped into the taxi I was in? Was I being watched by him all this time? The next morning at the Hunter Association Cafe, one was holding tea, her eyes continuously fixed on her phone. When a call came in on the screen, she was surprised. One answered the phone. Hello, Hunter Kim Jiok. Jiok replied, hello, Ms. One. I'm calling you back because I had a missed call. She put down her teacup. A missed call, right? I called 2 days ago. Jiok was curious. Was something wrong? One replied. Nothing too serious, but it's already 2 days since I called. Did you enter a gate? Jiok retorted. No, I was kidnapped. But I'm fine now. I just finished police questioning and got my phone back. She quickly continued. Where were you kidnapped from? Jiok replied. From Gondam. One was surprised. What did you say? Jiok said. I was kidnapped from the hideout of that terrorist organization you mentioned last time. But I escaped, she asked in a worried voice. Are you all right? Jiok replied. My body is completely fine. One was blank. Did he just laugh or did I mistake a sigh for a laugh? He opened his mouth. If there's nothing else urgent, I'll hang up now. I'm busy today and can't talk for long. If you have anything to say, please leave a message, she exclaimed. Wait a minute. One looked at her phone and thought, I still have so many questions, but since he's busy I can't ask any more. He said he underwent police questioning, right? She called someone else. Hello, Detective Cha, it's Sonwoo. I have a question. Are you free right now? One was surprised. Hunter Zhang Hong went to the Nichat cult, Detective Cha replied. They destroy buildings and harm people. Since they're a secret organization, their actions are difficult to track. But how did he know where that place was? But Jong Hong said he went to save Kim Jiak, and Kim Jiak, the victim, said he didn't know. The strange thing is the reaction of the man we caught. He worked as a supplier of followers for the Nichat cult. As soon as he heard the name Kim Jiak, he shouted like a madman. He said Jiak was a devil in human form. He claimed that everything was planned by the F-ranker managing Kim Jiak. He even said that Jiak was intentionally caught for internal infiltration. Absurd. How could he have known he'd be captured and planned for it? One heard that, put down her teacup, and fell into thought. No, if it's him, maybe it could be from somewhere else. Kim Jiak put his hand on his water cup and quietly asked Jong Hong, who was drinking, "Is it good? It's a vanilla latte, but it has no coffee, so why are you drinking it?" Jiak retorted, "It's drinkable." He asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly want to meet me?" Jiak raised his head and looked at Jong Hong. "I wanted to say thank you." He was surprised. "Thank me," Jiak nodded. "I was summoned for questioning, and many other things were difficult to talk about. Thank you, but I really do appreciate you saving me," he asked coldly. "But you were watching me, weren't you?" Hearing that question, Jong Hong was briefly surprised. Jiak demanded, "Could you stop that now?" He replied with a laugh, "No." Jiak was puzzled. "No," Jong Hong said nonchalantly. "Thanks to that, you were saved, weren't you?" Jiak said annoyedly. "Are you kidding me? If you keep this up..." Jong Hong cut him off. "Are you going to report me? Tell me I'm an awakened young man in his 20s and I'm being monitored. What do you think the police will say?" Jiak screamed inwardly. "He's not wrong, but I'm starting to get angry," he called Jong Hong. "You're a Predator Evolution ability user, aren't you? Predator Evolution is the ability to kill powerful opponents and steal their skills." Jiak concluded, "You're hovering around me because you're targeting me as your next prey, aren't you? And you're keeping me alive because you're not sure if I'm strong enough to kill." Jong Hong admitted nonchalantly. "That's right." Jiak was surprised. "He's admitting it already? I don't want to admit I'm his target," he continued. "Since you've already figured it out, let's talk about it." "Kim Jiak, how old are you?" Jiak replied, "Probably 24. Hearing that, Jong Hong raised his eyebrows. "You're younger than you look." He tapped the table and stood up, saying, "I'll make you an offer." Jong Hong spoke in a hurried manner and Jiak was blank. "Hunter Kim Jiak, can you die by my hand when you're 34?